Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Another dimension, the Abyss, appeared in the world. Terrible monsters existed there. Along with this, awakened ones began to appear. The quality of life for each of them depended on their rank. Kim Taehyun was different. By the age of 35, he was only collecting loot from corpses. The awakened ones mocked him, considering him a complete loser. During another purge, the protagonist noticed that all the warriors had died. He was left alone with an SSS rank monster. But even before his death, the desire to awaken did not leave him. A glimmer of hope was visible in the distance. The conditions for awakening were met. A divine being descended from the sky, and time stood still. The king granted the loser powerful powers, and quickly disappeared. Kim Taehyun awoke from blows to the face. They were high school students, meaning life had rolled back 16 years. The status window was open. MC realized he had finally awakened. The rooftop fight shifts immediately in his favor. He steadies himself, testing the body he has regained. The remaining bullies rush him while still clinging to the idea that he is a nobody. One swings a flaming strike, expecting Taehyun to be easy prey. Taehyun slips inside the attack and breaks the assault apart. He follows with a brutal kick that drops another attacker. As he fights, he recalls that he spent 35 years compensating for being unawakened. He trained his body relentlessly. He also studied everything known about the Abyss, monsters, and awakened abilities. He even learned practical combat skills from every source he could find. So he knows there is no reason he should lose to untrained school thugs just because they awaken first. He dismantles them with the most basic techniques they never bothered to master. Two of the boys crash to the ground, beaten before they understand what happened. Taehyun calmly accepts that his younger body will need retraining, but his experience is still intact. He treats the setback as a temporary inconvenience. To him, the whole hierarchy that once crushed him now looks absurd. Hyuksa finally realizes Taehyun has awakened and reacts with rage instead of caution. He activates stone skin, covering himself in rock and raising his body to C-rank durability. Chunks of stone surge over his limbs as he powers up. Hyuksu attacks with his reinforced body, forcing Taehyun to evade. Taehyun is driven back by the sheer difference in rank and toughness. He immediately understands the danger. Hyuksu leaps in for a crushing finishing blow. The impact tears up the rooftop and sends debris flying. Hyuksu rises from the dust convinced that raw rank has decided the fight. But Taehyun charges back and instead of giving up, Hyuksu meets him with the confidence of someone certain his defense is absolute. Taehyun commits to a direct strike anyway, gambling everything on a close exchange. For a moment even he is unsure whether his attack can matter. Hyuksu mocks him for trying to punch through stone with bare flesh. Taehyun feels his hand break against the armor, and realizes brute force alone will fail. Hyuksu blasts him away with a counterattack. Taehyun skids across the rooftop and crashes through the wreckage. He spits blood but stays conscious. Hyuksu closes in, savoring the chance to humiliate him again. He reminds Taehyun that, awakened or not, he still sees him as lowly and beneath him. Then he taunts him for having nowhere left to run. He sneers that every awakened person has a skill and a rank, implying Taehyun's must be worthless. That thought forces Taehyun to confront the truth of his own awakening. He remembers that awakened ranks range from powerless F to monstrous S, and that physical ability rises sharply with rank. His own status named his skill predation, but only at the lowest F rank. By normal standards, an F rank should have no chance against Hyuksu's C rank stone skin. Yet Hyuksu suddenly senses something wrong. Dark red energy begins crawling over Taehyun's body like living hunger. As the power spreads, Taehyun feels no fear of losing anymore. A predatory aura erupts around him, shocking Hyuksu. Hyuksu can only stare as the boy he despised starts changing in front of him. Taehyun realizes predation lets his magic move according to his will, as if it can seize and consume. He still does not fully understand it, but instinct tells him enough to fight. Hyuksu decides the only answer is to kill him before the skill finishes taking shape. Taehyun answers by thrusting that new power forward. A gigantic maw of red-black force manifests and collides with Hyuksu's charge. Hyuksu is stunned when his stone defense is caught instead of overpowering it. Taehyun presses his palm in and forces the predatory energy deeper into Hyuksu's body. Now fully focused, he controls the skill with cold intent. His awakened eye locks on as the power begins feeding. Hyuksu's confidence breaks and turns into panic. The predatory force tears through his stone armor and starts devouring the power sustaining it. Inside the school, other students remain oblivious for a moment as the rooftop battle escalates beyond anything they understand. Then the red surge outside becomes impossible to ignore. The rooftop shakes under the violence of the exchange. Taehyun holds his arm out as if reeling in prey. Hyuksu can only gasp as his strength drains away. Taehyun stands over him, while Hyuksu's attack collapses and his body fails. A system message confirms that predation has been completed. Because he successfully preyed on a target, his rank rises to E and a new skill is being added. The stolen ability is identified as stone skin. After the fight, the scene shifts to the school clinic. A teacher waits there, unsettled by the commotion and the injuries. Taehyun arrives carrying the unconscious boys himself, including Hyuksu. He greets the teacher with eerie calm despite the blood on his face. His teacher recoils in horror at what he has become in a single afternoon. Taehyun explains that once the fight was over, he brought all the injured students to the clinic, including Bae Hyuksu. After the fight, a nurse uses her healing ability to treat his injuries. To avoid suspicion, he lies about how they were hurt and manages to end the questioning. Once fully healed, he reflects that awakening and taking revenge on Bei Hyuksu has already changed his life. But one problem still weighs on him. He focuses on the strange skill called predation and tries to understand what it really is. He realizes his rank rose after a single battle, something a lifetime of training had barely accomplished before. Even as an F rank, his power already surpasses ordinary C ranks, and defeating enemies lets him take their skills. That only deepens his questions about why King gave him this power and forced him to regress. In the end, he decides the only thing that matters now is uncovering the truth about predation. With that resolve, he heads home intending to investigate it further. Returning home after a long absence, he is briefly struck by the familiarity of the place. He remembers that after his parents died, he lived here with his uncle. The memory leaves him with a bitter, knowing smile. He enters the house, notes his uncle is out, and plans to search for information on similar abilities. But the moment he steps inside, he senses something is wrong. He finds his home being ransacked by masked thugs under the command of a blonde awakened man, while Hwang Jae-young is on the floor gathering stolen cash. The sight shocks both sides when Jae-young recognizes him as Kim Taehyun. Taehyun immediately recognizes Jae-young too and is stunned to find him skipping school and involved in this. The shock sharpens into instant alarm. Seeing the stolen money confirms Jae-young has dragged trouble straight into his house. Taehyun recalls that even before regressing, Jae-young had already been drifting toward delinquency and theft. He grimly realizes that the day Jae-young would cause a disaster has arrived sooner than expected. The blonde leader quickly identifies Taehyun as Jae-young's cousin and sizes him up. Confident in his status, the leader tells Taehyun to stay out of it while they finish robbing the place. He mocks Taehyun as an unawakened nobody and physically asserts dominance. Taehyun stays unnervingly calm under the provocation. His composure tells him this confrontation is exactly what he wanted. He admits he came here intending to test something, catching the leader off guard. Then he suddenly attacks and slams the leader to the floor before anyone can react. The awakened thug is left reeling from a blow he never expected an unawakened boy to land. The others freeze in disbelief as the power balance shifts without warning. Taehyun presses the advantage and moves to finish the leader before the others can interfere. The leader panics and tries to stop him. Taehyun activates predation, intending to take the leader's power. For a moment, he is sure the test is succeeding. Instead, a system notice tells him predation cannot be accessed. Both Taehyun and his target are left confused by the failure. He realizes predation did not trigger even though the conditions seemed right. That hesitation gives the others an opening to strike back. The leader retaliates savagely, calling Taehyun insane for attacking so recklessly. A heavy kick sends Taehyun crashing across the room. The gang rushes in together, trying to kill him before he can recover. The masked awakened thugs unleash bind, poison, and bleed to overwhelm him with status effects. One attacker floods the area with poison as another layers on more pressure. The leader adds bleed, expecting the combined skills to cripple Taehyun instantly. Their attacks converge on him from every direction. Taehyun braces himself, unsure what will happen next. The room erupts in a violent burst of energy and smoke. The thugs stare into the cloud, expecting him to be finished. Still convinced he is beneath them, they sneer at an unawakened boy daring to act like one of their kind. Then the leader senses something is wrong. A system response appears, confirming that enemy skills have been detected. It identifies bind, poison, and bleed and reveals that a mysterious power has successfully resisted them. Taehyun realizes the same hidden force that blocked predation can also neutralize abnormal condition skills. The leader, meanwhile, is shaken because his attack should have worked. His confidence finally starts to crack. Taehyun counters by driving the leader into the ground with overwhelming force. As he batters him, Taehyun notes that the leader's skill itself is strong even if predation failed. For the moment, he decides that observation is enough. Standing over the defeated gang, he concludes he has learned two crucial things. First, the awakened can see a status window that records rank, stats, and skills, though not every detail is shown. Second, predation's failure was not caused by lack of mana, which means some hidden condition besides mana controls its activation. He also confirms predation has an unlisted passive effect that resists and neutralizes status-based skills like poison and bleeding. He decides he can verify the rest of his theories later. What matters more right now is the person cowering in front of him. Jae-young suddenly drops to the floor in terror and submission. Desperate to survive, Jae-young begs forgiveness and loudly claims he is reflecting on his actions. He offers to humiliate himself in any way Taehyun wants if it will spare him. Taehyun finds him pathetic, but Jae-young is no longer the urgent problem. A far greater disaster is about to unfold elsewhere in the city that very day. So Taehyun tells Jae-young he will forgive him for now. Instead of punishing him further, he orders Jae-young to come with him and help with something important. He brings Jae-young to a sealed industrial site already glowing with ominous red light. The warning signs make clear the area is restricted, but Taehyun ignores them. Officials on site stare upward in disbelief as the phenomenon intensifies. They realize a gate break has begun, with monsters pouring in from the abyss and a dungeon disaster imminent if it is not stopped. The team leader explains that no gate break has happened in 10 years, and this one appeared so suddenly that monsters are already swarming out. His subordinates fear disaster is only moments away and ask whether nearby neighborhoods should be evacuated. The leader refuses, trusting his barrier skill to hold the monsters back. Because the gate was initially judged C rank, he believes the strongest monster inside should also be only C rank. The barrier strains under the pressure, but he still treats the situation as manageable. He reassures his team that even if things worsen, their B-rank control unit should be able to contain it. Even so, unease begins creeping into his expression. The monsters slam into the barrier with far more force than expected. He insists that as B-rankers they are fully capable of handling a C-rank incident. Then the sheer pressure from the other side proves him wrong. Elsewhere, Jae-young nervously questions whether everything should still be fine if control personnel are already on site. Taehyun answers that if the officials really are there, that only confirms the coming disaster. He explains that the gate's initial mana estimate was C-rank, but the control personnel are only prepared for that estimate. Jae-young agrees without understanding where this is going. Taehyun warns that their confidence means nothing if the gate is not actually C-rank. Inside the site, the aftermath of the first clash already shows the monsters are far beyond expectations. The team leader is baffled that low-rank monsters managed to pierce his B-rank barrier at all. He finally suspects the gate's mana output exceeds his own rank. Before he can fully react, his subordinates realize something far stronger is still inside the gate. The barrier begins to crack under the pressure of a massive creature pushing through. The control team can only stare upward as the true threat emerges. A monstrous maw tears through the barrier first. The leader recognizes too late what is coming. An entire horde surges out behind a towering giant, instantly overwhelming the scene. The monster is identified as a giant ogre, rank A. The leader is left stammering in disbelief that the gate was not C rank at all, but A rank. His certainty collapses as the truth hits him. The site erupts in explosions and chaos as the breach becomes a massacre. Jae-young, now terrified, admits Taehyun was right all along. When he demands to know how Taehyun could possibly have known this, Taehyun answers that he has already lived through it once before. Jae-young cannot make sense of that answer. Taehyun brushes it off as intuition, and Jae-young immediately realizes he is hiding the truth. Their argument is cut short when the city erupts in panic and civilians begin fleeing from the monsters. As the crowd screams that a gate break has happened, the disaster spreads into the streets. Taehyun reminds Jae-young of the instructions he gave him and tells him to carry them out. Jae-young hesitates, worried about leaving Taehyun behind. Taehyun's cold look makes clear he has already decided. He orders Jae-young to run and promises he will deal with the monsters before catching up. Far above the city, a distant tower looms as the crisis escalates. In another place, a report reaches a powerful figure that the supposedly C-rank gate break is actually A rank and no reinforcements are available. The only answer, they conclude, is to call in an A rank awakened. They beg for help from the one person they believe can save everyone. That savior is the A rank awakened known as Blade of Lunacy, An Hyunsu. An Hyunsu grandly declares that the hero has arrived and that everyone should hold on. But his dramatic self-image is undercut by the fact that he is basically a walking case of 8th grader syndrome. He charges in and instantly starts cutting monsters apart. His blade tears through the horde with overwhelming speed. Even large monsters are split open before they can react. Bodies pile up as he carves a path through the battlefield. At the same time, Taehyun reaches out with predation toward the dead monsters. Dark red tendrils spread through the corpses as he devours them from a distance. Watching the process, he calmly confirms another part of his theory. Predation's earlier failure was tied to fatigue, and once fatigue rises above 70% the skill will not activate. He reflects that skills are not governed by mana alone. Fatigue also matters, because using skills and fighting raises it, weakening abilities and burdening the body. Still, he has discovered a loophole. If he absorbs dead monsters, predation restores mana without consuming more, allowing complete predation. That realization excites him even more. As he feeds on the battlefield, his rank rises from E to D and both predation and stone skin evolve with it. He realizes that if this growth continues, he may climb beyond S rank and perhaps even reach an unprecedented SSS rank. With that settled, he considers whether to return to Jae-young. Then something catches his attention. He sees An Hyunsu smashing into the giant ogre and driving it back with raw power. An loudly denounces the monster and vows revenge for the people it killed. He theatrically declares himself a warrior of justice who will judge the creature. Taehyun can only stare at the absurd performance. The giant ogre swings down at An with crushing force. An answers with a blazing golden strike. His attack explodes across the ogre in a storm of light and slashes. The finishing blow crashes down like a pillar of light over the city. When the dust settles, Taehyun stands amid the wreckage and sees the battle is already over. He recognizes that this is the same A-rank awakened who single-handedly resolved the gate break before his regression. Seeing him in person, Taehyun admits An Hyunsu is every bit as strong as his reputation says, but he also immediately concludes that the man is every bit as ridiculous as the rumors claimed. As Taehyun watches the aftermath, one new question rises above the rest. Why is An Hyunsu here now? Remembering a previous gate break where a giant ogre climbed the city, the silent prayer urgently calls citizens to gather at Peace Up Square. Hearing that announcement, the young man in the red hoodie immediately wonders whether the person he expects has appeared. His skill suddenly reacts, and the warning hits him hard enough to freeze him in alarm. An unseen attacker strikes first, driving a blade into him before he can respond. As blood spills, he reels in disbelief at being ambushed so suddenly. The attacker reveals himself as a sinister figure who has finally found An Hyunsu. Outside, the city remains in chaos under the aftermath of the gate break. Elsewhere, inside a clothing store being used as shelter, the scene is momentarily calm. There, a blonde young man stands over an unconscious woman resting on a couch. The woman is Choi Naeum, still asleep and unaware of the danger closing in. The blonde man hesitates, unsure whether following the red-hooded boy's instructions is really the right choice. He recalls the grim warning that many people will die tonight. More specifically, he was told that one of the victims would be the school nurse, Choi Naeung. He was also told she would die because she would stay behind helping others instead of evacuating. Since he can use a sleep skill, the red-hooded boy ordered him to put Naeung to sleep and move her somewhere safe. Confidently, the boy took responsibility for handling everything else himself. Left alone with Naeung, the blonde man struggles to understand how Taehyun could possibly know all of this in advance. He nervously considers an impossible explanation and can barely bring himself to say it. Seeing no other way to make sense of it, he starts to suspect Taehyun somehow knows the future. The thought spirals until he nearly convinces himself of it, then desperately tries to reject the idea. His imagination runs wild with the notion that Taehyun awakened a power to see future events, but he still cannot fully accept it. Even as he blurts out how incredible that would be, he keeps denying it as too absurd to believe. Under the ominous moon, Taehyun clings to the hope that events can still be kept under control. That hope collapses when he realizes the future has already started to go wrong. He sees the battlefield ahead and understands that something has deviated badly from what he expected. A wounded man on the scene demands to know who Taehyun is and why he is interfering. The bald killer mocking him turns out to be alive despite taking a vital stab wound, and Taehyun recognizes that A-rank hunters are far tougher than expected. The bald man identifies himself as Han Sang-do, a B-rank villain with the stealth skill, and treats the situation like entertainment. Taehyun recalls that awakened criminals like Han Sang-do are known simply as villains. He remembers Han Sang-do's reputation as a homicidal maniac who used the gate break to murder people for pleasure. But this meeting should not have happened yet, which tells Taehyun that the timeline has shifted. He realizes in shock that his own actions may have changed the future. Furious, the wounded hunter condemns Han Sang-do as a monster and prepares to kill him himself. He charges him with lightning-fast resolve, determined to finish the villain with his own hands. Han Sang-do evades the attack at the last instant, amused rather than threatened. The hunter raises a glowing blade while Han Sang-do readies himself, and the fight escalates. Their clash erupts in a violent burst of energy that tears through the rubble. The disturbance draws the attention of something far more dangerous. A giant ogre suddenly appears, and Han Sang-do laughs at the absurdity of an A-rank monster showing up here. The ogre slams a massive fist down into the battlefield. Its impact blows both fighters apart and turns the fight into total chaos. Han Sang-do quickly abandons the duel, deciding to leave on Hyunsu to the ogre instead. Then he notices Taehyun nearby and realizes someone has been watching everything. He openly acknowledges Taehyun as an unexpected spectator. Rather than being cautious, Han Sang-do is delighted to have another target, and says more prey only makes this better. Taehyun braces himself as the villain commits to attacking him next. Han Sang-do lunges in with killing intent, aiming a decisive strike at Taehyun. Taehyun catches the attack with a calm, contemptuous smile and dismisses the villain as a fool. He immediately counters with a brutal kick that smashes Han Sang-do away. Skidding back across the shattered ground, Han Sang-do realizes his new opponent is no ordinary bystander, and starts to identify what Taehyun really is. A bald swordsman identifies his target as the B-rank villain Han Sang-do. He accuses the young man of being the stealth user responsible for a string of murders and closes in to confirm it. Han greets him without fear and hardens his hands into stone, ready to fight. The assassin immediately tests that defense by driving a blade into Han's stone arm. He follows with a rapid aerial rush, trying to overwhelm Han before he can react. Han braces and uses his stone-covered forearms to meet the incoming slashes head-on. The swordsman's blades whip past in a blur, pressing the attack from multiple angles. Han keeps absorbing the blows with his stone skin instead of retreating. Their close quarters exchange intensifies as the assassin darts around him with relentless cuts. Amused by Han's confidence, the assassin admits his defense is better than expected. Han realizes the blades truly are failing to cut through his stone armor. Even so, he warns that knowing his identity does not mean the assassin has any chance of winning. Han prepares to press his advantage, convinced the fight is turning in his favor. The assassin counters that reality will not follow Han's assumptions and activates his stealth again. Han loses sight of him as the battlefield erupts with the sign of sudden disappearance. He quickly understands the assassin has hidden himself rather than withdrawn. Han tries to reassure himself that invisibility changes nothing if the attack still cannot pierce stone. He strikes into the empty space, declaring the hidden assault useless. The assassin appears at Han's blind side and mocks that certainty just before attacking. This time the blade draws blood, proving Han's defense is not absolute. Han is stunned to see himself wounded, while the assassin revels in his shock. The assassin boasts that he has hunted many opponents who relied on skills like Han's. He explains that Han's stone body only looked invincible because no one had exposed its weakness before. Driving the lesson home, he declares that every skill has a flaw. He batters Han with a barrage of precise strikes aimed at exploiting that flaw. Blood spreads across the shattered ground as the damage accumulates. Han coughs and struggles to stay upright under the punishment. He bitterly realizes stone skin fails against the shock transmitted through repeated impacts. Han pieces together the mechanism. The skill replaces broken sections with newly formed stone, but that replacement is much weaker. As the brittle layer crumbles away, the weakness becomes impossible to ignore. Facing the assassin's killing intent, Han understands he had been maneuvered into this outcome from the beginning. Still, he judges the fight has confirmed his own limits, proving he is only around average D rank in raw physical ability without his skill. Han calmly suggests ending the test, catching the assassin off guard. The assassin laughs at the idea, convinced Han is only bluffing after being cornered. As he charges again, Han reveals he sought this meeting on purpose. That statement makes the assassin hesitate as a dangerous change flashes in Han's eye. Han finally reveals his true aim. He wanted to take the assassin's skill for himself. The assassin is shaken as a sinister red-black force rises around Han, making him realize Han had been hiding something far worse than stone skin. Han drops the pretense and mocks the assassin for not seeing the trap sooner. When the assassin tries to rely on stealth again, Han unleashes the red power and dismisses invisibility as meaningless. Han seizes him with that power and reminds him of the very principle he preached, that every skill has a weakness. He recalls learning this truth while hunting monsters that could slip out of sight. From those hunts he discovered a predatory ability that eventually devoured every creature that escaped his vision. Han releases that predation now, sending it after the assassin no matter where he hides. The assassin turns in alarm as the pursuing force closes in even through stealth. Han's gaze hardens, one eye glowing with the certainty of a hunter who has already won. He declares that predation will reach the assassin no matter what, and the man breaks into panic. The red-black power tears into the assassin as Han advances through the chaos to claim the skill he wanted. The battle's violence gives way to a quiet view of the city beyond the ruined site. In the aftermath, Han lies alone amid the wreckage, the brutal test and its cost finally spent. A battered young man lies in a ruined wasteland, bitterly regretting that a scheming enemy managed to bring him down. As death closes in, he reflects that even celebrated heroes cannot escape it. Before he can give in, a towering red-eyed monster looms over him and moves in for the kill. The creature attacks with brutal force, certain it is finishing off helpless prey. Its blow crashes down hard enough to tear up the ground around him. But the monster immediately senses resistance and snarls in frustration instead of triumph. Something beneath the shattered earth rises up and disrupts the attack. The young man realizes he is somehow pressed flat against the ground and struggles to understand what changed. He sees the giant enemy above him, while his own body remains unnaturally pinned in place. A second version of himself appears and dryly notes that lying flat is actually more comfortable. The scene shifts away from the battlefield as the crisis gives way to a calmer world beyond it. At home, his parents rush to the door in shock and relief when he returns alive. The family's joy spills outside as relatives and neighbors greet him and confirm he made it back safely. His parents break down emotionally, overwhelmed by the fear of having nearly lost him. Others joke their panic was unnecessary, insisting nothing serious happened and laughing off the danger. The teasing continues, but the state of the damaged house makes it obvious the incident was far from minor. Across the city, life begins settling after the upheaval, though the scale of the event still hangs over everything. News coverage announces a major development tied to the giant break after 10 years. The government officially lifts the giant break warning and signals that the immediate emergency is over. Even so, authorities prepare for possible aftereffects by shutting nearby schools for a week. As survivors continue to be found, public fear eases, while injured witnesses reveal that threats stronger than expected were involved. One survivor tells investigators she regained consciousness and safety without knowing how she got there. Media attention quickly turns into a scramble to identify and celebrate whoever truly defeated the giant ogre. At the same time, officials keep the villain's identity hidden and people begin suspecting the secrecy serves political interests. Watching the coverage, the young man is satisfied that his own role has not been exposed. Alone at night, he confirms there is still no public mention of him and decides that suits him fine. With that settled, he prepares to move on to the next phase of his plans. He heads to a tunnel entrance and resolves to push forward into a new stage of growth. Reviewing his status, he notes that he is still only rank D but now possesses predation, stone skin, and stealth. He considers stealth an especially valuable gain, even if his current mana is too low to use all his abilities freely. Remembering how he survived by rationing mana while surrounded by monsters, he recognizes how narrow that victory was. To avoid dying the same way again, he searches for the most practical safeguard. He concludes that potions are the answer, since they can restore mana and reduce fatigue. The problem is that potions cost money, so survival now depends on earning more. To hunt legally for that money, he realizes he would need an official license. Since he lacks that permission, he settles on the only path left to him. He chooses to enter unexplored dungeons where rules and oversight have not yet caught up. Inside, he encounters a nest of intelligent B-rank spider sisters who are startled that a mere human has wandered in. He judges that even B-rank prey will not be enough to raise his own rank quickly, forcing him to think bigger. The spider sisters mock his weakness and rush him, convinced he does not grasp how doomed he is. One of them unleashes a strange attack meant to disable him before they feed. They launch a paralyzing assault and promise to devour him once he can no longer resist. Certain of victory, they taunt him as the paralysis takes hold, and his body should be shutting down. Instead, an unknown power lets him resist the effect completely, leaving him calm while their trap fails. He reveals he had already predicted they possessed a useful skill, stunning them with how easily he turned the situation around. Before they can recover, he vanishes from their sight and leaves them panicking in the dark tunnel. A violent unseen strike tears through the passage as his counterattack overwhelms them. His predation succeeds, and he acquires a new skill, paralysis. With his power growing, the story shifts toward the new South Korea Player Association. At its guarded entrance, the next stage of the larger conflict waits behind closed doors. In a formal meeting, a young guild master is brought before the leadership of South Korea's player world. The chairman identifies her as one of the nation's 2 finest players, making clear that this is no ordinary audience. He frames the discussion around what it means to be a player, a human who can confront monsters. He explains that awakened people are legally allowed to use their powers for combat, exploration, and dungeon clearing, and that 5 major powers currently dominate this system. Among them are the 4 great guilds, beginning with the combat-focused Undivided. He continues with the alchemists, the crafters and potion makers who support the player economy. He adds the magicians and the intelligence network known as the Nightwalkers, completing the 4 great guilds. Over all of them stands the state-backed authority that manages players themselves, the new South Korea Player Association. The woman realizes the man before her is the association's chairman, someone with the power to move the entire system. She greets him respectfully as the Nightwalkers Guild Master and a top-ranked player, Yuaong. The chairman, Ji Jinhui, returns the courtesy and signals that he did not summon her lightly. When he asks whether she has uncovered anything, she immediately understands he means the Malignant Guild. The Malignant Guild is revealed as a criminal player organization formed by the worst of the brutal felons, marked by a 3-skull insignia. Jinhui hands over a report detailing the group's recent movements and the players they have been targeting. Aang notes that such information could have been sent normally, so his personal delivery must mean he wants something more. Jinhui confirms that the document is only a pretext and steers the conversation toward a judgment call. He tells her he wants her opinion, not just her information. He asks when she first took the player test, reminding her that she qualified at the unusually young age of 17. The question makes her tense, as if she already senses where his reasoning is headed. Jinhui presses toward a provocative conclusion he knows she will resist. He asks whether a mere high school student could ever rival a monster in direct combat. Elsewhere, that very possibility begins to take shape as Kim Taehyun contacts the alchemists while handling glowing mana stones. He bluntly states his purpose. He wants to buy potions, showing he is already operating inside the player economy. With the school's week-long shutdown over, normal student life resumes around him. During those 7 days, Taehyun has used the time to train his body and raise his basic stats. He has also entered dungeons and survived real combat, gaining practical experience against monsters. His efforts lead him to one of the 4 great guilds, the Alchemists, where his haul of mana stones draws immediate attention. The guild staff treat him like a prized customer, eager to secure his business through potion trading. His current status is laid bare. Kim Taehyun, 19 years old, still only rank C, but with a growing set of skills and physical enhancements. That rank confirms he is still far from the top tiers despite his rapid progress. Taehyun knows it himself and keeps his ambition in check, recognizing that he still has a long way to go. For now, he must continue living as an ordinary student and return to school. At school, rumors have already spread that he beat up Bae Hyuksu's underlings, making classmates wonder if he has awakened. Others warn that if the rumor is true, Taehyun is in serious danger because he has provoked someone powerful. That danger arrives in person as a group closes in, escalating the situation beyond gossip. Taehyun stays calm and reads the threat instead of panicking. The tension turns physical when classroom furniture is violently knocked aside, clearing space for intimidation. Several enforcers step in, showing that this is an organized visit, not a random schoolyard scuffle. Their approach carries the weight of someone important entering to pass judgment. The students recognize the name behind the pressure and realize Lee Young-jae will not let this insult go unanswered. Lee Young-jae appears as an S-rank awakened and an old acquaintance of Taehyun, making the power gap explicit. His status is even broader than raw strength. He is the third-generation heir of the Taesen group and the boss of a notorious gang, the Blue Bulls. Before the confrontation fully settles, Taehyun is abruptly struck and sent crashing aside, a reminder of how little restraint his opponents intend to show. He regains himself quickly, bracing for what is really a coercive interrogation. Young-jae lounges in command while his men surround Taehyun, treating him as someone already beneath them. The reason for the visit becomes clear. Young-jae was the one who had Bae Hyuksu harass Taehyun for being unawakened. Taehyun rejects any pretense of friendship, making it clear he sees Young-jae only as the source of his humiliation. He drops all politeness and tells them to leave, openly challenging the hierarchy they expected him to submit to. One of Jungji's men explodes in anger at the disrespect and rushes to punish him for speaking that way. Taehyun answers instantly with a brutal punch to the attacker's face, turning the confrontation from intimidation into open retaliation. A battered student staggers into the room, but the red-haired boy dismisses his condition and insists their conversation will continue on his terms. Seated calmly, Kim Taehyun is mocked for feeling triumphant after defeating Bae Hyuksu, as if that victory has made him overconfident. The aggressor's tone turns colder, making it clear he has not come merely to taunt but to put Taehyun back in his place. That shift in intent lands immediately, and Taehyun realizes the threat in front of him is serious. Towering over him, the red-haired student warns that Taehyun chose the wrong person to act boldly in front of. As fiery power flares around him, the room recognizes that he is an S-rank awakened, and the display is meant to overwhelm everyone present. He tells Taehyun to listen while he is still being lenient, framing obedience as the only sensible option. Then he prepares to unleash predation, openly wondering how Taehyun will endure the ability. Before he can proceed, a blue-haired girl intervenes and orders Lee Young-jae to stop immediately. She backs that command with force, striking in and freezing the room's momentum before his intimidation can continue. Lee Young-jae is stunned to find Lim Ah-hyung standing against him, and she makes clear that Taehyun has had enough. Taehyun can only stare, caught off guard by someone stepping in for him so decisively. Her presence carries weight because Lim Ah-hyung is no ordinary student but an elite figure with status, talent, and a reputation that reaches across the school. She is celebrated as a future top-tier player with countless titles already attached to her name, and even greater expectations ahead. What defines her most, however, is that she never compromises once she has taken a side. She refuses to retreat now, standing directly in Lee Jung-jae's way and making the confrontation a matter of will as much as power. Lee Young-jae tries to laugh it off and pretend nothing improper is happening, recasting the scene as a harmless talk between friends. Ah-hyung cuts through the lie by reminding him she already punched him once, so there is no reason to pretend they are on friendly terms. His tone hardens as he warns her to be careful, signaling that he is close to dropping the pretense. She answers with equal force, telling him to leave on his own before she makes him. Taehyun finally steps in, urging both of them to stop because if two S-ranks fight here, the entire classroom will be wrecked. Lee Young-jae pauses, forced to reconsider now that Taehyun has spoken and the cost of escalation is undeniable. Ah-hyung also checks herself, recognizing that Taehyun is asking for restraint rather than rescue through violence. Taking that opening, Lee Young-jae claims he never intended to fight her and suggests they end it there. Even so, Ah-hyung stays ready, her power still gathered in case his retreat proves false. Lee Young-jae briefly prepares another attack anyway, as if testing whether he can still seize control before leaving. He raises a burning sphere in his hand, showing that he remains dangerous even while pretending to de-escalate. Ah-hyung meets that threat without flinching, poised to counter him the instant he acts. Taehyun remains seated between them, the silent center of the standoff that both sides are now measuring themselves against. A sudden broadcast cuts into the tension from the classroom speaker. The announcement identifies itself as a message from the broadcasting club, demanding everyone's attention. Students are informed that the Players Association will hold a special lecture in the main hall, and that all students are expected to gather immediately. The message is repeated across the campus, turning the interruption into a school-wide summons. Hearing the Players Association named makes Lee Young-jae hesitate, his focus shifting from the fight to whatever larger issue has just emerged. That mention unsettles him enough to break his momentum completely. Ah-hyung remains composed, still guarding Taehyun while waiting to see whether Lee Young-jae will finally back down. With a mocking smile, Lee Young-jae decides to withdraw rather than continue under these new circumstances. As he leaves, he tells them they are fortunate, implying the announcement is the only reason this confrontation is ending. Once he is gone, Ah-hyung lets the tension ease and turns her attention fully back to Taehyun. She checks whether Kim Taehyun is alright, her earlier aggression giving way to straightforward concern. Taehyun awkwardly brushes off the need for thanks, and his abrupt response leaves her momentarily confused. Instead of lingering, he heads for the door and reminds her that the announcement said to assemble in the main hall. She offers to go on ahead, still unsure how to read his detached reaction. Left with no clear answer, Ah-hyung is visibly puzzled by how unusual Taehyun's behavior feels to her. She wonders whether Kim Taehyun has always been this difficult to understand. The story shifts to the main hall as the school gathers for the unexpected event. Students fill the auditorium under the stage lights, speculating that the special lecture must be related to the recent gate break. A deputy manager from the Players Association steps forward, formally greeting the crowd and taking control of the room. He explains that he has come for two reasons, beginning with an apology for the association's poor response to the gate break and for the inadequate safety training that followed. He then announces there is a second reason for the visit, as a figure surrounded by ominous purple energy appears to reveal the true purpose of the assembly. An association official announces that the player tryout system is being changed because it will shape the future of the new South Korean Players Association. Among the students listening, one red-haired boy immediately seethes at the mention of Kim Taehyun. A blue-haired girl also fixates on Taehyun and decides she needs to confront him after the lecture. The restless crowd reacts with confusion and boredom as the announcement drags on. The briefing continues inside the school gym where the students have been gathered. Most of them assume the tryouts have nothing to do with high schoolers and dismiss the whole thing. The speaker cuts off that assumption and reveals the policy now concerns them directly. He explains that the surge in gate breaks, monsters, and dungeons has created a crisis. Because the association is short on manpower, high school students will now be allowed to enter the nomination process for player tryouts. That revelation shocks the entire audience. The official claims nominees will be chosen fairly through ability, evaluations, grades, and conduct, but Taehyun immediately sees through that as empty talk. The speaker confirms the tryouts are open to high schoolers, though the selection process has already begun. He adds that the selection is being guided by Go Taewook's skill. That skill, Observer's Eye, begins scanning the students and assigning them numerical values. The official explains that Observer's Eye can quantify overall ability and even inspect a target's status information. He speaks with confidence, certain the process is reliable. Looking over the results, he concludes this school has unusually strong prospects and could produce excellent players. Then he singles out two students as especially extraordinary. The first is the red-haired boy, whose score is an overwhelming 1924. The second is the blue-haired girl, whose score is even higher at 2335. The official recalls that Nightwalkers had already recommended candidates here and is stunned by how many untrained awakened students he has found. Pleased with the haul, he prepares to write up recommendations immediately. Before he can continue, the red-haired student raises his hand and interrupts. The official hesitates, unsure what challenge is coming. The boy points out that if this is truly a lecture about player tryouts, some people present should not even qualify to hear it. He argues that tryouts are meant to assess awakened people fit to become players. From that premise, he openly declares that unawakened students have no place in the room. The lecture itself reinforces that being a player requires more than raw strength, rank, adaptability, and knowledge of the abyss all matter in judging a player. The association's own standards make player selection a complex evaluation. The red-haired boy twists that logic to say all those qualities still begin with being awakened. He mocks the unawakened as people who would only be humiliated by listening to this. Taehyun realizes the attack is aimed squarely at him and understands Lee Young-jae is trying to force proof of his awakening. Young-jae openly dares him to prove it if he can. The blue-haired girl tries to call Taehyun out, but he coldly rejects her interference. His indifference leaves her flustered and irritated instead of helping. She gives up on defending him and snaps that she does not care either. The official refuses to expel anyone, saying attendance is each student's own choice. Young-jae turns back to Taehyun and mocks him for being unable to get nominated as an unawakened nobody. He presses further, questioning whether Taehyun even cares about the tryouts at all. Taehyun answers that without proving himself awakened, he cannot even get close to the tryouts. But he also realizes he does not need to reveal everything if he can secure a recommendation another way. From the stage, the official watches the tension between Taehyun and Young-jae sharpen. Using observer's eye on Taehyun, he dismisses Young-jae as pathetic for bullying someone he believes is only an S-rank player picking on the weak. He identifies Taehyun as an unawakened student whose latent rank remains unknown in the school records. Yet when he tries to verify more, observer's eye fails to read Taehyun properly. That impossible result jolts the official. Taehyun suddenly agrees with Jungji's logic in a way that confuses everyone. He repeats the insult back at himself, as if accepting that an unawakened person has no reason to stay. Then he makes his decision. Taehyun declares he will leave on his own rather than endure the farce. Young-jae sneers after him and tells everyone else to stay trapped in the lecture while he keeps mocking Taehyun. The official is too distracted by the failed skin to stop him, realizing observer's eye did not work on Taehyun at all. He compares the anomaly to even the chairman and cannot make sense of it. Remembering Yuaong, he concludes this kind of unreadable target should not exist. As Taehyun walks away, Young-jae cannot understand why someone like him would dare ignore the humiliation. The official is left wondering what kind of boy could produce such a result. Taehyun heads for the exit without looking back. Even at the door, he keeps moving as though none of them matter. Behind him, the official keeps seeing the same failed verification message and grows more unsettled. Taehyun leaves with a faint smile, knowing the scan's failure has already changed the situation. The official finally grasps that he may have badly misjudged the boy. At the same time, another hidden observer begins to take interest. That watcher reads Taehyun's true power at 5096, far beyond everyone else in the room. Outside the lecture hall, the school remains calm, unaware of what is unfolding. Elsewhere in the building, the scene shifts to a quiet library corridor. Inside the library, the shelves stand empty of people but full of books and late sunlight. Young-jae has already withdrawn there, searching books for clues about the king and deciding the lecture is useless to him. He concludes he will not find what he wants in the library either. Before he can leave, several boys approach him with bad news. They tell him Young-jae is looking for him and that he has to come along. Taehyun calmly asks what happens if he refuses. The boys answer with a threatening silence that says refusal is not an option. Then they reveal they know about his aunt and her restaurant, turning the threat personal. They make clear that Young-jae wanted that message delivered to him. The gang repeats Jungji's cruelty, calling Taehyun a pathetic orphan and implying his aunt can be made to suffer more. They move to drag him away by force if necessary. Taehyun answers by smashing the library apart with a sudden violent strike. The shelves and books collapse into wreckage under the impact. One of the boys is blasted back, coughing blood. Taehyun lifts another by the throat and warns them not to make him ask twice. He demands to know where Lee Young-jae is. The story cuts back to the now empty stage in the gym. The gym's equipment sits untouched as the confrontation moves elsewhere. Young-jae waits on the court with his bodyguard, expecting Taehyun to come. The bodyguard finds Taehyun's arrival surprising and asks what exactly he is dealing with. He reveals that after Taehyun first appeared, he tried several status effect skills on him and none worked, identifying himself as A-rank player Seol Hundu, Jungji's bodyguard. Hundu concludes from that resistance that Taehyun is probably an A-rank awakened, and Young-jae smugly treats that as confirmation. With that settled, Young-jae proposes they finally talk properly. Taehyun says nothing and simply faces them. Young-jae softens his tone and claims he never meant real harm because he actually wants to recruit Taehyun. He boasts that as heir to Taesan Group he plans to found his own guild after graduation and needs capable people around him. He expects Taehyun to understand the value of that offer. To Young-jae, what matters is human talent, not dead weight like the people he despises. He flatters Taehyun as exactly the kind of talent he wants by his side. Young-jae urges him to forget their past conflict and join him, promising status and opportunity. He even claims he can rescue Taehyun's family from hardship, but Taehyun hears only empty arrogance and contempt. The offer finally provokes a visible reaction from Taehyun. He repeats Jungji's promises back with disgust, making clear he rejects every part of them. Taehyun declares that Youngjae has crossed a line by dragging his family into this. For the first time, Youngjae is briefly stunned by the intensity of Taehyun's response. Then he recovers and decides force will work better than persuasion. Youngjae unleashes his fire and compares Taehyun to a dog that needs training. At the same time, Hyundai casts a sealing spell across the floor. He activates Room, a binding skill that isolates the space so no one outside can detect the magic or the fight. The gym is enclosed inside the hidden battlefield. Satisfied that the young master can now fight unseen, Hyundai prepares to let the lesson begin. Youngjae attacks first, hurling himself into a blazing assault while Hyundai watches. Taehyun meets the charge head-on with hardened arms and refuses to be overwhelmed. Youngjae follows with a flaming strike, fully intent on crushing him. Their collision detonates across the court. The impact tears through the floor and sends fire and debris everywhere. Taehyun takes the hit but stays in the fight, forcing Youngjae to realize this will not be easy. He counters from a low angle and turns the exchange into close combat, where Youngjae is less comfortable. Youngjae answers with another explosive attack, trying to regain distance and control. The blast hurts Taehyun, but it does not stop him. Youngjae laughs wildly and demands that Taehyun finally recognize the gap between them. Even as explosions fill the sealed room, Hyundai remains still and studies the fight. Watching Taehyun endure, Hyundai begins to pity Youngjae instead. He judges Taehyun to be a high-grade body-strengthening user with A-rank awakening and far more combat sense than a student should have, meaning Youngjae may have picked the wrong opponent. Hyundai realizes that today Youngjae is facing someone who can actually match him up close. Youngjae lunges in again, trying to break Taehyun with another direct strike. Taehyun slips inside the attack and answers with a brutal counter. His blow lands cleanly and sends Youngjae flying. Hyundai warns Youngjae that he cannot win like this and should know his limits. That warning shocks him because it means even his own bodyguard sees defeat coming. Taehyun presses the advantage and drives Youngjae backward with relentless close-range attacks. The two trade a rapid flurry, but Taehyun keeps forcing the fight into Jungji's weak range. He overwhelms Jungji's guard with speed and pressure. The exchange blurs into pure impact and momentum. Taehyun crashes through Jungji's defense and lands another decisive hit. The strike detonates against Youngjae and sends him skidding away. Hyundai can hardly believe it, realizing Youngjae has been overpowered in close combat. Youngjae crashes to the floor, stunned and unable to understand how this is happening. Then panic sets in as he realizes his body is no longer responding. Hyundai immediately recognizes the change and understands Youngjae has been immobilized. He realizes Taehyun must possess another skill beyond body strengthening and starts questioning what he really is. Taehyun, battered but satisfied, notes that the effect has finally taken hold. It is revealed that through predation he had already acquired 3 stolen skills. One of them is stealth. Another is paralysis. Taehyun had not used everything at once, because he knew he needed the right timing. He understood that low-grade paralysis would struggle against Jungji's resistance, while stealth could help him survive and close the distance through the fire. Predation was too dangerous to rely on recklessly, so he built his plan around repeated contact instead. His real objective was to stack paralysis through close combat until resistance finally failed. Because status effects grow stronger through direct repeated blows, every exchange had been part of that setup. After resisting again and again, Jungji's body finally reaches the point where paralysis takes hold completely. Taehyun uses that opening to drive another crushing blow into him. Youngjae is left sprawled in the wreckage while Taehyun advances through the smoke. Hyundai can only stare in stunned silence as the balance of power in the room completely reverses. An observer realizes in shock that Kim Taehyun is a prodigy whose raw combat ability has already surpassed his master's level in a direct fight. Even so, the battle itself has taken a dangerous turn as his opponent lies battered yet still far from finished. The fallen man admits Kim Taehyun was stronger than he expected and accepts that he could not have been beaten so badly otherwise. Standing over him, Taehyun's overwhelming edge is made clear as the defeated man concedes he had underestimated him. But instead of ending things there, Taehyun decides to push further by using a purple crystal. He crushes the stone and releases the power sealed inside it. The surge hits Taehyun immediately, and he is startled by the intensity flooding through him. That power erupts outward and transforms him into a blazing skeletal flame form towering over the room. Consumed by that form, Taehyun declares that he will now fight seriously as well. He launches forward like a living inferno, turning the entire exchange into a headlong assault. The transformed Taehyun tears through the space with monstrous speed and force, driving his enemy back. A brutal impact lands cleanly, showing that the fight has shifted from dominance to outright destruction. The battered opponent is hurled away as Taehyun's flaming momentum keeps pressing without pause. Bloodied and stunned, the man crashes into the wall and can barely process the violence of the attack. Taehyun follows with another explosive strike, his flame form roaring as it overwhelms any chance to recover. He chains the assault together, battering the man through the room with relentless, amplified power. The force of the attack grinds through stone and debris as if the surroundings cannot withstand what Taehyun has unleashed. The destruction continues to spread in a blazing torrent, carrying the enemy along with it. A final blast detonates above, signaling the peak of Taehyun's rampage. The opponent screams as he is flung across the floor, shredded by heat, shock, and debris. Watching from the side, a subordinate recognizes this blazing skeletal state as the true form of the young master's flame heart skill. He explains that this power normally would not be drawn out so easily, which makes the current situation even more alarming. The reason becomes clear when attention returns to the shattered purple crystal Taehyun used. It is identified as a mana-amplifying stone made by refining a monster's core into a concentrated source of power. Its function is simple and dangerous. It temporarily boosts the user's mana. With that boost, Taehyun has forcibly pulled out the true S-rank power hidden within him. The bodyguard's concern is that this shortcut comes with a serious cost. He urgently calls for Taehyun to stop, fearing the young master is about to kill his opponent in this state. He warns that even with S-rank potential, Taehyun's body is not ready, and the vessel itself could rupture from the strain of the magic. Before he can intervene properly, a flaming projectile cuts through the air. It explodes against the bodyguard, interrupting him with a direct attack. Taehyun turns on his own protector and furiously rejects being ordered around by a mere servant. Still coughing and injured, the defeated man watches as Taehyun's rage spills out, revealing that humiliation has become the real fuel behind his violence. Kim Taehyun, bloodied but conscious, realizes the situation has become more dangerous than the fight itself. He tries to snap Taehyun out of it, but the transformed young master only grows more hostile. Laughing wildly, Taehyun abandons restraint completely and declares that Kim Taehyun must die. The bodyguard understands the worst has happened. The amplified power has destabilized Taehyun's mind, and now the aftermath may be impossible to control. As smoke rises from the shattered floor, he begs Kim Taehyun to stop fighting and run while there is still a chance. Resolved to contain the disaster himself, the bodyguard moves to stop the young master as quickly as possible. Kim Taehyun intervenes first, striking the bodyguard hard enough to halt him. The blow sends the man crashing away, preventing him from stepping into the fight. Kim Taehyun rejects the idea of retreat, making it clear he will not run after being dragged into this battle. Instead, he uses recovery items to restore fatigue, stamina, and mana, preparing to continue on equal footing. With dark red energy rising around him, Kim Taehyun decides that if Taehyun is going all out, he will answer in kind. Elsewhere, the focus shifts to a towering headquarters where the implications of this clash are being assessed. Inside a formal meeting room, officials gather around a superior while Kim Taehyun stands before them under scrutiny. The numbers being discussed leave the superior stunned, as the measured values sound almost unbelievable. The report confirms it. Lee Young-jae registered 1900 and Lim Ah-hyung 2300, meaning both have awakened as S ranks. The staff stress how absurd that is, noting even unstable S ranks should not reach such levels and comparing it to the legendary standard associated with a Saint-class player. The superior bursts into excitement at the possibility that South Korea may have produced a new Saint-level ranker, while Kim Taehyun quietly fixates on the word Saintess. The narration introduces the Saintess as one of the leading players of Sion. Her power is framed as extraordinary, with a stat total already around 2,500 at the age of 17. That benchmark makes the current anomaly even harder to accept, because the monster in question only barely exceeded that level. A young man's displayed stat of 5,096 leaves the adults staring at something that should not be possible. Unable to trust what he is seeing, one of them wonders whether the reading is an illusion or a system error, but decides he has to confirm it himself. He hurries down the corridor with others following, driven by the need to verify the impossible result. His urgency turns desperate as he pushes himself to check the truth with his own eyes. But the closer he gets, the more he realizes this cannot be dismissed so easily. Dropping to his knees, he begins to fear that the unbelievable reading may be real. That fear is answered when a violent red-black force erupts before him like a descending calamity. The power takes on a monstrous, skull-like form, making clear that this is no harmless irregularity. The red-haired man is overwhelmed and cannot understand how such force could be crushing him. His disbelief deepens as he realizes he is being dominated by Kim Taehyun, a mere club member, despite his own status as an A-rank and heir to the Taesen group. His pride refuses to accept it, and he clings to his name and standing as if they should still matter. He lashes out with fury, invoking Lee Jung-ji's name as he tries to reassert himself. Kim Taehyun dismisses all of that status outright, making it clear that bloodline and rank mean nothing here. He reveals the real reason with a cold certainty. This is about the king's power. The red-haired man is jolted as the meaning of that statement finally reaches him. He recognizes what he is facing and realizes Kim Taehyun is wielding the king's power itself. The force closes in from every direction, trapping him at the center with no way out. As the pressure bears down, he is completely swallowed by the attack. The contained power detonates in a blinding burst. Outside, the city remains calm for a brief instant before the blast reaches it. Then the school building erupts outward in a massive explosion. The gym is left shattered and burning, its interior blown open to the sky. The red-haired attacker lies battered in the wreckage, barely conscious after the blast. Another injured man struggles upright, shaken by what he has just witnessed. Kim Taehyun emerges from the destruction largely composed, treating the devastation as an unexpected but manageable turn. The bald man drops before him, instantly understanding who now controls the situation. He identifies Kim Taehyun as the A-rank player Seol Hundu and admits he never expected to meet him during the middle of a processing operation. Kim Taehyun coolly notes that the man should have recognized him already, then demands to know what kind of scheme is underway. The kneeling man explains that the target is the young master and heir of the Taesen group, and he questions why Kim Taehyun is interfering so shamelessly. Kim Taehyun makes it clear he does not see the red-haired man as enough of a threat to warrant fear. He adds that he has no intention of killing him either, which leaves the kneeling man grasping for what he wants instead. The answer is simple and mercenary. If they want the heir to live, they must pay for his life. Kim Taehyun weighs the victim's value aloud, noting that being the Taesan heir should raise the price considerably. With casual confidence, he physically asserts control over the negotiation and enjoys the other man's helplessness. He settles on a demand of at least 1 billion won, treating the near death of the heir as a business opportunity. Outside the ruined gym, students gather in alarm as smoke and fire pour from the building. Panic spreads through the crowd as they try to understand whether an attack or a monster caused the disaster. One student recognizes the energy immediately and concludes that this destruction came from Lee Jungji's power, which only deepens the mystery of who he really is. In a panicked fantasy of the worst outcome, the red-haired boy brutally orders Kim Taehyun to take the blame while someone cries for help. The imagined scenario horrifies Ah-hyung, who recoils from how disastrous that relationship could become. Trying to regain control, she tells the other students to stay back while she moves to act herself. Ignoring the danger, Ah-hyung breaks from the group and rushes toward the burning gym. She realizes too late that leaving Kim Taehyun alone inside as a mere bystander was a terrible mistake. Blaming herself, she forces her way through the flames, desperate to reach him. With tears in her eyes, she begs Kim Taehyun to survive no matter what. Inside, the red-haired heir writhes and cries out in pain from the floor. And amid the smoke and wreckage, Kim Taehyun remains standing calmly, still in command of everything around him. Kim Taehyun stands over the wreckage of a violent fight, while a blue-haired girl arrives to find one student unconscious and the scene still burning. He greets her as if she came at the perfect moment, and coldly orders her to take the fallen boy to the hospital, while pretending he only needs help moving him. When she demands to know what happened, Taehyun casually lies that the boy must have fallen down the stairs, refusing to admit any involvement. The injured student weakly reacts to that excuse, but Taehyun doubles down, insists the matter has nothing to do with him, and warns her not to mention seeing him there. He turns to leave, and the girl desperately calls after him for a real explanation, but he ignores her. Before she can stop him, he vanishes from the ruined gym, leaving her alone with the unconscious boy and the spreading fire. She is left staring in confusion at the empty space where he was just standing. Outside, Taehyun catches his breath and looks over the city, relieved that the immediate mess behind him will be handled by others. He decides the aftermath is effectively settled, trusting Lim Ah-hyung to deal with Lee Young-jae and assuming Taesan Group has already moved to contain the incident. Just as he starts to move on, something strange begins happening to his body. A status window appears before him, listing his current rank and abilities, and he is startled to see a new skill among them. He notices an absurdly low charm stat and fixates on the unfamiliar addition. The new skill is Monarch's Heart, a party-wide buff that enhances allies rather than the flame-based power he expected to gain. Taehyun is baffled that preying on Lee Young-jae gave him a support skill instead of Flame Heart, and he mocks the idea that charm could matter to him at all. He realizes the reward he received is not the offensive ability he had anticipated. The system makes it clear that what he obtained is Monarch's Heart. Its effect is to raise the stats of everyone fighting on his side. Taehyun is shocked that Lee Young-jae possessed a rare party support skill of this kind. That surprise quickly turns into excitement as he recognizes how valuable the ability really is. He reasons that party-wide skills are rare regardless of rank, and for someone like him who intends to stack multiple abilities, a flexible buff skill is even better than a single elemental one. The discovery leaves him thrilled by the possibilities of combining Monarch's Heart with his growing arsenal. His celebration is cut short when several black sedans suddenly surround him on the road. The sharp arrival snaps him back to danger. A powerful man steps out and announces that he has finally found Kim Taehyun. Taehyun is confronted by a full escort, and the newcomer makes it clear he has many questions to ask. As the man prepares to begin, Taehyun is stunned to recognize him and wonders why someone of this level is here now. The visitor is Go Tae-wook, the association's deputy manager, and his presence immediately raises the stakes. The scene shifts to a grand estate, revealing that even larger powers are reacting behind the scenes. Inside, a man with a drink demands to know what all of this is supposed to mean. Furious that his only son is hospitalized and now asking for 1 billion won to keep the matter quiet, he treats the request as both an insult and a threat. A terrified subordinate kneels before him and apologizes, unable to withstand the pressure of the man's monstrous presence. The subordinate tries to excuse himself, but the order comes down to comply with the son's wishes. That obedience shocks the subordinate, while the man in charge finds the boy's nerve unexpectedly interesting. Still, he decides that if such a price is being paid, there must be something worthwhile gained in return. He signals that the matter will not end with money alone and that a proper reward must be extracted. The subordinate realizes something far worse is being planned and panics. He protests that targeting a mere teenager would be too cruel, but his fear only exposes how powerless he is. The master silences him with contempt, declaring that he will not tolerate a barking dog. The man is revealed as Lee Young-soo, an S-rank player and president of Taesan Group, making clear that a top-tier monster now has his eyes on the situation. Back on the road, Go Tae-wook directly asks Taehyun what he did at the gym, and Taehyun is alarmed that Tae-wook is here in person. Taehyun quickly weighs whether Tae-wook is investigating the gym explosion or the earlier lecture hall incident, trying to judge how much has been uncovered. He reasons that a deputy manager would not normally come over a simple fire, unless Tae-wook already suspects him personally. To test that, Taehyun casually brings up the explosion himself and watches for a reaction. Taewook's confusion shows he was not talking about the fire at all. He dismisses the blaze as something other agencies will handle and refocuses on the unanswered question. Taehyun realizes with relief that the explosion is not what brought Taewook here. When Taewook presses again about the gym, Taehyun understands that the real issue lies elsewhere, so he answers with a bluff, acting as if Taewook should already know the reason for this visit. The move catches Taewook off guard, and Taehyun boldly reframes the encounter as an invitation to the player tryouts. Taewook laughs at the absurd confidence of that answer and demands to know why Taehyun would think such a thing. Instead of backing down, Taehyun releases his power and offers that as proof of his worth. His aura surges violently, and he asks whether that display is not enough to justify being scouted. Taewook and his men are visibly shaken by the sudden pressure. Taewook realizes Taehyun is even stronger than before and that the strange number he saw previously was not a mistake. Faced with that impossible growth, Taewook can only ask who Kim Taehyun really is. Taehyun casually deflects the question and even jokes about the ruined state of his clothes, refusing to explain himself. The mention of player tryouts echoes in his mind as the scene shifts to earlier that day. At home, his friend is stunned to learn Taehyun plans to enter the player tryouts in just 1 month. The news leaves his friend speechless. Taehyun treats the reaction like exaggerated worship and jokes back, asking if he is being mocked. Privately, he decides Taesan Group will clean up the gym incident, which should reduce Taewook's suspicions and buy him time to focus entirely on training for the tryouts. He is about to conclude that nothing else will interfere when his phone suddenly rings. The call interrupts his plans before he can settle down. The story jumps to a rooftop where hidden watchers are observing his home. One of them wonders why an association player would be guarding an ordinary high schooler's house. The answer comes fast when a bandaged fighter attacks and effortlessly chokes out the observer, dismissing the guard as a likely protector of a tryout prospect. The attacker identifies himself as Black of the Black and White Brothers, an assassin who specializes in stealth and body strengthening, and he notes that organizations fiercely protect promising recruits. His younger partner White questions whether a mere inexperienced kid deserves that level of protection, revealing himself as another stealth-based assassin. Black agrees that prospects are overrated and claims that without real battle experience they are still useless. Confident in their superiority, he decides to show the boy what a real awakened fighter looks like. That confidence is shattered when Taehyun suddenly appears and smashes White before the assassins can even react. Black lunges in rage, demanding to know who just struck his brother. Taehyun answers with mocking innocence while White reels from the blow. Black realizes too late that he is facing someone far beyond what he expected. Taehyun drives another brutal hit into White, crushing him into the rooftop. The impact leaves White broken and bleeding. Taehyun coldly repeats their own insult back at them, calling White the inexperienced kid. The narrative rewinds to the burning gym a few hours earlier, where the $1 billion demand was first raised. The bald intermediary panics that he cannot decide such a huge payoff alone and begs for understanding. Taehyun assures him he is not blaming a mere underling, only demanding that he secure an agreement with the people above him. To make sure the man cannot betray him, Taehyun begins binding him with magic. He presents a magical contract and proposes sealing the deal formally. The contract is the Awakened's Oath, a binding magical agreement whose violation causes a random permanent penalty. Taehyun says the terms will be simple. The first condition is that the promised $1 billion compensation must be paid. The second is that Taesan Group must fully clean up the gym incident and publicly frame it as a gas explosion with no casualties. There is still another condition, and the ringing phone in the present ties back to it. The bald man, Seol Hundu, later calls to report in accordance with the oath. Bound by the contract, he is forced to warn Taehyun in advance about any revenge attack being prepared against him. Back on the rooftop, Black launches a knife attack at Taehyun with full speed. Taehyun avoids the strike with help from Taewook, who suddenly joins the fight and intercepts the assassin. Taehyun notices Taewook's intervention and immediately reads the shift in the battle. Taewook counters with overwhelming force, blasting Black away and smashing through the rooftop structure. Black is hurled into the air, completely outclassed. He crashes down hard, the momentum of Taewook's attack leaving no room for resistance. Taewook identifies the pair as the Black and White Brothers and notes that they are known for stealth-based assassination. Seeing how easily they were exposed, he dismisses their reputation as meaningless. He bluntly concludes that if stealth is all they have, then they are worthless in every other respect. Elsewhere, the story shifts to a car carrying another major player toward the coming tryouts. A woman in the back seat notes that the participants for the player tryouts have already been selected and that the event will gather prospects from across the country. She asks the chairman which candidate he is most eager to see, suggesting the famous Busan S ranker Shin Yun-bak. The chairman dismisses that guess and says someone else interests him far more. To her surprise, the person he names is her younger sister. She is not shocked by the family's ruthlessness, and he laughs that she remains as severe as ever. When she asks who Ah-hyung is actually looking forward to, she first offers the obvious answer of Shin Yun-bak. Then she admits that changed once they heard something amusing. What caught their attention was the rumor that Deputy Manager Taewook personally contacted a student. That rumor makes them wonder just how exceptional that student must be for Taewook to step in himself. Back on the rooftop, the battered assassins can only groan under the weight of that reality. Taehyun, meanwhile, feels something wrong in his own body as the strain of his recent growth catches up to him. The system warns that his physical ability is insufficient, and that predation is currently unusable due to overload. The fight ends and the street below falls quiet again. The two assassins are left slumped together in defeat, while Taehyun and Taewook stand over them. Association personnel condemn the Black and White brothers for attacking not only Association players but even a high school test taker, treating the incident as proof that villains are growing bolder. Taewook thanks Taehyun for reporting the attack and asks whether he knows who sent them. Taehyun pauses, weighing how much to reveal. He decides not to expose the truth and claims he has no idea. Taewook wonders if the tryout participant list was leaked and resolves to tighten security for the other candidates, while Taehyun privately thinks letting Taesan group take the blame would cleanly bury the matter and only inconvenience him a little. But even as he thinks that, the real problem remains his own unstable condition and the limits of his body. The system warnings continue to remind him that his current stats are too low to handle predation safely. He realizes the issue is not the skill itself but that his body is too weak to support it, so the answer must be to raise his stats. That leads him to the obvious method he has been avoiding: hunting monsters to increase his awakening rank. He considers preying on awakened humans instead, but without predation that route is closed, leaving him with no easy shortcut. Frustrated, he accepts that he has only one real option left, so he heads to Blackhead, a famous training center tied to the new South Korea Association. The place's reputation is obvious before he even steps inside. A cheerful guide named Yura welcomes him and introduces Blackhead as the country's best training center. She asks how she can help, still assuming he is just another clueless teenager. His friend is stunned that Taehyun came to a place reserved for the rich and powerful, but Taehyun simply asks why else he would be there. When Yura tries to explain that this is not an ordinary gym, Taehyun cuts her off by asking to register 2 people. He produces an SVIP card that instantly changes the atmosphere. Yura recognizes it as a card from Alchemist, one of the 4 great guilds, and realizes his access is genuine. She starts wondering whether this boy is the disciple of some major player or secretly one himself. Unsure whether approving him could create trouble, she hesitates over what to do next. Her dilemma is interrupted by the arrival of a flamboyant bodybuilder who loudly announces himself. The man is Iron Strongman, and he declares that money alone is not enough to earn entry here. Taehyun's friend is absurdly impressed by the ridiculous name, while Taehyun is only baffled by it. Other gym members whisper that newcomers caught Iron Strongman's attention are in for a miserable time. Iron Strongman boasts that everyone trembles at his name and offers to forgive Taehyun if he leaves now, but Taehyun dismisses him as a weak loudmouth. That insult instantly wipes the smile off Iron Strongman's face. Taehyun's friend and Yura both panic as they realize he has provoked the wrong person. Iron Strongman takes the insult personally and demands to know how anyone could call him the weak one. Taehyun calmly proposes a bet, with the loser paying a full year of membership fees. Iron Strongman laughs at the arrogance, but he accepts because humiliating the kid now sounds even more entertaining. A strange portal-like display activates, signaling that their contest will not be a normal spar. Taehyun and Iron Strongman are transported into a virtual battlefield and told to prove themselves there. The challenge begins as the system fully loads the simulated arena around them. Spectators gather before a massive screen to watch the match unfold in real time. The crowd is stunned when the arena is revealed to be the Abyss, a notorious high-level environment. Yura explains that what they are seeing is Virtual Porter, a virtual reality combat program that can simulate deadly battlefields like the Abyss. A company called Virtual Porter is introduced as a dominant force in the gaming world, built around a brutal virtual training system. Its signature mode throws players into a nightmare battlefield packed with monsters, turning survival into a test of status and strength. One observer explains that the mode's real purpose is to establish hierarchy in the training center, and that one player has become famous for overwhelming Iron Strongman there. Inside the simulation, Iron Strongman revels in his role as the boss of the arena and prepares to crush the challenger again. He lunges in with open contempt, furious that a mere newcomer keeps daring to challenge him. Boasting that his muscle enhancement makes him supreme in direct combat, he tries to end the fight with raw power. But his opponent instantly proves the gap in versatility, using superior mobility to slip past the attack and seize control of the exchange. As the combo counter climbs, it becomes clear that Iron Strongman's weight and strength only make him easier to exploit in this matchup. For the first time, Iron Strongman realizes he may have misjudged the fight. The challenger drives him back through the battlefield, turning the boss into prey while the surrounding monsters are dragged into the chaos. With enemies closing in from every direction, the player reads the flow of the field instead of panicking. He bursts through the swarm at high speed, using the monster's formation as part of his route rather than an obstacle. Then he channels a violent surge of energy into his movement, preparing a wide area finish. The monsters rush him all at once, expecting to overwhelm him by numbers. Instead, he detonates a sweeping strike that tears through the entire pack and shatters the encirclement. He keeps pressing forward with calm confidence, fully in command of the battle's tempo. The remaining monsters are pulled into the attack's path before they can recover. The assault peaks at a 999 hit combo, leaving the field devastated and the onlookers stunned by the scale of it. Iron Strongman, drenched in sweat, admits this was far beyond what he expected and that he never imagined the challenger could keep this up for so long. The spectators celebrate the performance as extraordinary training under maximum load, openly backing the victor. From the ruined arena, the winner casually reminds Iron Strongman of their bet and makes clear the contest is over. He claims the win without ceremony and orders Iron Strongman to pay up and leave. The story then shifts to a much larger event as crowds gather at a massive venue for the long-awaited player license exam. Excitement spreads through the applicants as everyone recognizes this as the gateway into the professional player world. Reports explain that the exam was originally limited to academy recommendations, but the scale has expanded dramatically with associations and test centers drawing talent from across the country. Among the notable participants is Hong Jung-wook, the A-rank close combat specialist known as Iron Fist. Another standout is Lee Gilson, the A-rank druid whose combat sense is respected even by higher-ranked players. Busan's feared S-rank Shin Yunbuk also appears, carrying the title Thunder God. So does Lim Ah-hyun, an S-rank prospect praised for recording some of the best figures among all test takers. With so many elite names entering, the tryouts feel less like a routine exam and more like a national showcase of future stars. Amid the rush, a rookie reporter panics because the venue is too large and the assignment is already slipping out of her control. She introduces herself as Kim Ji-ja of SY Economy News and fears that if she cannot cover this properly, her career may be over before it starts. Unable to get close enough for interviews or even decent photos, she sinks into despair as the crowd swallows every opportunity. While she spirals into self-pity over being an E-rank reporter with no future, someone approaches from behind. She notices him and, still overwhelmed, blurts out how impossible it seems for any ordinary test taker to stand out in a crowd like this. That thought catches on one phrase in particular, and she suddenly realizes the person beside her is himself a test taker. The young man brushes off the situation with mild annoyance, as if the whole event is more inconvenience than opportunity. He identifies himself as Kim Tae-hyun, a C-rank applicant for the player tryouts. The scale of the venue and the endless stream of candidates underline just how insignificant one C-rank name should be here. An official calls Kim Tae-hyun in with only a minute left before the test begins, and he remarks that he nearly missed it because of the reporter's last-second interruption. Even so, he remains composed and seems to decide that first impressions will matter. As he heads inside, he deliberately prepares to shape how others will perceive him. He enters the waiting area packed with numbered candidates, blending into the crowd only for the moment. The room is tense and quiet, filled with competitors measuring one another before the exam starts. The numbered uniforms and packed space emphasize how many hopefuls are here to compete for the same future. One nearby student notices something unusual and reacts with sudden curiosity. Kim Tae-hyun also recognizes the voice, surprised to find someone familiar here. A class president spots him and is shocked that he is taking the exam too. What truly stuns her is his transformed physique, and he casually claims it came from doing only a little training. Her disbelief deepens as rumors about his awakening clash with the absurd change in his body, hinting that Kim Tae-hyun is hiding far more than a simple late-growth spurt. A startled participant is confronted by a blue-haired examiner, who demands to know what he did to Lee during their last encounter. Before that tension can settle, the applicants are welcomed to a major selection test meant to choose the awakened who will shape New Korea's future. The officials announce that this first round will determine who among the awakened candidates is worthy of advancing. Everyone is told to check the numbered exam ticket pinned to their chest, making it clear that each person's badge is central to the test. The rule is revealed: each participant must collect 5 tickets total, including protecting their own, because losing their own ticket means immediate elimination. The examiners frame the challenge as a ruthless ticket scramble, signaling that the test is designed to force direct conflict. With only 1 hour allowed, the arena itself begins shifting, throwing contestants off balance as the test environment turns unstable. The officials permit every method except murder, and the moving battlefield instantly drives the participants into confusion and chaos. As the blue-haired examiner gives the final signal, the first test officially begins. The transformed arena breaks into separated platforms, scattering the candidates and forcing them to adapt mid-fall and mid-movement. Seeing the lone S-rank examiner exposed at the center, several contestants decide the fastest path is to gang up on her before she can threaten them. She answers their charge without hesitation, unleashing a cold power with calm precision. Her attack erupts into a massive burst of ice, instantly freezing the assault and demonstrating a level of power far beyond the crowd's expectations. Watching from above, the officials note that she truly is a Saintis-rank talent, while also acknowledging that the other participants are no ordinary rookies either. One examiner singles out a particular prospect he is especially eager to watch as the test unfolds. That prospect is Busan's S-ranker Shin Yun-bak, whose overwhelming presence marks him as one of the field's most dangerous competitors. 20 minutes into the test, the arena has already become brutal, with many contestants being overwhelmed the moment stronger fighters close in on them. An observer praises the spectacle and wonders which of the top-ranked candidates will ultimately seize control of the exam. Another examiner understands why the strongest ranks draw attention, but his focus remains elsewhere. He remembers seeing extraordinary stat numbers from Kim Tae-hyun and becomes convinced Tae-hyun should be able to dominate this test. He urges Tae-hyun, almost like a challenge or plea, to reveal the full extent of the power hidden in those numbers. Tae-hyun finally engages, meeting a charging opponent head-on instead of retreating or defending cautiously. The watching examiner is stunned when Tae-hyun appears to take the attack directly without even trying to evade. That impossible choice leaves the observer openly shaken, unable to understand what Tae-hyun is doing. The attacker, Hong Jung-wook, is identified as an A-rank awakened using Iron Skin, a body-hardening skill meant to overpower close combat. Tae-hyun is revealed to be only C-rank awakened, but he is using stone skin, turning the clash into a contest of durability rather than rank alone. The examiner struggles to process it, realizing Taehyun did not fail to dodge but deliberately chose to absorb every blow. A worse possibility dawns on him as he begins to understand Taehyun may have wanted this exchange from the start. Taehyun suddenly surges forward, confirming that enduring the punishment was only the setup for his counterattack. With a fierce grin, he closes the distance and commits fully to the strike. His counter lands with explosive force, blasting Jungwook backward and shattering the assumption that Taehyun was outmatched. Even while reeling, Jungwook rages that Taehyun is treating him like an inferior, exposing how badly the reversal has wounded his pride. Jungwook insists stone skin naturally counters iron skin and tries to explain away the damage, but his excuse only reveals his growing insecurity. Taehyun's expression hardens as he reaches a decisive conclusion about the fight. He recognizes that the pain has real value because every hit he endures feeds his growth, increasing his stamina and charm through his unusual training method. He reflects that even after a month of effort, the seal on predation still has not been lifted, likely because his current stats remain insufficient. That realization has driven him to train by pushing his body to the absolute limit, using combat itself as the fastest way to stimulate growth. For Taehyun, fighting on the edge of collapse is not recklessness but the most efficient training available. That is why he refuses to stop now, even after taking serious damage. He launches back into the battle with renewed force, declaring through action that his training is not over yet. Bloodied but focused, Taehyun presses on with unwavering determination. Jungwook finally understands he is facing something abnormal and can only curse Taehyun as a monster. The fight ends with Jungwook sprawled on the floor while Taehyun stands over him as the clear victor. Taehyun claims Jungwook's ticket, bringing his total to 2 and moving one step closer to clearing the exam. Watching this, the previously skeptical examiner breaks into delighted laughter at how far beyond normal Taehyun's behavior truly is. The officials realize the deputy manager's interest in Taehyun was justified, because he is turning the survival game into a personal training ground. The examiner admits he cannot believe Taehyun is using a large-scale elimination test this way, but he is thrilled by the boldness of it. Still, concern follows the excitement, because Taehyun has already used too much of his stamina for the sake of growth. An observer concludes that the smartest move now would be for Taehyun to conserve energy and prey on weaker participants to gather the remaining tickets. But the examiner's sudden alarm suggests Taehyun is about to do something far more dangerous than the sensible choice. Observers realize a newly awakened participant has caused a disturbance, and wonder whether he has already lost his reason or is simply trying to get himself killed. Inside the test area, violent lightning tears through the space as the confrontation begins in earnest. An S-rank awakened named Shin Yunduk steps forward through the chaos and demands to know who his opponent is. The young fighter gauges the situation by counting the numbered tags on Yunduk, deciding that anything above 5 is enough reason to commit. Bloodied but resolute, he throws caution aside and accepts the fight now that the target is worth it. He launches himself like a projectile and smashes into the arena floor with explosive force. The impact erupts into a surge of debris and power that turns the battlefield into a storm of shattered stone and lightning. Using the destruction as cover, he drives forward through the spiraling shockwaves toward Yunduk. Yunduk answers by extending a hand and shaping his lightning into a direct counterattack. The young fighter slips through the barrage and closes the distance, forcing Yunduk to defend at close range. His kick hardens with destructive force, turning his leg into a weapon built to break through defenses. He crashes that empowered strike into Yunduk's lightning guard, detonating another burst of energy between them. The collision sends fragments flying, but the attack still fails to decisively break Yunduk's protection. The young fighter admits Yunduk is faster than expected and that he can barely track the incoming attacks. Yunduk presses the advantage, overwhelming him with speed while the younger man struggles to even see the blows. Another exchange slams into the arena structure and blows apart more of the floor. The younger fighter is driven back through the wreckage, forced to retreat under relentless pressure. As he regains himself, Yunduk's identity is recognized. Busan's S-ranker, Thunder God Shin Yunduk. Yunduk enjoys the challenge, amused that his opponent is proving more troublesome than expected. He notes that Yunduk's lightning armor blocks attacks almost automatically, making direct offense difficult. He further realizes Yunduk's destructive power gives him both close range and long range superiority. Unable to use his usual predation ability, he searches for another way through and hesitates, which prompts Yunduk to taunt him for not attacking. Yunduk senses that hesitation and smiles, inviting the younger man to stop holding back. The taunt lands, and the younger fighter recognizes that Yunduk is about to seize the initiative. Yunduk lunges first, diving in with a lightning-charged strike aimed to crush him before he can adapt. The younger man braces and catches the attack with both hands, barely containing the force. Yunduk follows with a close-quarters assault, driving the fight into a brutal exchange at point-blank range. In response, the younger fighter channels power into his hand, preparing a counter built on raw destructive force. He unleashes it into the ground and surrounding space, blasting apart the terrain to disrupt Yunduk's footing and line of attack. Yunduk laughs through the chaos, thrilled rather than intimidated, and demands to know where his opponent thinks he can run. He floods the area with lightning, turning the entire battlefield into a net meant to trap any escape. Caught in the electrical storm, the younger fighter cries out as the pressure and pain spike. Yunduk barrels in gleefully, mocking him for trying to flee after picking the fight. Desperate, The younger man hardens his body again and commits to a direct counter despite the danger. A massive earthen spike erupts upward between them, abruptly changing the flow of battle. Yundak dismisses the move as foolish and smashes through it with a lightning-coated kick. The younger fighter uses that opening to dash toward a blinding light source at the edge of the arena. He throws himself into the glare and shields his face, using the brightness as concealment. From within the light, he spots the chance he was looking for and fixes on Yundak's blind spot. He drops from above and behind, slipping through the storm to strike from an angle Yundak did not cover. His hand reaches in at the decisive moment, aiming to seize control before Yundak can react. He commits fully, crossing his arms and bracing his body to survive the backlash of the maneuver. A towering explosion of lightning and impact tears into the arena as the ambush lands. The younger fighter is hurled through the aftermath, laughing breathlessly despite the punishment. Yundak, still exhilarated, praises the sheer audacity of enduring this much just to keep fighting. Then his excitement turns to alarm as he realizes someone else has been present in the arena the entire time. He understands that while everyone focused on the duel, another participant had been quietly moving among the fleeing examinees. A woman with the number 113 reveals herself, and Yundak recognizes that she too managed to enter the player tryouts. Delighted by the surprise, he calls the situation even more entertaining now that another hidden contender has appeared. The moment ends with a new attack cutting through the air, signaling that the battle is about to widen beyond their one-on-one clash. A sudden clash of power erupts against Shin Yunbak's body, shattering his confidence that he could simply endure the attack. He realizes too late that something impossible is happening and his defense is failing. As he stares at the distorted arena around him, confusion turns to alarm when he understands the attack is reaching him after all. Yunbak cannot accept it, because by all logic his stone skin should have kept him untouchable. Instead, the force crashes through him and sends his body reeling under a barrage he cannot block. He coughs up blood as the impact tears through his protection and leaves him stunned. The explanation becomes clear. Stone skin cannot withstand Thunder God's fury here, because the strike does not pierce him directly but smashes the surrounding material into him until he is crushed. That works because the player tryout's ground is not ordinary stone but a special material built to endure awakened power. It resists destruction, so instead of breaking apart it deforms and becomes a weapon that can carry the force of the blow. Kim Taehyun has exploited that property, using the arena itself to bypass Yunbak's defense and land Thunder God's fury anyway. Realizing his plan succeeded, Taehyun looks down with fierce satisfaction. Yunbak, enraged at being outplayed, curses Taehyun for winning through cunning rather than brute force. Taehyun follows through with a brutal finishing strike that drives Yunbak deeper into the shattered floor. Yunbak's earlier boast that Taehyun could never match him is completely overturned. Broken and bleeding, Yunbak loses consciousness as his exam tokens scatter around him. Taehyun steadies himself, battered but quietly certain that the fight is over. The destruction draws the attention of the onlookers outside, who watch the arena cave in under the aftermath of the battle. The spectators struggle to process what they are seeing, shocked that an S-rank awakened candidate has been overwhelmed by someone they barely understand. Even the examiner is impressed, recognizing that Taehyun has the kind of presence that unsettles everyone around him. He studies the result with a tense, serious focus, realizing this candidate is far from ordinary. Taehyun approaches the unconscious Yunbak and confirms the victory by gathering the fallen exam tickets. With his objective achieved, he decides all that remains is to wait for the exam to end. Before he can relax, a new power surges into the arena in the form of rushing ice. The frozen force tears through the battlefield and interrupts the calm Taehyun thought he had earned. Taehyun immediately recognizes the element and understands a new threat has appeared. Looking up, he sees a cold light forming overhead, signaling a large-scale ice technique descending on him. A spherical field of freezing energy expands through the arena, enclosing the area before he can escape. The ice barrier completes itself, turning the battlefield into a sealed frozen zone. Taehyun is caught off guard by the speed and scale of the intrusion. Within moments, jagged ice grows around the sphere's core and the trap becomes even more lethal. Snowflake-like constructs and freezing currents spread through the barrier, amplifying the technique into a full domain of ice. The entire arena is transformed into a controlled frozen prison under the newcomer's power. Inside that icy world, Taehyun faces the person responsible as the temperature and pressure close in around him. Lim Ah-hyun steps forward from the frozen wall, calm and deliberate, revealing herself as the one who intervened. Taehyun stares at her in disbelief, bloodied and confused by her sudden appearance. Her identity leaves no doubt that this is personal, not a random interruption. Taehyun quickly realizes she may have been watching the entire fight and cannot understand why she came here now. Ah-hyun begins with a moral judgment, declaring that great power must be tied to responsibility. She condemns strength without responsibility as mere violence, then acknowledges Taehyun's power while making clear she disapproves of how he used it against Shin Yunbak. Taehyun can only begin to question her sudden lecture before she acts. She accuses him of likely defeating Lee Youngtae the same ruthless way and launches another attack without waiting for an answer. The mention of Lee Youngtae shocks Taehyun, exposing a connection he did not expect her to know. Ah-hyun drives her power into the frozen terrain, triggering a violent eruption aimed at crushing him inside her domain. She raises her hand and takes complete command of the ice field, preparing a barrage from every direction. Blades and pillars of ice rain down explosively, turning the area into a bombardment zone. Taehyun realizes her snow-based power detonates like bombs, making his usual water stealth approach useless in this environment. Forced into desperation, he surges forward through the freezing assault, trying to break the pressure with a direct counterattack. Ah-hyung meets him head-on and overwhelms him with a crushing strike that blasts him off balance. The hit leaves Taehyun reeling, stunned by the gap between his expectations and her actual strength. As she bears down on him, Ah-hyung reveals the source of her fury. She had believed in him during that day at the gym, and now feels personally betrayed by what he became. As the ice user drives him back, she admits she had mistaken him for the same kind of selfish, reckless person as Lee Jung-gi. While taking another brutal hit, he hears her conclude that someone who truly acted only for himself would never have fought the way he did. Watching him risk himself made her realize he had been trying to stop both Lee Jung-gi and Bae Hyuk-soo, not seize power for himself. She presses the attack and declares that his actions proved it. Her assault batters him through the frozen battlefield until his body is left bloodied and barely standing. A final surge of ice crashes down and blasts him into the ground. Even while condemning his illegal use of skills in the hospital attack, she chooses mercy over punishment. She decides not to report him despite everything that has happened. Instead, she orders him to withdraw from the player tryouts. She insists it is because he still deserves the chance to become a player someday. He rejects her judgment outright and demands to know who she is to decide his future for him. Though badly hurt, he forces himself back up and faces her again. He tears apart her moral reasoning, arguing that if she truly cared about responsibility and justice, she would have stopped Lee Jung-gi's tyranny instead of turning on him now. He says her talk of mercy is just an excuse to avoid admitting how pathetic her choices have been. His accusation lands hard enough to shake her composure. She accepts that his defiance is his final answer. With that, she decides she no longer needs to hold back. She unleashes her full power, summoning an overwhelming ice construct above her. Resolved to finish the fight, she declares that Kim Taehyun will die here. Taehyun steadies himself instead of retreating. He realizes his stone skin has been shattered so many times that it can no longer protect him. The ruined state of his body confirms how little defense he has left. He also knows stealth is useless because her wide area attacks strip it away instantly. Even with Monarch's heart boosting him, he understands that raw stats alone cannot reverse the battle. Predation remains sealed, and unlike his clash with Lee Jung-gi, he no longer has the stamina for a drawn-out struggle. Cornered, he realizes he has only one option left. He commits to that desperate plan and launches himself forward. Seeing him charge, she prepares a decisive strike with confidence. Her power condenses into a massive, radiant mass of ice ready to crush him. As the attack detonates outward, his last gamble begins. Outside the fight, the spectators are alarmed by the scale of the disturbance and fear the situation is spiraling beyond control. Someone in the crowd recognizes Taehyun and calls out in shock. The onlookers can only stare, stunned by what they are witnessing. Their confusion deepens as the clash produces something they cannot understand. From above, the battlefield ruptures under the force of the collision. Both fighters are thrown into the collapsing ice and debris. Taehyun uses the chaos to force himself into her space and sees the opening he needed. She is caught completely off guard when he suddenly closes in face to face. For an instant, even he hesitates at how extreme his plan looks. The moment hangs on the edge of impact as his desperate rush reaches her. She still expects to finish him with brute force. Instead, the collision breaks her attack apart and carries him straight through to her. He slips past the storm of ice before she can recover control. Only then does she realize too late that his target was never the attack itself. Taehyun dives directly at her with his final move. In a life-or-death act of desperation, he chooses a method that looks absurdly intimate. He crashes into her and kisses her amid the shattered ice. What appears to be a kiss is actually the delivery method for paralysis at point-blank range. Purple energy surges between them as the status effect takes hold through the contact. He exploits the fact that abnormal status skills are far more effective in close range than at a distance, turning intimacy into his only viable weapon. Kim Taehyun forces a paralysis effect into Lim Ah-hyun's blood, betting that turning the attack inward will work better than trying to overpower her directly. Because an S-ranker's resistance is overwhelming, the effect is only a brief provocation rather than a complete shutdown. Even so, Ah-hyung collapses into the shattered arena floor while Taehyun watches to see whether his gamble succeeded. She realizes she has been paralyzed and that her resistance failed to fully stop it, leaving her furious and shaken. Taehyun confirms the strike barely worked, but the system rewards him with a large skill proficiency increase, proving the attempt counted. Before anything else can happen, the test is interrupted and both examinees are left in the ruined chamber as the result is called. Officials announce that the first round is over and order the medical team to evacuate all injured participants immediately. The command is repeated with urgency as the damage testing area is cleared out. Once the round ends, the wounded examinees are treated and removed under medical supervision. Although Lim Ah-hyung was briefly paralyzed, she still retains enough exam tickets and combat ability to pass the round. Taehyun only earns 7 tickets, but defeating both Shin Yeon-bak and Lim Ah-hyung makes him the unexpected focus of the tryouts. As the candidates regroup, attention follows Taehyun because everyone now wants to see the newcomer who caused that upset. Rumors spread that he is the one who beat Shin Yeon-bak and Lim Ah-hyung, and people start questioning what kind of trick a mere C-ranker used. Taehyun, recovering after being healed, casually reflects on how useful healing skills are and considers getting one himself. His thoughts are cut off when someone loudly calls him out by name. Shin Yeon-bak charges in crackling with power, enraged that Taehyun embarrassed him through underhanded means. Taehyun recognizes Yeonbok just as the attack comes straight at him. Yeonbok declares that Taehyun will not be able to rely on the same earlier tricks in a direct confrontation. Their clash draws a crowd, and the onlookers immediately realize Yeonbok is trying to take revenge for his earlier defeat. Instead of stopping it, many spectators encourage Yeonbok, dismissing Taehyun as someone who does not deserve his past status. Yeonbok insists Taehyun has no right to interfere with him and treats the fight as personal payback. He unleashes his power more violently, trying to overwhelm Taehyun through sheer force. Taehyun answers with a grin and accepts the challenge, making it clear he is willing to settle things head-on. Yeonbok promises to prove Taehyun is nothing without deceptive techniques and throws himself fully into the attack. Confident and unhinged, Yeonbok believes he is finally about to crush the man who humiliated him. Taehyun is caught off guard for an instant by how recklessly Yeonbok commits to the strike. Then the exchange ends abruptly with Yeonbok being smashed into the floor hard enough to blast debris into the air. He lies broken and stunned, his attempted revenge ending in another humiliating defeat. Taehyun remains standing over him, having put him down decisively. That victory is immediately overshadowed when a far more dangerous man walks in through the field of fallen examinees, irritated by the chaos. The newcomer advances through the wreckage while the injured groan around him, making it obvious he is someone everyone else fears. Taehyun senses at once that this man is on an entirely different level. The intruder is identified as Park Sungjin, a notorious S-rank player from the New Korea Player Association. His reputation alone reframes the scene, turning the room from a brawl into a confrontation with one of the strongest players present. Seeing Taehyun still on his feet, Sungjin takes interest and prepares to test him personally. He gathers a dense sphere of power in his hand, casually creating a threat that could crush anyone nearby. Taehyun braces himself and plants his hand into the floor to withstand the pressure as the shockwave tears up the ground around him. Even while struggling, he realizes just how monstrous an S-rank's abilities are compared with ordinary players. Sungjin is amused that Taehyun can even remain conscious under that pressure, noting that many veterans could not endure it. Curious now, Sungjin decides to push further and see what Taehyun is really capable of. Medical staff rush in and demand to know why Sungjin is attacking examinees who have just been treated. They accuse him of trying to eliminate candidates before the second round even begins and confront him despite the danger. Sungjin brushes them off as if he were merely keeping the rowdy kids in line, while they call out his obvious lie and condemn his abuse of power. Taehyun hauls himself up and warns that if Sungjin does this again, he will report him to the chairman. Rather than getting angry, Sungjin turns his full attention to Taehyun and asks for his name. After a brief pause, Taehyun gives it, Kim Taehyun. The name clicks for Sungjin as he connects this battered candidate to the C-ranker who defeated both Yeonbok and Ihyung. That recognition makes him smile, pleased that someone genuinely interesting has finally appeared. He places a hand on Taehyun's shoulder and correctly guesses that Taehyun is aiming to become an S-rank player. With that, Sungjin leaves him with a challenge and a promise that he will be waiting for him at the top. A young man pauses in silence, already uneasy about what is about to unfold. As he tries to slip away, officials call him back and make it clear he will not be allowed to leave casually. He is brought before a large gathering of examinees assembled in the forest for the next stage of the trial. Among the crowd, tension and curiosity spread as everyone waits to hear what kind of test they are facing. An announcer steps onto a raised platform before several glowing gates and takes control of the crowd's attention. He declares that the break is over and the second round of player licensing will begin immediately. The examinees brace themselves, sensing the test will be more serious than expected. The announcer reveals that the next trial will send them through the gate into a D-rank dungeon. The crowd is shaken by the news, realizing they will be entering a real dungeon with actual monsters. He explains that every examinee who enters will explore the dungeon under the guidance of a licensed player supervisor. Their actions inside will be evaluated across key roles such as combat, observation, knowledge, and rescue support. To remove excuses, the association provides the necessary weapons, supplies, and equipment. With the rules set, the examinees are ordered to proceed through the gate in sequence. The protagonist tries to reassure himself that a D-rank dungeon should be manageable, especially with active players present. But he immediately fears the worst possibility, that this could be the double dungeon known as Apocalypto. His suspicion turns catastrophic as the name Apocalypto surfaces in his mind along with its true S-rank danger. He recalls that this place was the world's first known double dungeon, discovered hidden inside a D-rank dungeon during a second-round test. That discovery became a massacre, and the disaster-triggered dungeon breaks across many previously unknown dungeons. He wishes he could stop it beforehand, but knows no one would trust a warning he cannot properly explain. So he decides that if he cannot prevent the event, he must at least avoid becoming part of the first discovery team and survive. For a brief moment, the calm sky contrasts with the disaster he knows may be approaching. Inside the dungeon, one of the participants casually notes that their group now has another member. The protagonist finds himself in a 5-person team led by a suited supervisor, with the others already gathered in the cavern. The supervisor, Ma Do-hak, urges the group forward as the trial inside the dungeon officially begins. When the protagonist recognizes Ma Do-hak as the first discoverer of Apocalypto, he realizes just how trapped he is. Their fears are confirmed when monsters rush them almost immediately, forcing the team into real combat. The group responds quickly, each member attacking in coordination instead of panicking. Together they overwhelm the charging creatures and bring the first clash under control. Ma Do-hak applauds their performance. Pleased by how efficiently they handled their first battle, he praises the whole team and reinforces his authority as the one judging their potential. He singles them out as unusually capable for first-timers and suggests they already show the makings of true players. The others humbly credit his guidance, while the protagonist stays detached, focused on the larger danger. He curses his luck, realizing he has ended up in the exact team he most needed to avoid. Then he notices a ring Ma Do-hak is wearing and recognizes it as a crucial clue tied to the first Apocalypto expedition. The ring is the Sage's Ring, a unique item that massively boosts physical ability and mana, confirming the supervisor's identity beyond doubt. Now certain this is Apocalypto and that the present team is doomed if events continue normally, he resolves to act before they reach the hidden section. He steels himself with one goal: no matter what it takes, he must keep them from finding Apocalypto. The group suddenly notices that the tunnel ahead splits, creating the exact turning point he was waiting for. As the path diverges, the dungeon presents a choice that could decide whether history repeats itself. One examinee asks Ma Do-hak what they should do, expecting the supervisor to make the call. Ma Do-hak begins to suggest a group vote, but the protagonist bolts before any decision can lock them onto the fatal route. His sudden dash shocks the others, who realize he is trying to seize control of the situation himself. Ma Do-hak warns that acting alone is dangerous and orders him to come back, but the protagonist ignores him. He commits to one branch and insists they follow his lead instead of leaving the choice to chance. Refusing to let the group continue toward disaster, he swears he will block any attempt to return to the other route. He even throws himself into the way to physically force the team down his chosen path rather than let them discover Apocalypto. Chased by the others, he runs with desperate resolve, deciding he would rather die than let history unfold as before. Still pushing ahead, he urgently directs everyone onward before they can stop and reconsider. But a violent red energy erupts around them, and a new portal-like distortion opens deeper inside the dungeon. The team is horrified to realize that even within this dungeon, another gate has appeared, proving the hidden second dungeon is here after all. The young hunter is stunned to realize the dungeon has become a double dungeon, a worst-case anomaly. As he faces the swirling new gate, he panics over how the maze led to this impossible place. While others move in to inspect it, he braces as the group's curiosity starts pulling everyone closer. He urgently tries to stop them, but the others only turn in confusion toward the strange portal. He warns that this is clearly a second gate unlike the original entrance, no matter how anyone tries to rationalize it. Instead of listening, the group looks to their senior, Ma Do-hak, to decide whether this incident should simply be reported. Ma Do-hak admits he has never seen anything like this, weighing the situation with interest rather than fear. He agrees that reporting it would be the proper choice under normal rules, but his pause makes clear he has no intention of following the safe option. Ignoring the warning, he decides they should enter and investigate the gate themselves. The young hunter protests, but Ma Do-hak dismisses him as someone trying to hold the team back. Ma Do-hak argues that the mana from the gate does not feel dangerous and that, as a D-rank legion, they can handle anything inside. He convinces himself that whether this gate was created deliberately or appeared by accident, exploring it will only earn them credit. The young hunter explodes in anger, calling the decision reckless and a betrayal of basic expedition rules. Ma Do-hak answers that outrage with a smug, amused confidence. The young hunter points out the hypocrisy of preaching teamwork while ignoring the judgment of the one member who actually understands the danger. The rest of the group closes ranks against him, mocking him as an overconfident active-duty soldier who has forgotten his place. Surrounded by their contempt, he realizes no one intends to listen. With the matter settled, Ma Do-hak leads the team toward the gate. Desperate, the young hunter begs him to reconsider before they cross the point of no return. Ma Do-hak cuts him off with a sudden strike, silencing him before he can interfere further. The blow leaves the young hunter reeling as the others continue forward. The group steps into the gate, and a violent flash engulfs them. The light swallows the entire chamber as they are transported deeper inside. For a moment, everything disappears into white. When the young hunter regains his senses, dread settles in before he even understands what he is seeing. Ma Do-hak stares ahead in confusion as the new space immediately feels wrong. The team finds itself in a vast red hall, and even the others begin doubting that this could really be only a D-rank dungeon. The scale of the corridor and the oppressive atmosphere make it clear they have entered something far beyond expectations. As the crimson structure looms around them, the dungeon's true nature starts to reveal itself. A massive statue-like figure appears through the dust at the far end, radiating ominous power. Its design and presence make it feel less like a ruin and more like a guardian waiting for intruders. Panic spreads through the team as they demand answers from Ma Do-hak, who can no longer explain what he has led them into. The young hunter coldly tells them to stop whining and pay attention, since their arrogance has finally brought real danger down on them. He senses movement first and warns that enemies are already approaching. From the dust, armed figures begin advancing under the giant guardian's watch. 2 death knights emerge, their strength instantly marking this place as far deadlier than promised. The team is horrified to recognize A-rank monsters inside what was supposed to be a low-rank dungeon. Ma Do-hak forces himself to recover from the shock. He orders everyone to prepare for battle as the monsters close in. The death knights charge without hesitation, swords ready to cut through the disorganized party. Their attack crashes into the hall with overwhelming force, tearing up the floor and shattering the team's confidence. The hunters barely evade the first strike, thrown into immediate chaos. Ma-Do-Hak retaliates with magic, hurling a furious blast at the advancing monsters. The spell detonates around the Death Knights in a burst of fire and force. The explosion staggers them and briefly halts their advance. Though damaged, the Death Knights endure the hit and remain battle-ready. Seeing the opening, Ma-Do-Hak rallies the team to attack together before the monsters recover. He directs them to unleash everything they have while blinding the enemies and pressing the advantage. As the counterattack begins, he assigns the shield user to hold the front while the rest maintain distance and keep firing. A brutal clash tears through the hall as the party drives back the skeletal monsters in a violent burst of force. The enemies collapse into shattered pieces, seemingly finished by the group's combined assault. Their suited leader steps forward with relief, believing they have just overcome foes far above their expected level. The survivors start to relax and laugh off the danger, convinced they are finally safe after defeating monsters they should not have been able to handle. One of them even boasts that he could have kept fighting, mistaking survival for control of the situation. The group regathers with their weapons, still trying to project confidence despite the wreckage around them. That confidence breaks when more Death Knights emerge through the dust and advance in formation. The fallen monsters begin reassembling, revealing that killing them has not ended the threat at all. A restored Death Knight rises fully, proving the enemy can simply return. Panic spreads through the group as they realize the battle is starting over instead of ending. Amid the bodies and debris, one young man studies the scene instead of giving in to fear. He senses that something about the battlefield is wrong and that the answer lies elsewhere. Looking over the hall, he sees the impossible pattern clearly. The monsters keep returning no matter how many are cut down. The older leader notices his reaction and waits for an explanation. The leader curses their situation, recognizing that every victory is meaningless if the monsters endlessly reform. He also sees his team closing in behind him in terrible condition, exhausted and bloodied. With everyone already at their limit, he understands they will die if this continues. The young man, addressed as player Ma-Do-Hak, calls out that the real problem is not the monsters themselves but something wrong with this place. The others focus on Kim Tae-hyun, realizing he has noticed what they missed. They are unsettled that after all the fighting he remains clear-headed enough to question the gate itself. The leader reflects that they only lasted this long because Kim Tae-hyun's skill monarch's heart kept raising their resistance. Still shaken, he asks what Tae-hyun means by saying something is off. Tae-hyun explains that these creatures are probably not true Death Knights at all. The battered group rejects the idea at first, unable to reconcile it with the long fight they just endured. Tae-hyun decides to prove it immediately and heads for the giant embedded sword at the center of the hall. He seizes the sword's hilt and wrenches it free with overwhelming force. Using the massive blade, he launches himself straight at the advancing Death Knights before they can react. He comes down into their midst with a direct, uncompromising strike. The blade drives toward one knight's armored body at point-blank range. The impact erupts through the cluster, blasting apart the formation in a shower of debris and force. Tae-hyun pushes through the attack with a fierce shout, committing fully to the test. The floor and enemy shapes distort and crack unnaturally under the blow, as if reality itself is splitting. He springs upward through the surrounded enemies, now clearly moving inside something unstable rather than solid. The Death Knights falter in confusion as his strike exposes the falsehood holding them together. Tae-hyun presses the attack without hesitation, swinging again before the illusion can recover. He drives the blade into another knight with enough force to rupture the scene around it. The enemy's body caves under the hit, no longer behaving like a real monster. Its armor fractures like glass, confirming that the Death Knight was only a constructed image. The false battlefield bursts apart in a red shockwave as the illusion begins to collapse. Tae-hyun rushes forward while the surrounding enemies break down behind him into unstable fragments. The remaining Death Knights shatter into violet light, losing all substance at once. The walls of the hall split open with luminous cracks as the fabricated space peels away. The ground itself dissolves in glittering fractures, exposing the illusion for what it was. The others stare in disbelief as the battlefield vanishes around them and realize they had been trapped inside a false scenario. Their leader identifies it plainly as an illusion trap. Tae-hyun explains that the trap creates an imaginary space and enemies specifically to drain the intruder's energy. The group is horrified that they were nearly destroyed by a fabricated battle and fears what that implies about what comes next. The leader demands to know how Tae-hyun recognized the trap, insisting no one should have been able to tell fake Death Knights from real ones. Now standing in the revealed cavern beyond the illusion, Tae-hyun admits he does not know much about it in theory. But he states his conclusion with certainty. If they had been real Death Knights, there is no way the party would have survived that long. The mustached man is jolted into alarm as he realizes something is terribly wrong. Knowing they will all die if they stay, he urges the others to move deeper into the cave at once. The battered group follows him through the darkness, relying on the light he creates to keep going. Even after the illusion vanished, their situation remained desperate. Apocalypto's manifestation had completely reshaped the dungeon into something far more ominous. Wounded from the fight with the illusionary god and unable to wait for rescue, they force themselves onward. Their only remaining hope is to locate the dungeon's exit gate. At last, the leader senses it and announces that he has found the way out. He leads them to a massive sealed gate hidden at the end of the transformed passage. The others hesitate, fearing the door may be another trap, but they have no better option. The mustache man decides that opening it is their only chance, because staying means certain death. The gate begins to split open with a violent red glow pouring through the gap. He forces the door wider and steps into the blinding light beyond. The group braces themselves as the chamber on the other side is revealed. They stare ahead in stunned silence, overwhelmed by what they have uncovered. Before them kneels a single armored death knight, sword planted in the floor like a sentinel. One survivor recognizes the monster, but another laughs in relief, thinking they only have to face one. That relief dies instantly when more death knights materialize behind the first in a growing formation. The group can only stand frozen as the scale of the threat sinks in. Flames ignite across the chamber, lighting rows of skull-marked walls and turning the room into a ritual hall. The fire spreads upward, exposing the chamber's full structure and making the trap feel inescapable. Armed death knights stand in rigid ranks like an army awaiting orders. As the survivors look up, they realize the hall is packed with countless more of them on every tier. The vast chamber reveals itself as a throne room surrounded by an overwhelming legion of death knights. The survivors finally grasp that they have walked into the heart of the enemy's domain. From the throne above, a ruler mocks the humans for coming all this way only to arrive before him. The skeletal lord calmly accepts their arrival as if their fate has already been decided. He identifies himself as the lord of the death knights under Apocalypto and declares that the battle will begin. At his command, the death knights ready themselves in disciplined unison. Their weapons slam down as they launch forward to carry out the order. The first attackers advance with lethal precision, closing the distance without hesitation. One death knight steps ahead and points its blade toward the survivors, singling them out for execution. The group panics, but someone realizes the enemy seems to be demanding a one-on-one duel instead of a full assault. That possibility offers no comfort, because the survivors are too exhausted and undermanned to survive even that. The brown-haired young man tries to steady everyone, insisting their goal is escape, not a hopeless fight. Before they can settle on a plan, one of their own suddenly bolts away from the group. Driven by terror, he decides he would rather run back than stay and die here. A death knight immediately moves, cutting him off with terrifying speed. Its sweeping strike tears through the fleeing men in a single merciless arc. The attack lands brutally, spraying blood as the panicked escape attempt is crushed at once. The survivors are left splattered with blood, forced to witness how effortlessly the death knight kills. The brown-haired young man freezes in shock, then begins to call out to someone important. He urgently calls for player ManhwaCapped and declares that he will hold the enemy off to buy time. He orders ManhwaCapped to find a way out, choosing sacrifice over surrender. He unleashes a burst of power that blasts nearby figures back and opens space in front of him. A glowing triangular mark flares as his ability activates at full force. The recoil or impact throws him hard against the wall, leaving him down but still conscious. ManhwaCapped rushes to him in disbelief, unable to understand why he would throw himself into this. Instead of explaining gently, the young man snaps at him to stop talking and remember his place. ManhwaCapped is left stunned as a blinding light erupts around them, signaling another sudden turn in the crisis. Amid the ruin, Kim Taehyun reflects that everything he wanted began with his dream of becoming an S-rank player. But no matter how hard he trained, that goal only seemed to slip farther away from him. He had believed solving this case might finally let him stand near the level of an S-ranker. Instead, that hope has ended in disaster, punctuated by bitter laughter. Before he can recover, a knight-like monster drops toward the battlefield with killing intent. A desperate defensive spell is triggered at the last second to block the strike. Even so, the impact tears through the area and shows how badly outmatched they are. ManhwaCapped admits with resentment that Taehyun has the talent he himself lacked. Knowing that, ManhwaCapped orders Taehyun to flee with the wounded while there is still time. He resolves to hold the monsters back because that is his responsibility as supervisor. ManhwaCapped throws himself into that duty with everything he has left. Taehyun can only watch in shock as ManhwaCapped makes his stand. The battlefield falls quiet enough for Taehyun to realize the cost of that decision. The person he was supposed to save is already beyond help. That realization freezes him in place. A violent blast erupts behind him, forcing him back into motion. He runs, driven now by pure survival rather than ambition, but ahead of him stands a full line of armored monsters, with a towering leader presiding over the dead. ManhwaCapped lies face down with purple fire burning from the fatal wound in his back. His glasses have fallen beside him, leaving no doubt that he has been killed. Taehyun turns toward the new threat, realizing escape has been cut off. The surviving woman and the fallen supervisor only confirm how completely the group has been destroyed. Taehyun senses another attack coming before he can even form a plan. A blood-stained blade swings into view, announcing the leader's personal attention. The Night King formally demands a duel, turning the slaughter into a test. The wounded woman remains motionless, unable to answer or help. ManhwaCapped's body lies just as still, making Taehyun the last one left standing. With no allies remaining, Taehyun faces the entire enemy force alone. The Night King calmly raises his weapon to begin the duel on his own terms. The blade stops just short of Taehyun's face, a deliberate show of dominance. Taehyun flinches, expecting death. Then his attention catches on a small object lying near the blade. It is a ring set with a red gem. He recognizes it as ManhwaCapped's ring and understands it may be his only chance. As the Night King moves again, Taehyun lunges for the ring instead of retreating. He commits to that gamble in the instant before the next strike lands. The enemy's attack crashes down around him as he dives through the danger. Taehyun decides this is the only way he can possibly survive. Clutching the ring, he begs ManhwaCapped to help him one last time by waking through it. The ring answers with a burst of red light. That sudden power-up halts the monster's advance for a moment. A violent red aura erupts from Taehyun and throws the attackers back. Even the Night King is startled by the unfamiliar force. The shockwave tears through the surrounding knights and shatters their formation. The king immediately realizes this is no ordinary human power. System messages confirm Taehyun has equipped the Sage's Ring, gained 10 points to every stat, and fulfilled all conditions. Another message reveals that the seal on predation has been lifted. The chamber is left strewn with bodies and weapons as Taehyun's power surges higher. The energy continues to explode outward, remaking the battlefield around him. At the center of it all, Taehyun becomes the source of a destructive red storm. The surviving knights rush him anyway, trying to overwhelm him before he stabilizes. Taehyun raises a hand and the red power begins to answer his will. He lashes out, carving through the attackers with raw force. Even as he fights, he realizes predation takes about 10 seconds to fully devour a target. That means he cannot rely on predation alone if he wants to live. He resolves to use every skill and every stat he has accumulated so far. Determined not to waste anything, he starts combining all of it in battle. Only by doing that, he tells himself, can he endure this fight. His focus narrows completely to survival. Then a massive vertical strike from the Night King crashes down and blows apart the ground. The impact fills the arena with dust and debris. When the dust clears, the king's sword stands embedded in the floor like a monument to his power. Taehyun stares at it in disbelief, unable to understand what kind of weapon or force he is facing. The sheer scale of the attack rattles him again. From the throne above, the Night King unleashes more purple power across the arena. The king gathers another spell in his hand, preparing to crush Taehyun from afar. Taehyun curses as he realizes the pressure is only increasing. Blades and spears of purple energy begin raining toward him from every direction. He dodges by the narrowest margins as the bombardment tears up the floor around him. The explosions hurl nearby knights aside along with the rubble, showing the attack threatens everything in the chamber. Taehyun is still being driven back, barely staying alive. A larger blast blooms overhead and threatens to swallow the entire arena. He screams through the pain, forcing his body to keep moving. Instead of retreating, he thrusts both hands toward the throne and sends his red power back at the king. The Night King meets that challenge head-on, refusing to yield control. Their powers collide in a concentrated clash between red and purple. For a moment, the impact fractures the king's spell, but the Night King immediately reshapes the energy into a spiraling purple column. Taehyun is caught in the force and lifted helplessly within it. The king acknowledges Taehyun's strength, but only to declare it insufficient. He coldly tells Taehyun that this is the limit of what he can do. To prove it, he drives another crushing blast downward. Weapons buried in the ground tremble under the pressure of the spell. The Night King stands over the devastation as if delivering judgment. He says he has one final question for Taehyun. The question is who gave Taehyun this power? Before Taehyun can answer, the chamber shakes with another violent disturbance. The Night King roars as dark energy surges around him, trying to force the answer out by intimidation. System notices reveal that some mysterious power inside Taehyun is resisting both the king's roar and his morale-crushing pressure. The king says he already suspected Taehyun was different because he could understand the monster's language. He presses again, demanding to know what that power really is. Taehyun's body is slammed into the ground before he can respond. In that battered state, he is confronted by a vision of a towering horned being behind the power inside him. The presence looms over him like something ancient and sovereign. Its face remains unreadable, but its authority is absolute. Taehyun stands before it in a strange inner space, no longer panicked but listening. He turns as if sensing that this presence has been with him all along. Around him appear the dead from the battlefield, including Dohak and the others. Dohak lies there as a reminder of the sacrifice that brought Taehyun this far. Taehyun realizes that despite all the power he gained, the situation has repeated itself and nothing truly changed. He questions what predation really is and how it allowed him, a human, to understand monsters. He bitterly reflects that he gained power and opportunity without understanding any of it, and still failed to change the outcome. That leads him to the deeper question of why a king would ever grant him such power. The hidden presence answers that it already told him the reason. A radiant female figure emerges from the light before him, replacing terror with revelation. She explains that she was moved by his determination and refusal to give up. Her message is that he does not need to become someone else. What he needs is simply to keep moving forward. Back in the battle, the Night King assumes Taehyun no longer has the strength to answer. He dismisses Taehyun as a pathetic human and declares that this is his end. But the king suddenly senses something change and falters. Red power erupts again across the battlefield, interrupting the execution. That power begins smashing through the surrounding knights and their weapons. The shockwave tears the formation apart and opens space around Taehyun. The Night King starts to understand what he is witnessing. He laughs in disbelief as Taehyun forces himself into a berserk state despite his ruined condition. System messages begin rapidly increasing Taehyun's mana as the transformation escalates. The Night King praises that final desperate struggle as worthy of notice. He says Taehyun has managed to entertain him to the very end. Then he launches another devastating purple attack to finish things decisively. A colossal beam crashes down through the arena with overwhelming force. The Night King watches confidently, expecting Taehyun to be erased. But his confidence breaks when he sees the attack failing to end it. Taehyun rises through the blast and answers the king's curiosity with action rather than explanation. The king is stunned as Taehyun's power keeps climbing beyond what a human should possess. Taehyun tells him to find out for himself and attacks with a savage grin. At that instant, the system announces Taehyun has advanced to B rank. The Night King counters with another furious charge, refusing to be overwhelmed. Taehyun meets him head-on, now fighting as an equal rather than prey. He blocks the incoming strike and turns the clash back on the king. The battle explodes into a blur of exchanges, with Taehyun battering through multiple angles of attack. For the first time, the Night King openly rages at being challenged by a human. He summons more weapons and magic to crush Taehyun under sheer superiority. Still, Taehyun keeps advancing through the storm, forcing the king onto the defensive. Red tendrils coil around Taehyun's arm as he gathers the power into a single decisive strike. He clenches his fist and commits everything to that blow. The gathered power sharpens into a predatory force aimed straight at the king. It erupts as a massive devouring vortex that engulfs the Night King from below. The king can only stare in shock as he is dragged into it. Taehyun finally names the truth. This is not human power. It is the power of the king. The revelation becomes literal as the red force swallows the Night King whole. The devouring torrent intensifies until the king's resistance disappears inside it. The vortex detonates in a final burst, ending the duel. A new skill is registered for Taehyun, Night King's Spirit. Outside the dungeon, crowds, medics, and officials gather as multiple portals churn violently in the sky. The disturbance grows brighter and more unstable, drawing everyone's attention. A magic reading is taken, and the observers are stunned to find it has reached S rank. Officials report that evacuation has already been ordered, but the dungeon's deformation is delaying it and support may not arrive before a dungeon break. Realizing that S-rank magic has erupted from what should have been only a D-rank dungeon, they fear that if this continues, everyone nearby will die. Kim Taehyun fears he may be forced to continue alone after everything that has happened. Before that thought can settle, a violent portal tears open and shocks everyone nearby. The group realizes a dungeon break has begun far sooner than expected, and the staff scramble to prepare for an emergency. The rupture rapidly expands into a dangerous surge of power that threatens to spill out at once. Those present brace themselves for an attack as the unstable energy floods the area. In the middle of the panic, one of the officials notices something unexpected emerging from the light. A lone man walks out of the portal alive, turning the disaster into a moment of stunned disbelief. He reveals that he barely survived but still managed to return from inside. The aftermath is formally reported. Thanks to Kim Taehyun, the dungeon incident was contained with limited damage, and the exam round is judged on those results. The dead are recovered and returned to their families, underscoring the cost of the incident despite the rescue. To avoid political chaos, the authorities choose not to reveal who actually cleared Apocalypse. In a private meeting, they explain that public pressure forced them to hide the truth so Taehyun would not be turned into either a target or a symbol. The two men hearing this accept the reasoning, even if it is far from ideal. The senior official thanks them for understanding and moves the discussion to the more important issue. He asks for their judgment on Kim Taehyun himself. He frames the question directly. What kind of man is the one who cleared the S-rank dungeon Apocalypse? One evaluator concludes that anyone who achieved that feat must at least be operating at the level of an A-rank player, regardless of his listed rank. The other warns that Taehyun's displayed rank is misleadingly low, and that his true power is difficult to measure. The official presses them to explain just how far beyond normal estimation they believe he is. The two experts exchange a grave look before giving their most serious assessment. They conclude that Kim Taehyun may possess power comparable to an entire nation's military force. Elsewhere, under a blood-red sky, a dark celestial phenomenon opens over a devastated wasteland. Taehyun regains consciousness there in pain and confusion, realizing he has been thrown somewhere impossible. Monstrous beasts roar around him, confirming that he is surrounded by predators in a hostile realm. The landscape reveals itself as a battlefield of abyssal creatures gathering in overwhelming numbers. Seeing the monsters and the ruined terrain, Taehyun understands with horror that he is in the abyss. He struggles to comprehend how he ended up in that forbidden place at all. Then a radiant figure descends within the red void, drawing the attention of both Taehyun and the monsters. The being appears like a luminous, otherworldly sovereign whose presence instantly dominates the abyss. Taehyun recognizes the figure as a king and is shaken by the implication. The surrounding monsters panic and scream as the king's mere arrival overwhelms them. Without urgency, the king reaches out as if ending the threat requires no effort at all. With a single motion, the king unleashes power into the abyssal horde. That attack wipes out the monsters in an instant, erasing the battlefield under a flood of white force. When the destruction settles, Taehyun is left standing amid the aftermath, confronted by power far beyond his own. The king leaves him with a promise that they will meet again. As the king rises away in a pillar of light, Taehyun can only watch, unable to stop or follow. The parting message narrows the promise further, saying the meeting will come in the deepest part of the abyss. The king's form fades into the light, ending the encounter but not its weight. Taehyun jolts awake in a hospital bed, dragged back to reality by the shock of the vision. He gasps for breath, confirming he is alive and no longer in the abyss. Still shaken, he stares at his hand and tries to ground himself in the present. He wonders if what he experienced was only a dream, but the memory feels too vivid and immediate for him to dismiss it as mere sleep. The king's words linger, and Taehyun becomes fixated on why that being said he would be waiting. He connects that mystery to the strange predation ability he used on an S-rank monster and to his growing ability to understand monsters, realizing his abnormalities are increasing. He concludes that his strength is still rising and that all signs point toward the abyss as the path ahead. To confirm his condition, he checks his status and sees that his abilities have advanced, with multiple B-rank skills now listed. The status window confirms his overall rank has risen to B, exactly as he expected. Among the upgrades, he notes Night King's Spirit, a new power that lets him overwhelm enemies through sheer spiritual force. Kim Taehyun realizes his growth has accelerated far beyond his old expectations, rising from weak beginnings to B-rank. Seeing his new stats, he concludes he is now strong enough to contend with S-rank players. He credits that leap to the Night King's Spirit, the skill that let him overwhelm a powerful foe. With that pace of growth, he starts believing he may eventually reach the level of the nation's elite force. That hopeful train of thought is abruptly broken when he senses something wrong outside his room. He hears a woman protesting and screaming, making it clear someone is being forcibly kept from seeing him. From the hallway, an indignant visitor complains that even the association will not let her visit a patient. Taehyun understands the chairman's people are blocking her, and the cruelty of it unsettles him. The door opens to reveal a composed young woman in a suit who casually steps past the resistance and addresses him with unsettling familiarity. Her intimate tone immediately throws him off balance. Soon after, Taehyun is taken away by car through the city. An association man offers to drive, but the guild master accompanying them dismisses him and takes control of the situation herself. Her subordinate explains that because the matter concerns Taehyun directly, she intends to handle the recruitment personally. As the ride continues, Taehyun braces himself and demands to know why a guild master is after him. He directly asks what the Nightwalkers, one of the 4 great guilds, want from him. She reveals that she is taking him to his discharge while also evaluating the man who survived the apocalypse. Taehyun immediately rejects that explanation as too flimsy for a top guild master's personal involvement. Amused that he sees through her, she decides to be more direct. She asks whether he knows what will happen in the 3rd round of the player tryouts. She explains that round 3 will be another survival test like round 1, except this time outsiders will be allowed to watch. That means his abilities will be exposed publicly, and every guild will start fighting over the low-rank awakened who cleared an S-rank dungeon. Taehyun quietly grasps the danger of becoming public property before he has room to maneuver. Sensing his hesitation, she moves to secure him early by offering terms so attractive he cannot refuse. She finally states her real purpose plainly and invites him to join the Nightwalkers, promising him anything he wants. She even extends her hand as if the deal is already within reach. Her confident smile shows she expects him to be swayed. Taehyun studies her in silence instead of yielding. Her subordinate grows tense, sensing the answer may not go the way they expected. Taehyun flatly refuses the offer, stunning both of them. The rejection lands like something unbelievable in a world where no one turns down a great guild. Later, the car leaves him near a quiet neighborhood rather than escorting him all the way. Taehyun thanks them for the ride and says he will continue on foot from there. The guild master follows after him in disbelief, demanding to know why he would reject her help. She presses harder, insisting she was prepared to support him in every practical way, from salary to his personal condition. When he still does not budge, she wonders if another guild has already approached him, or if he somehow misunderstood her offer. Taehyun makes clear there is no hidden reason behind his refusal. She cannot accept that answer and asks whether the Nightwalkers truly mean so little to him compared with every other guild. He finally states the truth without dressing it up. He said no simply because he did not want to join. Rather than argue further, she abruptly decides to end the exchange on her own terms. Taehyun walks away, assuming the matter is over. But before he can leave, he senses movement behind him. In an instant, she reaches out with sudden force. She appears behind him and seizes him by the throat, pinning him before he can react. Taehyun is caught completely off guard by the speed and aggression of the attack. Wrapped in a sinister aura, she demands to know what kind of person would reject one of the 4 great guilds so casually. She treats his refusal as irrational arrogance from someone who has barely begun his career. As her power tightens around him, she chillingly claims she is willing to overlook his insolence. She leans in and admits that her obsession is personal now, because she has taken a liking to him. Her subordinate panics and rushes to stop her, horrified that she is attacking someone who is still only a test taker. Even while trying to restrain her, he urges Taehyun not to throw the chance away and insists he will eventually have to join some guild anyway. A shadowed intruder recognizes the same stubbornness in the woman before him and immediately links her to Lim Ah-hyung. He confirms his suspicion by identifying her as Lim Ah-hyung's sister, turning the encounter into something far more personal. Caught off guard, she demands to know how he could possibly know that much about her. He makes it clear that his knowledge runs deep, including the truth behind the name that was taken from her. That revelation hits her hard, and she realizes he is not bluffing. Her shock sharpens into alarm as she understands he has uncovered a secret that should have remained buried. The tension in the room gives way to a larger disturbance spreading across the city. A massive pillar of power erupts into the night, signaling that something extraordinary has been triggered. As the energy surges, the intruder charges straight at a suited man, forcing the confrontation into open violence. The man immediately senses the situation turning disastrous and braces himself inside the strange aura. The intruder reveals that the real guild master Yoo Ah-hyun had originally been named Lim Ah-hyung. He explains that Yuksung Group's CEO raised a child born out of wedlock as his heir, but when another daughter was later born into the family, the original Lim Ah-hyung was stripped of that place and pushed aside. He adds that she later changed her surname and became a player, exposing a family secret known only to a select few. Furious that he is speaking this truth in front of her, she lashes out and demands he stop. He refuses to back down, and reminds her that she was the one who set this conflict in motion. When she tries to suppress him with the Amazon spirit, a separate force resists it and successfully pushes back. That hidden power follows up by countering the Night King's spirit as well, blasting her attack away and leaving her stunned. Reeling from the reversal, she can only wonder what kind of power could overturn her own like that. The young man realizes the opponent was strong enough to read his abilities, but he still managed to reverse the pressure back onto her and regain control. With red energy still coiling around him, he steadies himself and turns his attention back to her. She slumps against the wall, momentarily overwhelmed by the failed clash. He closes the distance with deliberate calm, making it clear he now holds the advantage. He traps her against the wall with one arm, forcing her to face him at close range. Rather than escalate further, he warns her not to cross the line and addresses her directly as Ah-hyung's sister. The sudden shift in tone leaves her shaken and unable to respond cleanly. Even the suited observer is stunned that he spoke to her so bluntly. The story then shifts to the grand arena where the third round of the player tryouts is about to draw a public crowd. At a coliseum modeled after ancient Rome, the long-awaited third round is introduced as a major public event. Unlike the earlier hidden rounds, this stage is open to spectators, turning the tryouts into a spectacle. Industry figures, families of the test takers, and ordinary civilians have all gathered to watch from the stands. Among them, Yoo Ah-hyung has slipped and disguised as a civilian while keeping an eye on Kim Tae-hyun. Nearby spectators excitedly thank Tae-hyun for giving them something worth watching, though some still worry about how dangerous the players can be. His supporters loudly boast that Tae-hyun is so strong he could overwhelm everyone else with ease. Their exaggeration grows into claims that he could wipe out the entire field in a single blow. The hype embarrasses a woman in the audience, who can only awkwardly endure the overenthusiastic praise. At the same time, rookie economic reporter Kim Ji-ja arrives desperate to finally land a worthwhile story before she loses her job. She reflects bitterly that her last interview was wasted on a low-rank awakened and sees this event as a chance to recover her career. Hoping Tae-hyun has already been disqualified, she thinks she might finally get fired only if this attempt fails too. But as she watches the arena, she senses that the mood is strangely tense rather than festive. Looking out over the field, she realizes the unease comes from everyone's attention converging on a single person. That realization makes her pause as the scale of the crowd's focus becomes impossible to ignore. From veteran awakened to promising contenders, people across the arena are all reacting to the same target. Even seasoned participants show visible strain, as if they already understand how dangerous that one person is. She sees that the entire field is staring at one lone man standing at the center. The implication horrifies her. The others may be preparing to gang up on that single contestant, which says everything about how threatening he must be. The thought shocks her into silence. An announcement cuts through the tension and declares that round 3 of the player tryouts is about to begin. The audience is warned to stay cautious as the lone contestant stands calmly while the others surround him. The test officially starts, identifying that central figure as Kim Tae-hyun, the C ranker who once defeated an S ranker and is now considered B rank. The opening move comes instantly as a fighter unleashes a forceful energy strike, beginning the round with direct aggression against him. The remaining contestants rush the lone standout together, trying to overwhelm him before he can keep dominating the round. Their attacks collide around him in a chaotic burst of powers, but the assault fails to pin him down. As they panic over how he has already beaten 2 S rankers by himself, they decide he has to be eliminated immediately. They realize that if they do not stop him first, he will wipe out the rest of them as well. Instead of being cornered, he drives straight through the encirclement with explosive force. The group is caught off guard as he breaks their formation in an instant. With a grim smile, he hardens his fist and commits to a crushing counterattack. He slams down with enough power to shatter the ground and rupture the enemy line. One fighter takes the blow head-on and is violently smashed apart by the impact. Blood and debris scatter across the arena, showing how brutal the strike was. The shockwave hurls multiple contestants away at once, ending the attempted gang-up in a single exchange. Several of the attackers are left sprawled on the ground, effectively removed from the fight. He rises from the dust looking pleased, as if the outcome was never in doubt. Then he notices a strange green object among the rubble and pauses. Before he can inspect it, the object erupts into twisting plant-like growths. The vines surge upward and wrap around him, suddenly restraining his body. Rather than panic, he treats the trap with curiosity and tries to understand what it is. A hidden opponent reveals that the protagonist's mistake was ignoring the guard protecting that item. Confident that the trap has decided the match, the attacker declares himself the true winner and names himself as an A-rank genius, Lee Gilson. The bound fighter answers by dropping straight onto him, turning the trap into a weapon against its owner. Lee Gilson is crushed into the floor before he can capitalize, his boast ending in a scream. The protagonist dismisses him as just another obstacle and moves on. The spectators and remaining contestants are shaken by how relentlessly he keeps advancing, realizing anyone who keeps attacking him will simply be destroyed. Unbothered by the fear around him, he prepares his next move with calm confidence. He invokes Night King's spirit, drawing on a far more ominous power. As others scramble nearby, red energy begins gathering around him. The power swells rapidly, signaling that he is about to unleash something far beyond the test scale. Even he seems briefly intrigued by the intensity of what is manifesting. A monstrous crimson aura takes shape behind him, like a demonic guardian answering his call. The summoned presence fully emerges, towering over the battlefield with overwhelming menace. The pressure alone knocks nearby people flat and leaves them unable to resist. In the stands, civilians and observers freeze as the atmosphere turns terrifying. A woman in the audience recoils in alarm as others behind her are equally stunned. At the center of it all, he reaches forward with complete control, as if the chaos belongs to him. The audience can only watch in horror while the arena becomes his domain. One spectator realizes in disbelief that this man is aiming straight for the center of the arena. From above, the devastation is clear. Contestants lie scattered everywhere while his power dominates the field. He surveys the wreckage and notes that nearly everyone is already tied up or incapacitated. With the match effectively decided, he turns his attention to the only meaningful thing left. He spots a lone surviving challenger approaching through the smoke and debris. The blue-haired woman, Lim Ah-hyung, steadies herself despite the pressure and refuses to collapse. He addresses her directly and offers her a chance to withdraw instead of continuing. She hesitates under the weight of his presence, but his question makes clear that backing down is still her choice. He waits for her answer without any sign of strain, certain he holds the advantage. Then he needles her pride by asking whether she wants a repeat of what happened in the first round. That provocation triggers her power, and icy energy erupts in response. A massive dome of ice forms around the battlefield, instantly changing the terrain. Someone identifies Kim Tae-hyun as the cause, while he recognizes this familiar tactic returning. Lim Ah-hyung regains her resolve and wants him to worry about himself instead. She launches forward with her weapon and vows that this time he will not be allowed to make that same outcome happen again. Someone challenges Tae-hyun one last time, asking if he is truly certain about his choice. The frozen battlefield falls quiet as the fight reaches its conclusion. Amid the shattered ice and debris, the outcome becomes unmistakable. A final surge of motion cuts through the blizzard, carrying the clash to its end. Lim Ah-hyung's desperate hold on Tae-hyun fails to stop what is coming. She collapses onto the icy ground while Tae-hyun remains standing over the aftermath. Exhausted and defeated, Lim Ah-hyung can do nothing but lie there and catch her breath. Tae-hyun steadies himself and acknowledges that she lived up to her reputation. He openly recognizes Lim Ah-hyung as the hardest opponent he faced. With that victory, the trial ends and Kim Tae-hyun is declared the top-ranked applicant. As his reward for finishing first, he is given a weapon and proof of his new status. Later, in a formal meeting, he is congratulated on becoming an S-rank player. The official admits Tae-hyun exceeded expectations by surviving to the third round and even clearing Apocalypto. Tae-hyun downplays the achievement and attributes it to luck. The older man studies him more carefully, sensing there is more behind that modest answer. He addresses him personally as Tae-hyun, shifting the conversation into a more direct proposal. The official invites him to join the new South Korea Player Association. Tae-hyun considers the offer in silence while holding the rewards he just earned. The official presses him for an honest opinion about working for the new association. He waits confidently, expecting the prestige of the offer to speak for itself. Tae-hyun reflects on how quickly his circumstances have changed. In a short time, he has become an S-ranker, taken first place, and drawn attention from powerful organizations. That attention now includes a direct scouting offer from one of the country's most influential figures. The official remains composed, certain that Tae-hyun understands the value of what is being offered. Tae-hyun realizes that even with his foreknowledge, the world is no longer unfolding exactly as expected. Even so, he reaches a decision and prepares to state it plainly. He declines the offer without hesitation. The official is stunned and demands a reason, but Tae-hyun insists there is nothing complicated behind it. Tae-hyun answers calmly, showing he has already settled the matter in his mind. He explains that he believes he will be more effective on his own than inside any guild or association. He even apologizes, making clear that he does not intend to become part of the official's plans. The older man's surprise gives way to a more intrigued reaction. Leaning forward across the table, he reassesses Tae-hyun with renewed interest. Instead of taking offense, he breaks into laughter at Tae-hyun's audacity. He admits he never expected Tae-hyun to believe in himself more than in the nation's top organizations, but he accepts that confidence. Then he offers an alternative, asking whether Tae-hyun would consider a different kind of opportunity. The official reveals that he has another proposal in mind. He asks if Tae-hyun would be interested in participating in the Asian Exhibition Games. The proposal is framed around brutal battles against monsters and villains on a public stage. For Tae-hyun, the idea immediately connects to overwhelming combat and the chance to prove himself against dangerous enemies. He imagines clearing dungeons and wiping out threats with ease if he were strong enough. In that vision, a dungeon stands empty before him, symbolizing the level he wants to reach. He repeats the name of the event, weighing what it could mean for him. The official explains that each Asian country selects 5 representatives from its associations and guilds. Those representatives compete in a festival centered on hunting villains and monsters. To earn a national spot, players must build merit by proving themselves through those hunts. The official argues that Tae-hyun's rapid rise makes the games a realistic target for him. Tae-hyun pushes back internally, knowing he only recently became a player and cannot match years of accumulated merit. Even after clearing every dungeon he can find for a month, he still has not advanced enough or earned enough points. He concludes that if he wants to keep moving forward, he may have to pursue this dangerous path anyway. Kim Tae-hyun decides he has no choice but to go to the place in question himself. That destination is a grand estate hosting an important gathering at night. Inside, violence erupts as someone is struck down in a sudden burst of force. A furious chairman seizes a subordinate with overwhelming power, nearly choking him in his rage. The man begs for restraint, but the chairman is too consumed by anger to listen. His fury comes from learning that Taehyun's heir remains hospitalized while the culprit is an S-rank player who is still rising in influence. Unable to accept that reality, he lashes out even harder instead of calming down. The subordinate is hurled away and smashed into the wall by the chairman's outburst. Their confrontation is interrupted by news that a guest from the malignant guild has arrived. The chairman is outraged that those enemies would dare appear after ruining his plans and wasting his money. He prepares to retaliate immediately, but the atmosphere shifts ominously as the visitor's presence alone overwhelms the room. The intruder mocks the chairman's son as a disgrace and coolly tells the father to settle down first. He makes clear that the chairman's son is no longer Taehyun's concern, leaving the chairman shaken. The masked visitor introduces himself as the vice guild master of the malignant guild. He gives his name as Shadow, revealing himself as a high-ranking and still mysterious figure within that guild. Elsewhere, a portal opens at the auction venue. Kim Taehyun steps out of the gate and arrives on site. His arrival surprises the staff, who immediately recognize him. He reaches the East Point auction building, a major urban venue. A bodyguard from the Alchemist's Guild rushes to greet him and explains he has been assigned as Taehyun's guide for the auction. The guard introduces himself as Park Jianwoon and is thrilled to meet him. Park is an A-rank player, hired as security for the event, and his specialty is gate manipulation. He reveals he became Taehyun's fan after seeing him overpower everyone in the third round of player tryouts, and even asks for an autograph. The narration introduces East Point as the auction region hosting the event. It is presented as one of the largest auction operations in Asia, attracting wealthy and influential guests. Its reputation is built on offering exceptionally valuable items. The venue also boasts conveniences like automatic interpretation support, making it highly accessible. Even so, its greatest strength is implied to be something beyond luxury or merchandise. Park's overeager fandom escalates to the point that he nearly calls security on himself just to secure an autograph. Taehyun reflects that guild bodyguards like Park are indeed an important part of an auction's security, but he notes that East Point's real advantage is its constant warp point changes, which make unauthorized access extremely difficult. That security feature explains why there were no casualties during the recent attack, and Park proudly agrees with the assessment. Taehyun then hints that despite that, something about the incident still does not add up. He recalls that an S-rank villain's terror attack took place at this very location. Meanwhile, the auction proceeds excitedly as the crowd is told the featured item has finally arrived. The host unveils the Phoenix Potion as the auction's headline item. Its effect is announced as a 20-point boost to both stamina and magic, drawing strong interest. Taehyun waits from above, intending to eliminate the S-rank villain and claim the merit points, though he still lacks key information. As bidding begins, he admits he knows almost nothing about what really happened here. He remembers the reports only said East Point suffered severe damage and that the main culprit was a terror attacker called Enro. What troubles him most is that no one ever explained who actually stopped that attack, so he turns back to Park for answers. Taehyun asks to speak with the chief security officer in charge of the venue. Park is confused and says he is not authorized to know much, but Taehyun presses him anyway. Before Park can explain further, both men are interrupted by a loud, familiar commotion. The crowd realizes Kim Taehyun is present and erupts over the appearance of new South Korea's youngest S-rank player. The excitement spreads rapidly as more attendees and staff gather around the news. At the same time, a disciplined security squad advances through the hall with clear purpose. Their leader announces that they have Kim Taehyun located. The man at their head is revealed to be the devil, Isaki Ryohei, East Point's Japanese S-rank chief security officer. As Kim Taehyun arrives, the Japanese side identifies Ryohei as an S-rank player and the chief of the guild tied to the control office, making clear that a major figure is confronting him. They warn Taehyun to stay careful, implying Ryohei is dangerous even by top-rank standards. Ryohei's reputation is laid bare. He is feared as a ruthless manipulator who even turned his own comrades into tools, earning the name the Devil. Ryohei greets Taehyun with mocking courtesy, saying he had heard South Korea had sent an extraordinary genius and is amused to meet him in person. He offers a handshake as if proposing civility, but the gesture feels more like a test than a welcome. Taehyun immediately notices the insult hidden in it when Ryohei extends his left hand instead of his right. Even so, Taehyun accepts the provocation and reaches out, refusing to back down at their first contact. The moment their hands meet, the greeting turns into a clash of power. Ryohei floods the handshake with violent energy, trying to overwhelm Taehyun through sheer force. Taehyun endures the attack without retreating, meeting the pressure head-on. The surge spreads through the room, and everyone around them can feel that this is no ordinary exchange of manners. Ryohei is stunned that Taehyun withstands it at all, then twists that surprise into a sneer by belittling him as merely worthy of his rank. Taehyun recognizes the move for what it is and grows openly furious at the deliberate humiliation. Someone urgently calls for Ryohei to stop before the situation spirals further. The pressure becomes so intense that nearby civilians collapse and struggle to breathe under the spillover. Taehyun realizes that if he escalates here, innocent people will be dragged into the fight, forcing him to restrain himself. Ryohei laughs off the whole thing as a harmless prank on a newly promoted S-rank, using mockery to assert dominance. But the exchange shifts when Ryohei loosens his grip, signaling that he has made his point. He steps in close and turns the confrontation into a private warning delivered face-to-face. Ryohei tells Taehyun that this should have taught him a lesson, rank alone does not put him above Ryohei. He adds that he already knows why Taehyun came and warns him not to make useless moves if he wants to avoid getting lost in this place. Still amused, Ryohei ends the threat with a taunting farewell, as if granting Taehyun permission to proceed. He leaves through a corridor lined with armed guards, casually telling them to enjoy the auction while making clear the building is under his control. Once he is gone, Taehyun's companions rush to him, alarmed by how dangerous the encounter was. Taehyun concludes that dealing with Ryohei will be far more difficult than he expected. The story shifts to the isolated tower-like auction complex standing out over the sea. Inside another secured section, a heavily armed unit emerges from a gate marked for the warp control area. Observers are unsettled by the unfamiliar group and question where these people came from. Their leader dismisses the concern and explains that beyond this point lies only the warp gate control office, where the people they came to meet are waiting. He orders his men to assist while declaring that he alone will handle any S-rank opposition. Elsewhere, in a monster-ridden chamber, a giant creature looms over fallen victims while a sinister elder stands calmly amid the chaos. The monster crushes a victim underfoot, showing that the slaughter is already underway. The elder revels in the carnage and is identified as Narendra Nehru, an S-rank villain of unknown affiliation. A subordinate reports to Narendra that a new variable has appeared at the auction house. That variable is Kim Taehyun, the new S-rank from South Korea, now present at the site. The subordinate asks whether Taehyun's arrival requires a change in their plans. Narendra contemptuously dismisses him as lowly trash and boasts that no one can escape his divine revelation while he is here. His followers stand behind him in eerie discipline, reinforcing that this attack is organized rather than random. Outside, his ominous declaration hangs over the isolated building like a sentence already passed. Then the assault begins as an explosion tears into the tower from the outside. Inside the auction hall, a presentation is underway before a seated crowd, with no warning of the disaster about to hit. The blast rips through the hall, turning the event into instant panic and destruction. Taehyun, who had been calmly observing with a companion, is caught in the sudden attack. A second explosion erupts nearby, throwing people and debris through the room. From outside, the first strike is visible against the isolated auction complex. Multiple explosions follow across the structure, confirming a coordinated bombing rather than a single breach. One of the staff desperately calls out to Taehyun, seeking direction in the middle of the chaos. As debris falls around them, the staff urges immediate evacuation, while Taehyun steadies himself and takes in the scale of the attack. Taehyun realizes this is worse than the terror strike he anticipated, because bombs have been planted throughout the building. As another explosion detonates behind fleeing people, the crucial question becomes how the terrorists infiltrated the auction house and when they managed to rig it with explosives. As panic erupts over the terrorists' arrival, one man cuts through the fear and focuses on what matters most in the chaos. While armed attackers rush the room and civilians recoil, he sizes up the threat instead of freezing with everyone else. The terrorists seize control by ordering everyone to surrender their weapons and valuables immediately. Their leader reinforces the threat by promising to kill anyone who resists. Before the intimidation can settle in, the calm man strikes first and instantly takes the leader out. A stunned bystander recognizes the attacker as Kim Taehyun. Taehyun tells Park Ji-woong to take charge of the remaining situation while he handles his own objective. He reveals that objective at once, deciding to cut through the terrorists, and claiming the association's rare item for himself. Deeper inside, another group of raiders closes in around a stash of secured goods, ready to defend what they came for. Their side makes clear that these artifacts have already been claimed and will not be handed over to rival terrorists. The confrontation hardens into open hostility, as they reject any negotiation with the opposing faction. Their commander ends the standoff with a simple order to massacre the intruders. The corridor explodes into a brutal melee as both sides tear into each other. The clash ends almost as quickly as it began, with bodies dropping across the floor. When the dust settles, the raiders lie scattered and defeated around the cargo. With the defenders down, a hand reaches straight for a particular container among the loot. The purple-haired terrorist triumphantly retrieves the item he was after and realizes he has finally found it. It turns out to be the Phoenix Potion, a unique consumable that permanently increases stamina and mana. Sensing the tremendous energy inside it, he understands why Narendra Nurli wanted it badly enough to risk lives. He is tempted to drink the potion himself and claim that power. Before he can act, an unseen force slams into the area and violently interrupts him. Nearby survivors are left sprawled among the wreckage, showing how sudden and overwhelming the attack was. The purple-haired man is caught off guard, unable to identify what just hit them. His subordinates realize an enemy is present and warn him that Dyke's side is under attack. Their confusion deepens when they still cannot see the assailant at all. The invisible attacker answers by striking again, burning through another target before anyone can react. The remaining terrorists brace themselves in formation, knives drawn, while their leader holds the potion and searches for the hidden enemy. A second wave of unseen attacks drops more of them in an instant, leaving only the leader standing. Realizing what he is facing, the leader identifies the enemy's ability as stealth. He immediately counters with his own power, unleashing a chain-based skill to expose and restrain the hidden opponent. The attack lands, drawing blood and confirming he has managed to catch the elusive enemy. He follows through by extending control over the chains to lock the target down completely. The chains spread across the battlefield, crossing through the room to pin down the invisible intruder's position. They cinch tight around the trapped figure, turning the hidden advantage into a liability. The binding completes, sealing off any easy escape. Now restrained, the stealth user is revealed at a distance while the leader keeps the Phoenix Potion in hand. The leader mocks the intruder for relying on stealth without the strength to back it up. Certain he has won, he promises to kill the trapped enemy himself, but the captive remains amused, praising the chain's skill for being able to detect even a hidden opponent. Instead of panicking, he treats the leader as useful prey and hints that this reversal is exactly what he wanted. Elsewhere, more people are shown immobilized inside the same cold, binding force. Even office staff and civilians have been tied up, revealing the attack has spread far beyond a single skirmish. At the same time, monstrous creatures gather around the captives, turning the hostage situation into a full-scale supernatural takeover. The crisis centers on the warp gate control room, where the monsters and prisoners are being held under enemy control. From above, Narendra Nurli watches with satisfaction and dismisses the takeover as effortless. He intends to use this terror to deepen the captives' worship and fear of him. With the room secured, he asks for the only remaining concern, the Phoenix Potion. A subordinate reports that Dyke's group was sent to retrieve it, and has just transmitted a message. When Narendra presses for the problem, the messenger hesitates, clearly afraid of the answer. The reply comes through the radio as a burst of static, implying that Dyke's team has been cut off or wiped out. A voice over a communicator reaches out to Narendra Nehru, testing whether it has found the right person. The contact is answered by a sinister presence whose glowing eye suggests immediate danger. When Narendra demands the caller identify himself, the man answers with mocking confidence. He makes clear there is no misunderstanding and presents himself as the one Narendra should be dealing with. He reveals that he possesses the item Narendra wants, proving he has leverage. Using that advantage, he orders Narendra to come at once if he ever wants the stolen object returned. Narendra recognizes the caller as a terrorist and answers with open hatred. Elsewhere, the aftermath of violence is laid bare in a corridor filled with fallen bodies and destruction. The young man with the stolen artifact immediately drinks from it instead of preserving it. The potion restores and strengthens him at once, sharply increasing both his stamina and magical power. He realizes the artifact was far more valuable than expected, since it boosted every stat simultaneously. Relieved that the Phoenix Potion can no longer be reclaimed by the terrorists, he prepares to move on. Before he can leave, a new group arrives and closes in on the scene. Their leader, a blonde swordsman in white, advances with armed subordinates behind him. They take in the slaughtered corridor and spot the young man waiting at the far end. One subordinate reports that the place is empty of survivors, only corpses remaining. Another confirms the signal definitely came from here and assumes the culprit cannot have escaped. The leader mocks their confusion, implying the answer is obvious. He points out that the man they seek is standing directly in front of them. He calls the fugitive by name, Kim Taehyun, and demands he stop hiding himself. Purple energy flickers around Taehyun as he drops his concealment and reveals his position. Taehyun emerges with a smirk, pleased that his stealth skill worked almost too well. Now fully visible, he faces the security team without backing down. The blonde leader questions why an S-rank player of Taehyun's level is involved here at all. Taehyun turns the accusation around, asking why the head of security is not dealing with the terrorist attack instead. The leader laughs off the challenge and admits he is here because he is searching for something specific. That answer makes Taehyun realize the situation is worse than it first appeared. He concludes that his unease came from sensing the leader's true intentions. Taehyun lays out the logic. The bombings pulled strong players away as bodyguards, leaving this route vulnerable. Because terrorists breached a tightly controlled entry point, he deduced there had to be an insider helping them. He confronts the security team with that conclusion as they continue advancing on him. Then he names the real betrayal, exposing the head of security himself as the terrorist spy. The leader answers with amused contempt, saying he had even allowed Taehyun to keep living in ignorance. Realizing talk is over, Taehyun braces as the enemy side suddenly makes its move. A hidden swordsman bursts in at extreme speed, striking from close range. Taehyun meets the attack head-on, catching the blade with his own weapon in a violent clash. The blonde leader uses the opening to demand the item Taehyun took. Taehyun refuses and taunts him to seize it by force if he can. Their collision erupts with power, sending shockwaves through the corridor and forcing the others to keep their distance. Red energy spirals through the passage as the battle's force tears the environment apart. The destructive pressure slices into the walls and floor, making the danger to bystanders obvious. Even heavy cargo is ripped up and hurled by the turbulence of their fight. The onlookers recognize that this is a clash between S-rank monsters and that stepping in would be suicide. One of them identifies the blonde leader as Ryohei, the devil, and warns that anyone interfering would be shredded instantly. Meanwhile, Taehyun is driven into a high-speed exchange with another lethal opponent moving through the chaos. As he blocks under intense pressure, he realizes this enemy is no ordinary assassin. Taehyun notes the difference immediately. Unlike him, this fighter can read the direction of attacks through killing intent and sound. The revelation hits hard when the assassin tracks him accurately and counters his hidden movement. Their blades flash again in a near-invisible exchange as Taehyun's usual advantage fails him. For the first time, Taehyun is visibly shaken, understanding he is facing someone who can truly keep up with him. The dark-haired fighter opens the clash by driving a blazing sword strike straight through the blonde swordsman's attack and into his body. The hit lands brutally, tearing into the blonde man's shoulder and forcing him to recoil in pain. As he is blasted backward, the attacker judges that despite their use of stealth, the enemy's overall level is still far below his own. Watching the man tumble away, he confirms his read on the situation, while nearby onlookers realize too late what is happening. He immediately shifts tactics, deciding this opponent is too weak to justify using his stronger predation ability. Instead, a violent crimson aura erupts outward and overwhelms the surrounding men in white suits. The power condenses into massive stone-like force, turning the corridor itself into a weapon. That crushing wave surges through the hall and smashes into the clustered enemies. Several of them are hurled down hard, losing all control as debris and blood scatter. One man crashes onto another, and the group is left sprawled and broken under the pressure. The attacker scans the chaos and realizes the person he came for, Isaki Ryohei, is nowhere in sight. A voice from above praises his judgment, catching him off guard with the realization that someone stronger has been watching. The blonde swordsman reveals he had only been bait after the intruder exhausted his wide-range skill and came looking for him. He counters from overhead with a downward strike, mocking the intruder for not guarding above as well. The dark-haired fighter barely raises his blade in time to block the sudden attack. Elsewhere in the facility, 2 guards stand watch outside a marked floor access point, unaware of what is about to hit them. A beam-like strike tears down through the structure and detonates the floor between them. The slash rips a long vertical path through multiple levels, carving a direct route downward. The blonde swordsman rides the destruction down and pins the intruder beneath his foot, trying to finish him with sheer dominance. But his confidence breaks when he senses something unexpected restraining his attack. Golden chains suddenly coil around the dark-haired fighter and the sword, and the blonde man is stunned by the unfamiliar ability. The trapped fighter smirks, already convinced his opponent has misunderstood the situation. The blonde swordsman realizes too late that the earlier wide-range skill was never meant to locate him. It was used to force him into range, and now the chains lock him in place before he can retreat again. The dark-haired fighter tightens the trap and taunts him for trying to run. The blonde man struggles as the glowing chains bind his body and strip away his mobility. Enraged, he curses the intruder, but fury does nothing to free him. A huge chain mass swings in with crushing momentum toward the immobilized swordsman. The weaponized weight slams into him at close range, driving the attack through his guard. The impact caves into his face and leaves him bloodied and shattered. His body is blasted away and disappears down a deep, newly opened shaft in the ruined corridor. With the immediate threat removed, the scene widens to reveal multiple captives in white suits kneeling in chains before the dark-haired fighter. Among them are bound men who can only watch as he takes control of the aftermath. More prisoners are shown restrained the same way, confirming he has subdued the entire group. The long-haired captive at the center pants through his injuries, still conscious despite the beating. He looks up at the victor and spits out his name with open hatred. The dark-haired man dismisses him coldly, saying an S-ranker throwing his life away for petty money makes no sense. The prisoner snaps back that if the intruder had not interfered, everything would already have been settled. That excuse earns him a boot to the face before he can keep ranting. The kick sends him skidding away as the victor cuts him down verbally for talking too much for a criminal. The chained captives anxiously call out to their fallen superior while the dark-haired fighter remains composed. He gets to the point and demands information on Naranda. The battered prisoner claims it no longer matters because every national association has already been alerted and reinforcements are on the way. Still grinning through the rubble, he warns that both the intruder and Naranda will be finished once those forces arrive. The dark-haired fighter realizes from that answer that the man has completely failed to understand the real situation. He turns sharply and moves at once, acting on the implication hidden in the prisoner's words. He rushes to a nearby door as if expecting an immediate development beyond it. Inside a control room, officials are still gathered around a glowing table when the disturbance reaches them. The door bursts open and a figure arrives in a wash of blinding light, interrupting the room. The newcomer announces reinforcements, confirming that outside forces have already entered the scene. Guildmaster Seo Sangik urgently demands to know what happened to the reinforcements meant for the East Point operation. The others explain that their own forces are tied up protecting countless VIPs and new association members, leaving the villains free to keep advancing. They try to steady him by revealing that they assembled a backup team the moment they heard the terror attack had begun. That reserve force is an elite player squad led by Park Sungjin, sent to intervene where the crisis is worst. Seo first assumes his guild can simply provide more personnel and supplies, but the others make clear that logistics are not the real problem. The real obstacle is that no one can physically reach the battlefield anymore. They explain that the terrorists seized the East Point control room and shut down every warp gate connected to the area. Seo is stunned by that revelation, but the others insist there is still one person on site who might stabilize the situation. They pin their hopes on Kim Tae-hyun, arguing that although he only recently became S-rank, his performance against the terrorists has already exceeded expectations. When someone suggests reconnecting the warp gates once the enemy leaders are removed, another immediately rejects it because Narendra could destroy the city before that happens. A new voice cuts in and warns that such optimism would only apply against an ordinary S-ranker. The room falls silent as an unexpected visitor arrives and takes control of the conversation. The newcomer is recognized as Yua Hyung, whose sudden appearance signals that the crisis is even worse than they thought. Elsewhere, in the ruined terrorist stronghold, Kim Tae-hyun faces captured hostages while the enemy leader stands over the wreckage in command. One bound captive asks whether Tae-hyun knows the forbidden skill called Contract with the Devil. The hostage explains that it is one of Narendra Neru's most dangerous abilities. By offering sacrifices of sufficient amount and quality, Narendra can summon a demon matched to the value of what he gives up. Taehyun realizes with dread that the sacrifices being discussed are not symbolic at all. The captive confirms it with cruel satisfaction and makes clear that the intended offerings are living people. Yoo Ah-hyung's report to the guild leaders confirms the same horrifying truth. The sacrifices are humans. Back in the meeting room, the officials are shaken as the scale of the threat finally becomes clear. One of them can barely process what he is hearing. Yoo Ah-hyung explains that Narendra Neru is holding roughly a few hundred hostages and is infamous even among S-rank terrorists. She spells out the implication. If he offers even 100 people and completes the summoning, the result will be beyond containment. Taehyun reaches the same conclusion at the scene and understands exactly how catastrophic the ritual would be. Driven by that realization, he moves to act before the sacrifice can begin. He condemns the terrorists as madmen and refuses to let their plan proceed. Narendra mocks him, admitting Taehyun may have beaten Kim Taehyun's previous opponent, but insisting he can never overcome Narendra himself. He forces Taehyun into a brutal choice: submit and watch the hostages die as offerings, or attack hopelessly. Narendra finishes the ultimatum by promising that resistance will only end in Taehyun's death. Taehyun answers with violence, lunging straight at the bound terrorist leader instead of accepting either option. Outside, the isolated city remains cut off and burning under the weight of the ongoing disaster. Inside the terrorists' ritual chamber, a mass of hostages is gathered beneath monstrous entities and sealed gates, ready to be used. One subordinate reports to Narendra that Isaka Ryohei appears to have lost. He adds that Kim Taehyun's whereabouts are unknown along with the stolen Phoenix potion, and asks how they should proceed. Narendra concludes that Taehyun knows he cannot win head-on and is likely stalling for association reinforcements. Even so, Narendra decides he can force Taehyun out by beginning the ritual himself. Dark power surges through the chamber, and the hostages panic as the summoning process starts around them. One bound woman is engulfed by the sinister energy as the sacrifice begins to take hold. Narendra openly states his plan to use the hostages as bait if Taehyun refuses to reveal himself. As the victims choke in the spreading darkness, the ritual reaches its opening stage. Narendra declares that the offering ceremony for his god is about to begin. Just as he raises his hand to proceed, something interrupts him. The hostages notice the lights fail and realize the chamber has suddenly gone dark. The terrorists are thrown off balance, confused that the blackout happened right after the bomb blast and unable to see. Narendra instantly senses that this disruption is not an accident. He realizes in shock that the sacrifices he was holding vanished in an instant. Taehyun emerges from the darkness behind him, having freed the captives and seized control of the chains with crackling force. Before Narendra can fully turn, Taehyun whips the chains around him and closes in for a decisive strike. The attack lands at point-blank range, catching Narendra in the eye and ending Taehyun's ambush with brutal precision. Kim Taehyun bursts through the chaos on chains, driving straight at the old man controlling the situation. His attack seems to connect, forcing a pained reaction from the elder as the chain catches him. Taehyun thinks he has finally secured his target and takes hold of the chain with confidence. But the old man reveals he was waiting for that opening and closes in at point-blank range. A hidden strike ignites from the elder's body, turning the trap back on Taehyun. Taehyun realizes too late that he has been baited. The elder unleashes multiple blazing attacks at once, surrounding Taehyun before he can disengage. The chamber erupts in a violent explosion that tears through the floor and walls. Even amid the flames, Taehyun recognizes that the old man had concealed another move and is far more dangerous than expected. As the elder stands unharmed in the inferno, Taehyun is forced to reassess what kind of opponent he is facing. The bound captives mistake Taehyun for their savior and desperately call out to him by name. They beg him to free them and promise gratitude, convinced he came to rescue them. Instead of indulging them, Taehyun clears them out of his path so he can keep fighting. A new disturbance answers his movement, signaling that the battle is about to escalate again. Monsters begin pouring down from above, surrounding Taehyun in overwhelming numbers. They crash into the arena in a coordinated drop, turning the fight into a siege. Even heavier demonic creatures force their way in, adding brute strength to the swarm. Red magical lines spread through the battlefield, showing the elder tightening his control over the monsters. The summoned horde converges beneath Taehyun as the elder's magic drives them into a focused assault. A monstrous claw descends through the red aura, aiming to crush him from above. Taehyun is forced into the center of the pit as a giant maw and more creatures dive on him. From every side, the monsters shriek and close in under the elder's command. The pressure keeps building as more of them lunge in without hesitation. One of the demons bears down on him with murderous intent, showing how savage the controlled beasts have become. Taehyun finds himself ringed in on all sides and briefly falters at the sudden crush of enemies. He barely catches a red slash with his blade and is startled by how relentless the assault has become. Watching from the flames, the elder mocks him for thinking these creatures were ordinary monsters. He explains that these are monsters from his own skill, bound to him through a contract with the devil. As Taehyun is driven backward, the elder boasts that his magic gives him complete control over them. He adds that his magic makes them tougher and far stronger than their natural kind. The empowered swarm slams Taehyun into the broken ground, leaving him bloodied and pinned under pressure. While Taehyun lies battered, the elder warns him not to mistake one victory over Ryohei for divine favor. The old man makes it clear that Taehyun's earlier success means nothing against him. Even so, Taehyun keeps the monsters occupied in the center, preventing them from spilling toward the captives. The bound students finally notice that he is not simply losing control of the fight, but being overwhelmed while holding the line. They realize he answered their plea to save them, yet he still refuses to let a single monster reach them. Confusion gives way to attention as they begin to truly understand what he has been doing. Looking carefully, they see that the monsters are ignoring them only because Taehyun is drawing all the danger onto himself. They understand that despite being outmatched and unable to flee, he is still shielding them from the entire swarm. The captives fall silent, shaken by the realization of his intent. Someone points out that Taehyun had even thrown the hostages aside earlier to move them out of danger. A tearful captive concludes that from the very beginning, Taehyun was acting only to save them. That realization spreads through the hostages as they see his choices in a completely different light. Still fighting through pain and damage, Taehyun strains to keep standing against the monsters. The captives finally start cheering for him, admitting they misjudged him and begging him not to give up. Their voices trigger a sudden surge as chains whip back into motion across the battlefield. The chains lash around the attacking monsters, binding and interrupting their advance. Using the chains as anchors, Taehyun launches himself upward through the chaos to strike back. Annoyed and embarrassed by the encouragement, he snaps at them to be quiet even as he regains momentum. The captives are left stunned by his outburst, caught between confusion and renewed hope. The snake-wreathed old terrorist pauses as if he has noticed an unexpected change in the battle. Elsewhere, the defenders are being overwhelmed, with monsters still pouring in while the hostages trapped among them make any counterattack impossible. Seeing the crisis deepen, the captives cry out for Kim Taehyun in desperation. The old man mocks that despair and taunts them for already giving up. A battered ally begs player Park Ji-woong to end the situation quickly and save Taehyun. At that plea, Taehyun senses something and realizes a new force has entered the field. A shockwave tears through the chamber as someone arrives through a gate behind the enemy. A man appears in the opening already gathering blue energy in his hands, catching everyone off guard. He apologizes to Taehyun for being late and commits to acting immediately. The newcomer finds Taehyun collapsed amid rubble and chains, confirming how badly things have gone. He steps forward with grim focus, taking in the damage around him. As another ally joins him, they reveal that the security team had been colluding with the terrorists all along. Even though he is stunned by that betrayal, he refuses to dwell on it because the larger emergency comes first. He explains that the warp gate control room is likely already overrun by monsters summoned by Opodaro. Fighting the villains themselves is manageable, but that is not the true danger. If the monsters keep rampaging through the hostages, countless civilians could be slaughtered before anyone can stop them. So he turns to the other man and says the only way to solve this is to use his special skill. The skill he needs is gate manipulation, leaving the man startled that such a burden is being placed on him. The man agrees to help, but warns that without knowing the exact warp point, linking this area to the association side should be impossible. The strategist dismisses that concern because his real objective is not evacuation. What he actually wants is a way to send the monsters back out through the gates. Blue portals flare to life across the chamber as the plan is put into motion. The gates stabilize and expand into a network large enough to redirect the entire swarm. Monsters are suddenly dragged and hurled into the portals before they can keep advancing. One after another, the creatures are swept away by the force transfer. Watching his summoned army get stolen from him, the old terrorist is thrown into confusion. He demands to know how his control of the battlefield has been overturned so abruptly. The portals continue devouring the monsters and debris, turning his own invasion against him. The man who enabled it reflects that he had once thought this strategy was absurd. Now he is astonished that the plan actually works. With the enemy's monsters being removed and the villains isolated, the balance of the fight shifts decisively toward the defenders. Taehyun, bloodied but resolute, forces himself back into the fight. He orders the gate user to stop fighting, take the hostages, and leave at once because his part is finished. The man protests, unwilling to abandon him. Taehyun makes clear that from here on, this is a duel between rankers of the same class. He drives himself forward with enough force to shatter the ground beneath him. Accepting the cost of that choice, he admits that in this battle he can no longer protect anyone else. The old man roars Taehyun's name and answers the challenge head-on. Taehyun coolly throws the insult back at him, refusing to be intimidated. The gate user hesitates, still torn about retreating. But he finally obeys and starts leading the hostages out of the chamber. Seeing the civilians safely moving away, Taehyun confirms that the last distraction has been removed. With a grim smile, he decides that all that remains is to finish the enemy himself. He launches into a direct assault, whipping his chained weapon through the fire and forcing the old man onto the defensive. Taehyun presses the attack with precise, relentless strikes, driving through the chaos without hesitation. The old man spins amid the debris and flames, trying to recover control of the exchange. He rages that Taehyun is only another ranker like him and should not be able to dominate the fight. Trying to reassert superiority, he unleashes a blazing counterattack and sneers that a mere kid cannot stop him. His flames take the shape of a massive serpent lunging to devour Taehyun. The old man sends the fiery serpent crashing down, openly challenging Taehyun to prove he can survive and stop him. The young man is hurled through rubble but still tries to shield himself as the attack drives him back. A violent impact tears through the building, showing how completely he is being overpowered. His white-haired enemy declares that killing monsters and saving hostages means nothing if the hero cannot defeat him. Battered and half-buried in debris, the young man is forced to hear that all his efforts will be rendered useless. As blood falls to the ground, the threat hangs over him like an execution already decided. The old fanatic summons a pack of monsters behind him and condemns the hero as a blasphemer whose punishment will be death. Still kneeling in the crater, the young man steadies himself while the enemy frames the fight as divine judgment. The zealot openly sentences him to die in the name of his god. Monsters close in around the wounded hero, making it seem as though he is trapped from every side. Instead of breaking, he rises and mocks the old man's sermon as empty noise. He answers the death sentence with one of his own, promising that the one who will die here is his enemy. That defiance catches the old man off guard for the first time. A red power erupts from the young man's hand, surging outward with sudden force. The crimson energy tears through the monsters and blasts a path straight toward the old man. The attack manifests like a monstrous maw, showing that the hero had been concealing a far more dangerous power. The old man recoils in shock as the strike nearly reaches him. Now standing within a storm of red energy, the young man reveals that he had been hiding his strength all along. He watches the enemy's confusion with cold confidence, as if the balance of the fight has suddenly shifted. Laughing, he drives the crimson assault harder and forces the old man onto the defensive. But the old man answers by invoking Kim Taehyun as the highest quality sacrifice and begins a ritual instead of simply defending himself. The young man realizes too late that he was not the only one concealing his true capabilities. A sudden cough and a flash of alarm reveal that something in the enemy's move has disrupted him. Nearby masked terrorists are seized by a blue-black force, as if their bodies are being claimed for the ritual. They collapse in panic, feeling their bodies fail them while the red and blue energies clash around the room. One of them begins to disintegrate alive, confirming that the ritual is consuming the sacrifices. The young man stares in disbelief as the situation turns into something far worse than a simple battle. The old man announces that all the sacrifices have now been offered. In ecstatic prayer, he calls on his lord as the ritual reaches completion. He begs for divine punishment to be brought down upon the unbelievers. The young man can only watch as the invocation unleashes something beyond his expectations. A massive green skeletal dragon begins to emerge, born from the completed sacrifice. The summoned creature is identified as a bone dragon of rank S, making the threat catastrophically clear. Outside, the city skyline looms under smoke and fire, placing the coming disaster on a much larger scale. The side of a high-rise ruptures outward, showing the dragon's arrival is tearing through the building itself. Inside, trapped office workers see armed terrorists nearby and realize they are still caught in the middle of the crisis. One civilian, already shaken, despairs that there are still terrorists left even after everything else. The terrorists dismiss the hostages' fear and assume they can simply kill everyone who escaped from above. They move to carry out that plan, treating the survivors as loose ends. Before they can act, the same corrupting force that consumed the others suddenly strikes them too. The hostages recoil as the terrorists' bodies begin to break down in front of them. One terrified man braces himself, unable to understand whether the danger is ending or becoming even worse. Panic spreads through the crowd as the unnatural collapse continues. Then the building shudders again, and the survivors look out to see a far greater horror unfolding outside. Fear turns to raw shock as they realize something enormous has appeared. The green dragon bursts free through the tower, blasting debris and bodies outward as it takes flight. It dives down the face of the building, carrying the battle into open air. The young man is thrown into free fall and screams as he tumbles after it. The old man descends amid green flames, exulting as if the dragon's arrival proves his supremacy. He boasts that the dragon is, as always, the strongest of all, convinced victory is now certain. Falling through the air, the young man curses in frustration as he faces this new overwhelming threat. A blonde hunter lashes out with a glowing chain as he is hurled through the air in the middle of a violent battle. He drives the chain into a wall to stop himself from being thrown away and tries to regain control of his movement. The chain goes taut, buying him a brief moment to redirect himself instead of being completely overwhelmed. He crashes down through the structure anyway, smashing through concrete as the force of the fight drags him deeper into the building. He skids hard across the floor, leaving a scorched trail from the impact. When the dust settles, he forces himself up inside the crater, battered but still conscious. Struggling for breath, he is shaken by the sudden appearance of the monster attacking him. Elsewhere, Kim Taehyun realizes something is terribly wrong and focuses on the disturbance. A surge of green energy tears through the damaged interior, announcing the monster's approach. The blonde hunter turns just in time to face the incoming blast. The attacker is revealed as a skeletal dragon wreathed in green flames, carrying an old man on its back. Its power rips apart the building around them, turning the battlefield into collapsing rubble. Kim is thrown through the air by the destruction as the attack continues to escalate. The rider openly orders the dragon to kill Kim Taehyun, making the target of the assault unmistakable. In response, Kim draws on a red, chain-like power and prepares a desperate counterattack. He dives straight at the dragon, cursing it as he tries to break through with brute force. The dragon gathers a dense mass of green energy in its jaws to meet him head-on. That energy erupts outward in a devastating blast. Kim endures the explosion inside a cocoon of his red power, barely holding himself together. The blast blooms over the island and engulfs the tower in green fire, showing just how catastrophic the clash has become. Debris and green flames spread through the air as the aftermath of the attack consumes the area. From within the flames, the dragon emerges intact with its rider still in command. The old man admits he is genuinely shocked that Kim survived that attack at all. He reveals that he expected Kim to die from the strike, not remain standing afterward. Kim answers by driving his red chains into the ground and bracing himself, refusing to collapse. Even while gasping and clearly injured, he forces himself to stay in the fight. The old man judges that Kim blocked the attack at full power and concludes that both of them are operating at S-rank strength. Kim gives only a guarded reply, hiding how strained he really is. The old man decides Kim would never keep resisting unless he had no other option, and starts reading his condition more carefully. He reasons that Kim must already be close to his limit. Kim, meanwhile, thinks that if he can stall just a little longer, he may still have a chance to turn things around. The old man sees through that plan immediately, and calls Kim out for trying to buy time. He mocks Kim's failed direct attack and exposes his stalling tactic as obvious. Kim realizes his intentions have been read, and his composure starts to crack. The old man rejects any attempt at deception and unleashes more of his power in open fury. Green energy surges violently around the dragon as the rider prepares another decisive move. The dragon dives through the ruined cityscape, accelerating toward a new target instead of finishing Kim immediately. Kim suddenly understands what the old man is aiming for and shouts in alarm. Inside the tower, office workers notice the incoming threat through the windows and freeze in fear. Panic spreads among the trapped civilians as they realize the monster is coming straight at them. The dragon bears down on the building, using the people inside as leverage against Kim. Its tail or strike smashes into the structure, tearing through the exterior and putting the civilians in immediate danger. At the same time, in a separate command center, a major tower is shown as emergency measures are activated. An operator announces that the emergency warp gate has been opened and the connection is complete. A large portal stabilizes as personnel prepare coordinated deployment through the East Point route. A worried official warns that New South Korea is the only nation still connected and that even Park Sungjin could be consumed by rage if sent in now. A commanding man dismisses the concern outright. He argues that if Park Sungjin is considered dangerous, then the boy they are facing must be even more dangerous. He orders the team to enter East Point immediately. With that, the operation is reframed as a mission to eliminate supposed terrorists. The trapped survivors steel themselves to break through the disaster and save the others before it is too late. Their resolve is swallowed by violent destruction as the area erupts and hurls bodies and debris across the ruined floor. One injured man collapses in the chaos, calling out to Cook as if begging him to hold on. A sudden realization cuts to his panic when he senses something far worse unfolding nearby. A massive red surge bursts outward, tearing through the wreckage with a force that changes the battle entirely. Recognizing Taehyun at the center of it, the man understands that the young fighter has unleashed something dangerous. Taehyun roars through the pain as he forces more power out of himself despite his battered condition. His red power collides head-on with the dragon's overwhelming green energy, turning the battlefield into a storm of clashing forces. The dragon's master coldly accepts Taehyun's choice and orders the beast to incinerate him where he stands. Confident of victory, the old man demands that Taehyun be burned to ashes immediately. Even as the blast bears down on him, Taehyun keeps resisting, drawing a desperate cry from the man watching behind him. That ally tells Taehyun to stop worrying about the others and focus only on surviving, because everyone is finished if he dies. Taehyun accepts that logic and turns inward, realizing he has to abandon hesitation if he wants any chance to save them. He judges that he cannot defeat the bone dragon in a direct clash, so the only path left is to endure until his own power reaches a new limit. Sensing the shift, the old enemy prepares to intervene personally rather than trust the dragon alone. But Taehyun refuses to break yet, clinging to consciousness and insisting that the end has not come. The opposing energies explode together in a blinding impact as his gamble pushes the clash even further. On the verge of collapse, Taehyun rejects surrender and forces himself to keep fighting. He commands himself to think clearly and find some way to save everyone instead of dying blindly. In that desperate mental space, he admits he can no longer take any more of this power. Then something interrupts his despair, and he jolts as if he has heard an unexpected voice. He turns back toward the fallen man behind him, trying to understand where that guidance came from. The injured survivor struggles on the ground while Taehyun's power continues raging out of control nearby. Taehyun fixates on the mysterious voice, realizing it may be the key to what is happening to him. A system-like notice appears as his predation rank begins to readjust, and the red aura around him intensifies. The ability is forcibly raised to a higher rank, but the upgrade comes with a warning that his body has already exceeded what it can safely endure. As the power swells beyond reason, even the onlookers can no longer tell what is happening to him. The transformation completes into Predation SS, and Taehyun can barely endure the agony of the escalation. Across from him, the dragon and its master are caught in the backlash of the new red force spreading through the battlefield. The old man recognizes the change at once and is shaken by how far Taehyun's power has risen. The escalation continues again, surging past SS toward an even more monstrous state. Predation reaches SSS, but the system warns that it can no longer be turned off, trapping Taehyun inside the berserk power. Taehyun screams as the uncontrolled energy tears through his body and mind. The old man realizes the power has gone berserk and suspects the mysterious king's influence is behind the voice Taehyun heard. That unseen presence seems to watch with quiet satisfaction as the crisis deepens. Feeling his body crack apart, Taehyun is horrified that after coming this far he may die in a meaningless frenzy. Even so, he refuses to accept that kind of end and clings to the will to keep living. He forces himself upright through the pain, dragging his shattered body back under his own control. With sheer will, he gathers the berserk energy and prepares one more move instead of letting it consume him. He drives that power violently downward, turning his own body into the center of a crushing impact. The strike smashes him into the ground and creates a spiraling red shockwave that tears through the surrounding ruins. Watching the eruption, the old man realizes Taehyun has deliberately forced his skill into berserk mode. Yet what truly alarms him is the absurd amount of energy still pouring out afterward. He cannot understand why the power keeps raging even after such a catastrophic release. Taehyun has already blacked out from the burden, so the old man is unnerved that the skill still refuses to stop. His fear turns to fury, and he denounces Taehyun as a godless fool for defying him this far. Abandoning restraint, he vows to kill Taehyun personally if the boy insists on opposing his god to the end. He sends the dragon diving into the shattered ground and declares that he will finish Taehyun with his own hands. The dragon lunges in with its claws, trying to tear through the red storm and reach the fallen fighter. But the beast is met by the still raging crimson barrier around Taehyun, which stands between him and the killing blow. The old man is jolted into alarm as the battle takes a sudden, incomprehensible turn. He looks down into the shattered battlefield and realizes the young fighter is still standing inside the spreading ruin. A closer look leaves him shaken, as if he has sensed something far more dangerous than he expected. Around the young man, monstrous red-black power begins to manifest, towering over the battlefield like a summoned calamity. That presence rapidly takes shape, confirming that a new and hostile force is being born through him. The old man, caught in the turbulence, can barely process what he is witnessing. The red-haired fighter mocks the idea of divinity, making clear that the old man has misunderstood what stands before him. He dismisses the old man's belief as laughable, while his damaged body continues to crackle with overwhelming power. The old man turns toward him, now visibly wary rather than confident. Unable to place this being, he demands to know who he really is. The transformed fighter rejects his identity as Kim Taehyun and notes that the old man has at least recognized the scale of his power. He refuses to explain himself, treating the old man as beneath notice and already doomed. With cold certainty, he declares that the old man is as good as dead. The old man is stunned by the claim, unable to understand what has already been decided for him. Red slashes of power coil around him, as if an unseen sentence is now taking effect. The two face each other across the wreckage, the transformed fighter in control and the old man suddenly on the defensive. A violent surge erupts from the red-haired fighter, pushing the confrontation into a new phase. At that moment, a system message confirms that a new skill called Demonic Contract has been registered. The young man's consciousness is abruptly pulled into a dark inner space, separated from the battlefield. Disoriented, he realizes he is no longer beside Opid Euro and cannot tell where he has been taken. Before he can understand it, glowing chains lash out through the darkness toward him. They bind his body midair, restraining him completely before he can resist. He looks up in shock as a massive empowered strike bears down on him. The attack smashes him into the ground, pinning him under force he cannot evade. As he lies trapped, he realizes he has been afflicted with stone skin and paralysis. Panicking, he tries to move and understand the situation, but his body no longer obeys him. Above him, a demonic entity unleashes further power, making it clear that this inner realm is under its control. He is horrified to find that even his own skills are no longer responding as his. Bound and helpless, he can only endure the realization that his abilities have been turned against him. The demon mocks his claim over those powers, challenging the very idea that they ever belonged to him. It presses the point further, asking when he started believing those abilities were his own. The demon reveals the truth. By consuming everything it gave him, he accepted its influence completely. Now it claims ownership over all the power he took, asserting that everything he used came from it. That revelation leaves him terrified, as the meaning of his borrowed strength finally sinks in. A blinding flash cuts through the nightmare before the demon can press further. The inner world breaks apart like shattered glass. He jolts awake in a hospital bed, breathing hard as if surfacing from death. Still shaken, he wonders if the entire ordeal was only a dream. But when he checks himself, he finds his injuries gone and even his previously damaged arm restored, proving something impossible has happened. Before he can make sense of it, a visitor arrives and greets him as if he has been expected to wake. The man identifies him as player Park Sungjin and casually offers him food, immediately signaling familiarity. The spread of food makes it clear that his recovery has been treated almost like a celebration. The visitor explains that both the association and the alchemists prepared this room and meal as thanks for saving Taehyun. He adds that even Ryohei was arrested after the fight, and that surviving an attack on that scale was itself extraordinary. As Sungjin stares at his restored hand, he is told that countless people had already come to see him. The visitor jokes that everyone from Sungjin's parents to the chairman had been tearfully waiting for him to wake. He explains that the medical tests found no lingering problems, so he only stayed behind to keep troublemakers and reporters away. Sungjin sits in silence, trying to piece together the missing stretch of time. He finally admits that he remembers blacking out during the fight with Opid Euro and nothing after that. Hearing that, the visitor turns serious and asks the question Sungjin cannot answer himself: what exactly happened after he lost consciousness? The hospitalized survivor realizes the man questioning him is connected to the same mystery he has been trying to understand. The investigator admits he came for the same reason, and the two compare what each knows about the incident. Their discussion turns to the disaster itself, where one battered survivor had crawled out of the rubble in the aftermath. From his position on the ground, he saw a red-haired figure standing alone at the center of the destruction. He was stunned that Opadauro had been defeated in a single blow, and immediately sensed that something far stranger had happened as well. The witness could not identify the red-haired man, feeling certain he was Taehyun, and yet somehow not Taehyun at all. Desperate for answers, he demanded to know what that figure had done to Taehyun. The question only deepened his terror, as he recognized something in the figure that made no sense. The transformed Taehyun answered with overwhelming power, surrounded by a violent red aura that made clear he was no longer in a normal state. Faced with that presence, the witness could do nothing but freeze and stammer in fear. His body gave out under the pressure, and he coughed blood as the encounter overwhelmed him. Taehyun stood over the ruined battlefield with his arms still burning with unstable energy, while the witness collapsed completely. The power-consuming Taehyun began to crack and break apart, showing that even this monstrous state was failing. He realized he had already reached his limit, and could not maintain the transformation any longer. Accepting that, he decided to withdraw for the moment, and leave before the collapse caught up with him. As the power faded, he abandoned the scene, leaving the unconscious survivors scattered across the wreckage. Once the transformation ended, Taehyun himself fell among the rubble, badly injured and unconscious. Rescuers soon rushed into the devastated area. One of Taehyun's allies found him first, and urgently tried to wake him. Search teams confirmed that people were still alive throughout the site. They reported that the survivors were only unconscious and not in immediate danger, but Opadauro and the terrorists were nowhere to be found. Hearing that, Taehyun's ally cursed the fact that the main targets had escaped. As Taehyun slowly stirred, his ally called his name in relief and concern. Looking over the shattered high-rise and the scale of the destruction, they were left wondering what force had caused such devastation. Back in the present, Taehyun reflects on that memory while recovering in his hospital room. The investigator explains that he later questioned the survivors to reconstruct what happened. According to those accounts, everyone remembered Taehyun trying to stop Opadauro, but none of them could recall the rest of the battle clearly. The missing details suggested that their memories had been tampered with. The investigator concludes that the terrorists were probably responsible for that interference. With no better lead, he prepares to leave and tells Taehyun to focus on recovering. He adds that he will return if he uncovers anything else. Left alone, Taehyun rejects the explanation, convinced Opadauro could not have been behind what happened to him. He reasons that his ruined arm was restored by predation, which means the same power must have affected Opadauro too. That thought leads him to a new clue, a demonic contract that can open the gate to the abyss, though it requires more magic than he currently has. Realizing the contract may be usable, he starts reconsidering what his abilities can actually do. He recognizes that opening the gate resembles a summoning skill, but the cost is still beyond his present limits. Before he can think further, the investigator suddenly calls back into the room. He reveals that someone else has come to see Taehyun. Caught off guard, Taehyun asks who it is. Ah-hyung arrives carrying a basket of food, accompanied by the investigator at the door. The investigator quickly excuses himself and leaves them alone. Ah-hyung introduces herself as a visitor and makes clear she came specifically to check on Taehyun. The scene shifts into a calmer moment in the city after the chaos of the attack. She sets out the food she brought, turning the hospital visit into an awkward but sincere attempt at comfort. The basket tips and spills across the table, breaking the mood with sudden clumsy chaos. Taehyun can only stare at the mess in silence. Trying to recover, Ah-hyung tells him she heard he was hurt but is relieved that he seems fine. As she starts eating an apple, she mentions hearing that he rescued many people during the terrorist attack. Taehyun hesitates, unsure how to respond, but awkwardly admits that he probably did. Ah-hyung then states the feat plainly. He fought two S-rankers, making clear she knows his role in the battle was far greater than he expected. Taehyun reluctantly admits her point, though he is already uneasy about where this visit is going. Ah-hyung flares up at his attitude and insists she can still catch up to him. With food splattered across him, Taehyun asks why she came to see him at all. She awkwardly claims she only came to check whether he was alright, while he wonders if calling the police would be safer. As she fumes over Kim Taehyun, her concern starts giving way to irritation and confusion. She admits she first came out of worry after hearing he was injured, only to find him completely fine. What unsettles her even more is the overwhelming force he now gives off. Comparing him to the player tryouts, she realizes the gap between them has only widened and asks how he changed so much. Before she can finish the question, something suddenly catches her attention. Both of them turn toward the entrance as an unexpected arrival interrupts the tense conversation. The approaching footsteps make them both freeze in wary silence. A woman steps into the room, announcing herself without a word. Taehyun immediately wonders why she is here too. Ah-hyung is just as startled by the newcomer's appearance. She blurts out in shock that the woman is her sister. The newcomer coolly recognizes Ah-hyung in return. Ah-hyung demands to know why her sister is inside Taehyun's home, and how she even got in. Lim Ah-hyung dismisses the family title, reveals she knows the password, and makes it clear she entered with authority. She explains that the association provided the code, proving this visit is official rather than a break-in. The room falls into an uneasy standoff with Taehyun caught between the two women. Lim Ah-hyung smiles as if she already controls the situation. When Taehyun tries to move, she casually stops him with a firm grip. Yu Ah-hyung is stunned by how naturally the older woman takes control of him. Lim Ah-hyung pulls Taehyun close from behind, deliberately provoking the younger woman. Yu Ah-hyung rushes forward in outrage, demanding to know what she thinks she is doing. Lim Ah-hyung teases that two S-rankers living together would obviously imply something intimate. Yu Ah-hyung explodes, calling the idea criminal because Taehyun is still a minor. Lim Ah-hyung brushes off the accusation as if the outrage itself amuses her. Taehyun cuts in and demands that Miss Yu stop joking around. He asks what she really wants, reminding her he has already rejected her guild's recruitment offers many times. She says he is still difficult as ever, but claims she only came to check on him. Then she reveals the real bait. She also brought him a present. That present turns out to be information about the upcoming Asian exhibition games and his chance to participate. She explains that despite his achievements at East Point, his merit ranking is only 30th, far from the top 5 needed to become a representative. So she offers him something that could change that immediately. She closes the distance and makes the offer personal, forcing him to listen. What she is offering is the raiding rights to the double dungeon called Fire Temple. The story shifts to the ruined East Point site as another operation unfolds in secret. Investigators confirm the place finally collapsed after the terror attacks accumulated damage. Masked operatives ask about Opadauro, but he is still missing. One subordinate wonders whether they must report that failure to their boss. Their leader refuses, saying they already got what they wanted and only hired Auro as a disposable tool. He is about to explain further when the situation suddenly changes. A military vessel arrives and announces that the villains are surrounded. The authorities declare the area restricted to investigators and order immediate surrender. A commander repeats the demand and threatens force if they resist. The commander realizes too late that he is facing something far beyond ordinary criminals. A strange power overturns the ship's surroundings and hurls the soldiers helplessly into the air. The victims can only register shock as reality itself seems to twist around them. Even the vessel is dragged into a massive vertical distortion and swallowed. Watching the chaos, the masked leader finally reveals what he really thinks. He admits he has become interested in Kim Taehyun. A gigantic eye-like phenomenon opens over the sea, showing the scale of the power at work. Later, at Nightwalker's guild headquarters, preparations begin around the Fire Temple raid. Guild members erupt in excitement as the operation is announced. They celebrate that Kim Taehyun, the hero of East Point and the country's rising star, will be joining the raid. The crowd's confidence surges, convinced his presence guarantees victory. But Lim Ah-hyung clarifies that raiding rights do not mean Taehyun gets to choose the team or the loot. Taehyun realizes her so-called present was the right to challenge Fire Temple itself. Fire Temple is introduced as the nation's second double dungeon, named for its flame-like entrance. Taehyun recalls that in his previous timeline the Nightwalkers cleared it, but only after being nearly wiped out. Even so, he knows clearing it now would earn enormous progress and merit points. He hesitates only because his damaged right arm has lowered his strength and stamina too much. Lim Ah-hyung counters that with her S-rank power supporting him, the risk becomes manageable. She also points to the guild's overwhelming manpower as another advantage. Taehyun remains doubtful even with all that support. The guild members answer his hesitation with absolute faith that they cannot lose. Hundreds of non-participating Nightwalkers gather to send the raid off like a grand expedition. But when the raid squad is revealed, it consists of only Taehyun and Lim Ah-hyung. The rest of the guild cheers them on from outside, entrusting the guild master's safety to Taehyun. Inside the entrance, Taehyun finally asks why only the two of them came. Lim Ah-hyung jokes that this is a date, and admits she simply wanted everyone else out of the way. The two of them step alone into the double dungeon. Lim Ah-hyung is delighted by the atmosphere the moment they arrive. The vast glowing chasm leaves her impressed by how extraordinary the place feels. She notes that the dungeon's presence is completely unlike an ordinary one. Taehyun asks whether all double dungeons are like this. He answers from experience that the Apocalypto double dungeon had the same kind of unnatural structure. When they reach a cliff-like drop, Ah-hyung asks how they are supposed to descend and warns of traps or monsters below. Before they can decide, something moves behind her. A hidden attack knocks Ah-hyung off balance and sends her falling. Taehyun curses, furious that the danger arrived exactly as he expected. He throws himself after her with weapon drawn, determined to intercept whatever is below. Mid-fall, he realizes the situation is already worse than he feared. Ah-hyung answers the problem with a grin and a surge of green-blue power. She calmly implies she already knows how to solve the descent. Her answer is simple: use the monsters below as stepping stones. As they fall, Taehyun cuts through the creatures swarming beneath them. Ah-hyung declares that all they have to do is keep falling through the enemy horde. Taehyun is stunned that she can erase entire waves in a single strike. More monsters rise from below to meet them as they continue descending. Ah-hyung dives straight into them without hesitation. Her attack tears through the swarm and clears a path through the air. She keeps dropping deeper while the monsters are blown apart around her. Another burst from her wipes out everything nearby before it can touch them. Watching her, Taehyun realizes she just annihilated a mass of at least A-rank monsters with one blow. He concludes that although he knew she was among the strongest S-rankers, he had still underestimated her badly. Now her insistence on entering with only the two of them finally makes sense, and he decides to stop holding back as well. He draws on his own power and joins the slaughter in earnest. Far below, a chamber with a blazing altar comes into view, signaling they have reached the true core. They land battered but alive, and Ah-hyung jokes that they barely made it. Taehyun wonders just how deep they had to fall for it to take that long. He notes that the monsters were numerous, but none of them were strong enough to explain why the Nightwalkers were nearly annihilated in the past. Ah-hyung suddenly remembers something and tosses him an item. Taehyun catches it, and is shocked by what she handed him. It is the warrior's ring, a unique item that rapidly boosts strength and stamina. She explains that it should compensate for the stats he lost because of his damaged right arm, and says the guild benefits from his success anyway. Taehyun cannot understand why she would hand over such a valuable item so casually, especially just to recruit him. He bluntly asks why she is only giving it to him now instead of before the fight. She answers that delaying it was simply the practical choice, which makes him wonder if she is insane. Taehyun refocuses and warns that from here on they truly need to be careful. He senses they have crossed into the territory of the dungeon's real master. Ahead of them stands an altar crowned by a blue flamed egg, confirming they have reached the boss chamber. Both of them tense as the pressure in the room changes. Ah-hyung stares at the object in disbelief, unsure why the boss appears to be an egg of unknown rank. Taehyun identifies it as an egg-like vessel and concludes that whatever is inside is the true boss of Fire Temple. He tells Ah-hyung they should gather information first before attacking blindly, but she is already moving before he can finish. Taehyun realizes too late that she has decided to strike first. He shouts her name as she launches herself at the egg with full force. Ah-hyung commits to the blow with complete confidence. Her attack detonates against the egg in a massive burst of blue power. Taehyun curses her recklessness even as the chamber shakes from the impact. When the smoke clears, he rushes to check whether she is alright. Ah-hyung turns back with glowing eyes and answers as if the question itself is amusing. She boasts that she crushed it completely. For a moment, the shattered shell seems to support her claim. She judges that the creature inside was probably only low S rank, and is surprised it broke in one hit even after she attacked at full power. Taehyun immediately rejects the idea that the fight could be over so easily. His suspicion proves right as energy begins gathering again inside the broken shell. The remains erupt with renewed blue flame instead of dying. The chamber floods with power as something resurrects from the destruction. Both of them recoil as the impossible revival unfolds. A voice addresses the intruders directly, mocking the humans who dared crawl into its temple and hinting that one of them is especially interesting. The being reveals itself while studying them like prey. It dismisses their strength and prepares to demonstrate its own superiority. The boss fully manifests as Phoenix, an S-rank double dungeon master whose blue fire can overwhelm opponents. Its rebirth confirms that destroying the egg was only the beginning. Taehyun and Ah-hyung recognize with horror that they are facing a phoenix. Taehyun recalls that a phoenix is infamous for monstrous regeneration and overwhelming resistance to magic, making it nearly immortal. He realizes the Nightwalker's past disaster now makes perfect sense, especially because this phoenix wields blue flames. Phoenix answers his realization by unleashing a blinding wave of fire. Taehyun can barely shield himself as the attack crashes over them. He shouts for Ah-hyung when he sees her collapse in the aftermath. Then he understands the real danger and warns that the monster can control minds. Under Phoenix's influence, Ah-hyung attacks him with devastating force. Taehyun is struck and thrown back, immediately put on the defensive. A status revelation confirms the worst. S-rank player Yu Ah-hyung is now under Phoenix's control. As she comes at him again, Taehyun bitterly realizes what kind of nightmare veteran players must have faced in this dungeon. Forced to fight an S-rank ally empowered by blue flames, he braces himself and refuses to go down without a struggle. Yu Ah-hyung lashes out in desperation, demanding to know whether her attack can reach him at all. At the same time, the man channels a violent red power through his hand as if trying to break through to her by force. His strike detonates the ground between them, overwhelming the area with destructive energy. He calls Yu Ah-hyung by name and desperately urges her to come back to her senses. He realizes that if they keep clashing like this, both of them may be destroyed before he can save her. Yu Ah-hyung answers by gathering a dense sphere of blue-green energy in her palm for a decisive counterattack. The attack erupts from her hand in a blinding burst. Its force tears across the battlefield and rips through the ruined ground. From within the collapsing space above, a blue flame-shaped being begins to descend. The fire spirit emerges laughing at human foolishness, revealing itself as the true intelligence behind the chaos. Yu Ah-hyung stops amid the wreckage and turns her attention toward the new presence. She senses something wrong and looks up through the dust. Her glowing eyes sharpen as she recognizes the threat. Before she can react, a crackling chain bursts from the shattered ground beneath her. The chain coils around her leg and starts binding her in place. More links whip upward with force, tightening the trap. The restraint mechanism drives deeper through the rubble and anchors itself. In moments, the chains wrap around Yu Ah-hyung's entire body and pin her securely. She strains against the bindings, shocked that someone managed to restrain her. Watching from the ruins, the man realizes this confirms her identity as the one who wiped out the Nightwalker Guild's raid squad before his regression. He steps forward with the chains under his control and concludes that he finally knows who she is. Bound and suspended in place, Yu Ah-hyung can only hear him address her directly. He warns that what he is about to do will hurt, but he intends it as a way to save her. He slams a massive chain wrap strike into her body to shock her out of her frenzy. The blow makes her cough blood, showing the method is brutally effective. She collapses onto the broken ground while he stands over her, still controlling the restraint. He judges that the chain and paralysis will not hold for long, so she must recover her senses before the fire spirit fully awakens. Then he hesitates, realizing there may not be enough time for that plan to work. As he looks ahead, the blue fire rises in full and he understands the awakening has already begun. The awakened fire spirit greets him mockingly and asks whether he enjoyed the game it set up. He answers with murderous fury, dropping all restraint and declaring that the spirit will die now. Instead of leaving Yu Ah-hyung behind, he moves in close and takes hold of her from behind despite her restraints. He starts carrying her through the burning ruins, choosing to protect her while facing the new enemy. Yu Ah-hyung is startled by the sudden rescue as he pulls her along at speed. The fire spirit answers by blasting the ground around them with blue explosions to cut off their escape. Amused, it challenges him to prove himself and treats the chase like entertainment. He leaps through the barrage with Yu Ah-hyung in his arms, refusing to let the attacks pin them down. The spirit briefly sounds intrigued when it realizes he is not panicking. Still carrying her, he draws a blade and prepares to fight while moving. He swings through the surging flames and chains, carving a path as the spirit's body swells around them. The spirit dismisses the attack as effortless to endure. It reveals that it is fire itself and cannot be worn down by ordinary repetition. As he keeps slashing, it boasts that feeding the flames only makes it stronger. His assault bursts through part of its body, but the damage means little. With Yu Ah-hyung still bound against him, he is forced to hear the spirit declare that a mere human can never defeat it. The spirit gathers its power overhead and prepares a finishing strike. A massive sphere of blue fire condenses into a devastating projectile. The attack crashes down and engulfs the area in a spiraling inferno. The explosion floods everything with blue flame and flying debris. When the blast clears, he is still alive, clinging to a rock wall with Yu Ah-hyung in his grasp while the fire spirit looms before them. The blue flame monster's regeneration proves so extreme that the trapped fighter realizes he is not facing an ordinary phoenix at all. As the creature swells into a far larger form, he understands its power has crossed into something abnormal and far more dangerous. A sudden possibility hits him. This may be a grand phoenix, a rare evolved monster far beyond the usual class. He recalls that grand monsters are mutants whose abilities exceed the limits of regular creatures. Such monsters are marked by the title Grand and an added rank boost that sets them apart from the rest. Knowing that a true Grand Phoenix would outlast him in any normal fight, he concludes that only predation can give him a chance. He prepares to use predation despite the risk, gambling on a desperate power that might let him crush the Phoenix's regenerative advantage. But he hesitates because the last time he used it, he nearly lost control and went berserk. Even so, he admits he has no real path to victory without it, and reaches toward that forbidden option. Still trapped and under pressure, he freezes for a moment, unsure what choice to make. Before he can decide, someone suddenly crashes into him from behind. The newcomer finds herself painfully bound as well and immediately protests the situation. Seeing the giant blue phoenix up close, she realizes this is no normal enemy either. The trapped fighter recognizes Kim Taehyun and urgently demands that she untie him at once. Taehyun refuses, reminding him that he recently lost control under the phoenix's influence, and cannot even remember it clearly. He insists he will not be manipulated again, and keeps pressing her to release him anyway. Their argument is cut short as both sense the monster closing in. The phoenix's attack slams into the area around them, blasting apart the ground. The creature mocks their lapse in focus and asserts its dominance from directly in front of them. It openly orders them to remember their place, treating them as inferiors. A red chain strike lashes out toward the phoenix in answer to its taunt. At the same time, another fighter drives a mana-charged blow into the clash. That intervention intercepts the phoenix's pressure and creates an opening in front of the trapped pair. The rescuer warns them not to fall for the phoenix's tricks again. A woman steps in confidently, brushing off their panic and declaring that she will not be deceived. The phoenix turns its full attention toward this new challenger. Enraged, it takes her defiance as an insult. It unleashes a furious blast, contemptuously dismissing the humans as insignificant pests. The attack surges forward with overwhelming force as the phoenix insists their efforts are meaningless. Even while pressing the assault, it declares that all of their attacks are fundamentally pointless against it. The woman answers by taking command of the fight, triggering Monarch's heart to raise her party's combat power. She rejects the idea of holding back this time and seizes a torrent of power with her bare hands. Instead of being consumed by the unstable energy, she forcibly stabilizes and controls it. With that power condensed into a spear, she launches herself forward to counterattack. The phoenix is caught off guard when her strike cuts through its momentum. Watching her break the impossible stalemate, the others are left stunned. She advances alone through the wreckage and tells them to leave the battle to her. Her skill Amazon's spirit activates in berserker mode, surrounding her with a dangerous new aura. The narration explains that going berserk reverses mana flow through all skills, turning them into far more violent forms. Most people avoid that state because it can permanently damage the body. But if someone can control it even briefly, the resulting force becomes extraordinary. In her hands, that controlled berserk power rises to a transcendent level. For the first time, the phoenix is forced onto the defensive against a human opponent. She closes the distance instantly and drives in with a direct aerial assault. Her green charged blow smashes into the phoenix and tears through its flaming body. She follows with another brutal strike before it can recover, battering it back again. Then she calls down a massive pillar of power from above to finish the sequence. The impact detonates across the battlefield, shattering the ground beneath the phoenix. Debris and energy scatter everywhere as the force of her attack overwhelms the area. When the blast clears, she remains standing amid the destruction, calm and in control after seizing the momentum of the fight. A blue-haired hunter, battered and breathing hard, forces herself back up while blue fire still surges around her. She steadies her fear and focuses, realizing the fight is not over yet. Before she can recover, the impact and smoke leave her sprawled among shattered stone. From the flames, the fire spirit reforms and announces its return with renewed menace. The enraged creature is humiliated that a mere human damaged it so badly while it was weakened. Consumed by wounded pride, it lunges in with the intent to kill her outright. At the last instant, glowing chains whip into the battlefield to intercept the attack. The chains bind the fire spirit in place, abruptly halting its charge. The monster is stunned to realize someone powerful enough to suppress its regenerative flames has intervened. The man who arrived understands that her destructive power exceeds what he expected, and decides he cannot afford to lower his guard around her. Even while carrying the injured woman, he contains his own pain and resolves to finish the fight quickly. Elsewhere, a portal to the dungeon exit opens as onlookers wait for the pair to return. The waiting hunters assume there is little to worry about because both of the people inside are S-rankers. One of them privately doubts that confidence, knowing the woman's reckless nature could still turn the raid disastrous. The two finally emerge together through the portal, drawing everyone's attention. Their allies rush forward in relief, worried about whether either of them was hurt. Someone notices something odd about the way they are returning. The reason becomes clear as the man steps out carrying the unconscious woman in his arms. He calmly reports that they successfully cleared the fire temple. That simple scene is immediately twisted into sensational gossip claiming the two top hunters were on a secret dungeon date. The rumor spreads to a live broadcast, with viewers eagerly treating the raid like proof of a romance. In her hospital room, the woman sees the story on her phone and trembles with fury. Her subordinates arrive just in time to hear her explode over the scandal. She accuses them of leaking a confidential double dungeon raid and blames them for the humiliating article. One tries to defend himself by arguing that secrecy was hard to maintain because the raid was too important. Another admits he only told a few close friends, believing they would keep quiet. A third insists they acted out of loyalty and never meant to betray her. She answers their excuses with a cheerful threat to kill them all together. One subordinate nervously calls her by name and recalls hearing that she had used her berserk skill. An older man steps in with deceptive calm, asking if she is all right. The room is revealed to be wrecked and her men battered, making his dry conclusion obvious. She seems perfectly fine. Later, he escorts her outside, and she questions what kind of fool he takes her for. She dismisses concerns about losing control, saying she trained for years and can handle her berserk state for at least a minute. He shifts the conversation to the real issue, and asks what she learned about Kim Taehyun's abilities. The question catches her off guard and forces her to think seriously. She explains that after she collapsed, Taehyun fought the Grand Phoenix alone and ended the battle almost immediately. She adds that he had already cleared the fire temple before and now seems to be aiming for the abyssal depths, which implies he is growing far stronger than expected. The older man agrees his growth is extraordinary, but says that from the nation's perspective, that still does not explain his actions. She falls silent, drink in hand, as she considers what could be driving him. At first, she admits she cannot make sense of it either. Then she reasons that everyone who enters the abyssal depths is pursuing greater power, and Taehyun is no exception. She concludes that he is using every method available to push himself forward without stopping. Testing a sudden theory, she asks whether he might simply be trying desperately to become stronger. A quiet pause follows as the idea hangs in the air. She begins to think she has found the answer, surprising her companion. With growing confidence, she prepares to name what she believes his motive is. Her first absurd guess is that he is driven by patriotic devotion to his country. She immediately expands the joke into a grand fantasy of him fighting for national prosperity, then rejects it as too ridiculous. Her companion is left flustered by the outburst as she abandons that explanation. Far away in the abyssal depths, a sinister red fortress and circling monsters hint at the far darker challenge awaiting ahead. In a blood-soaked throne room littered with the dead, a hooded survivor kneels before a vampire lord after a massacre. The slaughter is revealed to have been total, with even the last defenders lying broken in pools of blood. No one in the hall has been spared, making the kneeling figure's survival feel deliberate rather than lucky. The hooded figure seals the audience by taking the lord's hand in submission. He accepts the ritual willingly, treating it as the key to what he wants. The vampire lord declares that this act binds them through a blood oath. The lord is identified as Igman, an abyssal vampire archduke whose true rank cannot even be measured. The kneeling man gives thanks to the Lord of Blood for granting him this chance. Igman mocks the gratitude and asks how it feels for a human to gain the power of the vampire race. The man reflects that many fighters once stood on his level. He sheds his disguise and reveals his true self and ambition. Now empowered, Zhang Linping vows to surpass all his peers and become the strongest among them. The story shifts to a modern abyssal gate facility where a portal opens under heavy guard. Beyond the gate lies a desolate district of the abyss beneath a blood-red sky and blackened sun. A lone young man steps into that wasteland while the nearby outpost braces around him. Kim Taehyun notes that this is his first return to the abyss since regressing. A district official formally welcomes him to the abyss by name. The official introduces himself as a World Player Association member and manager of the 22nd District. He identifies himself fully as the A-rank player Paul Becker. Paul checks the records and assumes this is Kim's first time in the deeper abyss, while Kim answers evasively. Taking Kim at face value, Paul advises him to hire guides or mercenaries before going farther. He explains that the association built player zones as base camps and safe areas in explored districts. But he warns that even those zones can be overrun by powerful monsters without warning. Paul insists that even an S rank should not travel alone, but Kim flatly refuses the suggestion. Kim dismisses the concern, and the ground behind him suddenly ruptures. A giant abyssal monster erupts from below, turning Paul's warning into an immediate test. Paul panics and shouts for Kim to watch out. For a moment Paul can only stare, expecting disaster. Instead, the monster is already dead before Paul can react. Kim treats the kill as nothing more than a casual walk. With the threat gone instantly, the tension around Paul collapses into stunned relief. Kim confirms that he came far enough to be alone and free from witnesses. He reveals that after praying on the Grand Phoenix at the Fire Temple, he finally gathered the 200 magic power needed to activate demonic contract. Holding the required crystals, he prepares to test the skill. The system confirms that demonic contract can now open a gate to the abyss. Kim realizes the skill has changed from simple monster control into gate creation, and that it now has only one use. He suspects this mutation is another side effect of his predation ability. Even so, he decides one overwhelming servant would suit him better than commanding a swarm of lesser monsters. He crushes a mana-amplifying stone to temporarily boost his magic power and force the skill to its limit. A skeletal demonic construct begins forming out of purple-black energy. Its bony limbs extend as the gate takes shape. The creature's claws sharpen into the frame of a portal. The system announces that demonic contract has activated and gate creation has begun. Kim steps forward, eager to see what waits on the other side. He passes through the completed gate without hesitation. The moment he emerges, he senses that this destination is unlike any ordinary abyssal district. He finds himself before a vast floating castle reached by an impossibly long stairway. The palace looms over him like a hidden domain outside known maps. Its scale and isolation make it feel less like a district and more like a sovereign realm. Kim is caught off guard to find a castle here at all. He realizes he has never heard of such a place anywhere in the abyss. Even after maximizing the skill with an amplifier, he cannot explain where the gate has brought him. With no answers available, he decides to investigate personally. That decision is interrupted by a sudden attack from above. A violent blast tears into the stairway and forces him into combat the instant he arrives. Kim braces amid the shattered stone and rushing force. A mocking female voice greets his alarm with amusement. 3 winged demons descend and warn that the weapon in his hand is dangerous. They identify themselves as S-rank succubi and immediately debate how to punish the human intruder. Kim is startled to find succubi here at all. He recalls that succubi specialize in draining men through illusions and brainwashing. That makes their S-rank status even stranger, since ordinary succubi should be far weaker. Kim wonders if these monsters might be the targets his contract was meant to find, but they instead call him prey. If they are contract targets, he decides, then force will settle the matter. He launches himself at them, choosing to subdue them before they can use their tricks. One succubus barely reacts as he closes in. Kim cuts through their formation in a rapid opening assault and knocks them out of position. Rather than fear him, the succubi laugh at his eagerness. Their leader admits his spirit is admirable but warns that taming him will not be easy. Kim answers by driving harder into the attack. The succubi retaliate with a burst of pink mental energy meant to overwhelm him. They assume the fight is already over once their charm takes hold. Confident in their nature, they insist no human man could possibly resist their brainwashing. One of them moves in to finish him while he appears affected. Kim suddenly counters and slashes her down at close range. The others recoil in shock as one of their own falls. Behind Kim, the demonic gate construct manifests again like a looming patron of his power. Kim coldly orders the remaining succubi to bow. His command strikes them like a crushing force and drives them to the ground. Writhing in pain, they cannot understand how their mental domination failed. Kim dismisses their claim that he resisted through willpower alone. The system reveals that their skill temptation was detected and identified. A mysterious power tied to Kim automatically nullifies the brainwashing, and he dryly notes that his abnormal interest in monsters may be the reason. With them subdued, he tries to formalize a contract on the defeated succubi. He recalls that a summoning contract can be formed either by giving a monster what it desires or by overpowering it. Since he has already crushed them by force, he assumes the condition has been met. Kim expects this victory to let him command at least one S-rank monster. Instead, the system rejects the attempt and states that these succubi are not his contract target. That failure shocks him and forces him to rethink what the skill is actually seeking. As more succubi gather before the castle, Kim realizes the true target must be someone above them all. A stronger succubus appears and declares that Kim would make a fine offering for their queen. The scene shifts deeper into the palace, where a flower-draped hall hides a more sinister presence. Bound human captives hang upside down as if preserved for feeding or amusement. More prisoners are displayed throughout the chamber, confirming the palace's cruelty. A maid-like succubus formally addresses her queen. She reports that a human has intruded into the palace. The queen reacts with quiet curiosity rather than alarm. She decides the intruder will provide entertainment. Outside, the floating castle begins to stir under the pressure of the unfolding conflict. The disturbance spreads toward the palace's central structure. Meanwhile, Kim sprints through the interior while succubi pursue him in force. They call him a coward for heading inward, but also order that he be captured alive as a gift for the queen. Kim curses the situation as the chase tightens around him. He fights while running, smashing attackers aside, yet the sheer number of succubi keeps closing the gap. Their bodies and wings crowd him from every direction. Kim realizes he is being overwhelmed by their numbers rather than their individual strength. The demonic gate construct rises behind him again as his power swells in response. Even then, the succubi continue pressing him with coordinated attacks. The battle tears through the castle itself, blasting holes through its walls. Kim is left crouched in the wreckage, buying only a moment to think. He reasons that if ordinary succubi are excluded, then only the being who commands grand succubi can be the true target. That means the contract is pointing him toward the queen herself. At the queen's chamber, a maid politely confirms that he is the intruder and invites him inside. She adds that the queen has already been expecting him. Kim enters a vast throne hall overgrown with vines and petals. The chamber's beauty only deepens its menace. The hanging captives continue above him like trophies. Kim advances toward the throne through the eerie stillness. A regal succubus welcomes him and introduces herself as the mother and queen of all succubi. She gives her name as Rosaria. The system immediately confirms that Rosaria is the true target of demonic contract and that a summoning pact can now be made. Rosaria calmly confirms his realization and names herself directly. Kim is shaken by the fact that a monster of this level speaks fluent human language. Rosaria treats his surprise as childish and points out that understanding between them is natural enough. Kim steadies himself and decides that language changes nothing. Rosaria probes his motives, asking whether he came for wealth, glory, or something baser. She toys with him further by suggesting lust as his true reason for entering her castle. Kim rejects every temptation outright. He states his purpose plainly. He came to forge a summoning pact. Rosaria bursts into laughter at the audacity of a human making such a demand. Her amusement sharpens into open contempt. She mocks him as the boldest fool she has seen in some time. Still, she begins to take him seriously enough to answer. Rosaria warns him not to mistake fantasy for possibility. She reveals her full title as Rosaria, Succubus Queen and Archduke of the Abyss, a being beyond measurable rank. Her power floods the hall and lashes out like living force. Kim answers by calling forth his own demonic power and preparing to prove himself. The clash between their energies splits the chamber into opposing tides of red and blue-violet force. Kim declares that he will make her surrender through sheer power. Rosaria responds by sending massive tendrils and attacks surging toward him. Kim slips through the barrage at high speed, cutting a path toward the throne. He closes the distance with a grim smile, refusing to be intimidated. Red chains coil around his transformed arm as he channels his strength into a single decisive blow. He tears through the queen's defenses in a storm of intersecting strikes. Planting his foot, he commits fully to the finishing attack. Kim launches himself straight at Rosaria's dais. He calls out the opening of his technique as he descends. The impact shatters the structure beneath him and sends debris exploding through the hall. Kim follows with the first crushing strike of his assault, driving the battle directly onto the queen's throne. As stone and chains scatter through the air, Kim remains in full attack, pressing the confrontation with Rosaria into its next phase. Kim Taehyun realizes too late that his attack has failed and panic sets in. The succubus queen Rosaria mocks his weakness and treats him as prey already under her control. With a casual gesture, she activates another layer of power against him. Taehyun tries to rush her with his blade, determined to break through by force. Instead of reaching her, he is abruptly thrown out of position as the space around him shifts. The sudden reversal leaves him disoriented and unable to understand what happened. He finds himself falling through a warped cityscape while Rosaria watches from above, untouched. As he drops, he discovers that his skills will not activate at all. He realizes he is somehow in downtown Seoul and suspects the battlefield itself has been altered. A moment later he understands the truth just before impact. What looked like reality is only Rosaria's illusion. Even after recognizing that, he cannot tell when she trapped him. The false world stretches on, and his doubt deepens as he searches for the moment he was deceived. Rosaria enjoys his confusion and lets him struggle for the answer. When he demands to know when the illusion began, she turns the question back on him. She reveals that he has been inside her deception from the very beginning, even as he attacked her. Bound and helpless within the illusion, Taehyun is forced to endure whatever memory she chooses to show him. The illusion changes again, dragging him downward through a sea-like void. He curses his situation and resolves to escape before Rosaria breaks him completely. Then something in the illusion jolts him, as if a buried memory has surfaced on its own. He suddenly finds himself reliving a childhood car ride with his parents and younger self. The warmth of the scene unsettles him because it feels too real to be a simple fabrication. He recognizes the child in the back seat as himself. His younger self excitedly talks about how high-ranked awakeners earn enormous wealth. The boy vows that he will awaken too, become powerful, and use that success to give his parents everything they want. His parents respond with affection, calling him their pride. But instead of caring about rank or money, his mother says what matters most is that he live happily and healthily. The child dismisses that answer as boring, while the older Taehyun remembers that his parents always valued his well-being over ambition. He reflects that even in poverty, they never wished for status from him, only happiness. For a brief moment, the memory softens him. That peace shatters when another memory intrudes with the glow of fire. The family car is suddenly shown engulfed in flames. His father appears gravely injured inside the burning wreck. His mother is trapped there too, consumed by the same disaster. Taehyun, now inside the memory as his present self, can only stare in horror. The scene shifts to grieving relatives lamenting that fate left Taehyun alone. His aunt and uncle appear, taking him in after his parents' death and mourning what happened to him. Taehyun remembers calling out to them in confusion as the illusion keeps changing. The warmth of family is replaced by the cruelty he later suffered as a powerless non-awakener. He sees stronger people abusing the weak while he can only watch. The memory returns to him being beaten down by those with power. Their taunts about his resilience only underline how often he was forced to endure humiliation. At last he understands that Rosaria is not inventing random scenes but digging through his actual memories. He remembers the exhausted life he lived as a porter, carrying burdens while barely surviving. He recalls being mocked for daring to dream of the abyss without rank or strength. What hurt him most was not the hardship itself but what his weakness did to the people around him. Even his aunt cannot understand the bitterness he is voicing inside the memory. He remembers leaving home despite their pleas because he could no longer bear being protected while remaining useless. His aunt and uncle insisted money did not matter and begged him not to push himself for their sake. He thanked them sincerely, but admitted that his helplessness only brought misfortune to those who cared for him. That memory leads him to a harsher conclusion about what happiness really requires. Facing his older, broken self in memory, he confronts the life he would become without power. He finally puts his desire into words. He needs strength. At that moment, an unseen system identifies Rosaria's illusion skill as Queen's hypnosis. The system also detects that Taehyun is trying to resist with another hidden power. That resistance fails. His abilities are heavily suppressed, and one by one his major skills are sealed away. Even more of his combat options vanish until almost nothing remains available. Only one usable skill is left to him: predation. He immediately uses it, unleashing a violent red force that tears through the illusion's attackers. The false enemies are annihilated in an instant. The battlefield is left littered with corpses as the illusion collapses under the attack. Rosaria is genuinely surprised that he survived and broke free at all. She admits that escaping after facing that hidden power should have been impossible. Still, she says several things about him do not make sense. First, she points out that some of his memories show him older than he should currently be. Second, she notes that memories from the same period lead to opposite outcomes, as if more than one life overlaps inside him. Those contradictions confirm to her that Taehyun carries a secret beyond ordinary experience. Curious, she decides to pry deeper into whatever truth he is hiding. She calls forth a horned servant to force open his secrets by violence if necessary. Rosaria remains confident, certain she still controls the situation. That confidence falters when she senses a new presence. A radiant white being appears from a cosmic portal, overwhelming the demonic space with holy power. The figure descends like a divine answer to Taehyun's desperation. Rosaria recognizes the newcomer with alarm. The being's calm smile confirms its authority. Rosaria identifies it as the king. Red cracks of hostile power lash out as the two forces collide. The clash tears through Rosaria's domain and starts breaking her control. For the first time, Rosaria is visibly shaken. She struggles to understand how such power is interfering with her. Her probing into Taehyun's memories suddenly becomes dangerous for her instead. She realizes too late that peering into his past has exposed her to something she should not have touched. Taehyun turns the tables, pressing a blade to her and accusing her of a vile habit. He repeats his demand that Rosaria accept a summoning pact with him. Rosaria laughs off the threat and claims he escaped her illusion only to make another foolish gamble. She doubts he has any real means to kill her with the weapon in his hand. Even so, she begins testing him again, convinced he is bluffing. Her tail lashes out to restrain him before he can act. Instead of resisting, Taehyun closes in and forces the pact through direct contact, and Rosaria accepts. The contract seals itself through a violent exchange that binds them together. Taehyun cries out as the demonic bond takes hold. The system confirms that the pact's conditions are fulfilled, the summoning contract is established, and demonic contract evolves into the Queen's man. A new skill, complete hypnosis, is registered, and his charm-related power rises. Rosaria, now bound, tells him to sleep and addresses him with a new tone of recognition. She calls him the King's chosen one. The strain of the battle and contract finally knocks Taehyun unconscious. When he starts to wake, a familiar voice calls his name from outside the demonic realm. He opens his eyes to find an A-rank official kneeling beside him near a portal. The man introduces himself as Paul Becker of the World Player Association and is relieved that Taehyun survived. Paul explains that they are in the player zone and that he found Taehyun unconscious during patrol. Taehyun barely listens, immediately wondering whether Rosaria sent him back here. The system answers his suspicion by displaying that the Queen's man can summon succubus Queen Rosaria for 200 mana. It also confirms that complete hypnosis can fully hypnotize a target for 40 mana. His charm stat is shown to have reached 130. Taehyun concludes that everything that happened was real, and that his old demonic contract has truly changed into a summoning skill. He quickly grasps how overwhelming Rosaria's power could make him, especially with the limitless applications of complete hypnosis. But his excitement is tempered by suspicion over why Rosaria changed her mind at the last second. He keeps returning to her final words and the strange way she looked at him. Her parting phrase about the King's chosen one lingers ominously in his mind. Taehyun is shaken by the realization that Rosaria knows something about the king hidden inside him. Paul notices his distracted state and tries to bring him back to the present. He asks what Taehyun plans to do next and suggests hiring a guide for the abyss. Taehyun politely declines, saying he has finished what he came for. For now, he decides the only thing left is to go home. The scene shifts to a hospital, where another thread of the story is already moving. A blue-haired woman steps out with the bearing of someone important and recently recovered. She is congratulated on her discharge as a guild master. Young-han Soo, vice guild master of the Nightwalkers, asks after her condition. His title and status reveal him as an A-rank player and a major figure in the guild. The guild master answers that she is fine and has already dealt with some trouble herself. More importantly, she says she has urgent news. That news is that Kim Taehyun has returned alive from the abyssal depths. The guild master is stunned, then reasons that even Taehyun would have struggled to survive there alone. Ha-soo reminds her that the depths are known as the grave of S-rankers, so his survival is not the only shocking part. What matters more is who went to meet him first. He reveals that the person was the leader of Undivided, one of the 4 great guilds. That leader is the S-rank player Kwon Kang-hyuk. Taehyun, confronted in person, can only stare at the notorious man in surprise. Kang-hyuk confirms Taehyun's identity with a predatory grin. He immediately challenges Taehyun to a duel as his preferred method of recruitment. Taehyun is stunned to see one of the country's strongest players charging straight at him. Kang-hyuk's reputation is laid out as the leader of Undivided and the best tank in South Korea. His legend includes enduring endless battles and crushing hordes of monsters alone. Most infamous of all is his habit of recruiting people by beating them into submission. He lunges at Taehyun, eager to start exactly that kind of recruitment. Before the clash can happen, someone moves to stop him. A woman physically restrains Kang-hyuk and demands to know where he thinks he is going. Kang-hyuk is baffled that his own secretary is interfering with him. Kim Hyun, his B-rank secretary, scolds him for inviting another human rights committee scandal and reminds him he could be banned from the abyss. She warns that she is tired of cleaning up after his reckless behavior. Then she turns to Taehyun with perfect professionalism and introduces herself properly. Hyun explains that despite Kang-hyuk's reputation, they are here to scout Taehyun officially, not simply assault him. She adds that if he shows any willingness to join Undivided, there will be no need for a duel. When Taehyun points out that refusal still means coercion, she awkwardly admits that is technically true but insists the offer is good. She begins laying out why the proposal matters specifically to him. According to her, Taehyun is going to participate in the Asian Exhibition Games. She pitches Undivided as the guild best suited for abyss exploration, with extensive raid schedules and full support. She argues that joining them would let him earn enough merit to cover whatever points he lacks for entry and advancement. Taehyun falls silent, weighing the offer and the sudden new future opening in front of him. A hostile representative cuts off Secretary Kim and insists their target would never have joined Undivided if mere persuasion could sway him. The man doubles down on that certainty, only to be contradicted from the hallway by the very recruit they were arguing over. Taehyun appears and shocks both sides by announcing that he has changed his mind. Secretary Kim immediately takes his words as a victory, while the opposing side is left stunned by the sudden reversal. Trying to confirm the impossible, the red-haired man asks if Taehyun is really choosing Undivided. Taehyun dismisses the whole assumption as nonsense, making it clear they have misunderstood his intent. The red-haired recruiter realizes too late that Taehyun is not surrendering to them at all. Taehyun steps up face to face and declares that if they want him, they will have to come his way instead. He lays down his terms bluntly. The winner gets what they want. The challenge enrages the red-haired man, who recognizes that Taehyun is treating this as a direct duel. The dispute escalates into a public event at Undivided Headquarters Arena, drawing a huge crowd. Reporters frame the match as an unprecedented recruitment battle and press Taehyun on why he accepted Kang-hyuk's challenge. They remind him that Kang-hyuk is South Korea's top tank and question whether Taehyun has any real chance of winning. Annoyed by the swarm of questions, Taehyun considers forcing his way through but holds back when no answer comes to him. Before the silence can trap him, another reporter barges in and disrupts the interview scrum. The newcomer, Kim Ji-ja, desperately inserts herself into the crowd, determined to secure an interview of her own. As she reaches toward Taehyun, her nerves and urgency show in the tremor of her hand. Taehyun catches her wrist before she can stumble further into the chaos. He steadies her and stops the crowd from swallowing her up. Recognizing her from the tryouts, Taehyun calmly asks if she is the same Kim Ji-ja he met there. Flustered but thrilled that he remembers her, she hurriedly confirms her identity. The surrounding reporters are baffled that a minor reporter seems to know Taehyun personally. Kim Ji-ja quickly decides to enjoy the moment and postpone explaining herself, sensing this connection could elevate her standing. Taehyun abruptly ends the media frenzy, saying he has no time for a question-and-answer session because of his upcoming match with Kang-hyuk. When the reporters chase after him with more questions, Kim Ji-ja is left behind in the commotion as he walks away. Taehyun heads alone through the corridor toward the arena, shutting out the noise behind him. He emerges into the stadium entrance and continues forward with quiet focus. A brief pause shows him centering himself before the confrontation ahead. Inside, the arena's digital field opens before him, with his opponent already waiting. Kang-hyuk greets him with mocking confidence, admitting he had wondered whether Taehyun would lose his nerve. Taehyun answers that he should be the one saying that and accepts settling everything here. As both fighters take their places, the announcer presents the long-awaited recruitment duel to the crowd. The rules are made brutally simple. Victory belongs to whoever can force the other to kneel. Kang-hyuk moves first, eager to test Taehyun's skills without further delay. Taehyun responds in kind, and the recruitment duel officially begins. Their opening clash comes through spirit-infused hands, each probing the other's power. Taehyun unleashes the Night King's spirit, and drives a crushing attack straight at Kang-hyuk. Believing the full force of that spirit should overwhelm any ordinary S-class fighter, Taehyun presses the assault. He is already thinking that even Kang Hyuk should not be able to evade so easily when something feels wrong. From the far end of the arena, Kang Hyuk praises the attempt, revealing he escaped the blow entirely. Bathed in purple power, Kang Hyuk calmly prepares his counter while dismissing Taehyun's attack as insufficient. He makes it explicit that Taehyun's current approach simply will not work on him. Taehyun senses the danger a split second before the counterattack arrives. Kang Hyuk's spirit manifests as a pack of beasts surging around Taehyun from multiple angles. Caught off guard by the sudden shift, Taehyun realizes the attack is far broader than he expected. Kang Hyuk condenses that beastly power into a devastating, lightning-charged punch. The strike detonates with overwhelming force as the spirit energy erupts on impact. A roaring beast form tears through the blast, amplifying the destruction. The explosion hurls debris and pressure through the arena, threatening to crush Taehyun outright. Taehyun survives by snapping golden chains around the attack, using them to bind and redirect the force before it can finish him. Taehyun launches upward to meet the guild master head-on, refusing to stay on the defensive. The guild master brushes off the attempt as a clever but insufficient trick and surges in with overwhelming confidence. Wrapped in violent pink power, he closes the distance like he has already decided the exchange is his. He crashes through Taehyun's restraints and attacks with the contempt of someone disappointed his opponent tried so little. Taehyun realizes the pressure is worse than expected and strains to keep up as the assault breaks through. The guild master's momentum carries straight through, giving Taehyun no room to recover. A gigantic beastly aura rises behind the guild master, turning his charge into something monstrous and inescapable. Taehyun understands he is about to be crushed if he cannot change the situation immediately. The guild master slams down with brutal force and drives Taehyun into the ground. The impact tears through the arena floor and sends debris and dust exploding outward. Without pausing, the guild master bursts forward from the crater to continue the hunt. He steadies himself with a dismissive snort, still convinced Taehyun is outmatched. From across the shattered arena, he acknowledges Taehyun's toughness while making clear that endurance alone will not save him. Taehyun, battered but still standing, mocks the guild master's confidence and challenges him to prove he can truly force him down. He warns that unless the guild master has another hidden beast, making him kneel will not be easy. The guild master answers with a dark laugh and turns Taehyun's concern back on him, implying Taehyun is the one under pressure. Then he decides to stop holding back and grants Taehyun exactly what he asked for. A massive purple tyrant-like beast manifests behind him as he declares he will finish the duel with this. The crowd erupts, recognizing this as the guild master's final attack form and expecting Taehyun to be finished. Spectators openly laugh off any chance of an upset, treating the result as obvious once the guild master reveals his full power. Even among the audience, some are eager to watch the spectacle while others warn that boasting may be premature. One observer points out that if the guild master loses here, Taehyun could be invited into Undivided, making the stakes larger than pride. A blue-haired spectator coldly concludes they should never have allowed the duel to happen at all. He explains that Kang Hyuk's skill, Blessing of the Beasts, lets him mimic monstrous traits and dominate close combat with absurd power. From that analysis, he judges that Taehyun should have had almost no chance in a straight one-on-one fight. Still, he remains calm, suggesting the outcome may not be as settled as everyone thinks. He begins to note that Taehyun has been hiding something decisive. At that exact moment, Taehyun unleashes the secret card he had kept in reserve. A new surge of pink energy bursts around him, signaling that he has activated a hidden ability at the brink of defeat. The nearby spectators fall silent, sensing the fight has suddenly shifted in a way they did not anticipate. Those who had been confident in the guild master's victory realize something unexpected has just happened. Even the audience members recording the match jolt in shock as the reversal becomes visible. The commentator stammers in disbelief, struggling to process what the arena is showing. To everyone's astonishment, the guild master drops to his knees by himself in the middle of his own finishing move. He is left staring upward in confusion, unable to understand why his body has betrayed him. Taehyun, bloodied but smiling, immediately recognizes the opening and realizes he has effectively won. Officials begin justifying the result by noting that although the guild master demanded the duel, he still accepted its terms of his own will. The arena settles into a stunned tableau with Taehyun standing and the guild master kneeling before him. Members of the guild can only repeat the impossible result in disbelief as it sinks in. They reject what they are seeing, insisting their leader would never kneel on his own and accusing the outcome of being fraudulent. Angry voices from the stands demand a rematch and refuse to count a victory won this way. Taehyun exhales in relief while the crowd's outrage confirms how completely he has overturned their expectations. He turns away from the kneeling guild master, leaving the defeated man behind in the wreckage. Inwardly, Taehyun admits he expected some backlash, but not that the guild master would be driven to kneel so cleanly in direct combat. He reveals the truth to himself, the complete hypnosis skill he obtained from Rosaria activated at the last possible moment, and decided the duel. That final recollection reframes the reversal as a calculated gamble rather than a miracle. Now standing over him with calm authority, Taehyun gives the command that sealed the outcome, kneel. The guild master's body convulses under the order as he struggles helplessly against the compulsion. His thoughts spiral from disbelief to panic as he realizes he lost without remembering the decisive instant and suspects mind control was used on him. All that remains of his resistance is a furious, humiliated snarl as the truth of his defeat finally lands. A furious command silences the arena, and the crowd jolts at the sudden force behind it. The spectators and officials freeze under the pressure, realizing the outburst came from someone powerful enough to stop all protest at once. One of the onlookers is shaken into alarm as the atmosphere turns from noisy outrage to dangerous tension. Someone recognizes the guildmaster's presence and understands that the dispute has escalated beyond an ordinary match. The guildmaster rejects any excuse about hidden tricks and insists that a member of Undivided must accept defeat if they lost. He makes it clear that the duel's result stands, and anyone unwilling to accept that can challenge him directly. His threat crushes the remaining objections, leaving the audience to confront the fact that Kwon Kang-hyuk has truly been beaten. Watching calmly, one observer realizes Kim Tae-hyun had been driving his opponent toward this outcome all along. From the stands, he keeps analyzing the fight and concludes the decisive moment was too precise to be accidental. He figures out that Tae-hyun concealed the skill until the exact instant it would break Kang-hyuk's confidence. That insight excites him, because Tae-hyun has once again proven far more unpredictable than expected. His amusement grows so obvious that even the person beside him notices he is enjoying this far too much. On the ruined field, the two fighters close the distance again, but now without hostility. Tae-hyun stands composed amid the aftermath, having fully secured the result. The defeated guild master approaches him face to face, no longer as an enemy trying to overpower him. Instead, he offers his hand and acknowledges that the duel was worthy of respect. Before letting the matter end, he asks whether Tae-hyun had intended from the beginning to win in exactly this way. Tae-hyun admits that, at least in part, the outcome had been part of his plan. Rather than taking offense, the guild master is impressed and amused by Tae-hyun's nerve. Their handshake seals the end of the conflict and opens the way for negotiation. Bound by his promise, the guild master offers Tae-hyun a reward and is ready to grant money, a rare item, or whatever else he can. Tae-hyun refuses material compensation, revealing that what he wants is information instead. The guild master is caught off guard and asks what could matter more than wealth or treasure. Tae-hyun names his price, information about the labyrinth minotaur. That request instantly wipes the humor from the guild master's face. Tae-hyun explains that he intends to take part in the upcoming raid on the labyrinth minotaur. The story then shifts from the arena to the wider city, where the implications of that decision begin to spread. In a formal meeting, the chairman is informed that the target is the labyrinth minotaur, a monster hidden in the Abyss Dungeon's entrance area. He is reminded that the place is notorious for endless traps and a maze-like structure, making detection abilities essential, and that even major guilds and S-rank players have repeatedly failed there. The danger of the raid is underscored by the image of violent combat and the scale of the threat they are discussing. An aide is troubled that Kim Tae-hyun somehow knows about a location the Undivided Guild has kept secret while preparing its own attempt. The chairman stays outwardly calm, saying there is no point panicking because the abyss is always unpredictable. He concludes that all they can do is trust the people bold enough to challenge it. The aide can only address him respectfully as the chairman treats the matter with unsettling ease. Yet the chairman admits his real concern is not the dungeon's difficulty itself. What worries him is the human side of the coming operation, and he hopes his fears about the people involved prove unfounded. Before that thought can settle, an urgent holographic call interrupts the meeting. The caller apologizes for the intrusion and reports that the matter is serious enough to demand immediate attention. When the chairman asks what happened, he is told the Japanese Players Association has made contact. The aide assumes this must concern the East Point issue, but the report is stranger than expected. The real message is shocking. The Saintess has personally sent an invitation to Kim Tae-hyun. The chairman is visibly stunned by the sudden political and personal significance of that news. Elsewhere, in the association's underground large gate control room, a major operation is already being assembled before a massive portal. A count begins as personnel are checked in one by one for the raid. The tally climbs steadily, showing the scale and discipline of the force being gathered. Dozens more are added, including specialists and support members needed for a mission this dangerous. The count pushes into the high 90s as the final participants take their places. At 100, the roster is complete, and Tae-hyun stands among them as a central figure in what is about to begin. An organizer confirms that all 100 members of the Labyrinth Minotaur raid team have assembled. With the team ready, Tae-hyun faces the enormous gate and the deadly labyrinth waiting beyond it. A feral-looking raid leader agrees to begin and eagerly promises the group a proper monster hunt. He charges into the labyrinth with the raiders behind him, pulling everyone into the assault. As the team advances through the ruin, the labyrinth's ominous energy and marked passages close around them. The first clash erupts violently as something smashes into the corridor, and the raid begins in earnest. While the others hold off the monsters and trust the front line to handle the pressure, the fight is identified as taking place inside the labyrinth minotaur. A calm young fighter cuts into the charging beasts with practiced speed. He follows through without hesitation, drawing his blade through another opening before the monsters can recover. His attack tears through multiple enemies at once, breaking their formation. The surviving beasts howl as they are carved apart in rapid succession. When the attack ends, the monsters collapse into dark fragments around him, leaving him standing alone in the cleared space. The raid leader is impressed by the display, and the young fighter realizes he is being personally addressed. The leader approaches through the chaos while the rest of the team continues suppressing the monsters behind him. He asks whether the young man likes the weapon he provided him. The young fighter admits the knife is decent and explains he only accepted it because his usual weapon is being repaired. The leader laughs that the blade was meant as a gift if the young man joined the guild, revealing it to be a rare weapon named Azrin. He pitches the benefits of joining the raid team, while the young man instead asks whether they are truly attempting a labyrinth raid for the first time. The young man points out that everyone has failed to raid the labyrinth minotaur for 30 years and warns that special measures would be necessary, but the leader remains unconcerned. A female staff member steps in to explain that every participant is at least B rank, implying this raid is far stronger than past attempts. She adds that the team has been subduing monsters smoothly without any real setbacks. She further praises the guild leader for guiding the raid and clearing the labyrinth with his detection abilities, crediting him for their progress. Most importantly, she reveals they found a clue to conquering the labyrinth a few months earlier. The young fighter presses her to explain what that clue actually was. The leader answers that they discovered a corpse deep in the abyssal depths that seemed to have come from this labyrinth. It was the body of a giant minotaur, marked with the same pattern found throughout the labyrinth. When they touched the corpse, everything except one horn crumbled to dust, leaving behind a single intact relic. That revelation catches the young fighter's full attention. He immediately concludes that if the corpse truly came from the labyrinth, its remains can be tracked back to the route leading inside. The leader confirms that this is exactly how they found the hidden path into the labyrinth. Following that clue, the raid reaches a sealed inner route and moves deeper in. At the end of the passage, a guide reveals a ladder beneath a glowing sigil, showing the final way forward. The guide descends first with a light source, and the others quickly follow him down. The full raid team gathers below and advances together into the final chamber. Their guide announces that they have arrived. He identifies the place as the end of the labyrinth, where a massive minotaur figure lies waiting. The party realizes the final obstacle is not a living beast but a giant statue bearing the same emblem. As the others question why a statue would be the boss, the guide concludes that the recovered horn must be returned to it. The statue remains still, but its presence feels ominously significant. The guild leader senses something off and begins to grin as if he has noticed a hidden danger or opportunity. He orders Secretary Kim to bring the horn at once, and she rushes it over on a cart. While she hurries to comply, the young fighter internally notes that every labyrinth reacts differently, and that what happens after reaching the end is what truly matters. He focuses on the uncertainty of what the labyrinth will do once the horn is used. Before anyone can settle, the guild leader suddenly cries out as the situation shifts violently. The statue's severed horn socket becomes the center of a sudden movement, as if the mechanism has activated on its own. The leader is hurled onto the statue amid a burst of force and energy. The raiders and staff initially mistake the upheaval for success and celebrate, believing they are finally conquering the labyrinth after decades of failure. Even while being thrown into the event, the guild leader remains thrilled, eager to confront whatever serves as the labyrinth's true boss. A sharp, alarmed look reveals that the moment is not unfolding the way he expected. He finds himself standing atop the statue as a red line of energy spreads through it beneath his feet. The statue floods with blue light, fully activating and transforming the chamber. From his new position above the others, the guild leader looks down at the raid below, realizing the labyrinth has entered a new and dangerous phase. A raid team is suddenly swallowed by a violent spatial distortion, and Kim Taehyun immediately realizes something has gone terribly wrong. The distortion tears the group out of the battlefield and drops them into an unknown zone, leaving everyone stunned and disoriented. The ordinary members can only stare in confusion as they struggle to understand what just happened to them. One hidden infiltrator, however, stays calm, revealing that this chaos is exactly what he expected. As the displaced team looks around in panic, they realize they have been separated from the rest of the raid and stranded in a strange forested section of the labyrinth. Before they can regroup, the terrain itself turns hostile and sweeps them along, deepening the sense that they have been trapped by design. A volcanic eruption elsewhere in the labyrinth confirms that multiple hazards are activating at once as part of a larger scheme. The infiltrator quietly confirms that the transfer trap has successfully activated. The trap's purpose becomes clear. It has scattered selected targets into a hidden area inside the labyrinth. The displaced members can only process the revelation with disbelief as they realize they were deliberately isolated. Elsewhere, a masked mastermind calmly consults a book while events unfold exactly as planned. He quickly pieces together the situation and prepares to exploit it. When informed that Kim Taehyun has joined the labyrinth raid team, he treats the news as important rather than alarming. His subordinate begs to halt the operation before things spiral out of control, but the mastermind refuses, deciding that the unexpected development actually improves his plan. He reveals the scale of the infiltration. 5 S-rank villains and many A-rank accomplices have already embedded themselves inside the raid team. Even powerful figures like Kwon Kang-hyuk and Kim Taehyun, he believes, must eventually reach their limits. He looks forward to watching those trapped in the labyrinth struggle against the hidden enemies waiting for them. To him, the coming bloodshed is entertainment. Back in the hidden forest zone, the isolated group hesitates, unsure whether to trust one another. A blonde woman introduces herself as Miranda, presenting herself as an ordinary B-rank ally from Undivided. Kim Taehyun cuts through the act before it can settle, refusing to accept her as a comrade. He attacks immediately and brutally, declaring that she is a villain in disguise. Park Sung-hoo, one of the ordinary members, is stunned because Kim Taehyun's reputation had made him expect a noble protector, not someone who would strike a teammate without hesitation. He had imagined Taehyun as a heroic shield on the front lines. He had also heard stories of Taehyun as a self-sacrificing saint, which makes this ruthless behavior even harder to understand. Sung-hoo admires Taehyun deeply, so the contradiction shakes him. Even so, that admiration remains, because he still believes Taehyun must have a reason. Sungho freezes between reverence and disbelief, unable to reconcile the man with the rumors. Taehyun calmly dismisses Miranda as an enemy and treats the situation as obvious. The others are left reeling from how casually he just incapacitated her. They can only stare at the fallen woman and the man who attacked her first. Sungho finally explodes, demanding to know what kind of madness Taehyun thinks he is committing. Taehyun answers with infuriating calm, insisting Miranda really is a villain. Refusing to believe that, Sungho draws his weapon and turns it on Taehyun instead. He opens fire, convinced he is stopping a dangerous lunatic. Taehyun evades the shots effortlessly while repeating that he is telling the truth. As Sungho keeps shooting, his thoughts spiral because the admired S-rank player now seems deranged in the middle of a crisis. He clings to his memories of Miranda as a longtime companion who fought beside them in the abyss. Those memories make Taehyun's accusation feel impossible to accept. Sungho rejects the idea outright and insists Miranda cannot be an enemy. He rushes to Miranda's side, trying to wake her and get her away from Taehyun. Determined to protect her, he prepares to stand against Taehyun if necessary. Miranda repays that loyalty by smashing him across the face the moment he touches her. The blow sends him flying and exposes how little she values the people who trusted her. She snarls at him with open contempt, dropping the friendly mask completely. Taehyun points out that this is exactly why he called her a villain. He forces the others to confront the truth they refuse to see. At the same time, two more hidden enemies reveal themselves and attack from underground, proving Miranda was not acting alone. One of the remaining members is jolted into full alarm by the sudden ambush. Another realizes they have been surrounded by enemies they never identified. The ground ruptures beneath them as the hidden villains fully emerge. Taehyun dryly notes that there are actually 3 villains here, not just one. He dismisses the ordinary members as too insignificant for him to have bothered memorizing individually. Miranda's body begins shifting into a more monstrous form as she prepares to fight seriously. Her transformation continues, making clear that her disguise was only skin deep. She is amused that none of her longtime companions ever noticed what she really was. That failure makes Taehyun's instant recognition all the more unsettling to her, so she demands to know how he saw through her when everyone else was fooled for years. Taehyun answers casually that her acting was not the problem. He claims he knew because he came from the future, which Miranda initially dismisses as mockery. Still probing, she wonders whether his knowledge came from Yahello, the Nightwalkers, or some other leak. Then she decides the source no longer matters and chooses to kill him before he can interfere further. Miranda unleashes her claws and charges with murderous intent. Her first strike lands across Taehyun's face, drawing blood and proving her poison should have taken hold. One of her accomplices follows up with a heavy blow, trying to overwhelm him through sheer pressure. Another closes in from above to finish the opening they think they created. Instead, Taehyun counters with overwhelming force, smashing the attackers back into the ground. A glowing chain manifests as part of his counterattack, signaling a far more dangerous ability than the villains expected. One attacker is caught around the neck before he can recover. A second is bound just as quickly, realizing too late that he has been trapped. Taehyun whips both restrained enemies through the air and slams them away in a single motion. Miranda lashes out again with poison claws, trying to exploit the wound she already inflicted. Taehyun remains unnervingly composed, as if her poison means nothing to him. She presses the attack with a flurry meant to finish him before he can retaliate. But when her assault fails to produce the expected collapse, she is left baffled. Even those watching realize Taehyun is far beyond what they imagined, though they still cannot understand how he is resisting her. Miranda reveals her skill, which is nails, explaining that anyone she scratches should suffer poison, vomiting, paralysis, and hallucinations. She insists that even an S-class player should not be immune to it. Yet Taehyun's only response is to wonder why her first strike had no effect at all. Miranda can only stare as he moves freely through the poison's supposed kill zone. Her confidence starts to crack because the impossible is happening in front of her. Taehyun cuts off her disbelief with a simple apology before revealing the truth. A sinister pink power erupts behind him, exposing the source of his resistance. He declares that poison does nothing to him, and an inner system confirms that Witch's Claw was detected but resisted by a mysterious power. Miranda lunges again in desperation, now fighting with panic as much as aggression. For the first time, she openly realizes she may be outmatched. Taehyun answers by driving another devastating strike into the ground and blowing apart the battlefield around her. The shockwave tears through the forest floor and forces everyone nearby to retreat. Debris and broken earth scatter as the area is violently reshaped by his attack. Sungho, battered and shaken, scrambles back toward the fight after being thrown clear. He stops short when he sees how completely Taehyun has taken control of the battlefield. From a distance, he finds Miranda already defeated and pinned under Taehyun's dominance. Even restrained, Miranda keeps threatening to tear Taehyun apart if he lets her go. Taehyun silences her resistance by grabbing her head and forcing her to face him. He tells her he is done playing and prepares to extract the truth directly. Miranda reveals a deeper power and proposes a deadly game of truth or truth. Taehyun answers with his own ability, complete hypnosis, turning the interrogation into a contest she cannot win. Under that pressure, he demands the number of infiltrators and the purpose of their operation. Miranda's will begins to break as the hypnosis takes hold. She is forced to confess that 20 infiltrators entered the raid team, including 5 S-rank members, and that their mission is to sabotage the Labyrinth raid. As she speaks, the story cuts to a bloodied flower field, linking her confession to violence unfolding elsewhere. Secretary Kim, who has been caught in the same warp space, senses the gravity of what is being revealed. A bloodied blade signals that the sabotage has already reached the highest levels of the raid. Miranda's confession continues. The infiltrators also intend to kill Undivided's guild master, Kwon Kang-hyuk. Back in the forest, Taehyun and Sungho stand over the now-spent Miranda, absorbing the scale of the plot. Miranda collapses fully, no longer able to resist or maintain her composure. Taehyun reflects that the future has changed, because before his regression there had only been 3 S-rank villains, not 5. He realizes the timeline is shifting piece by piece and wonders whether his own actions are causing the changes. Even so, he immediately decides they must find Kwon Kang-hyuk before the assassins do. With Sungho following, Taehyun moves deeper through the forest in search of a route back to the main battlefield. Sungho, still shaken by Miranda's betrayal, asks whether Taehyun knew the truth from the beginning. Before he can finish asking why Taehyun kept silent, Taehyun explains that escaping this place is the more urgent problem. He clarifies that this strange forest is still part of the labyrinth, just another connected space within it. Then he identifies the key to escape. Doors hidden between spaces can eventually lead them back to where Kwon Kang-hyuk is fighting. Because the labyrinth links many different zones, they may have to pass through several spaces before reaching him. He reasons that if they keep moving through those doors, they should eventually reconnect with the main battle. At the threshold of one such door, Sungho stops him and insists on asking the question he can no longer hold back. He demands to know why Taehyun did not warn everyone earlier if he already knew villains had infiltrated the raid. Sungho apologizes for doubting him, but argues that if the guild master had been warned from the start, this disaster might have been avoided. Taehyun finally turns to answer the accusation directly. Sungho braces himself for an explanation that might justify everything. Instead, Taehyun says he already told Kwon Kang-hyuk. When Sungho demands clarification, Taehyun leaves the truth hanging and tells him to believe it or not as he wishes. Then he drops the real shock. Kwon Kang-hyuk already knew about the infiltration. Before Sungho can process that revelation, a bloody blade cuts through the air toward another battlefield. There, wounded but still standing, Kwon Kang-hyuk faces enemies who have finally stopped pretending to be allies. 3 of the disguised raid members advance openly as hostile combatants. A 4th infiltrator joins them, confirming that the guild master is surrounded. Kwon Kang-hyuk mocks them for dropping the axe so late, treating their betrayal as a bad joke rather than a surprise. One of the villains addresses him as Vice Guild Master, exposing that the enemy knows his true position and has targeted him specifically. At that moment, Secretary Kim bursts into the scene, horrified to find the Guild Master under attack. She cannot understand why everyone around him has turned hostile at once. Kwon Kang-hyuk, already injured, steels himself as the pressure closes in. He moves to shield Secretary Kim and takes another slash while intercepting the attack meant for her. Even while bleeding, he reassures her and downplays his own wound. The assassins close in from all sides, and Secretary Kim panics at how badly he has been cut. The villains coordinate their assault, preparing to overwhelm him through numbers and hidden abilities. Kwon Kang-hyuk orders Secretary Kim to stay back because she cannot survive against enemies of this level. One attacker unleashes a monstrous purple power, escalating the fight beyond ordinary combat. That power swells into something beast-like and predatory, aimed straight at the guild master. The attack erupts across the battlefield, forcing everyone to react instantly. Secretary Kim refuses to remain passive and steels herself despite her fear. A huge pink spectral beast crashes into the fight, disrupting the villain's momentum and buying Kwon Kang-hyuk a moment. Secretary Kim insists that Kwon Kang-hyuk should stop trying to protect her because she intends to fight too. He rejects that idea immediately, warning that these enemies are far beyond what she can handle. But she realizes that if she stays helpless, both of them may die. One of the villains coldly tells Kwon Kang-hyuk that he can no longer afford to protect others, and reveals that the infiltrators have been concealing their true power all along. Another enemy steps forward with a chained lantern, signaling that the assassins are finally ready to use their full abilities. The lantern opens to reveal a flaming skull, marking the start of an even deadlier phase of the ambush against Kwon Kang-hyuk. Amid the flames, the guild master calmly reveals that everyone present is at least A rank and that they came here to kill Taehyun. He treats the ambush like a long-awaited success, identifying them as elite members of the malignant guild carrying out an execution. As the trap closes in from all sides, Taehyun and his allies are forced to face how thoroughly they have been surrounded. Kwon Kang-hyuk realizes too late how much preparation went into this and bitterly admits he misjudged the people behind it. The guild master mocks him and insists the blame is not his, because this conspiracy was designed to stay hidden. He explains that the malignant guild has been building this plan for years, far beyond what any outsider could have uncovered. That admission makes him remember Kim Taehyun's warning and realize it may have been completely true. A sudden thought stops him cold as he begins connecting Taehyun's warning to the guild's secret plot. He reveals that Taehyun had already told him each villain they encountered had been sent to assassinate him. The guild master is shaken to learn Taehyun knew about the assassination plan, and the revelation immediately raises a more troubling question. Fear replaces his confidence as he realizes Taehyun knew the truth in advance, and still chose not to act on it. He demands to know why Taehyun stayed silent, unable to understand that decision. Taehyun's answer is blunt: a real man does not doubt his comrades. The guild master tries to laugh it off as foolish loyalty, but the reply unsettles him more than he expected. Others immediately turn on him, furious that his stupidity may have let all of this happen despite Taehyun's warning. The accusation lands hard, and the chaos around them starts to look like the direct result of his failure to trust the information he was given. Before the argument can go further, the guild master lashes out with his chain in a violent attempt to seize control again. Kwon shields the student behind him, bracing himself as the attack comes straight at them. The strike slams in, but the clash does not end the way the guild master expects. Still gloating, he credits Kwon's stupidity for making the plan succeed and declares that now they can die. He unleashes a finishing barrage toward Kwon and the girl, trying to wipe them out in one move. Kwon meets the attack with growing fury, no longer willing to let another enemy dictate the fight. He rejects the idea that trust means passivity and makes clear he never intended to simply endure betrayal. Drawing on a beast form blessing, he erupts into a dragon-like transformation that overwhelms the battlefield. He crashes through the guild master's assault and drives a brutal counterattack straight into him. The guild master is torn apart by the blow, his taunting cut off in a spray of blood. Kwon surges forward in full force, cursing the man as he finishes him with overwhelming power. A memory resurfaces of Taehyun explaining that the guild master knew the truth and still let events unfold, telling Kwon to confirm it himself if needed. The scene shifts to the labyrinth's interior, where ominous symbols glow in the ruined halls. Kwon advances deeper inside while another man follows, calling out to him. The newcomer presses him, asking whether he really intends to let everything stand even though he knows what happened. Kwon answers with weary restraint, as if the question is too simple for what they are facing. The man warns that Kwon still has not seen the full extent of his power, trying to reassert control. Kwon says he believes him, but repeats that belief does not mean he will submit. He proves it by striking decisively, blasting the man down and leaving him sprawled amid shattered stone. The enemy lies beaten and bloodied, his threat ended before it could fully unfold. Watching from a doorway, two others are stunned by how abruptly the fight has turned. One of them calls the outcome unbelievable as they step into the chamber. From above, the group sees the defeated man on the ground while Kwon and the others gather around the aftermath. A wounded ally recognizes Kim Taehyun's involvement and realizes this outcome was not an accident. Nearby doors hang open in the strange chamber, suggesting the labyrinth is still shifting around them. When asked whether he saw the others, one of the newcomers says he only glimpsed a few people moving through the gaps before passing by. He explains that he ignored cries for help because, given the situation, stopping to rescue anyone would have been too dangerous. Kwon calls that choice cold-hearted, disturbed by how casually the man admits it. Even so, he forces the conversation forward and asks what they should do next. Kwon pauses in the drifting debris, weighing the cost of every remaining option. He reluctantly concludes that they have no choice but to retreat for now. He explains that more villains may still be inside, and even after reaching the labyrinth's end, the guild master never appeared. That leaves only one practical decision: escape first before even greater danger closes in. As he accepts that retreat, Kwon quietly apologizes to Kim Taehyun and regrets being too stubborn to listen sooner. The tense exchange continues as the dark-haired man warns the others to remember their place and be more careful next time. The hot-headed fighter erupts, furious that his attempt to apologize was ignored and that he was treated with contempt anyway. The dark-haired man reflects that staying quiet cost him goodwill, but for the moment it had still been the right choice. He explains that he kept silent because the information was too dangerous to reveal, and now urges them to move quickly since they have only a limited understanding of the labyrinth and its owner. As he starts to press forward again, he abruptly stops himself with a new thought. He asks whether the other areas they pass through contain any monsters or traps. The question hits him with sudden urgency as he turns over the implication in his mind. The others answer that they crossed many spaces but encountered nothing, and believe that meant they could leave safely. That reply makes the dark-haired man realize something is deeply wrong, because a labyrinth should not be this empty. He recalls that ordinary spatial traps are designed to hinder intruders, yet the spaces they crossed were almost harmless. He demands to know why the labyrinth lacked defenses at all, especially if its master had already appeared before his regression. A sudden realization shocks him as the missing piece falls into place. The other two notice his alarm and freeze, sensing that something terrible is about to happen. The bandaged fighter also turns, alerted by the shift in the atmosphere. He spots the threat first and voices the group's dread. The master of the labyrinth descends before them in a burst of force and lightning, blocking their escape. The creature is revealed as the Grand Minotaur Queen, an overwhelming S+grade boss. The group panics at the worst possible timing, realizing the labyrinth's ruler has appeared just as they were trying to escape. The Minotaur Queen raises her weapons, preparing an immediate execution strike. Her attack crashes down and blasts the party apart before they can organize a defense. The red-haired woman is hurled across the ground, barely able to keep herself together. In the chaos, they realize the exit door has been destroyed, cutting off their retreat. The bandaged fighter calls out to Kim Taehyun as the situation turns desperate. Kim Taehyun moves at once, already acting on the same conclusion. The bandaged fighter unleashes a demonic purple power from his hand, readying a counterattack. At the same time, Kim hardens his fist with a different power and commits to close combat. Both men launch themselves upward together, trying to overwhelm the boss before it can press its advantage. They coordinate midair, converging on the Minotaur Queen from different angles. The boss meets them head-on, unfazed, with its many eyes fixed on both attackers. Their assault collides with the Queen's defenses, and the chamber erupts into a storm of shattered debris and force. The bandaged fighter drives through the wreckage, forcing his way deeper into the exchange. Kim uses his chained weapon to swing and reposition through the collapsing space, setting up a strike from above. He plants his foot onto the boss's shield to gain leverage at point-blank range. Kim vaults directly over the Minotaur Queen, bringing himself into line with its exposed center while his ally attacks from below. A brilliant core of light opens at the Queen's center, revealing a vulnerable point amid its many eyes. The sudden burst of power throws both attackers back before they can capitalize on it. One of the Queen's eyes flares ominously, signaling another change in the battle. A monstrous cry follows as a new creature begins to emerge under the Queen's command. The summoned beast is identified as the Tau King, an S-grade monster revived by the Grand Minotaur Queen's power. Kim immediately recognizes the new threat, and the bandaged fighter is stunned that another high-rank monster has appeared now of all times. Kim charges the Tau King without hesitation, trying to stop the reinforcement before it can fully join the fight. Behind him, more monsters begin appearing, and the remaining two realize the labyrinth is suddenly flooding with enemies. The dark-haired man understands the truth. The labyrinth is targeting those who intruded upon it and disturbed its ruler's rest. Even while fighting, the bandaged fighter hears the implication and realizes Secretary Kim had been right about the danger. The Minotaur Queen coldly frames the slaughter as punishment, telling the intruders not to fear and to simply come forward with all their hostility and malice. The dark-haired man resolves to resist to the end as the battlefield fills with revived monsters and collapsing space. The two non-combatants find themselves surrounded on all sides, trapped at the center of a tightening ring of beasts. The bespectacled man steadies himself and raises his weapon, preparing to protect the red-haired woman despite the overwhelming odds. Before the monsters can close in, the bandaged fighter gathers his purple power into a decisive strike. He slams that attack into the encircling beasts, blasting them back and carving open a path through the swarm. As the guild master is suddenly hurled into the chaos, the people below realize the battle has taken a disastrous turn. A horned fighter charges in and lashes a giant minotaur with glowing chains, trying to stop the monster before it can overwhelm them. His attack lands hard enough to tear through the beast's head, proving he can still damage them despite their size. Someone urgently calls for Kwan Kanghyuk as the fight spirals further out of control. The horned man gathers power and commits to a direct assault, refusing to give the enemy any room to recover. He crashes down in a fiery strike that smashes one of the minotaurs into the ground. Even so, the fallen monster immediately begins recovering in the flames, showing that brute force alone will not solve this. Landing beside Kim Taehyun, he bitterly realizes these two-headed bastards are tougher than expected. Kim stays focused while the horned fighter vents his frustration, both of them measuring how bad the situation has become. Their confidence falters when they sense something worse approaching. Ahead of them, multiple burning minotaurs surge forward, while the civilians behind them can only watch in fear. The monsters press in as a pack, turning the battlefield into a wall of fire and bodies. One larger minotaur looms over the others, making it clear a stronger leader is among them. The two fighters freeze for a moment, stunned by how quickly the threat has escalated. The enemy formation erupts around them, forcing them into the middle of a coordinated assault. The horned fighter unleashes his demonic power and throws himself back into the fight instead of retreating. He drives a heavy blow into a minotaur's face, trying to break their momentum through sheer force. But the damage starts healing almost immediately, confirming the monster's regeneration is a major problem. He realizes the real issue is not just their numbers but the fact that they can recover from his attacks. As more enemies close in and a powerful figure appears above them, he understands he may have to choose between killing the monsters and protecting everyone else. That impossible choice sharpens when the Minotaur Queen reveals herself, silently dominating the battlefield from above. He is shaken by the realization that he still cannot even land a meaningful hit on the true enemy. He recognizes the trap. While he cannot break through to the Queen, Kim and Secretary Kim are being forced to hold off the front line at the same time. Seeing Kim already bloodied and strained, he knows their side is reaching its limit and cannot keep enduring this pace. Under mounting pressure, he desperately searches for any answer before everyone collapses. The need to choose tears at him, because either path seems to lead to losing someone. In that crisis, he remembers an older lesson: Kwan Kanghyuk must make a choice. The memory returns to a warning that strength alone is not enough, and that forcing someone into a guild without conviction only creates future problems. He recalls being told that if he accepts someone as a comrade, he must judge their worth for himself instead of hesitating over every uncertainty. The lesson continues: doubt is necessary, because blind confidence is more dangerous than caution. The older man's advice deepens into a hard truth from experience. One small mistake can cost everything. He remembers that protecting what matters sometimes means giving up something else precious. The point becomes clear to him. Real strength includes knowing your limits and choosing the priority that actually achieves your goal. The mentor had defined that judgment itself as the mark of an excellent player. Even in the memory, the advice had been met with a skeptical pause rather than easy acceptance. He had masked his discomfort with a joke, but the lesson stayed with him. Back in the present, battered and breathing hard, he finally faces the decision head-on. As the monsters bear down again, he admits the situation is failing in a way he can no longer ignore. He understands the cruel dilemma exactly. If he focuses on killing the enemy, his comrades die. And if he does not, they still die, making the demand to choose feel unbearable. That realization hardens into rage, because either way the people beside him are being sacrificed. He rejects the premise entirely, and refuses to stand by while his comrades are lost. Exploding with power, he blasts into the enemy line to carve out a path by force. In the middle of that charge, he calls to Kwon Kanghyuk and demands to know what he intends to do. He declares that he is too greedy to accept either loss, and vows to both protect his comrades and destroy the monsters. Kwon answers by rejecting the force choice as well, revealing that he has another plan. He tells him there is still a way to defeat the Minotaur Queen. As the Minotaurs surge and explode into motion again, the battlefield shifts toward that final gamble. The horned fighter commits immediately, trusting Kwon's judgment even without certainty. Before they can act, the Minotaur Queen's side moves first, and a weapon-bearing Minotaur closes in as a cold voice asks whether Kwon has finally made his decision. A warning hangs over the battle. Whatever choice is made, the outcome will end the same way. Even so, the dark-haired fighter drives forward through a swarm of monsters, convinced the final result cannot be changed. The charging beasts are suddenly disrupted as a violent force tears through them. Kim Taehyun surges back into the fight in his horn-transformed state, forcing his battered body to move again. His return detonates through the enemy line, blasting the creatures apart in a burst of fire and impact. The Minotaur Queen dismisses the attack as meaningless, insisting Taehyun can never truly kill her while she is backed by his power. Her many eyes lock onto him with confidence, certain she still holds the advantage. Taehyun rises amid flames and refuses to back down, meeting her challenge head-on. Behind him, a massive skull-marked spectral force manifests, signaling that he is drawing on a deeper power. He roars for Kwon Kanghyuk to move, making it clear he is creating an opening rather than fighting alone. Kanghyuk hesitates for a moment, startled by Taehyun's sudden resolve and the scale of the power he unleashed. The queen lashes out with her spectral weapon, trying to crush them before they can act. Instead, the space around her fractures as Kanghyuk's linked portal-like power destabilizes the area near her head. The distortion intensifies, trapping the queen in a collapsing break in space. Taehyun drives the attack through, smashing her into the ruptured space and blowing apart her upper body. Her spectral form convulses as the strike forces her deeper into the unstable connection. Both men are pulled through the violent spatial break along with the queen as the battlefield gives way beneath them. While being dragged through, Taehyun demands to know where Kanghyuk is sending them. Kanghyuk admits he is improvising, but reasons that the gap where the Minotaur Queen is standing should connect to the place where the Tao Kings are being revived. He explains that if the queen reaches that space, she will continue regenerating by feeding the Tao King's restoration. As they race through the distortion, he pushes the plan further. If the queen is no longer in that connected space, the Tao Kings should stop reviving as well. Taehyun accepts the gamble with a grim laugh, even though failure would mean everyone dies. Kanghyuk points out that this is no different from the desperate situation they were already in. Far away, two students can only watch anxiously as the battle's consequences unfold beyond them. The fighters and the queen tumble into a new realm littered with bones and skulls, confirming they have crossed into another connected space. The queen immediately retaliates, swinging her spectral weapon with renewed fury. Taehyun intercepts the blow and hurls himself at her, refusing to let her regain control. Their clash turns brutal at close range as the queen rages at his defiance and tries to overwhelm him. Kanghyuk suddenly realizes something is wrong as the queen's attack shifts unpredictably. Taehyun commits fully to a reckless counterattack, pouring everything into one direct charge. The collision erupts in a blinding burst of power that tears the battlefield apart. When the light clears, the queen is still standing amid the wreckage, weapon in hand. A massive impact follows, driving destruction into the ground and scattering debris through the bone-filled space. Kanghyuk crashes down among the skulls, coughing and trying to recover his bearings. As he looks up in alarm, he senses that something about Taehyun is terribly wrong. Taehyun struggles to rise in the distance while Kanghyuk stares at him through the settling dust. The truth becomes visible. Taehyun has lost an arm in the exchange. Kanghyuk is horrified, calling out Taehyun's name as he realizes the extent of the injury. Taehyun forces himself to stay focused and warns Kanghyuk that another attack is already coming. Kanghyuk snaps to attention as he understands the danger is directly above them. Both men brace themselves in the darkened bone field, knowing they have only an instant to react. The Minotaur Queen descends from overhead with a killing strike, looming over them like an executioner. Taehyun lunges first despite his wounds, trying to intercept her with the little strength he has left. At the same time, Kanghyuk unleashes his own attack in a desperate attempt to stop her advance. The queen's blow slams into the ground with overwhelming force, blasting both men away. They are thrown across the ruined field, battered and losing what little momentum they had left. As the dust settles, the queen praises them mockingly, impressed that they managed to exploit the connected space she created. Taehyun lies broken among the skulls while she admits she never expected them to turn her own spatial setup against her like this. Kanghyuk drags himself up from the bones, barely conscious, as the queen prepares to explain why the fight is not over. She reveals that now that she is no longer using her power to control the Tao Kings, the situation has changed in a way that shocks Kanghyuk. The horn monster closes in with overwhelming force, and the battered man realizes its speed is far beyond what he expected. Even so, he forces himself forward with his blade in hand, refusing to stop despite his injuries. A surge of fear hits him as the gap between them vanishes almost instantly. The beast crashes down in a brutal attack, shaking the ground and pressing its advantage. Thrown off balance and bleeding, he admits the difference in raw power is enormous. He understands that without using predation he will die, but activating it carries its own danger. His next doubt is whether even predation can finish this monster in a single decisive strike. He concludes that if the beast survives the first blow, predation will spiral out of control. As he is hurled through the wreckage, he fears what might happen if that berserk power is unleashed. A nearby witness can only stare in alarm at how desperate the situation has become. Accepting that he has no safer option left, he commits to the risk. He recalls being told that the key to using a skill properly lies in application. In that memory, he asks for guidance, and the patient explains that skill descriptions never tell the whole story. The explanation continues. A skill's form can be altered in practice, and its output can also be adjusted. As an example, the patient reveals that a spirit-based skill can be applied inward to strengthen the body. The lesson expands further with the demonstration that the same power can even be shaped into magical bullets. From there comes the broader principle that in real combat, skills can be mixed and layered together. The advice becomes personal when the patient points out that he only uses stealth on his ring and implies he is limiting himself. The patient urges him to code a poorly controlled skill with another one to stabilize it. That encouragement stays with him, along with the confidence that he can make it work. Back in the fight, he releases predation through his weapon in a violent red eruption that slams into the monster. The beast is caught off guard as the altered power reaches it through the blade strike. Red energy spreads across the battlefield, showing that his attack is no longer a simple slash. He drives forward inside that storm of power, forcing the transformed skill deeper into the enemy. The enraged monster roars back and tries to crush him before the attack can finish. He holds his ground and keeps channeling the unstable power through his arm and dagger. The energy condenses into a focused burst, signaling that he has shaped predation into a new form. That burst blooms across the monster's body in multiple impact points, tearing into it at once. Its weapons and gear become wrapped in the same red force as the effect spreads. Even the chain is seized by the transformed energy, as if the skill is propagating through whatever it touches. The attack rips through the monster's torso, proving the damage is real and severe. The beast howls in pain as the wound deepens. Seeing the result, he realizes the earlier advice was correct and that his theory about predation was right. He drives the power down harder, turning the attack into a crushing vertical surge. He finally puts the truth into words for himself. Predation changes shape according to his will. That realization means he can handle it like any other skill and deliberately apply it instead of merely enduring it. Though he still does not understand the power's true origin, he no longer needs full knowledge to use it. What matters now is control, and he commits fully to directing it. Whatever predation really is, he decides he will exploit every aspect of it. He unleashes another decisive slash, carving through the monster with a concentrated red arc. As the beast's head is overwhelmed by the attack, he resolves to make full use of this power. For the first time in the battle, he looks certain of victory. The monster's body begins to rupture under the pressure, red energy venting violently from within. That internal force erupts outward in a catastrophic blast that tears through the creature. The surrounding barrier or space starts to crack under the shock of the release. Those fractures spread rapidly, as if the entire sealed area is breaking apart. At the center of the collapse, he stands beneath a towering pillar of red power as the structure gives way around him. The shattered space opens back into the larger chamber, startling the people gathered there. One onlooker can barely process what she is seeing as debris and fragments rain down. All around the room, the stunned witnesses struggle to understand what just happened. In the aftermath of the battle, Kim Taehyun returns alive, supporting the heavily wounded guild master as stunned survivors watch them emerge. The pair advances into the open, making it clear that the raid is over and that Taehyun has brought the guild master back himself. Despite his own injuries, Taehyun carries the burden of victory with a calm confidence while the guild master leans on him in bad shape. For the onlookers, the sight settles everything at once. The crisis has ended. The crowd rushes toward them in relief, calling for both the guild master and Taehyun as the tension finally breaks. After the Grand Minotaur Queen was defeated, the raid team uncovered a huge cache of gold, silver, and treasures hidden in the labyrinth. Among the spoils, the most important prize was a unique raid elixir called Fountain of Vitality, a drink that greatly boosts a person's stats. Because there was only one dose, it was awarded to Taehyun and Kwon Kanghyuk for contributing the most to the raid. But for Kanghyuk, the loss of his right arm outweighed whatever benefit the elixir could give, leaving him bitter about the result. The infiltrators who had posed as allies during the raid were identified and taken into custody. With the fighting over, the surviving players turn their attention to treatment, recovery, and rest. As normal life begins to return, Taehyun moves through the aftermath with quiet composure while others around him recover. This is how the chaotic labyrinth raid finally settles into memory. Even the battered guild master can only laugh now that the ordeal is behind them. The disastrous raid on the labyrinth minotaur comes to a close. That ending quickly gives way to public attention as cameras turn toward the next development. Reporters gather eagerly, sensing a major announcement and pressing in for answers. At a public event, the press demands clarification after hearing that Kwon Kanghyuk might be retiring as a player. Kanghyuk immediately rejects the idea of retirement and insists the situation is being misunderstood. He angrily explains that he is only taking time off to recover, not stepping down for good. Reporters press harder, tying his right arm injury to the upcoming Asian Exhibition Games and the gap his absence would leave in Korea's national team. Kanghyuk admits his injury is the reason for his break, but he tells them the team will not suffer because someone can replace him. That claim shocks the reporters, especially when he implies the replacement is already here. He calls the person forward and forces the moment into the open. The answer is Kim Taehyun, whose name alone sends a stir through the crowd. The audience immediately connects him to the Labyrinth raid and his major role in its success. Rumors spread just as fast that the Fountain of Vitality pushed Taehyun to a level worthy of a National Force rank. A reporter pushes back, arguing that such a title is absurd and far beyond what a rookie should be able to claim. Others explain that National Force rank is reserved for monsters who can dominate even top S ranks, making the rumor sound unbelievable. Taehyun takes the microphone, cutting through the noise and claiming the floor for himself. He introduces himself as one of Korea's representatives for the Asian Exhibition Games. He acknowledges that many people doubt he deserves to replace Kwon Kang-hyuk, especially as a rookie stepping ahead of more accomplished players. He openly admits he cannot yet promise he will perform as well as the former national representatives. And elsewhere someone hears this with mocking interest. He adds that he also has no intention of feeding the rumors about already being National Force rank, which makes his stance sound unexpectedly restrained. People watching from afar are left unsure whether his humility hides confidence or uncertainty, though some insist he must already be stronger than he lets on. Taehyun pauses just long enough to make the room wait for what he will say next. The crowd falls silent, sensing that he is about to turn the entire conversation. He declares that the Asian Exhibition Games will be the place where he proves everything. Then he makes his real point clear. That promise includes proving whether the rumors about him reaching National Force rank are true. Elsewhere, in a hidden room, a terrified subordinate begs for mercy before a far more dangerous figure. She insists she truly did her best and followed orders, blaming failure on a target who somehow escaped. Her excuse is that no one could have predicted Kim Taehyun would be strong enough to ruin the plan. The man called Shadow orders Milena to stand, showing no sympathy for her fear. He coldly tells her that if her opponent was too strong, then her failure is not her fault, luring her into brief hope. Milena responds with fearful relief, believing she may be spared. But Shadow's touch and pause make it clear that mercy was never truly on offer. He states his creed plainly: weak subordinates are worthless to him, and he kills her without hesitation. As her body is torn apart, he reveals the rule he lives by: power alone decides what is right. He admits that the sight of someone as weak as her begging for life only disgusts him further. Afterward, he orders his men to burn the place and erase all traces before the authorities can investigate, and they obey at once. A masked man reflects that despite all the efforts spent trying to stop another incident, even Kwon Kang-hyuk's failed assassination would not have cleared the labyrinth. Realizing Kim Taehyun is involved, he quietly amuses himself as if a more interesting variable has appeared. With the fire raging ahead, he advances with his men and decides the coming Asian Exhibition Games will be far more entertaining than expected. Elsewhere, someone approaches a formal meeting that is already underway. Kim Taehyun is ushered inside by an attendant who hurries him along because the others are waiting. The attendant stresses that not only new Korea's top players are present, but also those who will join him for the Asian Exhibition Games. As Taehyun enters, he is introduced to the assembled representatives for the event. He takes in the situation with calm confidence rather than intimidation. The room is presented as a gathering of new Korea's strongest players, all there to assess him. One veteran, Jang Jin-soo, is surprised that the much-discussed Taehyun is so young. Seo Han-gil dryly remarks that dragging in someone this young feels morally questionable. Kwak Si-young cuts that off, insisting age is irrelevant if the person has the skill. Park Sung-jin, amused, admits he expected Taehyun to be summoned eventually, and not this soon. Taehyun stands before the table as the team acknowledges that their final member has arrived. He is invited to sit, and the meeting formally begins as a strategy session for the upcoming Asian Exhibition Games. The briefing opens with the event itself, setting the stage for why this competition matters. They explain that the games began after the great monster outbreaks, when Asian nations banded together to push back the abyss and the creatures pouring from it. Now the event lasts 7 days, during which each nation's representative freely hunts monsters to earn points. Those points determine national ranking, turning every kill into part of a race for first place. Although the public treats it like a festive spectacle, the organizers make clear that fear of monsters and demonic humans is being packaged as entertainment. In truth, the games are described as a contained war where nations measure themselves against one another. Beyond prestige, the event is a chance to display military strength and profit from broadcasting monster hunts. The explanation even touches on the celebrity side of the industry, where fighters become public attractions. But the real stakes are material. The winner gains a huge prize pool, a unique item, and priority rights to monopolize a newly discovered dungeon. The presenter lets that sink in, emphasizing how fiercely every country will compete for those rewards. Listening, Taehyun concludes he was right to join the games. He recalls Rosaria, the succubus queen he met in the abyss, and remembers that she knows of the existence of the king. Because her true strength is still unknown and she refused to reveal more unless he became stronger, he sees no point in pressing her again yet. For Taehyun, the games are valuable because they will let him test himself against the strongest fighters in other nations while pursuing a meaningful prize. The briefing then shifts to a problem. South Korea's current team has a serious weakness. With their top-ranked player missing and Kwon Kang-hyuk recently dead, the country's overall strength has dropped, and Yoo In has been unable to participate because of personal matters. That leaves the room facing an urgent discussion about how to fill the gap. Before the concern can deepen, someone announces that the issue may already be solved because Kim Taehyun has become a national-level asset. The claim shocks the room, instantly changing how everyone looks at him. The others erupt at the idea that someone his age could already be considered national-level. Taehyun downplays it as nothing more than a rumor, refusing to confirm the boast. One of the veterans is frustrated that the exciting possibility cannot be treated as fact while they are making real plans. The meeting stalls on the practical question of what to do if they cannot rely on that rumor and have no replacement ready. Then Jang Jinsu abruptly seizes the initiative with a more aggressive proposal. He argues that they do not need a national-level player to beat China or Japan because the games are decided by monster hunting points, not direct duels. His position is that if they stay composed and play to the scoring system, South Korea still has a chance. They begin assigning roles, with Park Sungjin, Kwak Seong, and Seo Han-gil expected to handle the monsters thanks to their Abyss experience. The others listen as the strategy starts taking concrete shape. Jang Jinsu is paired with Taehyun, using his anti-personnel expertise to support Taehyun in hunting the newly discovered demonic humans. With the plan settled, the team is told to prepare for the Asian exhibition games the following week and to give their best. Soon the scene shifts to the grand stadium of the Asian branch of the World Player Association, where the opening ceremony is about to begin. Teams from across Asia, including the Philippines, Vietnam, and Singapore, gather and wait for their formal entry. Among them, Japan stands out as one of the strongest contenders, led by a national-level player named Nakata Shinji, known as Ghostblade. China appears just as formidable, fielding multiple national-level players, including Kai Ming and the especially dangerous Shi Shi, called God Force. Watching from home, two observers worry that victory may be out of reach against such monsters, but their concern sharpens into alarm when they realize Taehyun will be facing that danger himself. At home, Kim Taehyun is blindsided when his parents suddenly explode in anger at the thought that he might stop supporting them. His brother joins in, accusing Taehyun of abandoning the family after everything they have taken from him in his name. They justify their dependence by pointing to the house itself as something bought with the money Taehyun earned. The brother even treats Taehyun's dungeon raids as his own source of income, demanding the allowance and bonuses he has come to expect. As the family keeps reducing Taehyun to a provider, the brother's greed becomes obvious while the parents quietly accept living off him. A sister is the only one who shows any shame, telling Taehyun she still believes in him and urging him to think about his own life first. She leaves with that plea hanging in the air, marking the only sincere support he receives from home. Later, at a formal gathering, Taehyun is approached by a woman who identifies him as South Korea's youngest F-rank player. She reminds him that she owes him a debt connected to the East Point incident, immediately putting him on guard. In the middle of a crowded arena event, she closes the distance and makes it clear this meeting is deliberate. She reveals herself as Japan's national-level player Yoshikawa Tsurara and says she had wanted to repay him personally before the matter was resolved by the time he arrived. Taehyun realizes she is the famed Holy Maiden who secretly handled the East Point disaster, and he notes how thoroughly that major incident was buried. Tsurara explains that her invitation was meant as a gesture of thanks for what he did. She then presses him on why he refused her invitation in the first place. Taehyun hesitates, clearly weighing how much he should reveal. The scene shifts to a strategy meeting where powerful figures discuss the upcoming exhibition games and Taehyun's place in them. As the meeting ends and others move to relax, Taehyun tries to leave without lingering. He is stopped and told there is something important he needs to hear first. What catches him is the mention that he has received an invitation. The organizers confirm that the Holy Maiden herself specifically chose him. They explain that although her motives are unclear, she is one of the world's rare hyper-regeneration users and could help heal Kwon Kang-hyuk's injured arm. Because of that possibility, they suggest meeting her during the exhibition games might be worthwhile and ask for Taehyun's decision. Taehyun flatly refuses, shocking everyone in the room. When they protest that Kang-hyuk was hurt protecting him, the pressure turns moral, but Taehyun still does not bend. The leadership demands a real explanation for why he would reject a chance that could help his ally. Taehyun admits he cannot fully explain himself yet, but insists his answer is simple. He reveals that he knows what kind of person is really hiding behind the title of Holy Maiden. In his memory of their encounter, that hidden knowledge is the true reason he kept his distance from Tsurara. He ends the matter there, refusing to say more. Tsurara receives that rejection without outward anger, but her silence suggests she understands the implication. Taehyun walks away through the arena crowd, leaving her behind but not escaping her interest. A man beside Tsurara asks how she reads his refusal, and she dismisses the idea that it was for any ordinary reason. She concludes that Taehyun knows something significant about her. When her companion assumes that means eliminating him, she immediately rejects that approach. Instead, she becomes more intrigued, seeing Taehyun as someone whose value lies not just in growth but in the unusual truths he uncovers. To her, what matters most is precisely the knowledge he possesses. She notes that he keeps accomplishing things through insight rather than raw power, which makes his awareness of her especially compelling. That fascination turns possessive as she looks forward to the day she can claim him for herself. The arena erupts as the long-awaited Asian exhibition games are finally announced. An MC takes the stage and begins the official countdown to the opening. He introduces Singapore's A-rank representative, Alex Goh, as part of the event's opening spectacle. The crowd joins the countdown, building anticipation as the start draws near. Watching from the side, Tsurara quietly acknowledges that the games are truly beginning. Elsewhere, Other participants joke crudely about the chaos they expect once the event starts, while a companion warns them to behave in public. A blue-haired figure rallies allies with assignments, making it clear they are already treating the games as a battlefield full of targets. As the countdown reaches its final seconds, orders continue flying, including instructions involving Taehyun and Kanghyuk. Then someone realizes Taehyun has vanished from where he was supposed to be. The announcer moves to officially launch the Asian Exhibition Games. Before he can finish, his declaration is abruptly cut off. Taehyun bursts onto the stage in a sudden attack, striking into the opening ceremony and turning the start of the games into immediate chaos. Kim Taehyun meets the chaos with a cold, confident grin, already acting as if he controls the outcome. The host's death lands with brutal finality, shocking everyone who expected a ceremony, not an execution. The audience realizes something impossible has just happened and panic spreads through the arena. Even the officials lose composure as the situation slips out of control. Amid the uproar, a dangerous opponent revels in the bloodshed and prepares to escalate it. A blinding strike cuts through the confusion before anyone can react. The arena erupts into a full clash as multiple powerful players move at once, with Kim Taehyun's side intercepting the threat. One attacker throws himself into the fight, convinced overwhelming force will decide everything. A swordsman answers with a clean counter, stopping the charge head-on. Another ally joins in, adding precise support to contain the attackers. The defenders press forward together, refusing to let the ambush spread. The pink-haired woman realizes the battle is turning too fast for anyone to follow. Her teammate understands they are barely holding the line against a sudden disaster. An explosion tears through the arena floor, turning the opening ceremony into a battlefield. The crowd can only make sense of it as a beheading and a murder committed in plain sight. Dust and debris swallow the scene, hiding friend and foe alike. When the smoke clears, Kim Taehyun's group is still standing and ready to fight. The pink-haired woman steadies herself and prepares to act despite the shock. She turns on Kim Taehyun in disbelief, unable to understand why he would kill the host and then protect him. Her anger falters when she senses there is more to his actions than simple betrayal. The red-haired enemy mocks their confusion and treats their outrage as proof that he has already seized the initiative. He openly declares his intent to exterminate them, turning the incident into a hunt. Before he can close in, a new pair arrives and forces the attackers to hesitate. The blonde swordsman makes it clear that he does not care how many people Ghostblade kills, as long as Kim Taehyun remains alive. The pink-haired woman reveals the same attitude even more bluntly by calling Kim Taehyun her property and ordering that he be kept breathing. Outside, authorities rush in and demand an immediate halt before the arena becomes an international massacre. Singapore's representative, Hailey Tan, insists this is now her country's matter because the victim was a Singaporean player. Her side tries to frame the killing as a misunderstanding and protect the reputations of the representative players. Witnesses reject that excuse, arguing the murder was obvious and undeniable. Hailey Tan responds by formally identifying the dead man as the demonic human Wan Kai and ordering his arrest rather than treating the act as murder. She reminds everyone that Wan Kai was an infamous S-rank demonic human who once tortured and killed dozens of civilians on a Pacific cruise. The explanation continues that he escaped justice for years by exploiting information from his victims and changing his appearance. Her audience struggles to see why that old case matters to what just happened here. Then the possibility dawns that the dead host may have been Wan Kai in disguise all along. The final piece falls into place as it is revealed that Wan Kai survived by using a skill that altered his face. Kim Taehyun confirms it by exposing the corpse's true appearance himself. The revelation stuns everyone who had been condemning him moments earlier. Even the hostile players are forced to reconsider the situation now that the victim's identity has changed everything. Kim Taehyun calmly gives credit for the information to the Nightwalkers, showing he had prepared this reveal in advance. His allies are left wondering how the Nightwalkers uncovered something so explosive. Kim Taehyun only finds the whole reaction amusing, as if this outcome was exactly what he wanted. The scoreboard updates to show New South Korea suddenly taking a massive lead with the first points of the event. That lead becomes undeniable as the other major countries remain at zero. With the dead host reclassified as a demonic human, the organizers resume the exhibition games almost immediately. The participating countries leave the ceremony and begin hunting in earnest, turning the event into a race for kills. News spreads that Kim Taehyun scored first, credited the Nightwalkers, and immediately went back out to continue the hunt. Back in the control room, one official accuses another of somehow knowing where Wan Kai was hiding. She denies it, but the question remains why Kim Taehyun lied and acted alone. The sudden publicity overwhelms the systems, and it becomes clear Kim Taehyun pushed this information out without official approval. The official begins to suspect their troublesome prodigy is behind the entire media storm. Night falls over the city as the exhibition games continue under growing tension. In the rain, the story shifts to a ruined building where another hunt is already underway. Kim Taehyun corners a wounded demonic human among the wreckage. The target, A-rank demonic human Gak Dagwi, is terrified that Kim Taehyun somehow pierced his false identity. Kim Taehyun answers that the truth was obvious because only a demonic human would hide this way, then casually places a call. The person on the other end greets him with embarrassing affection, and he immediately regrets answering. She complains that he is late, while he reminds her he nearly died dealing with the chaos she helped create. Kim Taehyun first confirms that the line is secure before saying anything important. The woman reveals she anticipated this and used a secure earpiece, realizing he deliberately forced her to contact him. He teases her for wanting to talk so badly, then gets serious and says he needs 2 favors. Those favors are an investigation into something hidden and deeper information on demonic humans. She points out that they already handed him information through the association, unsure why he wants more. Kim Taehyun explains that catching minor demonic humans will never be enough to win the exhibition games and that he needs bigger prey. He offers a concrete example, signaling that he already has a target in mind. That target is the Malignant Guild, a far more dangerous organization than the small fry he has been killing. At that moment, a swordsman in a broad hat appears in the rain and interrupts the call. Kim Taehyun is baffled by the stranger's introduction and still half distracted by the woman on the phone. The newcomer declares that he has come to punish Kim Taehyun for insulting the Holy Maiden and reveals himself as Japan's S-rank player Bold Blade Kimura Rin. Kim Taehyun can only stare, completely lost about what offense this man is talking about. Kimura Rin is introduced as one of Japan's top representatives and an S-rank warrior-type swordsman. It also becomes clear that he is fanatically devoted to the Saintess, making his anger deeply personal. His style is contrasted with a graceful national-level swordsman, setting up Kimura Ren as the opposite kind of fighter. Kimura Ren's swordsmanship is described as reckless, brutal, and built purely for destruction. But raw power alone means nothing if it cannot actually hit its target. Kimura Ren unleashes a storm of attacks, yet Kim Taehyun keeps avoiding them while still talking on the phone. The woman on the line is horrified that he thinks he can challenge the Malignant Guild while handling this fight so casually. Kimura Ren grows furious as every strike misses and his pride starts to crack. He cannot understand how someone like Kim Taehyun keeps slipping past all of his attacks. Meanwhile, the woman flatly rejects Kim Taehyun's plan, warning that targeting the Malignant Guild is beyond reason. She explains that the demonic human cartel vanishes the moment anyone gets close, so even good intelligence is useless unless capture is certain. Kim Taehyun agrees that provoking them carelessly would be disastrous, but he still refuses to back down. He says he can make it possible if he handles it himself, showing he already has a method in mind. Kimura Rin senses a shift and braces, realizing Kim Taehyun may finally stop holding back. Kim Taehyun strikes once and sends Kimura Rin flying with a devastating counter. The Japanese swordsman crashes down bleeding, stunned that the fight turned in a single blow. Kim Taehyun calmly tells the woman that taking on the impossible is feasible if he is the one doing it. As Kimura Rin reels, the woman demands details, but Kim Taehyun refuses to explain his full plan. He asks her to trust him instead, relying on the results he has already delivered. She hesitates because his success so far makes him hard to dismiss, even when he sounds reckless. At last she gives in and agrees to help, though she warns that information on the Malignant Guild is scarce and she will have to broaden the search. The broader lead she offers is information on the 3 warlords. She explains that the 3 warlords are the bosses of the demonic human cartel, figures who control both the underworld and politics across Asia. They have traced one executive's contact line, but capturing him could create more enemies during the exhibition matches and still yield little information. When she asks what he wants to do, Kim Taehyun decides the warlords are not the main prize but are still worth starting with. He settles on using them as his first step toward the larger hunt. Relieved to have contained him somewhat, the woman agrees and promises to investigate his extra request as well. Kim Taehyun thanks her, then immediately turns the exchange playful again by asking her to buy him a meal later. Kimura Rin, humiliated and ignored, explodes in rage at being treated like background noise. He accuses Kim Taehyun of looking down on him, while Kim Taehyun genuinely seems not to understand why the man is so offended. Kimura Rin threatens to destroy the entire area if Kim Taehyun will not fight him seriously, but Kim Taehyun still denies ever mocking him. Driven by desperation, Kimura Rin activates a technique meant to seize control of all 5 senses and break his opponent's perception. He unleashes domination of 5 senses, expecting Kim Taehyun to be trapped at last. Kim Taehyun remains calm inside the technique and reminds him that fighting between participants is forbidden anyway. That indifference finally snaps something in Kimura Rin, who decides restraint is pointless. Kim Taehyun responds by summoning a far darker power and announces that he will stop playing around. Kimura Rin is shaken by the sudden change in pressure before he can even react. His confidence collapses into disbelief as he realizes the gap between them is much larger than he imagined. Elsewhere, 2 observers stand over the aftermath, as if the result had already been decided. They state plainly that Kimura Rin has been defeated and that the media has already been given a safer story blaming demonic humans. They note that after losing to Kim Taehyun, Kimura Rin can only repeat the same phrase, suggesting he was hit by a mind-related skill. The pink-haired woman concludes that his recovery will take a month, removing him from the exhibition games and proving Kim Taehyun hides abilities the public does not know. The blonde man considers stepping in, but the situation no longer seems urgent. She dismisses the idea, pointing out that Japan cannot afford to lose even more points if another swordsman disappears. Instead, she reveals that Kimura Ren's defeat was expected and that she has already prepared a new bait. The room they were watching is left empty, showing the real game has already moved elsewhere. A heavy door opens, signaling the start of her next move. The pair enters together with complete confidence, as if visiting a captive rather than a battlefield. Inside lies a shirtless man restrained to the floor, helpless before them. The prisoner recognizes them and immediately understands he is in deeper trouble than before. The pink-haired woman addresses him as Isaka Ryohei and tells him it is time for him to work for her. Far away in the abyss, another crisis is already unfolding under a blood-red sky. Violent impacts tear through the wasteland, showing that someone is attacking players inside the dungeon. 2 fighters from the Philippines barely survive the assault and scramble to recover. One of them, Rikaya, demands to know why they are being targeted at all. She argues that their attackers are strong enough to compete honestly, so trying to kill rivals is pure cowardice. Their assailant is revealed as China's national-level player mystic deity, Shueishin. Shueishin says he is not doing this for fun but because the Aging Association chairman personally requested it. The Philippine pair are stunned that China's own leadership would order assassinations during an international event. They realize this is not random violence but a deliberate political move that could ignite a wider conflict. Rikaya orders her teammate to run and report everything to the others before they are all silenced. She chooses to stay behind and hold off the monster long enough for the truth to escape. As Shueishin charges, she forces her partner to flee immediately. The battlefield cracks apart under the pressure of their clash. Even while battered, Rikaya concludes that the Singapore group under Chai Mingmin must have faced something even worse. Her thoughts turn to which country will be targeted next if this purge continues. Shueishin answers that question himself without hesitation. He names Kim Taehyun and New South Korea as the next targets on the list. Back in the outside world, the first day's standings are announced, with New South Korea far ahead and China and Japan trailing behind. The rankings confirm that New South Korea's early lead remains overwhelming despite the chaos. Public broadcasts continue to package the hunts as entertainment, even as viewers begin to sense that something is wrong behind the scenes. Rumors spread through the city that Japan's Kimura Rin surrendered after injury, Singapore's players were found dead, and the Philippine team vanished in the abyss. The public starts asking what is really happening at this event. The answer forming in the background is simple and ominous. Something about the exhibition games is deeply off. The committee responds by forming an investigation squad to examine the Singapore murders and the disappearance of the Philippine players. Watching the announcement, Kim Taehyun realizes this investigation has begun earlier than it did before his regression. He concludes that if events are repeating, then China's national-level players are likely behind the killings and disappearances, driven by ambition and a desire to eliminate rivals. He narrows the motive further to the personal ambition of China's leader and bitterly notes that both the scientists and these enemies keep forcing his hand. Deciding he can no longer wait, Kim Taehyun resolves to accelerate his plans just as someone knocks on his hotel room door. He immediately goes on guard, wondering who would come to him this late, while his body begins to harden for combat. A familiar voice answers from outside, identifying itself to Kim Taehyun and ending the night on a new mystery. Kim Taehyun is jolted when he realizes someone has found him. A man from the association arrives at his door and calls for Jang Jinsu. The visitor reveals he tracked Taehyun here through the association and demands that he come out to talk. Taehyun is stunned that the man is looking for Jang Jinsu at all. The confrontation shifts to a rooftop, where the two face each other in private. The association man accuses Taehyun of acting alone during the opening ceremony and ignoring their prior plans. He presses harder, condemning Taehyun for behaving as if teamwork means nothing. Taehyun recognizes the lecture as the same kind of empty scolding he has heard before. The man claims disappointment but insists Taehyun should at least have shared his intelligence, especially since he is also investigating the demonic humans. Taehyun cuts through the criticism by finally explaining what forced his hand. He reveals that Kimura Ren attacked him just moments earlier. That shocks the association man, who immediately realizes Kimura Ren's disqualification now makes sense. Taehyun adds that he subdued Kimura Ren, but the bigger problem is that Ren somehow knew where to find him. From that, Taehyun reaches a grim conclusion. He states outright that there is a traitor inside the association. The accusation enrages the other man, who warns Taehyun that such suspicion could just as easily point back at him. Taehyun accepts that logic and says anyone with access to their intelligence is a suspect, himself included. He explains that this is why he started moving carefully after learning Wan Kai had been hiding inside the Singapore Player Association. Since foreign players were not the only disguised threats, he concluded a national player association could be compromised too, especially after he was ambushed by multiple foreign players at once. Because of that, he decides to operate alone for now and rejects the idea of following normal procedures in the middle of a hidden war. He ends the discussion and prepares to leave on his own terms. The association man tries to stop him, but Taehyun ignores him and heads for the exit. Before he can continue, the man snaps and loses control. His anger twists into something dangerous as his restraint breaks. Seething, he directs his fury squarely at Taehyun. He erupts with power and openly treats Taehyun's defiance as an unforgivable insult. Consumed by pride, he rages that a mere rookie player dared challenge him. Taehyun calmly answers the threat by releasing his own power and facing him without fear. As he studies the man, Taehyun starts wondering if this could be the spy he has been searching for. He admits he never learned the traitor's identity in his previous life, but the fact that this man found him so quickly makes him highly suspicious. Unable to trust anyone, Taehyun decides he has to settle this problem first. He pulls out his phone, thinking that once this man's identity is exposed, he can deal with the rest afterward. But the phone displays a bizarre beauty guide for Yuaong instead of anything useful, completely derailing the moment. Taehyun is left baffled by the absurd result. Later, the story moves to a McDoria restaurant in the city. A meal is served, a double cheeseburger, and a drink. A hooded Taehyun accepts the tray while keeping a low profile. He sits alone inside the crowded restaurant, blending in while he watches his surroundings. Nearby students chatter casually, adding cover to the public setting. Taehyun remains alert beneath his hood, focused on the people he came to observe. He identifies a pair of crude, immature young men as likely underlings connected to Miyazaki Kenji through Yu Aong's information. Their bag looks suspicious enough that Taehyun assumes it is carrying illegal goods. His plan is simple: shadow them and let them lead him back to Miyazaki Kenji. Before he can act, a man sitting nearby mocks his caution as if he knows Taehyun well. The voice recognizes him by name, and Taehyun is immediately thrown off. The stranger casually bites a fry, showing no concern about Taehyun's reaction. He reveals himself as Isaka Ryohei, someone Taehyun believed should have been serving a life sentence after the East Point incident. Taehyun is stunned by his presence, but Isaka laughs it off and claims he did not come to fight. Taehyun rejects the approach outright and tells him to leave. Isaka only laughs harder and starts challenging whether Taehyun is really in any position to talk that way. Someone trying to move and quietly blows his cover by crashing through the restaurant window. The hooded intruder is caught off guard that his stealth attempt has failed so badly. The diners realize a fight has broken out and identify the newcomer as Kim Taehyun, a feared figure from New Korea who was supposedly already dead. His name alone terrifies the room, and the gang members immediately assume he has come to kill them. As panic erupts and people scramble away, Taehyun curses the chaos because he needs all of them alive long enough to question them. The blonde target answers by releasing a heavy aura and insists he did not come here looking for a fight. His power flares through his eyes, making clear that his warning is backed by overwhelming force. The pressure from that aura floods the room and instantly puts everyone on edge. The bystanders collapse under it, and Taehyun realizes the man has grown much stronger through sheer aura alone. The blonde man calmly confirms that Taehyun is after Isaka Ryohei, Miyazaki Kenji, and the three warlords. He asks for a little time and promises that letting him speak will not be a waste. Taehyun answers by launching a chain toward him instead of trusting his words. The chain wraps around the blonde man and binds him before he can move. Keeping him restrained, Taehyun grants him exactly 1 minute to explain himself. He warns that if this turns out to be nonsense, he will make the captive pay for ruining his plan. The captive laughs at the threat, saying it reminds him of the past. But he no longer thinks things will go the same way. He tries to break the chains by forcing out a darker, more violent power. Even so, the pressure crushing him makes it clear that Taehyun is overpowering him. Kneeling under that force, he is shaken by how much stronger Taehyun has become. Taehyun cuts the time down immediately, and tells him only 50 seconds remain. Still bound and burning with strain, the captive is forced to abandon resistance. He finally gets to the point, warning that Taehyun cannot take on all three warlords alone and that chasing them blindly will spring a trap. Taehyun shows no sympathy and reduces the deadline again to 30 seconds. Desperate now, the captive claims he has connections that can lead Taehyun not only to Miyazaki Kenji but even further. He reveals he can also get him to the three warlords and tries to sell that as a deal too good to refuse. Taehyun remains unmoved and cuts the countdown to 10. The captive panics, protesting that he thought Taehyun wanted the three warlords and demanding to know what more he could possibly want. When Taehyun clenches his fist, the man realizes the promised minute was never meant as mercy and that only seconds have truly passed. The chains and pressure tighten savagely, driving him into agony. Broken by the pain, he begs Taehyun to spare him. Taehyun admits the offer was tempting, but says it is too suspicious coming from someone who should want him dead. He presses the real issue, demanding to know the captive's true objective. Taehyun makes clear he believes there is another scheme behind this sudden cooperation. His killing intent swells into a monstrous presence as he demands to know who is backing the man. Elsewhere, the story shifts to a warehouse-like building in an industrial area. Inside, terrified people run for the exit and cry for help as violence erupts behind them. A blinding slash tears through the room. The attack cuts down multiple fleeing men in a single sweep. As blood sprays across the floor, a swordsman in a coat calmly finishes the massacre. A woman steps into the doorway applauding while bodies lie scattered around the swordsman. She praises him for killing all these demonic humans at once, identifying him as the man called Ghostblade. She then asks whether he is truly comfortable with what is happening to Isaka Ryohei. Ghostblade answers that Ryohei has already lost once to Kim Taehyun, who is rumored to have reached a national level of strength. The woman adds that even with the strengthening effect of holy orders, Ryohei still cannot defeat Kim Taehyun. She explains that Ryohei is also restricted by the Awakened's oath, which requires him to bring Kim Taehyun to her rather than simply kill him. When Ghostblade suggests handling it himself, she dismisses the concern and tells him not to worry. She says the outcome of Ryohei's fight does not actually matter. According to her intelligence network, Kim Taehyun is targeting the three warlords, and she has already leaked that information to them as well. Because Ryohei has prior ties to Miyazaki Kenji and the warlords, she expects them to use him to lure Taehyun in and wear him down if Ryohei cannot win alone. Ghostblade notes that this still will not be easy, because Kim Taehyun remains a mysterious and dangerous variable. They conclude that the only way to deal with Isaka Ryohei is to gather more information about him. That means learning everything they can from his fighting style to his values, personality, and abilities. They also realize his greatest hidden asset may be the power he has kept concealed. So whoever Ryohei encounters next will be used as a source of answers. The woman decides they can extract that information directly from the victim's body. She is certain the boy will have no choice but to submit. That night, the story shifts to a ruined building being used as a gang stronghold. Inside, a local boss holds court, while his followers wait around him in a show of force. Miyazaki Kenji, one of the three warlords, grows irritated that his expected guest is late. At last, Isaka Ryohei arrives before him. Kenji recognizes him as the outsider from New South Korea and assumes he has been led there by Kim Taehyun. Ryohei answers with a cold view of the world, where strength feeds on weakness. As the room listens, he pushes that idea further, calling the world fundamentally unjust and leaving Kenji unsure where this is going. Then Ryohei calmly offers Kenji a proposal instead of a challenge. He makes it clear that Kenji should obey if he wants to survive. Before Kenji can process that threat, someone crashes in from above and interrupts the meeting. The sudden breach throws the room into confusion and forces Kenji's men to react. Ryohei moves first, unleashing his power through a transformed arm. In an instant he tears through the gathered thugs, turning the room into a massacre. Treating it as obvious, he says the weak must follow the strongest if they want to live. With the ceiling still collapsing around him, he demands to know which of them is Miyazaki Keiji. He remains completely composed amid the falling debris. One surviving thug rushes him with a weapon, furious that Ryohei dared invade their base. Kenji himself joins in, charging with murderous intent. Ryohei crushes the attack with overwhelming force, blasting the floor apart and ending the resistance. The blonde man who had brought Ryohei there is left staring at the destruction in shock. Realizing who he is dealing with, he calls out Kim Taehyun's name in alarm. A hooded observer answers from the sidelines, amused by how events are unfolding. With a strange power, the hooded man binds the blonde man in glowing chains and drops him helplessly to the floor. The captive immediately understands he has been trapped by someone tied to the Saintess, and wonders if this is a form of mind control. Even while panicking, he decides the only option is to pretend to cooperate. The hooded man sits back casually and spells out the situation. The captive had planned to use Miyazaki Kenji, but now he will be taken to Kenji instead. He bluntly declares that the man will serve his side rather than the warlords. The captive refuses and insists he would never help even if he were caught. He argues that aiding them would get him killed by the Saintess, Ghostblade, and the three warlords alike. The hooded man answers that refusal simply means dying now, though he claims he is still willing to offer a chance. He says he does not care whether trash like this survives, but he is prepared to spare him for a purpose. That purpose is to make him help expose the crimes of East Point, and then spend his life compensating the victims. If he does that, the hooded man promises protection from both the Saintess and the three warlords. The captive laughs at the absurdity, saying this means challenging a national criminal network and a demonic cartel. He cannot believe anyone could defeat monsters on that scale. The hooded man only smiles, completely confident. That certainty makes the captive realize the answer is yes. The ruined room erupts again as the aftermath of Ryohei's assault leaves bodies and wreckage scattered everywhere. The blonde captive is left sprawled amid the devastation, shaken by what he has witnessed. A nervous laugh escapes him as the reality of Ryohei's power sinks in. He looks up to see Ryohei standing over the defeated boss, his body still wrapped in monstrous red-black energy. The sight terrifies the boss so badly that he can barely breathe. Ryohei orders him to open a path to the three warlords. Far away, the story points toward the abyssal hideout of Tetsuo, one of those three warlords, as the next destination. A tense audience begins inside a grand hall where a dangerous meeting is already underway. The scene opens on the aftermath of violence, making it clear the ruler of this place has already crushed several subordinates. From his throne, the red-haired warlord coldly asks what business has brought an uninvited guest into his domain. He reinforces the threat immediately, warning that the visitor could be killed just as easily as the men already lying broken around him. The intruder, Tetsu, drops into a deep bow and hurriedly tries to calm the warlord's anger. Tetsu explains that he came to offer a newly obtained legendary ranked item to one of the three warlords, hoping the gift would earn favor. The warlord is briefly caught off guard, and Tetsu adds that the item is being kept overseas for safety until it can be formally presented. Before speaking further about the reward, Tetsu lowers himself even more and shifts to the real reason he came. He begs the warlord to eliminate a hunter who is pursuing him relentlessly. Tetsu admits he has prepared a trap, but fears it may fail and that his enemy will eventually discover this hideout. That danger interests the warlord more than the promised item, because anyone who frightens Tetsu this much must be worth meeting. He demands the hunter's identity, and Tetsu prepares to reveal the name. Before the answer can be spoken, everyone in the hall senses a sudden intrusion from above. The room erupts with crashing impacts, and Tetsu realizes the hunter has arrived before he could finish his warning. A shadow streaks across the upper wall, confirming that the enemy has breached the compound. The windows explode inward as the intruder tears straight into the chamber. He lands with overwhelming force, wrapped in violent energy. A second fighter follows in the same burst of power, entering as his ally. The pair smash through the hall and scatter the gathered men as they drive directly toward the throne. Tetsu recognizes one of them as Isaka Ryohei, shocked that such a figure has come here in person. The blonde companion immediately tells his partner that with the situation already exposed, victory is now the only option. Rather than alarm, the warlord greets the attack with excitement and prepares to enjoy the fight. The dark-haired hunter answers with confidence, reminding his ally that this outcome was exactly what he expected. Their opening clash detonates in the center of the hall, blowing apart the floor and forcing everyone back. As the dust clears, the two intruders take their stance together amid the wreckage. The dark-haired fighter reveals he had anticipated this encounter and is unfazed to find a national-level hunter of China here. The warlord steps forward with Tetsu behind him, amused that his hidden refuge has drawn in such a dangerous opponent. He claims the battlefield for himself and identifies himself as Kim Taehyun. The intruder is startled that Shuei Shin is cooperating with the three warlords, and his suspicion sharpens into accusation. He directly asks Kim Taehyun whether he was the one who murdered the other participants. Facing them with blades ready, he makes clear that he believes Kim orchestrated the assassinations. Kim all but confirms it, impressed that the hunter deduced the truth from the missing association involvement. The hunter accepts the answer and declares that now it is South Korea's turn to be judged. Kim treats that declaration as a joke, assuming fortune is still on his side. The hunter answers by drawing both weapons and vowing to kill Kim here so his own side will never have to face him again. Kim surges forward through a storm of purple energy, delighted by the challenge and eager to crush the insolent threat. Their collision tears through the hall while Tetsu recoils, caught between terror and the shock of seeing Kim forced into a real fight. Tetsu tries to flee and tells the others to evacuate, hoping to escape before the battle consumes the room. But the blonde fighter calmly intercepts him, mocking how quickly a man of Tetsu's status is trying to run. He calls Tetsu by name and taunts him for worrying that Shuei Shin might lose. Tetsu insists Kim cannot be defeated and lashes out, trying to protect the warlord's honor while attacking the blonde hunter. The blonde man instantly shuts him down, refusing to let him escape and swatting aside both his bravado and his attempt to run. At the same time, the dark-haired hunter senses a new threat and realizes Kim is about to counter in earnest. Kim slams him downward with brutal force, warning him not to underestimate what he is facing. The hunter rises from the impact and is identified as Shuei Shin, the one known as the mystic deity. Kim presses the assault with a grin, confident that raw power will overwhelm even a famed opponent. But Shuei Shin's reputation is laid out clearly. He is the strongest among the national-level hunters present, a monster who has crushed countless enemies barehanded. Even so, that title does not come from strength alone, because he now begins to reveal a far more dangerous ability. His true edge is a ghost-like skill whose destructive force surpasses even his physical might, and Kim finally senses the danger. Shuei Shin unleashes that spectral power, manifesting a towering phantom presence behind him as the battle turns toward his hidden trump card. The red-haired fighter realizes he now stands even closer to the Grim Reaper's power than before. He brings out Death Scythe, a weapon manifestation skill that greatly boosts its wielder and is tougher than most unique rank gear. But he immediately judges the trade-off unacceptable, since possessing it drags all his other skills down a rank. Before that thought can settle, a violent clash erupts above the temple and tears through the air. The battle spills into open space as the red-haired man dives after his opponent through collapsing stone and debris. They exchange a rapid series of airborne attacks, each trying to overwhelm the other before losing momentum. The red-haired fighter suddenly drives a brutal strike into his opponent's weapon. He follows through with a savage combo that hacks into the blade again and again. The dark-haired man realizes in alarm that his Azuran sword is cracking. Sensing that panic, the red-haired fighter mocks him for failing to finish what he boasted he would do. As the pressure continues, the dark-haired man understands his blade will shatter if this exchange keeps up. A final impact splinters the weapon apart. Seeing his opening, the red-haired fighter decides to stop his enemy from moving at all. He commits to that plan without hesitation. Using his red, chain-like power, he aims to bind and immobilize the dark-haired man. The restraints shoot out as he attacks from above, trying to pin his opponent in place. The dark-haired man dismisses the attempt, convinced that someone weaker than him can only remain weak. He reinforces that contempt by noting that even the defenders the red-haired man defeated were only national-level hunters, not true international elites. The red-haired fighter presses in anyway, swinging his scythe to force the bind to connect. For the first time, the dark-haired man is caught off guard as the attack closes in. He braces, startled that the situation has shifted against him. The red-haired fighter's upward strike lands cleanly and launches him back. When the dust settles, the dark-haired man is left standing alone atop the ruined temple. He concludes that the fight is finally over. He reflects that Kim Taehyun had talent, but never enough to defeat a national-level hunter like Shuji Shin. Below, his allies ask what to do with the captured Isaka Ryohei, and he orders them to keep the man alive. One subordinate suggests using Ryohei as a hostage against Japan or the Holy Maiden, while the prisoner curses Isaka Ryohei for betraying them. That accusation makes the dark-haired man pause and question why Isaka Ryohei would have turned on his own side. His followers insist the traitor must have known he would face their wrath, and wonder whether Kim Taehyun somehow influenced him. He rejects the idea, certain Kim Taehyun has already been defeated. He decides all that remains is to wait for Shuji Shin, only to sense something wrong mid-thought. Behind him, the red-haired fighter rises again, bloodied but still armed, while a monstrous red aura unfurls from the dark-haired man's back. The dark-haired man turns in shock at the impossible sight of Shuji Shin still standing. Shuji Shin himself is dazed, realizing he has been knocked to the ground and is bleeding badly. He pieces together what happened. Mana only burst from the enemy's sword when he tried to cut it, and until then he had been controlling the fight. He further realizes each clash had been shaving down his blades little by little. Unable to accept that reversal, he demands to know why it happened now. His anger hardens into accusation as he realizes his opponent had been concealing his true strength the entire time. Even so, Xu Jixin charges again, determined to force the issue in one last exchange. The dark-haired man calmly reveals that his Ezrin and talisman were only rare-rank equipment. He explains that by channeling Predation's power into them, as he once did briefly with the Taurus Queen, enemies cannot drain his mana. Armed with that advantage, both men rush straight at each other for a decisive clash. The dark-haired man acknowledges the cost as well. If he pushes Predation to its limit, the equipment cannot endure it. Their collision destroys the weapon under the strain, exploding it into fragments. Xu Jixin accepts the loss of his weapon and turns the duel into a wager of lives. The dark-haired man answers in kind, vowing to take Xu Jixin's life instead. Xu Jixin roars and pours everything he has left into the final attack. The dark-haired man cuts through the assault and sends Xu Jixin crashing down in defeat. He remains standing afterward, breathing out in exhausted relief as the danger finally passes. Nearby, the bound captive can only watch the aftermath from the ruined hall. Amid the wreckage, the aftermath of a brutal fight hangs in the air. Kim Tae-hyun stands over it unharmed, wrapped in violent red power that marks his overwhelming presence. He is introduced as a new South Korean player in the Asian Exhibition Games, already carrying the menace of someone far beyond ordinary competitors. His true standing is revealed to be national force level, placing him among the highest class of players. Elsewhere, the story shifts to a rain-soaked high-rise where powerful figures are quietly monitoring events. From inside the tower, someone notes that Shuei Shin has finally made his move. The discussion clarifies that Tetsu asked Shuei Shin for help in exchange for a legendary item, forcing a decision on how to respond. That decision is being weighed in bed by Chai Mingnan while he lies with a companion. Chai Mingnan judges that Shuei Shin becoming active means the situation is unfolding beyond anyone's expectations. His companion, Pinghua, dismisses the risk and insists a national-level player like Shuei Shin should never lose to a newcomer from South Korea. Their private conversation is abruptly interrupted by an urgent phone call. The ringing forces them to stop and answer immediately. Chai Mingnan takes the call himself. He first assumes it is Zhang Lung calling to complain about his affair again. Instead, Zhang Lung, head of the Chinese Player Association, calls with grave urgency. He delivers shocking news: Shuei Shin is dead. Zhang Lung immediately turns that death into an order, demanding Kim Tae-hyun's head. Back at the battlefield, Kim's ability finishes feeding on the dead, and his strength rises sharply. Kim confirms the result with quiet satisfaction. He reflects that his predation skill only works on living targets, so using it through killing is a workaround rather than its intended function. Even so, he feels no guilt because the victims were criminals, and he notes that their stolen abilities were not the only thing he gained. What truly interests him is the mysterious voice he heard while predation slipped out of control, along with the plea of someone who could not bear to keep watching. That realization makes him decide to study predation more carefully whenever he uses it. With Shuei Shin dead, the greatest obstacle disappears and the broader situation begins moving in Kim's favor. It becomes clear that Tetsu had secretly been working with the enemy side all along. Under complete hypnosis and with their memories of predation erased, Tetsu and the other demonic humans are turned over to the association. Kim then sends Tetsu back, despite Tetsu panicking that this will get him killed by the Saintess. Kim reassures him that the Saintess is not interested in him, and warns that if she reads his memories, her side will be exposed. He explains that Tetsu's real purpose was always to lead him to the Saintess, because meeting her is the key to freeing you. Kim adds that even if Tetsu's memories are altered, the Saintess will still keep him nearby and under control, making him useful anyway. Now that the problem of the two warlords is settled, Kim turns his attention to the remaining two and admits tracking them through Tetsu's memories will still be difficult. Later, he takes a break and tries to think through his next move. News reports announce that on the third day of the games, China's national force player Shuei Shin has vanished into the abyss, and the Chinese government has asked Japan for help. At the same time, South Korea has captured 3 warlord-class enemies and risen to first place, while Kim realizes Zhang Lung must already know Shuei Shin is dead and is hiding it to preserve China's image. Kim is pleased that this cover-up gives him room to hunt the remaining 3 warlords more freely. His thoughts are interrupted when Jang Jinsu calls again, catching his attention immediately. When Kim arrives, Jang Jinsu thanks him for coming and admits he feared Kim might refuse. Kim makes clear he only came because the information Jang offered left him no real choice. Jang presses him to confirm whether he is truly ready to face one of the 3 warlords. He reveals that Pinghua is here, hidden near the same tower from earlier. According to Jang, Pinghua and her subordinates entered that building the previous night and are likely hiding there until the game's end. Kim realizes this location must have come from Tetsu's buried memories. Still suspicious, he asks why Jang would hand over such valuable information if he supposedly hates him. Jang blurts out that he is trying to prove he is not a spy. He explains that being attacked by another country's hunter would naturally make Kim doubt everyone around him, and he cannot stand by while others point fingers at him. So he deliberately brought information that could help Kim reach the enemy and clear his own name. Jang desperately insists that he is Kim's ally, not a traitor. Kim's reaction reveals that he already knew Jang was a spy, leaving Jang stunned. A flashback shows that before meeting Jang, Kim had already been warned by Yuaong that there was a spy on his team, and Jang was the obvious suspect. Even then, Kim had not identified Jang's master, so he asks whether Jang is working for Kimura Ren of Japan. A woman receives intelligence that one of their own has been working as a spy for China. She learns the man was likely recruited years ago through gambling debt, which makes Kimura's death and the team's compromise suddenly more suspicious. The man she is speaking with reveals the situation is even worse. There is also a Japanese spy inside the Korean Player Association. She moves to report this to the association leadership at once, hoping to contain the damage. He stops her and insists the information must be kept quiet for now because exposing it immediately would ruin his chance to act. He explains his first reason: if Jang Jinsu is arrested, the Japanese spy will disappear before they can be identified. His second reason is more ruthless, because now that he knows Jang is a spy, he can use him as bait. He calmly reveals he has already manipulated events so Jang will lead him to a dangerous building instead of sneaking in carefully. Jang, already under control, reports that he has located the target woman and can guide the others straight to her. He boasts that he was ordered to lure them into the building, convinced he has delivered them into a trap. But he also warns that Pinghua is not alone, because Chai Mingmin, a top Chinese national-level hunter, is there as well. Rather than retreat, the man tests his power and begins tearing the place apart with overwhelming force. His attack detonates through the structure, blasting apart the building in a single violent collapse. The destruction continues unchecked until the entire trap is reduced to rubble and fire. Amid the collapse, he notes that his power output has grown stronger than before and that he is adapting quickly to this style of combat. Jang is horrified as he realizes the plan has been completely overturned by sheer madness. When challenged, the attacker points out there was no reason to infiltrate a building packed with enemies, bombs, and traps when he could simply erase it. He embraces the accusation of insanity and treats brute destruction as the obvious solution. From the wreckage, the hidden target is exposed, and he immediately identifies her as Pinghua. Pinned under debris, Pinghua furiously denounces Jang as a traitor who sold them out. Jang panics at her accusation, while the man beside him realizes her outrage suggests a deeper betrayal than simple capture. Pinghua turns her hatred toward Kim Taehyun as well, vowing that he too will die. She then declares that the one who will kill him is Chai Mingmin, stunning everyone present. Wounded and trapped, she stares in shock as the name hangs over the battlefield. Jang demands to know whether Kim Taehyun had already known both that Chai Mingmin was there, and that Jang himself was a Chinese spy. The answer hits Jang at once, and he realizes Kim Taehyun never trusted him from the beginning. Desperate and enraged, Jang lunges at Kim Taehyun in a last attempt to strike back. Before he can do anything, he is cut down instantly by an unseen attack. Kim Taehyun is jolted by the sudden kill and turns toward the new threat. A hostile power seizes his five senses, while his partial resistance only weakens the effect instead of stopping it. His vision blurs and dims as the enemy's domination begins stripping away his ability to perceive clearly. His hearing and sense of touch also deteriorate, leaving him dangerously disconnected from the battlefield. He recognizes the technique as Chai Mingmin's domination of the five senses and realizes even predation cannot fully block it. Chai Mingmin finally appears, mildly amused that Kim Taehyun solved the trap by destroying the entire building. He admits he expected a more careful opponent, but now sees Kim Taehyun as someone far more dangerous and unpredictable. Kim Taehyun answers coldly that he does not care what Chai thinks of him. What matters to him is Chai's skill, and his killing intent sharpens around that single objective. Elsewhere, the story shifts to a quiet memory in a garden pavilion where a pink-haired woman confronts a kneeling subordinate. As she draws information from him, she reflects with interest on the memory of a child who has grown into a national-level player. She notes that the same person even defeated Xu Xin, making him far more significant than expected. She then questions Ryohei about why he tried to betray her after she had helped him. Her calm smile makes it clear she is not asking out of hurt, but out of detached curiosity and control. She reassures him that she has no interest in his life and is only using him because bringing Kim Taehyun to her serves her purpose. Still, she admits some displeasure that events are no longer unfolding exactly according to his plans. When reminded that he was targeting the three warlords, the subordinate realizes with dread what she intends to do next. She decides she will meet him personally. In another scene, a leader lays out a three-part strategy for the coming conflict. The first goal is to win the Asian Exhibition Games, the second is to kill key Korean players to weaken their association, and the third is to prove Chinese superiority by crushing the Korean side in every arena. He adds that once those goals are achieved, China will dominate both dungeons and the mana stone trade through its superior power. To ensure success, he gives his subordinates permission to use any means necessary, promising to cover up any crimes committed in pursuit of the plan. One of the men dismisses everything else as long as he gets to fight strong opponents. Another accepts the plan as workable, while the white-suited man silently judges the group as deranged. Even so, he decides their madness is not his concern. He hardens himself by recalling that he has already killed countless people to stay loyal to Pinghua. This time, he resolves to stand by that loyalty again, no matter what it costs him. A past order resurfaces. If they want Chai Mingmin's help against Kim Taehyun, they must bring Taehyun's severed neck. That demand had made clear that Kim Taehyun was the target they were all moving against. Now the white-suited man launches himself at Kim Taehyun, declaring that Taehyun's turn has come. Kim remains composed as the attack closes in. In response, a monstrous red aura erupts behind Kim and instantly overturns the momentum of the fight. The power manifests like a ravenous beast, surging forward with overwhelming violence. The attacker realizes too late that his senses are failing and that Kim's strength far exceeds the national level he expected. As panic sets in, he understands he is facing something beyond ordinary human limits. Kim's ability is identified as domination of the five senses, a force that shuts down all perception and leaves opponents helpless. Kim treats that terrifying skill as merely useful rather than extraordinary. He decides to make practical use of the enemy's recorded ability and presses the attack. Trapped inside the red maelstrom, the white-suited man is swallowed by Kim's assault. The man can do nothing as the attack closes around him completely. With the enemy crushed, Kim successfully records domination of the five senses for himself. When the dust settles, a blade lies embedded in the ruined ground. Kim notices it and takes it, pleased to solve his lack of a weapon. He recognizes the knife as a national-level weapon and records it as Retic, rank unique. As he walks away, Kim concludes that China has now lost 2 national-level players and only 1 remains. He judges that even a powerful survivor cannot close the gap alone, especially with South Korea far ahead in points. Seeing the fallen bodies, Kim decides that if he defeats the last warlord, Pinghua, the exhibition match is effectively over. His only concern is Japan's suspicious silence, and that thought is interrupted by a new sound overhead. Kim looks up and realizes a helicopter is approaching. The aircraft sweeps in low over the battlefield. Before Kim can process it, someone jumps from the helicopter toward him. A pink-haired woman descends straight into the battlefield without hesitation. Kim braces in surprise as she crashes down nearby. Her landing blasts apart the ground and announces her arrival with force. She greets Kim like an anticipated reunion rather than an ambush. Kim recognizes her as Yoshikawa Tsurara. He recalls that she is famed for hyper-regeneration, a healing skill powerful enough to restore even lost limbs. He also remembers her holy ability, which calms mental distress and boosts physical strength. Those miracles earned her the title of the Saintess. But that same reputation turned into fanatic worship, with crowds treating her less like a healer and more like an object of devotion. Facing her now, Kim realizes it is finally his turn to deal with her directly. She reveals that although he hid his exact location from Ryohei, she still found him by capturing and interrogating the 3 warlords he had already defeated. Kim is unsettled that she went that far just to track him down. She stands before him calmly, as if his discomfort is irrelevant beside her purpose. Unable to accept his indifference, she demands to know how he can stay so calm after seeing her. She explains that as a saintess, she believes her duty is to give people the will to keep living in a cruel world. In her mind, the way to do that is to make them worship her. Her warped self-image becomes clear as she treats her own beauty and presence as a universal blessing that should inspire devotion. Kim finally understands that she is not merely vain, but completely unhinged. She accepts even his lack of reverence as another soul she is obligated to guide into her version of salvation. Their confrontation is suddenly interrupted by multiple vehicles rushing into the area. As suited men and a crowd pour in, Kim realizes too many people have arrived for this to be random and suspects a larger force is behind it. The threat is exposed as mass brainwashing carried out through the Saintess's so-called holy orders. Facing the pink-haired woman in the ruined battlefield, Kim Taehyun realizes that even after probing his and Ryohei's memories, she still cannot explain where his knowledge and hidden abilities come from. She admits that uncertainty made her prepare a countermeasure instead of trying to understand him. Rather than outmatch his power directly, she disables his freedom to use it by surrounding him with enthralled civilians. She forces a cruel choice on him: slaughter innocent followers or submit to the salvation she offers. As the brainwashed crowd closes in, she openly demands that Kim Taehyun decide while he curses her for using civilians as shields. In that desperate moment, he recognizes the Saintess as a subhuman monster. Elsewhere, the Night City remains calm while another part of the conflict quietly advances. Investigators finally uncover a lead and urgently report that they have found the hidden base they were searching for. They identify it as the concealed hideout of Shadow, the last of the 3 warlords. The discovery reveals why Shadow stayed hidden for so long. He had masked an entire district, not just a single building. One operative moves to act immediately, ignoring the order to first contact Guild Master Yuan. That impatience gets him killed before he can do anything useful. Shadow appears over the surviving man and makes clear that the intruders have been noticed. He dismisses the information guild as pests, and is identified as Shadow, Vice Guild Master of the Malignant Guild and a suspected National Force level warlord. The surviving operative freezes as Shadow casually takes control of him. Shadow kills him just as effortlessly, turning the corridor into a warning. The 2 scouts are left dead almost instantly. Walking through the bloodshed, Shadow wonders whether Tetsu exposed him before dying. His thoughts turn to Kim Taehyun, whom he blames for ruining every plan, including the attempt to remove him through the other warlords in China after Kim killed Shueishin. A subordinate announces that the gate is ready, but Shadow makes it clear he is still in control of the situation. He reminds himself that genius is not unique to Kim Taehyun. Having already witnessed the highest level of talent a decade earlier, Shadow decides to head for the abyss. Back at the battlefield, Kim Taehyun remains trapped as the enthralled civilians continue to rush him. The Saintess smugly recalls that he once saved many lives at East Point, which is exactly why she expected him to hesitate now. She believes that if she simply waits while he refuses to use lethal force, exhaustion will make him helpless. Confident in that analysis, she watches for his collapse. Instead, Kim suddenly strikes the attackers with controlled force, knocking them away without killing them and catching her completely off guard. She protests that he is attacking innocent civilians, but he coolly points out that they were the ones trying to kill him. Then he turns the accusation back on the true culprit and moves to seize her. Golden chains lash out as he identifies her as the one controlling the civilians. He uses those chains to bind her and launch a direct counterattack. Her confidence cracks as she realizes her entire reading of him was wrong. Kim condemns her hypocrisy, mocking the supposed hero of East Point for being vile enough to hide behind civilians. Even while reeling, she tries to reassure herself that he only used weak attacks and therefore must still be holding back. That hope collapses when she notices the civilians are injured but alive, proving he never intended to kill them. Kim reveals that his earlier brutality was a bluff meant to make her think the hostages no longer mattered. He follows that deception by detonating the seeds she planted in the civilians. Her regeneration-based seeds erupt into a giant tree, blasting the battlefield apart and hurling everyone away. Even the enthralled civilians are caught and flung around by the explosion. Kim uses his chains to snatch people out of the blast zone while carrying one victim himself. As the monstrous tree spreads, he realizes she applied her regeneration ability to seeds in order to weaponize the civilians' bodies. He is horrified that she was willing to injure even the people she controlled, and one rescued woman weakly confirms she was hit too. The Saintess, however, is delighted because his rescue proves he still cares. She explains that his earlier violence only fooled her for a moment, and now she knows the hostages remain his weakness. With that certainty, she declares that it is already too late for him to escape her trap. A rescued civilian suddenly lunges at Kim from his own arms. The Saintess is stunned that someone she thought should be unable to move can still attack. She reveals the full cruelty of her control. From now on, even broken bodies and torn flesh will keep advancing until he either kills them or yields. Once again she demands that Kim accept her salvation. Surrounded by more controlled civilians and the roots of the giant tree, Kim sees clearly that the Saintess feels no guilt at all. He finally judges her beyond redemption and unleashes a far darker power. The Saintess senses something alien and wrong rising around her. A system-like warning declares that she has been afflicted by domination of 5 senses. Her sight, hearing, and all other sensory faculties are weakened, and even her overall stats begin to drop. The effect goes deeper still as her mana flow is disrupted. Bleeding and shaken, she realizes this is Chai Mingmin's ability, and cannot understand how Kim is using it. She first wonders if he somehow always possessed the same skill, then rejects that idea because he would have used it earlier if that were true. Kim's answer is simple and merciless. What she needs now is a beating. He strikes before she can recover, smashing her across the battlefield. The shockwave tears through the area while the chained civilians are flung aside with her. The giant tree is left shattered and broken. The civilians lie restrained and unconscious rather than dead, proving Kim protected them even in the middle of his assault. When the dust settles, Kim stands over the fallen Saintess and the hostages she used. He coldly acknowledges her absurd recovery, noting that the owner of hyper-regeneration is healing even after such punishment. Still, he is disgusted that she survived at all after what he just did to her. Desperate and furious, she demands to know how he can wield domination of the 5 senses, and what he really is. Kim tells her he has been waiting for her to finally ask the right question. She can only stare, unable to grasp what he means. He openly invites her to try brainwashing him again with holy order if she thinks she can. He admits he always expected to meet the owner of that mind-manipulating skill eventually, just not under these circumstances. Because holy order alters minds and memories, he realizes it also lets her look directly into his thoughts. That insight makes him connect everything to the strange dream he had at East Point and to Rosaria's sudden change after seeing his memories. He concludes that the secret behind predation must be buried somewhere inside his own mind. Now he wants her to dig through his memories and expose that truth for him. She breaks into manic laughter at the chance to do exactly that. Though defeated, she accepts the invitation and decides to pry into him without restraint. But before she can proceed, something far greater answers from within Kim's mind. A colossal, many-eyed holy figure manifests and demands worship, overwhelming the mental space. The Saintess boasts that once holy order takes hold, even the strongest power becomes hers to use. She believes she is about to seize everything Kim possesses. Instead, she is dragged into a nightmare realm inside his mind, a blood-red sea beneath a throne of bones. She realizes in horror that this sea of blood exists within Kim Taehyun's consciousness. At the top of the throne sits a shadowy figure she first mistakes for Kim himself. That being dismisses her intrusion as the work of someone who has only used her head a little. The Saintess is left speechless by the presence before her. The figure mocks her as a spying insect and makes clear that what she is facing is not Kim Taehyun at all, nor even something human. She begins to understand the scale of her mistake, but too late. A monstrous red-eyed entity appears above her and judges her utterly insufficient. For the first time, the Saintess is truly afraid. That inhuman presence rises over the blood sea like a god, dwarfing everything in her mental world. Outside the mindscape, Kim is jolted by what he is witnessing from within. He abruptly wakes in a hospital bed, unsure whether what he saw was real. Disoriented, he recognizes the hospital room and immediately asks what happened and where Yoshikawa Tsurara is. Yu Aong rushes in as soon as she hears he is awake. She confirms her identity and greets him with obvious relief. She explains that everyone had been worried and that his family stayed by his side until the previous night. Kim learns he had remained unconscious for an entire day. That makes him realize Tsurara must have been found in the same state. Yu Aong confirms it, adding that Sarara was discovered unconscious just like him. She also reports that Pinghua and Zhang Jinsu were found, but Chai Mingmin is still missing. Kim immediately asks what exactly happened in the abyss. Before anyone can answer, he concludes that whatever plan he set in motion failed after all. His thoughts return to the terrifying secret in his own mind and how even a national-level opponent could not reach the truth of predation. That leaves him wondering how much stronger he must become before he can face what is inside him. Yu Aong tries to calm him and urges him to focus on recovery, though her teasing familiarity only irritates him. Their exchange is interrupted when Go Taiwook bursts in. Taiwook is relieved to see Kim awake and hurries to him. He immediately asks Yu Aong for Nightwalker support, and insists they must send a search party into the abyss. The urgency becomes clear when he reveals that Park Sungjin and the rest of the new South Korea team have gone missing. Kim demands to know what that means. When he decides to go himself, the others are shocked that he intends to head out alone right after waking. Kim argues that sending a larger force would only create more casualties. He points out that if even veterans like Park Sungjin vanished in the depths, the threat there is beyond ordinary rescue efforts. Taiwook agrees that such a disappearance means enemies of at least national force level are involved, not just monsters. That is exactly why Kim says he has to go alone. Taiwook protests that Kim is still a patient who only just regained consciousness. More voices join in, demanding to know where he thinks he is going in that condition. His family confronts him with their fear and asks why he would leave again before even recovering. They confess they were terrified he might never wake up. Kim realizes Yu Aong called them in because she knew he would need to face them first. Seeing all of them gathered for him leaves him shaken. He remembers how, before awakening, the world only seemed eager to crush him. Back then, whatever he did only brought hatred and suspicion. Now, by contrast, he is surrounded by people who genuinely care whether he lives or dies. That realization softens him. He thanks everyone for worrying about him. But gratitude does not change his decision, and he says he still has to go. He explains that his condition is temporary, while his allies are in immediate danger. More importantly, he believes he is the only one who can save them. So he resolves to leave no matter what. He reminds his family that they did not raise him to abandon people who depend on him. His younger brother is moved to tears by that answer. Yu Aong breaks the tension with a playful slap, mocking how embarrassingly earnest he sounds. Her teasing turns his solemn declaration into an awkward moment. Still, she accepts his resolve and tells him to come back alive. Kim promises that when he returns, he will bring everyone back with him. In the abyss, the missing team is still fighting for survival amid a crimson wasteland and a towering structure. One of the trapped fighters is blasted across the ground by overwhelming force. Rosaria rushes to the fallen Park Sungjin and checks whether he is still alive. Their enemies approach and praise Park Sungjin for lasting this long even while being toyed with. The speaker reveals himself as China's national force level player Bloodblade Lu Feng and declares that the long hunt is over. Lu Feng offers Park Sungjin mercy on one condition: betray his side and become Lu Feng's servant. Badly injured but unbroken, Park Sungjin understands that he is being asked to sell out both his comrades and his country. He refuses outright. Lu Feng almost admires that pride, even as he prepares to kill him for it. Before he can finish the job, Seo Hangil suddenly steps forward and shocks everyone. Hangil berates the others for hesitating and insists that now is the time to submit. Terrified, he argues that Lu Feng is a monster they cannot defeat and that obedience is their only chance to survive. Even as he says it, Hangil can barely force the words out, revealing how desperate and ashamed he is of the choice he is making. A woman calling herself Seo Hangil approaches a bound South Korean player and identifies him as one of the new arrivals she has come to recruit. She formally offers him protection and status under the Saintess, demanding that he become her servant and report on the other players, including Kim Taehyun. She makes clear that refusal is possible only in theory, because she is fully prepared to force compliance if he resists. Even so, she notes that he already understands cooperation would benefit him, and his fear shows the threat is working. A masked ally steps in, deciding he cannot keep hiding behind caution and that he has to stand against her now. He moves to support the injured man, trying to steady him and break the paralysis of fear. The wounded player, terrified but resolute, insists he will expose Seo Hangil's schemes even if it costs him his life. With that defiance, the three of them advance together toward their enemy despite their battered condition. Seo Hangil dismisses their resolve as empty bravado from people already on the verge of collapse. The masked man falters for a moment, overwhelmed by guilt and uncertainty in front of her pressure. Then he forces himself forward, apologizing for his hesitation and committing to fight alongside the others. Their opponent greets their charge with amused contempt, noting that they have finally gathered themselves into one desperate stand. He mocks them for mistaking his restraint for weakness, while his own side is briefly confused by how casually he treats the situation. Dropping the pretense, he decides to teach them directly how vast the gap in power really is. He activates a crimson ability with a snap of his fingers, turning the battlefield itself into a weapon. Red spikes and pressure erupt around the trio, forcing them to brace as the attack closes in from every direction. The silver-haired man takes the lead in defense, trying to hold the formation together while the others recoil behind him. As the crushing force bears down, he realizes too late that their enemy has been deliberately sparing them until now. Their attacker openly declares that their survival up to this point has depended entirely on his mercy. The red constructs tighten into a deadly cage, making the difference in strength impossible to ignore. The three are driven into panic as the pressure peaks, and it seems they are about to be overwhelmed. At that critical moment, another figure intervenes with sudden speed, cutting across the attack before it can finish them. The enemy is abruptly struck by a mental assault identified as domination of the five senses, leaving him stunned that such a skill has been used on him. The battlefield plunges into a warped sensory nightmare as the domination takes hold. Within that distortion, grotesque fragments and predatory shapes tear through his perception and shatter his composure. Recognizing the technique, he assumes Chai Mingmin is responsible, only to be told that Chai Mingmin is already dead. That revelation leaves him scrambling to understand who could possibly be behind the attack. The answer arrives in violent fashion as Kim Taehyun descends through the chaos, identified as the one who killed Chai Mingmin. The enemy immediately recognizes him and reveals that he has been waiting specifically for Kim Taehyun. Kim Taehyun rejects the idea of playing into that expectation and attacks without giving him the confrontation he wanted. His strike detonates in a massive blast that tears up the ground and forces the enemy side to retreat. When the smoke clears, Kim Taehyun stands unshaken in the center of the destruction. The surviving foe is left baffled that Kim answered his build-up with a single attack and no further exchange. Realizing Kim has no interest in indulging him, he sees that the enemy has already used the opening to escape. As an ally rushes over to check on him and urges pursuit, Kim confirms he is fine and immediately refuses to chase. Instead, he studies the traces they left behind and concludes that their true destination is more important than catching them now. Those traces lead to the Draconian Tower, a notorious structure in the depths of the abyss that players have long considered impossible to clear. The tower looms ahead as the next stage of the conflict, confirming where the enemy is heading. The injured silver-haired man calls out to Kim in alarm, still trying to understand what he intends to do next. Inside the tower, Kim first stabilizes him with a healing potion, prioritizing survival before strategy. Once the immediate danger passes, his companions thank him but press him to explain why he brought them into such a place. They remind him that the Draconian Tower is one of the many player-created gates left behind and that it is infamous as an uncleared dungeon everyone normally avoids. Kim acknowledges the risk but argues that they cannot protect everyone in open battle, whereas a dungeon at least offers tools and structure they can exploit. He states his plan plainly. If they clear the dungeon, they can escape the trap and turn the situation around. His confidence sounds absurd given the tower's reputation, but even his skeptical allies begin to suspect he may actually have a workable strategy. The focus shifts fully to the Draconian Tower itself as the challenge they are about to confront. Its first defining danger is explained. Every floor is packed with overwhelming numbers of traps designed to kill intruders. Its second danger is even worse, because the tower is filled with Draconians, monsters that combine intelligence, toughness, and sheer numbers. Even knowing that, Seo Han-gil is shaken by the realization that Kim has entered this place anyway and is still pressing forward. As the group charges deeper inside, Kim tears through the tower's defenders and hazards with brute force, proving he intends to conquer the supposedly unbeatable dungeon head-on. Kim Taehyun recalls that before his regression he had repeated the same survivor interview thousands of times, obsessing over one impossible question. From that knowledge he knows the Draconian Tower is considered an uncleared dungeon, yet there is still a hidden way to come back alive. The reason survival is possible is that midway up the tower there is an escape route that returns challengers to reality after they meet the boss. So Taehyun concludes that if he can identify the traps and has enough strength to beat the monsters, getting back out should be manageable. Acting on that certainty, he cuts through the tower's dangers and pushes forward with confidence. Soon his group advances up a stairway, still intact and following his lead deeper into the tower. At the top they enter a chamber and find the blue portal he had expected. The others realize in shock that they have reached a gate. Relief spreads through the party when they understand they do not need to climb any farther and have actually made it out. When asked whether he knew this would happen, Taehyun denies it while inwardly admitting he did. With monsters possibly closing in, the group decides to leave immediately through the gate. They approach the portal in order to escape. Just before he follows, Taehyun is called by name and turns back in surprise. The sunglasses-wearing man pauses at the gate to thank Taehyun for getting them this far. He promises to repay the debt someday. Taehyun brushes it off as nothing serious. Left alone with the portal, he reflects that rescuing Park Sungjin this early is an unexpectedly good outcome. He also notes that the issue of the supposed Japanese spy has effectively been resolved, leaving only the tower's hidden rewards and the exhibition match to worry about. Satisfied with that result, he prepares to leave as well, but the gate suddenly begins to break apart. The portal violently rejects him and blasts him backward. As he crashes to the floor, a message informs him that he is forbidden from using the warp gate. A second warning reveals the reason. The tower's master, Kaislin, is personally watching him. Taehyun is stunned as a sinister presence fills the chamber, and he realizes the tower master is near. The floor ruptures under overwhelming heat and force. A massive red dragon bursts into the room, tearing through the chamber in a storm of fire and debris. The dragon addresses him with contempt, making clear it has noticed the human who dared intrude into its tower. Taehyun recognizes the name and understands he is facing Kaislin, the SS-rank red dragon who rules the Draconian Tower. He recalls that dragons are among the strongest abyssal species and are classified by growth stages. The weakest are hatchlings, already near S rank. Adult dragons stand at S+ rank. WYRMS rise to SS rank. Beyond even that are the ancient dragons, being so powerful they are barely classifiable. Judging what stands before him, Taehyun concludes this monster is at least a WRM. That realization terrifies him, because even the bone dragon he once knew came from an adult corpse, and this living dragon is far stronger. He cannot understand why such a creature has appeared here when nothing in his prior knowledge suggested it should. Kaislin loses interest in explanations and simply decides to kill the insect before it. The dragon opens with a devastating blast of fire meant to erase Taehyun instantly. Taehyun endures the inferno long enough to accept that escape is impossible and battle is unavoidable. He launches himself through the flames and commits to fighting back with everything he has. Using chained attacks and linked abilities, he surges up at the dragon in a concentrated offensive. The assault actually makes Kaislin cry out, proving Taehyun can at least hurt it. Taehyun drives the attack further, forcing more power through his burning arm. His connected skills lash across the dragon's body in a rapid series of strikes. Even so, he realizes in frustration that damage which should have seriously wounded an SS rank enemy is still not enough to bring this one down. Kaislin remains standing and furious, barely checked by the barrage. The dragon retaliates with crushing force, smashing Taehyun into the ground and blowing apart the floor around him. Reeling from the impact, he is horrified by the dragon's absurd durability and the hopeless gap in power. Badly hurt and thinking fast, he decides his only chance is to stall for time while the dragon closes in again. Then he suddenly senses something unexpected and looks up in alarm. A new figure crashes down between them in an explosive impact, interrupting the dragon's attack and changing the fight. The battered young man suddenly realizes what kind of ability his enemy is using as the attack closes in on him. His opponent reveals Polymorph, a skill that changes the user's form, and identifies himself as Kaislin in human form while preparing a blazing strike. A mass of fire surges forward with overwhelming force. The spell detonates violently, tearing through the hall. When the flames clear, Kaislin stands over the man at close range, completely in control of the encounter. By casually gripping his face, Kaislin confirms the man must be at least S rank, because the victim is too suppressed to even resist. Kaislin decides to test him further instead of finishing him immediately. He invokes Verify, and the man is hit by draconic power meant to overwhelm and inspect him. The inspection finds an unknown force resisting Kaislin, but it still weakens the man overall and interferes with his abilities. One by one, many of the man's key skills are sealed, sharply limiting what he can use. Kaislin notes that the hidden power inside the man slipped through his touch and only flared brighter under the dragon's probing. That convinces him the source is far beyond anything an ordinary human should possess. Now certain something powerful is backing this man, Kaislin demands to know who granted him that strength. He presses harder because he wants the identity of the being behind that power. The trapped man inwardly rages that he wants that answer himself, and at that moment his petrified arm begins to move. He erupts in fury, declaring that no one wants the truth more than he does as dark tentacles burst out around him. Kaislin is caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the tentacles. The tentacles lash out in a straight rush toward Kaislin, turning the tables in an instant. The blow slams Kaislin across the floor with enough force to blast apart the ground beneath him. Shaken, Kaislin cannot accept that a mere human managed to knock him back. From the distance, the man mockingly calls him a red lizard and says he needed a new guard dog for his home. A red-haired demon woman appears beside the man, and he decides to use her as his pet for now as the Queen's man skill activates. Rosaria chides him for taking so long to speak to her again, sounding amused rather than offended. He answers that trusting a monster is difficult, implying their alliance is born from necessity rather than faith. Elsewhere, officials are stunned by the report that Kim Taehyun has gone missing. They learn he disappeared after crossing the gate with the others, leaving the rescue effort in chaos. Another report adds that Park Sungjin is causing trouble because he is trying to go back and save Kim Taehyun. The group confirms Ah Hyung is stopping him, insisting that letting him act now would only make everything worse. Under the pressure of possible retaliation from powerful figures, they decide to hide the fact that the surviving participants are still alive. Their desperation deepens as they note the exhibition games have already reached the 6th day and will soon end. They admit the rankings no longer matter without Kim Taehyun, and if he is truly dead, the entire event becomes meaningless to them. At the tower, a violent purple vortex churns overhead as someone silently prays for Kim Taehyun to still be alive. Back in the battle, Rosaria moves with predatory confidence as she joins the fight in earnest. Kaislin answers by gathering fire into his hand and launching another destructive spell. The chamber erupts again as their powers collide and the structure takes heavy damage. Caught in the devastation, the man realizes he may genuinely die here. Even knowing both of his opponents are monsters, he is stunned by how absurdly powerful they are together. He starts to think waiting until now to summon Rosaria may have been a serious mistake. He reflects that his contract with her granted him complete hypnosis, and the Queen's man, the very abilities now keeping him alive. He explains he avoided summoning Rosaria earlier for a simple reason, beginning with the heavy mana cost involved. Summoning skills keep draining mana after activation, and although potions could help, that was not his only concern. The greater problem appears as Kaislin raises his hand and calls down meteor. Multiple flaming meteors form overhead, threatening to obliterate everything below. The man panics at the scale of the spell while Rosaria remains cool and unbothered. Rosaria effortlessly cuts through the falling meteors, proving she is overwhelmingly strong. Kaislin is visibly startled that she can neutralize his attack so easily. Rosaria immediately counters and blasts Kaislin away, seizing control of the battle. Watching this, the man admits the real danger is that Rosaria's power is so extreme he cannot fully control her, and she could burn the city down. Rosaria, amused by his hesitation, asks what he truly thinks of her power. Still bound to her influence but now grinning, he answers that her power is remarkably trustworthy. The demon realizes the power filling the place belongs to the succubus queen Rosaria, confirming whose influence is at work. That discovery only deepens his outrage, because he cannot understand why an Archduke of the Abyss would aid an ordinary human. Humiliated by the thought, he lashes out at Rosaria with open contempt and fury. Rosaria mocks him for his ignorance, while the human beside her is startled by the mention of an Archduke. The man quickly connects the clues, concluding that an Archduke serves the king and that Rosaria must have had direct ties to him. As he tries to understand what Rosaria knew and why the king chose him, he remembers that she is his contractor. Rosaria admits she cannot give him every answer now, but insists he must keep moving until he can uncover the truth himself. She presses the point that he already knows enough, and that whatever the hidden answer is, he cannot stop here. Rosaria tells him to continue down his path, and he calls out to her as if afraid she is slipping away. She warns that his present condition is far more dangerous than it appears and directs his attention to his own body. When he looks at his hand, he realizes mana is flowing backward through him, a lethal instability for a human. Before they can dwell on it, a blazing force erupts above them as their enemy declares that even an Archduke cannot change the fact that the man is still mortal. The demon forms an overwhelming mass of fire, convinced the human body cannot survive such power. He decides to burn both of them to ash rather than let Rosaria interfere any further. The attack is unleashed as a concentrated inferno meant to erase them in one strike. The man lunges toward Rosaria, trying to protect or reach her as the blast closes in. The fire is diverted into the tower instead, blasting through the structure rather than consuming them. The impact leaves destruction and flames in its wake, showing how narrowly they escaped annihilation. Sheltered together amid the chaos, Rosaria notes with amused approval that he is proving unusually capable for a mere lizard. She reveals that her own power is limited by this body, but says the place where they stand is special because it lies within his mental world. Knowing she is about to vanish, Rosaria decides to leave him with one final gift. He is confused by what she means, still struggling to keep up with everything happening to him. Rosaria closes in and tells him not to fear his contractor, as she bestows that gift directly upon him. He receives the queen's kiss, and a new ability called complete hypnosis activates within him. Empowered by the transfer, he surges forward wrapped in Rosaria's violet energy as she remains at his back. The dragon-like enemy senses the sudden change and recoils, no longer sure what kind of being he is facing. A new presence acknowledges the transformation as an unexpectedly clever move. The scene shifts deeper into the man's inner world, where a horned figure approaches a throne beneath a vast red void. The figure on the throne complains that the succubus should not have left the cleanup to him, revealing another will inside this mind. The demon intruder realizes with alarm that he has somehow been drawn into the human's mental domain. As he looks toward the throne, he recognizes the seated figure as the same human from before, yet something about him feels fundamentally different. He understands that the appearance is the same, but the essence is not, and traces that alien presence to the first blade. The truth horrifies him as the inner world reveals a monstrous living force behind the man's power. The being on the throne dismisses him coldly and orders him out of this world as though expelling an intruder from its territory. A colossal maw manifests around the demon, making clear that the mind he entered is ruled by something predatory and vast. Back in the physical battle, the demon is shaken, unable to understand what just happened to him. His shock turns to panic as he senses the threat too late. The dragon body is suddenly torn apart from within the red-lit void of that unseen power. Reeling and mutilated, the demon cannot comprehend where his opponent went or how he was struck. The man regains his footing, realizing something has changed, but he focuses on the opening instead of the mystery. As the weakened dragon thrashes strangely, he concludes Kaislin is no longer stable. He briefly wonders whether the creature also suffered damage inside his mind, then abandons the question when he sees the enemy has grown weaker. Deciding this may be his only chance to win, he drives himself forward for a finishing attack. He charges straight at the dragon through the wreckage, committing everything to the assault. His blade flashes with violent red power as he swings with full force. The strike lands cleanly across the dragon's body, carving deep into it. Seeing the wound take effect at last, he realizes his attacks are finally breaking through. He presses the advantage, eyes fixed on the enemy as the battle turns in his favor. Even while he drives the attack deeper, Rosaria urgently tells him not to die, revealing sudden concern beneath her usual composure. As her presence fades, she insists that death is not an option for her contractor, ending the exchange with fierce determination. A soul adrift in the void resolves to uncover the king's true power. At the same time, his hatred sharpens around Asmodeus, the one who killed him, and the life he was denied. Refusing to accept such an unjust end, he rages against dying here without ever truly living. That fury hardens into a vow that he will defeat his enemy and return. His will erupts into a predatory power that manifests as a monstrous dragon. The transformed beast roars in outrage that a mere human dared push him this far. He unleashes a final overwhelming strike and completes the hunt. With the target consumed, the rank of his predation rises as the tower around him collapses from the battle. Kim Tae-hyun survives the devastation and realizes he nearly died for real this time. As he steadies himself, the system announces that New Korea's national force level has risen with his promotion from B to a rank. Back at the arena, officials begin tallying the exhibition standings while the crowd waits for the final results. Japan's score is confirmed at 4,600 points. That total leaves Japan short of China's leading 4,800. A Korean representative bitterly regrets failing to avenge Tsurara and assumes New Korea is finished without the still missing Kim Tae-hyun. As the closing ceremony is about to continue, another official rushes in despite being told he does not belong on stage. He approaches in silence while the arena remains focused on the ceremony. The announcement confirms that despite Kim Tae-hyun's efforts, New Korea has ended the games in third place. Because their new players vanished, Korea's score froze at 4,100 from day 5 and was overtaken by other nations. Without either many more missions or the defeat of an SS rank monster, there had been no way for them to catch up. The association leader blames his own inadequacy and apologizes to Kim Tae-hyun. Before he can sink further into defeat, two Chinese figures arrive behind him. They identify themselves as Lu Feng and Juga Lunan and intrude on Korea's humiliation with false sympathy. One of them mocks the situation by pretending to mourn New Korea's lost rising talent. The association leader immediately senses the malice beneath the performance. The visitors openly sneer that entering the Draconian Tower always carried this risk, reducing Tae-hyun's disappearance to a joke. Hearing them call it a tragic accident pushes the leader into open fury. The Chinese pair calmly reveal that everyone already suspected they were behind the missing players. They dismiss any protest by declaring that the weak have no right to know the truth. Unable to retaliate, the leader can only tremble as they turn away. Their contempt deepens as they savor how powerless he is. One of them laughs off his anger entirely. Then a warp gate suddenly opens in the arena and interrupts their triumph. The crowd and the intruders are stunned as someone steps out of the gate. The newcomer pointedly asks why Korea's association leader is tolerating thugs like them. The leader recognizes the voice at once and can barely believe it. The Chinese men are struck speechless as they realize who has returned. Kim Tae-hyun emerges from the gate holding a glowing red mana stone. He announces his return himself, ending all doubt that he survived. Elsewhere, people who had been searching for Jae-young are suddenly called to the television. A woman bursts into a room demanding an explanation for ignoring the games while someone lies sprawled on a bed. The man insists Tae-hyun's disappearance mattered more than the exhibition, treating the event as meaningless without him. He angrily argues that watching the ceremony now would betray Tae-hyun's memory. She cuts through his grief by telling him Tae-hyun is on TV right now. That claim jolts him upright in confusion. On the broadcast, the announcer declares that something unbelievable has happened at the Asian Exhibition Games. The supposedly missing Kim Tae-hyun has submitted the mana stone of the SS rank monster Kaislin. Officials emphasize that while SS rank sightings existed before, this is the first officially confirmed successful slaying of one, proving Tae-hyun is alive and not lost in the abyss. The regulations award 1,500 points for an SS rank mana stone, leaving onlookers stunned that the result is real. Those points raised New Korea from 4,100 to 5,600 and pushed the nation into first place over China. With the arena erupting in celebration, New Korea is declared the victor of the Asian Exhibition Games. Kim Tae-hyun suddenly appears alive, stunning everyone who thought he should have died. Lu Feng is hit hardest by the shock, freezing as the impossible return sinks in. His allies panic, realizing the man they expected dead not only survived but has come back to confront them. Tae-hyun's survival becomes even more alarming when they remember he also killed an S-rank monster despite seeming far too weak for it. Lu Feng fixates on Tae-hyun with a mix of disbelief and hostility, recognizing him as a serious threat now. Tae-hyun stays calm and reflects that the situation could have turned disastrous. He credits his survival to the mana stone he still possessed, knowing that without it he could not have returned. He also realizes Zhang Lung and Lu Feng will never let this go, and that their next move is already beginning. Before anything else can happen, the association head rushes in and embraces Tae-hyun in relief. Tae-hyun is caught off guard as the older man openly welcomes him back. The association head breaks down in tears, overwhelmed that Tae-hyun survived and returned safely. Tae-hyun can only process the depth of that concern as he hears the man address him. With Tae-hyun's return, the 7-day exhibition games finally come to an end, and he understands the association head's gratitude as partly relief for Korea's players. The dramatic comeback turns Tae-hyun into the center of a media storm, with headlines celebrating him as Korea's first national force player and the slayer of the S-rank monster. As Korean players celebrate the victory and Tae-hyun's return, the story of what happened begins spreading everywhere. At the closing ceremony, the mood briefly turns playful as people joke and celebrate the old man's emotional display. But the aftermath quickly reaches beyond Korea, drawing in the Singapore Player Association. Tae-hyun is summoned there, where he is formally thanked for coming despite his schedule and told there is an important reason for the meeting. The woman before him introduces herself as Haley Tan, head of the Singapore Player Association. Haley Tan gets straight to the point and asks Tae-hyun to form an alliance with Singapore. Tae-hyun immediately recognizes this proposal, remembering that it happened the same way before his regression. He recalls that in his previous life, Singapore lost its major players and sought alliances with famous players from other nations. Back then, the attempt failed because Zhang Lung and Lu Feng blocked it from happening. Sensing that history is repeating itself, Tae-hyun cuts the meeting short and warns that they should continue only after dealing with intruders. Haley is confused, not yet understanding the danger he has detected. Her answer comes instantly when the office is violently attacked from outside, shattering the calm. The attackers reveal themselves with mocking confidence, openly addressing both Haley Tan and Kim Taehyun. Haley recognizes Lu Feng and is shaken that he somehow survived the draconian tower. Lu Feng dismisses her shock and arrives with a large armed force, making clear he came prepared for bloodshed. He declares that Taehyun will die there tonight, turning the meeting into an execution attempt. Taehyun remains composed and reminds Haley that he had already warned her. He identifies the invaders as the uninvited guests he sensed earlier. The threat escalates as the office windows begin cracking under the pressure of the assault. The glass explodes inward, fully opening the room to the attackers. Lu Feng is almost amused that Taehyun predicted their arrival so accurately. His hostility sharpens as he realizes Taehyun has seen through them. Another intruder condemns the brazen daytime attack, but the outrage only underscores how reckless and open this move is. A masked fighter named An Hyunsu joins the assault, declaring he will repay his debt by helping kill Taehyun. Taehyun intercepts the attack and warns Haley to stay back, while others recognize An Hyunsu's instability and question trusting him. One of the invaders admits the alliance may have been unreliable from the start, exposing fractures even within their side. Taehyun focuses on Lu Feng's earlier words and presses him on the claim that he no longer cares. Lu Feng answers with open murderous rage, making their personal enmity unmistakable. The attackers renew the charge, repeating their promise that Taehyun will die there that day. Elsewhere, news of Lu Feng's attack on the Singapore Association head reaches other leaders and shocks them. Some struggle to believe he would attempt assassination after the exhibition games, but others insist Zhang Lung will not stop here. The motive becomes clear. Zhang Lung wants to eliminate rival player associations and monopolize dungeons and mana stones. They conclude that every association head is now in danger from Lu Feng, even if they accept the warning as true. The Korean association head demands to know what Taehyun intends to do about it. Taehyun's answer is simple. Villains like Zhang Lung and Lu Feng need to be dealt with directly. He moves to strike back, launching into battle with the resolve to teach them a lesson himself. A sudden cry erupts as masked fighters look up in alarm at an unexpected disturbance above them. An explosive impact tears through the rooftop area, violently blowing open the battlefield and throwing the scene into chaos. In the confusion, someone orders the others to focus on evacuating Association head Haley Tan while a glowing fighter forces a path through the attackers. A woman backs that decision, invoking her darling's judgment as they commit to getting Haley out first. An Hyunsu steps in as Haley's protector, reassuring her that he will personally keep her safe despite her panic. Elsewhere on the shattered rooftop, Lu Feng realizes the enemy is being extracted and shouts the warning before they can escape. Furious at being obstructed, he lashes out with murderous intent and prepares to cut down whoever is in his way. Before he can finish the strike, glowing golden chains suddenly coil around his arm and stop him cold. Kim Taehyun appears outside the collapsing structure, using the chains to drag Lu Feng away from the evacuation route and force him into open combat. The onlookers recognize that Lu Feng has been pulled up by Kim Taehyun, and the fight shifts away from the people being rescued. Kim closes in aggressively, refusing to let Lu Feng flee the confrontation now that he has him isolated. With a taunting grin, Kim makes it clear that he wants Lu Feng to face him directly instead of avoiding him. Lu Feng mocks the challenge, accusing Kim of hiding before and acting brave only now that he wants a fight. Kim cuts through the taunt and warns Lu Feng not to misunderstand the situation. As Kim rises into the air, a storm of red blood-forged blades manifests around him, revealing that he has come prepared to overwhelm Lu Feng. He bluntly tells Lu Feng that beating other notable fighters means little, because Kim already understands the limits of Lu Feng's power. Kim explains that he witnessed Lu Feng's abilities in the abyss and has already studied how they work. Using that knowledge, Kim unleashes a barrage of blood blades from multiple angles, pressing Lu Feng before he can respond. The attack lands cleanly, slicing into Lu Feng and drawing blood as Kim's advantage becomes immediate and brutal. Lu Feng is stunned when a new force suddenly flashes into the clash, disrupting his expectations in an instant. A monstrous purple-blue strike crashes down through Kim's red assault, smashing the ground and interrupting the exchange with overwhelming force. Lu Feng is left reeling, unable to believe that someone severed his arm so effortlessly. As he stares upward in shock, he realizes Kim's strength has changed so drastically that what just happened should have been impossible only moments ago. He concludes that Kim's power was nowhere near this level in the abyss, yet in just a few days it has surged beyond reason. Panicked and enraged, Lu Feng screams Kim Taehyun's name as he tries to comprehend what has been done to him. Kim drives the pressure even harder, and Lu Feng demands to know what Kim has done to gain such terrifying power. Blood and smoke churn through the air as the battlefield briefly disappears inside the aftermath of Kim's assault. When the haze clears, Kim walks forward calmly while Lu Feng lies broken on the ground before him. Kim pauses, almost disappointed, as if the fight has already ceased to challenge him. He reflects that after raising his rank through the fusion with Pseudo, he had been certain of victory from the start. Even so, he admits he expected a harder battle from the strongest participant in the Asia Exhibition Games and the man who dominated uncleared dungeons. Kim laughs to himself at how easily that expectation has collapsed. Lu Feng, battered and forced onto the defensive, bitterly admits he now understands why other elite fighters lost to Kim and starts seeing him as something inhuman. Kim reveals that he had to use the Archduke's ability on someone like Lu Feng, exposing that his current strength comes from a far more dangerous source. Dark blood begins wrapping around Lu Feng as Kim addresses him directly and mocks his belief that he stood at the top. Kim stands within the swirling blood aura, fully in control as the power around him thickens and grows more ominous. He declares that from this point on, Lu Feng will be shown what real power looks like. Kim activates Skill Blood Rampage, and a colossal blood-formed monster rises behind him, turning his threat into a monstrous reality. Around them, the aftermath of the massacre is visible, with bodies and weapons scattered across the ruined rooftop. Yu Ah-hyung arrives at the devastated scene, sees the fallen fighters, and realizes the battle here has already been decided. Another ally urgently calls her over, saying the place where Taehyun had been fighting needs immediate attention. The warning jolts him into panic as he tries to make her understand the scale of what has appeared. They reach the edge and find a massive rotating sphere of blood energy dominating the battlefield below. Both stare in disbelief, struggling to identify the terrifying phenomenon in front of them. Someone guesses it may be a barrier, realizing the blood mass is not just an attack but a sealed zone of power. Inside that crimson barrier, the blood construct condenses into a giant fist, preparing to strike with crushing force. The monstrous blood entity surges forward in full form, towering over the battlefield as it hunts its target. Kim revels in the transformation, laughing wildly and proclaiming that this is genuine power and strength. Lu Feng rejects Kim's rant, but Kim cuts him off and reduces him to nothing more than prey in his eyes. The blood monster lunges to finish him, and Kim contemptuously brands Lu Feng as nothing more than a big sack of blood. The red mass begins restoring itself, revealing that the enemy can regenerate even after being torn apart. Kim Taehyun rushes in with his blade, startled that Lu Feng's monstrous form can recover so quickly. The creature's body surges upward in a violent rebirth, turning the battlefield into a towering abyss of flesh and power. Driven back by the pressure, Taehyun realizes this destructive force is far beyond the Lu Feng he knew before. As he takes in the warped red landscape, he understands that the entire area has transformed into something like the abyss tied to this power. Remembering that this realm was called the Archduke's ability, and that Rosaria was described in the same way, he starts connecting the two. Taehyun concludes that Rosaria is not unique and that there must be multiple beings known as Archdukes. He pushes the thought further and suspects Rosaria's link to the king may come from her status as an Archduke. That possibility makes him wonder in alarm whether Lu Feng might also be tied to the same hidden hierarchy. The implication hits him hard enough to freeze him for a split second. Lu Feng exploits that hesitation and reaches down to seize him. Mocking Taehyun's shock, Lu Feng boasts that his overwhelming power has already made the human too slow to matter. Lu Feng dismisses any idea that Taehyun has caught up to him and treats him as a disposable human chosen by an Archduke. Before killing him, Lu Feng decides to extract one answer first. He traps Taehyun in his hand and demands to know what he understands about the king. Taehyun's confusion makes Lu Feng realize he may not even grasp what the king truly is. Lu Feng confirms that the Archdukes are beings far beyond human reach and concludes that Taehyun knows almost nothing. At that moment, a new power erupts from Taehyun, interrupting Lu Feng's certainty. Lu Feng is shaken as he recognizes that this sudden force is something entirely different from what he expected. Taehyun decides he needs to learn much more about the Archdukes, but only after surviving this encounter. The surge reveals Kim Taehyun's hidden strength, and Lu Feng accuses him of concealing power all along. Taehyun coldly ends the exchange, making clear that negotiation is over. He unleashes his attack and tears Lu Feng's massive body apart in a burst of red destruction. Standing amid the scattered remains, Taehyun believes the hunt is finally over. While catching his breath, he reflects that even Lu Feng knew nothing of the king's existence, leaving Rosaria as the only likely source of answers. He also realizes that if the other Archdukes resemble Rosaria in rank, they must all be terrifyingly powerful monsters. That thought leads to a grim conclusion. Whether or not they know the king, they are unlikely to welcome him. Before he can process further, the blood-like remains begin gathering again behind him. Taehyun recoils as the supposedly defeated enemy starts reforming once more. A new voice ridicules Lu Feng's earlier arrogance, implying that the true power behind this body has only now appeared. The speaker declares that human beings are inherently frail, as if Lu Feng's failure was inevitable from the start. Taehyun realizes with dread that something far more dangerous is emerging now. A different figure manifests from the blood and identifies himself as the Archduke of the Abyss, Vampire Lord Egmont, while asking whether Taehyun killed his contractor. The new Archduke rises fully from the remains, making it clear that Lu Feng was only the vessel for a far greater being. Taehyun immediately understands this is not Lu Feng anymore and struggles to place the face and presence before him. Recognition begins to dawn, and the possibility of what stands before him leaves him shaken. Egmont confirms his status as an Archduke and prepares to test the human directly. He summons a rain of enormous blood blades and sends them crashing down on Taehyun. Caught off guard by the scale of the attack, Taehyun scrambles to evade. The blades slam into the ground around him, forcing him into a desperate retreat. As he dodges, he realizes these blood blades resemble Lu Feng's ability but exist on a completely different level. The next barrage confirms it, with far greater size and force than anything Lu Feng could produce. Taehyun braces himself under the assault, fighting to keep from being overwhelmed. He concludes there is no doubt now that this being stands on Rosaria's level, an Archduke he cannot approach carelessly. He suppresses every distracting question and narrows his thoughts to the single goal of staying alive. With no room for restraint, Taehyun resolves to use every bit of power available to him against the Archduke. Egmont notices the change in Taehyun and reacts with sudden interest. An explanation follows. Summoned beings are influenced by the strength of the contractor who calls them. If the contractor is weaker than the summoned being, the being can draw out even greater power through that contractor. But if the summoned being exceeds what the contractor's body can bear, the contractor collapses under the strain and the summoning is cancelled. He realizes the summoned Lu Feng is already dead and only being used as a catalyst, which means the summoning cannot last forever. With that in mind, he endures the assault, betting that if he can hold out until the summon expires, the situation can still turn around. Bruised and bleeding, he commits himself to stalling for time despite the overwhelming pressure. His enemy sees through his resolve and coldly acknowledges that he is far more capable than the contractor who first called him. Before the man can react, the Archduke's power closes in with lethal force. The Archduke dismisses his resistance as meaningless and makes clear that the gap between them is still enormous. The man is caught off guard as the attack suddenly escalates beyond what he expected. A towering vortex of red power erupts around him, turning the battlefield into a killing zone. He is hurled helplessly through the storm, unable to regain control. Watching from below, the Archduke decides that the man has talent but still needs to be put back in his place. He prepares to finish the fight instantly, confident he can crush the man with a casual gesture. But just as the killing blow should land, something unexpected interrupts the flow of power. The raging red torrent transforms into a radiant pillar of blossoms, replacing destruction with a strange, beautiful force. The Archduke is startled by the sudden appearance of blossoms and recognizes that another power has intervened. He quickly understands what he is seeing and identifies the newcomer. Rosaria appears within the flowering light, emerging with the man protected at the center of her power. She arrives in time to save her contractor and notes that his situation had become truly desperate. The battlefield splits between Rosaria's blossoming power and the Archduke's crimson storm as the confrontation shifts. The Archduke admits that an ordinary human should never have lasted this long against him and realizes Rosaria must be the contractor's true patron. He orders Rosaria to abandon the human, threatening to bury them both if she refuses. Rosaria mocks his anger over his dead contractor and reminds him that despite the ages that have passed, he is still as petty as ever. When he presses her for an answer, she rejects him outright without hesitation. The injured man demands to know who this enemy is, and Rosaria reveals him as the vampire Lord Igman, an archduke like herself. Igman turns his attention fully to the man and marks him as Rosaria's chosen contractor. He declares that this bond makes the man his enemy as well and prepares to kill him. Igman openly vows to murder the contractor, forcing the conflict into a direct clash over Rosaria. Rosaria snaps back that threatening her contractor is her line to deliver, not his, and moves to intercept. Their powers collide in midair, sending violent shockwaves through the crimson storm. Caught in the backlash, the man coughs blood and struggles to stay upright. He realizes his mana is backflowing again, and his body is nearing collapse. At his current limit, he can barely keep Lu Feng's summoning active, let alone support Rosaria in battle. As he starts to falter, Rosaria urges him not to break yet. She explains that her own limits are tied to her contractor, so his condition directly restrains how much of her power she can use. Rosaria admits that although he has grown stronger, he is still no match for an archduke unless she can draw on her true strength. She asks him to endure a little longer so she can finish this properly. Rosaria reminds him that all his desperate struggle to survive was never meant to end with him dying here. Her words jolt him, forcing him to confront both his fear and the weight of what she is about to do. She tells him to watch carefully because she is about to show him what an archduke truly is. Rosaria releases a power that surpasses even death itself, unveiling a far greater form of authority. Igman senses that his borrowed time is running out and realizes he cannot prolong this encounter much longer. He decides to end the meeting immediately and withdraw on his own terms. Before leaving, Igman conjures a final massive spear of crimson power and challenges them to survive it if they can. He launches the attack as a devastating beam meant to erase everything in its path. Rosaria rushes to meet the strike head-on instead of letting it reach her contractor. Her power catches the beam and forces a direct contest between the two archdukes' attacks. The clash swells into a blinding explosion that engulfs the battlefield. The man tries to move through the aftermath, still gripping his weapon and forcing himself onward. But the strain overwhelms him, and he feels his consciousness slipping away. System warnings confirm the worst. His mana is depleted, his stress has maxed out, and his health has dropped below 10%. As he sinks into darkness, he is left reeling at the fact that he has crossed into the realm of S-rank, national force, archduke-level power. Kim Taehyun drifts through another nightmare, bitterly realizing that every time he grows stronger, a new enemy appears and forces him to repeat the same desperate struggle. A contemptuous voice cuts into the dream and belittles him, making him realize this is not just a memory but some kind of intrusion. He finds himself facing a monstrous presence beside a figure who resembles him, and the impossible scene shocks him into alarm. The voice mocks the idea of national-level players as insignificant and decides that if Taehyun cannot fully use his body, someone else will. That hostile will moves to seize his body for its own purposes, turning the dream into an attempted possession. Taehyun jolts awake with a cry, dragged out of the nightmare before the takeover can complete. He bolts upright in his hospital bed, disoriented and still feeling the aftermath of the encounter. As he steadies himself, he recognizes it as yet another dream but cannot dismiss how real it felt. He pieces together that the same unidentified voice from before returned, and the figure in the dream looked like him. That connection makes him suspect the mystery is tied to the king and whatever power links them. Before he can think further, visitors arrive, and Kim Ah-hyung rushes in with others, relieved to find him awake. Elsewhere, the aftermath of the recent crisis becomes the subject of public uproar. According to Yoo Ah-hyung, the barrier vanished in a flash, revealing what had happened inside. Taehyun's unconscious body was found amid the wreckage, along with clear traces of a massive battle. Lu Feng's attempt to kill him failed because Crazy Sword and the Korean players intervened in time. The fallout spread further when Zhang Lung, believed to have ordered Lu Feng, came under investigation by the International Player Association. Once the healing is safely completed, Taehyun is finally discharged. Walking away, he reflects that the more he learns about the king, the archdukes, and predation, the less any of it makes sense. A strange red status window appears before him, and he notices that his relief rank has continued to rise. The screen lists his current abilities, including Predation and Stone King, while Blood Rampage remains locked. He learns the missing condition at last. Blood Rampage can only be unlocked by consuming powerful blood. Later, he meets Kim Ah-hyung over a meal, and she checks whether he has recovered from the ordeal. She admits he frightened her during the incident, then shifts the conversation toward what he plans to do next. Taehyun gathers his thoughts before answering, clearly already planning his next move. Ah-hyung assumes he means expanding his influence in Japan and China, since he had spoken earlier about building on his dungeon rights. When she excitedly treats the meal as the start of that plan, Taehyun has to clarify that he only meant he would buy her dinner afterward. He then explains that even though he holds dungeon rights, he cannot immediately exploit them. Dungeons are enormous sources of wealth because mana stones come from them, but entry rights alone do not guarantee profit. Both player associations are likely to stall and bury him in procedure until his rights expire, though he is unconcerned because he has another objective in mind. He adds that while they drag things out, he can focus on something else, prompting Ah-hyung to ask what that is. Taehyun answers that he has identified the weakness holding him back. He recalls that Blood Rampage has never activated despite repeated attempts, only returning the same message about needing powerful blood. From that, he concludes the skill requires a special trigger and cannot be used through Igman's blessing alone. He admits that despite becoming valuable as a strategic asset, he was still powerless against the Archduke and remains unable to uncover the truth behind the king and predation. That frustration hardens into resolve as he decides he can no longer accept his current limits. Determined to grow stronger, he heads out alone on a rainy night to pursue a lead. He arrives at the location and checks whether he has found the right place. The destination turns out to be Bang Chai-su Brewery on the outskirts of Seoul. Even though the entrance is marked closed, he does not turn back. Instead, he forces the door open and enters the dark interior. An unseen voice immediately mocks him for ignoring the obvious warning. Inside, Taehyun faces the brewery's owner, who sits waiting among jars and bluntly tells him the place is closed. The old man follows that with an order to leave, making clear he has no interest in customers. Taehyun refuses to back down and says he did not come for business but to ask something important. When he reveals that his question is about combining skills, the owner is visibly shaken. The man turns in shock, stunned that a stranger knows about a subject that should be hidden. He demands Taehyun's identity, and Taehyun introduces himself as national-level player Kim Taehyun. Taehyun declares that he is the man who has come to save him, turning the encounter into a direct proposition. The owner is revealed to be Bang Chai-su, a reclusive brewery owner counting down his remaining days. More importantly, he possesses the unique S-rank skill fragments of the world, confirming Taehyun has found the key to the power he seeks. Bang Chai-su kept pressing his son to stop wasting his gift and rise above an ordinary life. To him, settling for a low rank was unacceptable when such power could be used for far more. Unable to ignore his only child, he tried to fuse the skills stored in the villains his son had brought him. The experiment immediately turned violent, and both father and son were caught in the backlash. The son's body convulsed under a disastrous surge of reversed mana flow. At the time, no one understood why the people Bang had experimented on kept dying or becoming crippled. Terrified of retaliation after his son was harmed, Bang abandoned his skill and swore never to use it again. When the truth is laid out to him, he is shaken that someone knows everything and still asks him to try the process once more. He panics and tries to drive the young man away, insisting rank and strategic value no longer matter to him. Bang refuses to risk taking another life and would rather stop here than stain his hands again. But the young man's resolve hardens instead of wavering. He tells Bang that the real problem was never the skill itself, but the limits of the people it was used on. Bang hesitates, forced to consider whether that claim could actually be true. The young man confirms it, and tells him the reversed mana flow was not Bang's fault. That possibility stuns Bang, because it overturns the guilt he has carried for years. The explanation follows. Bang's fusion skill was simply too powerful, and the combined abilities overwhelmed those weak bodies. The young man adds that his own stats can withstand it, so the process will not cripple him. As Bang begins the ritual, he realizes the hands and awakening he cursed for ruining lives may finally be redeemable. He is overwhelmed that this stranger has undone years of despair in a single moment, and wonders who he really is. The young man seems almost impossibly informed, as if he came from another time, and even jokes that no one would know if Bang killed him. Bang is horrified by that remark and desperately rejects the idea of harming him. The narration reveals that only before Bang later regressed did they finally learn he had never been at fault, even after 2 decades of investigation. By then it was too late, and Bang had already died broken by guilt, grief over his son, and years of alcoholism. This time, the young man is determined to clear Bang's conscience before that tragedy can repeat. He feels relief that he has reached this turning point in time before it was lost. System prompts appear one after another, offering multiple A-rank skill combinations for him to choose from. Bang is stunned that one person can carry enough abilities to create 3 separate fusions and worries about what that strain will do to him. The young man remains calm, already expecting this result. Privately, he notes that Bang still cannot perceive skills with obscure origins like predation, then urges him to continue. Bang commits himself and begins the combination in earnest. The fusion surges through the chamber as the ritual fully activates around them. Far away, the scene shifts to the Players Association headquarters in the United States. America's top national rankers gather around a table for a rare meeting of all their strongest players. Association head Kevin Lee opens by noting how unusual it is to have everyone assembled at once. Gregor Gale treats the summons like a nuisance and sarcastically asks whether this is about a war. Dylan Gray immediately rebukes him for his attitude. Ricky Hollis, tired of the constant hostility, pushes Cody to say something as their nominal leader. The others remind Cody with that, rank 1 or not, he is expected to lead them. Cody refuses to impose himself, dismissing the ranking order as mostly ceremonial among them. Kevin cuts through the bickering and turns the meeting to recent events involving China's national rankers. Montel Roman identifies the 3 names at the center of the report: Shui Xin, Chai Mingnin, and Lu Feng. Nick Rowan recounts that 2 died fighting the 3 warlords while another was killed during an attempted assassination of the Singapore Association head. Gregor shrugs off the matter since all of them are supposedly dead anyway, drawing immediate outrage. Kevin says that was the official Chinese account, but new intelligence tells a different story. The update is far worse. Among the dead was Lu Feng, who had become an Archduke of the Abyss through a contract with the vampire Lord Igman. That revelation shocks the room, and they turn to Cody to see whether he already knew how dangerous the situation was. Cody ignores the panic and asks the only question that matters to him: who managed to kill them? Kevin pauses, weighing the answer before giving it. He names the killer as Kim Tae-hyun of New South Korea. Kevin adds that although Kim Tae-hyun defeated Lu Feng, he likely still falls short of the American ranker's level. Kim Tae-hyun tests the strange red power around him and realizes his body is being strengthened in a way he did not expect. As he examines the effect, he is identified as Kim Tae-hyun, a South Korean national ranker at AA rank. The scene shifts to New South Korea Airport, where his recent rise has already drawn international attention. 2 American players arrive, making it clear they came specifically because of Kim Tae-hyun. Gregor immediately wants to confront him over what happened, but his partner reins him in. Marcus Gore insists they are not here to fight Kim, at least not yet. Elsewhere, an elevator rises toward the meeting point. Kim steps out, satisfied that his new skill combinations worked well. He reviews abilities like Shadow Skin, World of the Monarch, and Aura of the Monarch, and wants to test them at full speed. He decides using those powers in the city would cause too much trouble and considers going to the Abyss instead. Before he can act, someone intercepts him and announces that they have been waiting for him. Kim enters a room where 2 American National Force level players are waiting for him. Marcus greets him calmly and makes it clear he has been expecting this meeting. Gregor questions whether this is really the man who defeated Lu Feng, showing open disbelief. Kim recognizes that he is facing elite American players, while Marcus tries to keep Gregor from being openly insulting. The 3 settle into a formal meeting, though the tension remains obvious. Kim cuts to the point and demands to know why they brought him here. Marcus answers with practiced calm, saying they only want to talk. Before explaining, Marcus activates a skill to examine Kim more closely. He uses Ziggurat, a scanning ability meant to measure a target in detail. Kim immediately notices the probing effect and realizes he is being analyzed. The skin reveals Kim's rank and basic stats, while Marcus's skill notes that it can also assess a target's condition and mentality. Marcus is startled by Kim's AA rank and underwhelming visible stats, which do not seem to match someone who beat Lu Feng. Suspicious, Marcus decides to dig deeper and inspect Kim's skills directly. Kim's red power erupts and blocks the attempt completely, leaving Marcus unable to identify any of his abilities. Marcus is caught off guard, and Kim coldly tells him the spying ends there. Kim warns that Marcus should already know enough to judge him without prying further. Marcus is shaken because no one has ever deflected Ziggurat before, but he quickly masks it as a harmless habit. Privately, Marcus realizes Kim may be New South Korea's first true National Force level player. Kim, unimpressed, asks again why they are really here. Marcus finally reveals their purpose. They want Kim to share the right to challenge the Chinese uncleared dungeon he recently obtained. He explains little, only that their association head has wanted access to that region for some time. They add that since Kim defeated Lu Feng, Zhang Lung will likely try to interfere with any solo attempt he makes. Marcus frames the proposal as mutually beneficial, saying cooperation would help Kim clear the dungeon while bypassing Zhang Lung's obstruction. From the Americans' perspective, they lose nothing either way, because even a refusal would still show they are not Kim's enemies. Kim considers the offer without being swayed by their reasoning. He He flatly refuses, saying he appreciates the proposal but does not need their help. Marcus accepts the answer on the surface, but his expression shows he has already learned enough from this meeting. Gregor drops the diplomacy and openly threatens Kim, making it clear he does not accept the refusal. He grabs Kim and argues that they did not come all the way from the United States to be dismissed so easily, while Marcus protests the outburst. Gregor pushes for force, convinced there is no need to keep negotiating with someone he sees as an arrogant upstart. Kim notices the contradiction between Marcus's careful approach and Gregor's aggression and starts questioning Gregor's real motive. Reading Gregor's expression, Kim suddenly understands what is driving him. He recognizes the stare of a veteran who feels his status threatened by a rising player and realizes Gregor is picking this fight for personal reasons. Kim concludes that Gregor cannot accept the possibility that they now stand on equal footing. Seeing the situation clearly, Kim decides to stop pretending this is still a normal discussion. He tells Gregor that if he wants the offer accepted that badly, there is a simpler way to settle it. Kim proposes resolving the matter by force, treating the confrontation as a chance to test his new skills. The challenge escalates into preparations for a formal match at the Undivided Guild Stadium. The announcement shocks the staff, who can hardly believe Kim wants the fight held in their own arena. While the crowd treats the spectacle as great publicity for the guild, the mood in the arena remains dangerously casual. Observers realize too late that this fight could destroy the entire building, because ordinary force fields cannot contain a clash between national-level players. Gregor Gale looks over the stadium and approves of turning it into a battlefield, amused by the idea. Kim Taehyun accepts the setup as well, hoping Gregor gets the outcome he wants. Gregor answers with confidence, already certain the result will favor him. He immediately unleashes Heart of the Wolf and transforms into a blue-flamed werewolf built for slaughter. Taehyun barely has time to register the transformation before Gregor closes in with lethal intent. Gregor's opening strike smashes into the arena floor hard enough to crater the stadium. The audience panics as the stadium buckles and they finally grasp that Gregor has become some kind of monster. A knowledgeable spectator identifies the form as Heart of the Wolf. He explains that Marcus Gore trained Gregor's skill to its limit, turning him into a werewolf and greatly amplifying his physical power. Rather than regret losing Marcus as an ally, Taehyun decides this is a useful chance to measure what Gregor can do. Gregor charges in eagerly, intent on proving that the skill which defeated Li Feng will also crush Taehyun. Taehyun dismisses that confidence as foolish. He reveals that although Marcus never checked his skills, Gregor still cannot match him, especially in mana. The displayed stats confirm the gap. Gregor is SS rank, but Taehyun's numbers are already higher despite his lower listed rank. Taehyun notes that Gregor's transformation only widens the stat difference further in his favor. Gregor refuses to believe it and attacks as if overwhelming force alone will end the fight. Convinced victory is certain, he commits fully to a finishing blow. But Taehyun stops the attack cold with one hand, exposing the gulf between them. He calmly acknowledges Gregor's reputation as a top-ranked fighter from the United States. Then he reveals the real purpose of the match. Gregor is not an equal opponent, but a test subject Taehyun now knows can survive his experiments. A black power begins spreading from Taehyun and wraps around the battlefield. The darkness expands into a sealed domain around Gregor. Even the onlookers are stunned as the phenomenon takes shape beyond normal understanding. The crowd identifies it as a black barrier enclosing the arena. Inside it, Taehyun activates a new skill combination that has granted him 3 original abilities. His eyes sharpen as he prepares to demonstrate the first one. He invokes World of the Monarch, a fusion of domination of the 5 senses and Monarch's heart, summoning a throne-like oppressive realm around Gregor. The skill suppresses the enemy's stats while boosting Taehyun's, leaving Gregor disoriented and suddenly unsure where he even is. Before Gregor can recover, Taehyun's empowered strike crashes into him. As Gregor is launched back, Taehyun moves on to the second ability. He unveils Shadow Skin, a fusion of stone skin and stealth. Wrapped in violet power, Taehyun prepares to exploit both defense and concealment at once. Shadow Skin lets him harden his body while vanishing and reappearing at will, and Gregor is torn apart by attacks he cannot track. Bleeding and enraged, Gregor realizes he is being dismantled by tricks he cannot answer. Desperate, he tries to flee the domain altogether. He pauses, panting, as fear finally begins to overtake his aggression. The realization hits him that Taehyun still has more to show. Taehyun calls forth the final combined skill, surrounding himself with a monarch's spectral night and purple flames. This last power is Aura of the Monarch, born from Night King's spirit and paralysis. Gregor understands too late that the combined skills do not merely stack, but amplify each other into something far worse. Taehyun decides the last effect should be obvious and raises his hand in command. With a single order for Gregor to kneel, he imposes absolute domination. Outside, the stadium sits under a tense silence for a brief instant. Then a massive violet pillar erupts upward from the arena, shaking the entire structure. The spectators can only stare as the impossible force settles and the outcome becomes clear. Even the experts are left speechless, unable to accept what they just witnessed. Taehyun exhales lightly, treating the result as routine. With Gregor Gale broken on the floor, Taehyun ends the test by acknowledging that it was a good match. Kim Taehyun leaves his defeated opponent behind and coldly ends the exchange with the promise that they will meet again. He reviews his own status and confirms that he now possesses a dangerous set of A-rank abilities, including Predation, Shadow Skin, Monarch-based control skills, Hypnosis, and the power to summon Rosaria. Outside the field, the audience is left in confusion because a strange black barrier hid the final moments of the match. Observers can only conclude that the barrier appeared and the fight was decided almost instantly. One of the officials is unsettled by how abruptly everything ended and wonders what truly happened inside. The defeated side refuses to accept the result and insists the match cannot be over while he is still standing. Driven by rage and humiliation, Gregor Gale forces himself back up and openly vows to kill Kim Taehyun. Before he can continue, powerful outsiders begin to intervene. Several high-level figures from the United States side step into the arena and place themselves between Gregor and Taehyun. Yoo Ah-hyung reminds Gregor that this was supposed to be a wager, not a murder attempt. Park Sung-jin backs her up and demands that Gregor accept the outcome instead of escalating further. Another American official warns Gregor that continuing now would go beyond a friendly contest and orders him to stand down. Taehyun is startled to recognize Park Sung-jin and Yoo Ah-hyung among the intervening group. He learns they had been watching from the beginning, along with the association chairman. The chairman explains that he had intended to remain an observer, but Gregor's loss of control forced him to step in. Taehyun realizes the situation has shifted from a private duel into a political confrontation. The American side tells Taehyun to leave the rest of them while they handle Gregor. Gregor, now transformed into a monstrous wolf-like form, turns his fury on everyone present and threatens to slaughter them all. The chairman silences him with calm authority, making it clear Gregor is no longer in control of the room. He warns that if Gregor pushes this any further, Cody himself will impose sanctions. The mention of Cody immediately shakes Gregor, who knows how terrifying that name is when real punishment is involved. Gregor's confidence falters as the threat of Cody's intervention sinks in. Realizing he has overplayed his hand, Gregor curses while surrounded by people far more politically dangerous than he expected. The American chairman abruptly changes tone and apologizes to Kim Taehyun for the trouble caused. He admits the timing may make the offer seem absurd, but he still wants to make one. He directly invites Taehyun to join the United States Player Association. Gregor is stunned that such a recruitment pitch is being made right in front of him. He protests furiously, offended that the chairman would try to poach Taehyun so openly. Ignoring Gregor, the chairman promises to meet any conditions Taehyun wants and even offers support for clearing the Chinese dungeon with an American team. Taehyun declines politely, treating the offer as recognition of his strength rather than something he intends to accept. Instead, he reveals that China is not his next destination and that he is heading to Japan. That answer surprises the Americans, who immediately want to know why Japan matters to him. Taehyun explains that the Saintess of Japan, Yoshikawa Tsurara, has finally awakened. Far away, Tsurara is shown trapped once more inside the same horrifying mental landscape that has tormented her repeatedly. She runs through the nightmare in panic, exhausted and bloodied, desperate to escape. The red world lashes out with countless tendrils that seize and bind her again. She is choked and overwhelmed, reduced to raw terror. Unable to fight back, she begs for the nightmare to stop. Her pleas grow more desperate as the tendrils tighten around her. She breaks down completely and begs for mercy. A monstrous presence answers with contempt, reminding her that she was the one who intruded first. The being condemns her for daring to ask for mercy after entering that forbidden mindscape. Tsurara is dragged helplessly through the red abyss toward the source of the nightmare. She realizes she is about to die again inside the same repeating vision. The nightmare reaches its peak as black-red spikes tear through her body in the dream. She jolts awake violently in her hospital room, terrifying the attendants watching over her. Tsurara recognizes that the nightmare has returned exactly as before, the same one that began after she fell into a coma from peering into Kim Taehyun's mind. She explains that every time she breaks through the tendrils in that dream, she meets a mysterious figure shaped like Taehyun, and then wakes from her own death. She fears the pain will continue until she truly dies. Ignoring warnings to rest, she immediately asks for Ghostblade and wonders why he is not beside her. Still trembling, she senses something is wrong and refuses to remain in bed. She forces herself to stand despite her weakened condition. Then she rushes out, calling for Ghostblade. What she finds leaves her stunned. Ghostblade is already in combat in the hallway, intercepting attackers before they can reach her. Taehyun appears as well, trying to explain that he did not come to fight. Ghostblade cuts him off, convinced Taehyun came for Tsurara and determined to make him suffer for what she endured. He launches a direct attack without listening. Ghostblade invokes Soulbringer, his white mana blade technique. He descends with overwhelming force, aiming a soul-cutting strike at Taehyun. Taehyun immediately recognizes Soulbringer as a blade capable of cutting even souls when infused with white mana. Even so, he remains irritated that no one is willing to listen first. He decides that if words will not work, force will. Ghostblade is caught off guard when Taehyun counters instead of retreating. Taehyun overwhelms him in close combat and drives him down with brutal efficiency. The impact tears through the hallway, forcing Tsurara to recoil from the shockwave. Ghostblade is left sprawled in the rubble, shocked that Taehyun could overpower him so easily. Taehyun finally addresses Tsurara directly and says he came for two reasons. First, he wants to know what she saw inside his mind. Second, he says a catastrophic dungeon break is about to happen and must be stopped. Elsewhere, the sea begins to churn unnaturally under a dark sky. A colossal storm-like vortex rises over the water, revealing the entrance to the long uncleared dungeon. Japanese observers explain that the storm is actually the dungeon's outer manifestation, with a gate hidden inside and mana pouring out of it. They reassure themselves that no break has been detected yet, and that they are only there as a precaution. One watcher notices something unusual inside the storm. He begins to suspect movement within the vortex itself. Inside the dungeon, a servant announces to Lord Kenthazenneth that all preparations are complete. The monsters report that they have gathered forces for decades, broken through the barrier that confined them, and finally reached the threshold of the human world. An entire army waits for Kenthazenneth's command. Kenthazenneth cuts off the shouting and asserts control with a single order. He declares that their strength grows by devouring others. For the sake of his son, Archduke Orgel, he decides they will leave the dungeon and feast on humans. He formally begins the bloodshed, revealing himself as Kenthazenneth, an SS-rank servant of Archduke Orgel. Back in the hospital, Taehyun repeats that he came for 2 reasons, pressing Tsurara to answer. He narrows the first reason to one question: what exactly did she witness in his mind? He repeats the second reason with more urgency, warning that the largest dungeon break in history is about to begin. Tsurara answers that what she saw was something wearing his shape. She clarifies that it was neither human nor monster but an unidentifiable being, confirming Taehyun's suspicion that the figure from his own dream was real. Taehyun connects her recurring nightmares to that encounter. He realizes she still carries the residue of Predation's magic in her body even though he never consciously used it on her. He removes the remaining mana from her and tells her the nightmares should finally end. When she asks why he would help after she attacked him, he answers bluntly that this is not kindness but a necessary step to stop the dungeon break. Before they can continue, the building begins to shake violently. Tsurara mistakes it for an earthquake, but Taehyun immediately understands the break has begun. He orders her to wake Nakata Shinji at once because a dungeon break is happening now. Before he can leave, Matsuda Kuro and his men block the hallway and accuse him of attacking one of their players. Taehyun comes face to face with Matsuda Kuro, the chairman of the Japanese Player Association and a former National Force level player. Taehyun recalls Matsuda's reputation as a legendary veteran who once fought monsters himself and later gathered talents like the Holy Maiden and Ghost Blade under his authority. But Taehyun also knows Matsuda's true nature, a man willing to sacrifice anyone if it serves his interests, and he points out that a dungeon break has already started. Matsuda admits he knows and has already been fielding reports, but he dismisses Taehyun's concern because it interferes with his own agenda. Taehyun realizes Matsuda is not merely arrogant but deliberately obstructive. Matsuda argues that once a dungeon break begins, Taehyun no longer has any right to claim the uncleared dungeon, and he adds that Taehyun already caused enough trouble at the exhibition games. He openly reveals his real motive: if Taehyun solves the crisis, Matsuda's own standing will be damaged. So Matsuda decides to detain him under the pretext of punishing him for attacking Japanese players. Even Matsuda's subordinates protest that stopping Taehyun now will only worsen the disaster, but he orders them to stay out of it. He also threatens Tsurara, reminding her that he previously overlooked her use of mind control abilities on others. Matsuda warns that if she sides with Taehyun now, he will destroy both her and Ghost Blade. He orders his men to arrest Kim Taehyun, convinced he can still control the situation. Taehyun decides not to resist immediately, reasoning that open defiance would only create political trouble for his own chairman. He accepts the cuffs for the moment, and tells Tsurara to take Nakata Shinji and try to stop the break themselves. Matsuda smugly praises that decision and pretends Taehyun will be released if found innocent. Taehyun answers with open contempt, making it clear he sees through Matsuda completely. He reminds Matsuda that the chairman is the one who refused help. Taehyun warns that whatever follows from that refusal will be Matsuda's responsibility. Even in restraints, Taehyun remains unnervingly calm. Matsuda laughs off the warning as meaningless bravado. At that very moment, the dungeon break erupts into the city with explosive force. High-rank monsters pour into the streets, and immediately clash with the defenders. Japanese players realize the scale of the disaster, and shout that if the monsters break through, everyone will die. Reports confirm the worst: the monsters keep coming endlessly, and every one of them is at least A rank, with many at S rank. The invading force marches out in organized ranks rather than as a mindless horde. The defenders panic because they have no idea how to stop an invasion of this level. One of the enemy commanders captures a Japanese player alive, proving how badly the defenders are being overrun. Kenthazenneth dismisses the resistance as an annoyance, and decides to devour the troublesome humans first. As people begin to die, the defenders despair that the battle and their lives are already over. That hopelessness is shattered in an instant. Ghostblade re-enters the fight and carves through the enemy with a sudden, decisive strike. Even Kenthazenneth is forced to acknowledge the interruption. The defenders stare in disbelief as the tide begins to shift. Ghostblade Nakata Shinji is formally revealed as a National Force level player. At the same time, wounded defenders across the battlefield begin to recover under a wave of healing light. Tsurara arrives behind the front lines and restores the injured, grateful that so many are still alive. Her return confirms that Japan's Holy Maiden is back in the fight as well. Ghostblade checks on her condition, but she assures him she can still support him. She explains that the strange mana tormenting her is gone, so while she cannot yet fight at full strength, she can fully empower Shinji. Ghostblade understands that Taehyun's intervention is what made her recovery possible. Kenthazenneth, sensing the quality of his opponents, becomes excited by the prospect of devouring prey this powerful. He decides to turn the 2 National Force level players into food for his son. Tsurara immediately calls Ghostblade forward to meet the threat together. The battle escalates as Kenthazenneth's monstrous weapon clashes against Ghostblade's empowered blade. Their collision detonates with enough force to shake the battlefield around them. Ghostblade is driven back by the sheer power behind Kenta Zenith's strike, proving the monster is on another level. Surara orders the surrounding Japanese players to leave Kenta Zenith to her and Ghostblade while they hold back the rest of the monsters. The lesser monsters rally to Kenta Zenith's command and surge forward behind him. Even after taking damage, Kenta Zenith shows no sign of weakening. Ghostblade presses the attack anyway, refusing to yield ground. He realizes he is facing the true master of the uncleared dungeon, an SS rank monster so dangerous that a single mistake would cost him his limbs. Worse, Kenta Zenith's regenerative power makes every injury Ghostblade inflicts seem almost meaningless. Ghostblade understands that this overwhelming regeneration is exactly why every previous attempt to clear the dungeon failed before reaching the end. Even so, Kenta Zenith charges back into the fight, and the decisive clash between the dungeon's master and Japan's strongest defenders truly begins. The horned enemy coldly signals that the fight is not over yet. From behind, the monster unleashes enough force to blast apart the area in front of him. At the center of the destruction, Shinji gathers himself and prepares a decisive strike. He realizes he has a brief opening and commits to cutting the monster down immediately. Driven by 5 years of frustration over the dungeon disaster, Shinji pushes through his injuries as his regeneration restores his damaged body. With the Holy Maiden empowering him through holy order, his physical abilities surge even higher. The Holy Maiden warns that her support will not last and urges Shinji to finish the battle now. Shinji hardens his resolve, convinced there is nothing he cannot cut through. He fixes on the target and believes even this overwhelming foe can be severed. His blade tears through the monster in a rapid, concentrated assault. As he drives the attack through, Shinji declares victory. The enemy is split apart in a blazing final slash. Back at the Japanese Player Association headquarters, the watching crowd erupts as Shinji is hailed for the kill. The chairman basks in the success, boasting that the Ghostblade and Holy Maiden have stopped an SS-rank dungeon break. He immediately turns arrogant, dismissing outside help and taking the result as proof he never needed Kim Taehyun. A more cautious observer acknowledges Kenta Zenith's defeat, but warns that the situation may not be over. He reminds them that dungeon rankings have recently become unreliable because gates have begun escalating beyond expectations. Using recent examples of sudden rank jumps, he argues that old methods of judging dungeon breaks can no longer be trusted. On the battlefield, the Holy Maiden voices the same fear and questions whether this disaster was ever truly only SS rank. Shinji senses a new presence, and is unsettled by it immediately. A violent red disturbance spreads through the ruined area as something begins to emerge. A grotesque creature crawls out of Kenta Zenith's corpse and starts consuming it, revealing itself as the true master of the dungeon, ranked SS+. The sight shocks the onlookers as they struggle to understand what has appeared. Shinji and the Holy Maiden realize the new monster was hidden inside the corpse and is now feeding itself into a stronger form. Shinji rejects hesitation and decides that whatever it is, it must be treated as just another monster to kill. Ignoring the Holy Maiden's attempt to stop him, he rushes in to eliminate it before it can fully develop. He launches a full power strike at the newborn creature. The monster catches his blade barehanded and stops the attack cold. Shinji is stunned as his sure kill fails instantly. The creature addresses him directly, as if recognizing him. It accuses Shinji of killing its father, revealing a personal connection to the monster he just slew. That resemblance makes Shinji realize this is not an unrelated spawn but something tied to Kenta Zenith itself. Before he can recover, the creature blasts Shinji away with overwhelming force. The Holy Maiden cries out as Shinji is hurled helplessly through the air. She watches in horror, understanding the battle has turned catastrophically. The monster crashes down near her in a violent descent, seizing control of the battlefield. Pinned amid the wreckage, she hears the creature speak with terrifying calm. It announces its intent to devour everyone present. At headquarters, panic spreads as the observers realize a new monster has appeared after Kenta Zenith's death. The staff confirm its mana readings exceed anything they have recorded, reaching SS+. The cautious observer identifies it as the true master of the Japanese uncleared dungeon, Kenthamion. He explains that Kenthamion began weaker than an SS rank threat but grows stronger by consuming monsters and humans. He concludes that the danger has now escalated beyond all prior estimates, and regrets that the one person who might have limited the damage is absent. Knowing reinforcements would arrive too late, he warns that without immediate orders everyone may die. The chairman freezes, shaken by the scale of the crisis. He realizes the victory he was celebrating has exposed something far worse, and outside help will not save them in time. He accepts that if Shinji and the Holy Maiden cannot hold the monster back, the situation will collapse before any response can be organized. His thoughts jump from the players in danger to the city itself and finally to the political ruin this disaster will bring him. Fear overtakes his composure as the consequences become real. At last, one of his subordinates abandons all pretense and urges the chairman to flee. As panic spreads over the players fighting for their lives, one official insists rescue is impossible if even national-level hunters cannot hold the line. Another man abandons any pretense of responsibility and urges everyone to flee now if they want to survive. Kim Taehyun cuts him down before he can run, violently rejecting that cowardice. Standing over the fallen chairman, Taehyun admits he tried to change things for the Korean Association's sake, but the man proved no different from the corrupt figure he knew before. He declares that his purpose here is to stop the dungeon break. With his restraints breaking apart, he leaves the others with a choice: run as ordered or try to arrest him, because he will act regardless. Their hesitation no longer matters to him. Taehyun resolves to go save the trapped players himself. The stunned officials watch him go, divided between fear, shame, and disbelief as the chairman lies defeated behind them. Even those who moments ago stood with authority can only look at each other in uncertainty. As he moves on, Taehyun thinks that if he kills Kanthamian before the others lose heart, he can still stop the disaster. Before he gets far, someone calls out his name and stops him. Taehyun is startled to find Shinji here and cannot understand why he has appeared. Outside, the city has already become a burning ruin under the dungeon break. Shinji lies battered among the wreckage and realizes that both he and Kimura Rin have already been defeated. He bitterly concludes that no amount of regeneration or enhancement can overcome the monster's power. Broken and upside down in the rubble, he accepts how completely outmatched they are. The horned creature looms over the devastation, confirming that no one present can defeat it. Certain of victory, the monster asks if Shinji is finished resisting and prepares to devour him. Even at death's edge, Shinji keeps his focus and refuses to surrender inwardly. He places his last hope in Kim Taehyun alone. Taehyun answers that he is not here to save Shinji personally, but because stopping the dungeon break comes first. He acknowledges that Shinji once intended to help him and stop the catastrophe, and that dead is enough. Shinji remembers that when he first became a player, he genuinely wanted to use his power to protect people. That memory forces him to confront how far he has drifted from his original purpose. As he recalls the moment he stepped onto the wrong path, he wonders if it is already too late to turn back. The monster moves in to swallow him before he can answer that question. At the last instant, a surge of power cuts through the attack. Taehyun bursts in and pulls Shinji out of the monster's jaws, shielding him with crackling energy. For the first time, the creature is caught off guard. Shinji, stunned to still be alive, realizes Taehyun has done far more than he expected. Taehyun gives him brief credit for holding out, and Shinji is shaken by his arrival. Barely able to breathe, Shinji can only ask how Taehyun managed to come here at all. Before Taehyun can answer, reinforcements from the association arrive through the ruined street and call out to the Saintess. They apologize for doubting Taehyun earlier and explain that they have come to help however they can. Knowing they cannot fight the monster directly, they decide to focus on evacuating and treating the wounded, which Taehyun accepts as enough. He tells them the only enemy he intends to handle himself is the monster. As if answering that challenge, the creature charges straight at him. Shinji panics and warns that even Taehyun cannot defeat it alone. At that moment, another powerful figure arrives. A blue-haired woman steps into the battlefield as the monster bears down on Taehyun. She unleashes a massive burst of ice that interrupts the charge. The freezing power rises into towering formations, forcing even the monster to halt and reassess. The rescuers stare in shock at the sudden scale of the intervention. An enormous wall of ice seals off the battlefield, isolating Taehyun and the monster from everyone else. Taehyun looks up in surprise as the newcomer stands atop the frozen barrier and asks whether he is truly certain about this fight. She identifies herself as Lim Ah-hyun, an S rank of the new South Korea Player Association, and makes clear this is not why she came. Her thoughts reveal the real reason. Chairman Ji Jin-woo requested action after hearing that Kim Taehyun had been arrested by the Japanese Player Association. Because Taehyun is a key member of New South Korea and Japan is likely trying to stop him from interfering in the dungeon break, they decided they could not leave him there. Ji Jin-woo's final order was absolute: bring Kim Taehyun back at any cost. A woman urgently asks Kim Taehyun to help with the dungeon break, but he refuses, even when reminded that the Japanese Player Association has formally requested assistance. Even so, she notes that the chairman is trying to push him out at any cost, making his refusal sound less like indifference and more like resentment. Before that dispute can go further, Taehyun stands before a towering horned monster that mocks his confusion and questions why he keeps trying to fight instead of fleeing. The creature declares that Taehyun is the one who truly fails to understand the situation. Taehyun answers by attacking, vowing that this time he will be the one to hunt Kanthamian down. Elsewhere in the ruined area, rescuers try to evacuate the injured Saintess and warn her that staying behind is too dangerous. Ignoring her own condition, the Saintess calls out desperately for Taehyun. As a dark mass looms over the frozen battlefield, she realizes with dread that Taehyun is still at the center of the disaster. Taehyun launches himself forward and carves into the monster with a fast and powered strike. He follows with another sweeping slash that forces the giant creature to shift its footing. The beast absorbs the blow and immediately turns to retaliate. Its expression makes clear that the wound is already closing. Taehyun realizes ordinary damage is nearly meaningless because the monster regenerates too quickly. He also concludes that the longer-range Kanthamian attacks become more accurate, so the fight will only worsen if it drags on. Trying to break that rhythm, he drives in with another violent arc of power. For a moment, the monster is caught off guard by the pressure of the assault. Then a far greater presence manifests behind it, as if a higher authority is descending into the battle. That overwhelming being issues a single command for Taehyun to kneel. The command crashes down with crushing force, turning the battlefield into a domain of domination. Even while resisting, the horned monster praises Taehyun as unusually capable prey and implies that his efforts still fall short. It then reveals the real target has already arrived. A colossal red maw opens above the battlefield, and the threat shifts from a duel into outright annihilation. Taehyun braces himself and defiantly challenges the force trying to suppress him. The monster is startled when Taehyun withstands what should have broken him. Taehyun answers with a sudden burst of red power that tears through the crushing pressure. That power erupts into a massive destructive wave, forcing the battlefield itself to give way. Taehyun knows he is losing the longer this continues, so he decides to pour everything into predation and finish the fight immediately. He hardens his resolve and commits to ending it now. At that critical moment, a disembodied voice reminds him that the power he is relying on was never truly his. The battle vanishes, and Taehyun finds himself before a towering staircase in a red inner world. Disoriented, he realizes he has been pulled out of the fight and into something else entirely. At the top sits a mysterious figure on a throne, confirming that Taehyun is inside his own mind. Taehyun struggles to understand whether this is a dream or reality, then demands to know who this intruder is. The figure toys with him and turns the question back on what Taehyun really wants. He explains that he wants Taehyun to reach someone referred to only as him, and that Taehyun must stop acting like a drunk on borrowed power if he is to overcome the trials ahead. The figure frames the encounter as a test rather than an explanation. Taehyun rejects the manipulation outright and demands the stranger's identity. As he lashes out, the unseen force closes around him instead. A strange power activates inside him and seizes control of the situation. Taehyun is horrified when predation is abruptly cancelled and declared unusable. One after another, his other major abilities are also shut down, including Monarch's Spirit, Monarch's Realm, and Shadow Skin. The suppression continues until Chains of Binding, Queen's Man, and Complete Hypnosis are all stripped away as well. He is left with the brutal truth that he currently has no available skills at all. The inner world remains before him, offering no help and no escape from that helplessness. Then reality snaps back just as the horned monster lunges straight at him. With no powers to rely on, Taehyun can only shout in alarm and raise his blade too late. The monster's charge smashes through the ground and sends Taehyun flying amid shattered ice and debris. He is hurled to the edge of a broken cliff, suddenly separated from the fight by distance and impact. Seeing him thrown away, the blue-haired woman rushes forward in panic and calls out his name. The monster drives its spear through the collapsing ice where Taehyun landed, leaving the aftermath in confusion as no one understands what just happened to him. As he lies broken and bleeding, the young man realizes the monster did not just overpower him, but somehow stole every skill he had. That shock gives way to a bitter certainty, because he had already known his power was never truly his own. He remembers the truth from the beginning. He once stood before a higher being who held authority over his fate. Back then, he understood that he had not awakened through his own talent at all. He had simply been selected and granted power by that being. Now, facing a monster that reclaimed everything in a single day, he feels the cruelty of losing it all at once. The horned creature crashes down in fury, turning its rage into raw destructive force. Enraged that prey dared wound it, the monster vows to kill him. As the attack bears down, despair creeps in and he wonders why he struggled at all if this end was inevitable. With death descending on him, he can only ask what any of his efforts were for. Before the blow lands, a blue-haired woman rushes in at full speed to intercept. She shatters through the chaos and knocks him clear of the monster's strike. He stares in disbelief as she suddenly appears beside him and saves his life. She identifies herself and urgently orders him to retreat to the Saintess and recover while she buys time. Still dazed and wounded, he can barely process that she intends to face the monster alone. He protests that she cannot possibly win, but she insists that is exactly why he must run. She reveals her real purpose. She is throwing herself into danger because he is the only one who can defeat the monster. As she charges ahead, she reminds him that stopping the dungeon break is his responsibility. She presses the point that if he dies here, everyone else will die with him. Her words hit him hard enough to silence him. He forces himself to accept the truth she is placing on him. Instead of dwelling on the theft of his skills, he decides that self-pity changes nothing. He recognizes the stakes clearly. If he cannot defeat Canthamian, everyone in the area will be killed. But with his body ruined and his abilities gone, he sees no obvious way to fight back. Then a desperate idea flashes across his mind. He realizes one skill still remains to him, the only one he had never been able to use before. Its condition becomes clear. Blood Rampage can only be released by consuming powerful blood. He immediately understands what that requirement means. Driven by that realization, he drags himself toward the battlefield. He looks ahead and finds the monster and the woman both down amid the wreckage. The monster lies battered on the ground, vulnerable for a moment. That moment ends as the woman is violently blasted back, her stand failing under the monster's power. The monster dismisses her as worthless interference and prepares to finish her off. It decides that devouring her first might help it recover. As it steps toward her helpless body, the threat becomes immediate. Then something behind the monster changes, and a sinister presence begins to rise around the young man. The monster senses it at once and turns in alarm. A violent surge of red power erupts as he consumes the monster's blood and unleashes the dormant skill. The system confirms the condition has been met. His severed body regenerates, and his overall power spikes dramatically. For the first time, the monster is shaken, recognizing in him a mana presence on the level of an archduke. Wrapped in blood-red force, he rises transformed and confronts the creature directly. His ruined body finishes knitting itself back together under the new power. With every requirement fulfilled, Blood Rampage fully activates, and he opens one eye with cold intent. His mind is drawn into a crimson inner realm where he stands before the throne of the being tied to his power. That being admits it had debated limiting him to only 1 or 2 skills, but now sees such restraint was unnecessary. Watching his transformation through a red portal, It concludes that the awakening has already gone far beyond expectation. It explains that to awaken Igman's power, he went so far as to consume a monster. The being judges this as the desperate, miserable path by which he was meant to grow and finally understand the true nature of the power he had been using. With red eyes and a new confidence, he accepts that revelation and prepares to act on it. The transformed young man and the horned monster square off at last, their next clash about to decide everything. Kim Taehyun unleashes a violent strike that breaks through the monster's defense, proving he can now reach and damage it directly. The blow hurls the creature across the ruined ground and leaves it reeling from an attack it did not expect a human to land. As the monster struggles back up, its body leaks dark energy, and it tries to understand how the fight has suddenly turned against it. Shaken, it realizes something impossible has happened and begins questioning how Taehyun could have changed so drastically in an instant. It recognizes the power surrounding him as Archduke Igman's blood rampage and is stunned that a human is wielding an Archduke's ability. After that brief shock, the monster dismisses the mystery and decides Taehyun still has to die no matter what. It reasons that even if Taehyun has entered an Archduke's realm, this body is only temporary, so it can simply devour more corpses and keep growing stronger. With that resolve, the creature expands into a more monstrous form and promises to tear Taehyun apart completely. Taehyun glances toward the fallen Lim Ah-hyung, keeping his focus split between the enemy and the woman lying motionless behind him. Seeing her face, he identifies her and fears the worst. Relief follows when he confirms she is still alive, though barely, giving him one more reason to end the battle quickly. He realizes the power surging through him truly is Igman's blood rampage and begins assessing what it is doing to his body. The transformation is overwhelming. His blood boils, his heart feels ready to burst, and he understands this monstrous state is tearing him apart from the inside. Even so, the altered arm responds with unnatural force, showing that the power is fully taking hold despite the pain. As he steadies himself, Taehyun notices something stranger than the pain. His body feels unnaturally light. While the winged monster charges in with a massive weapon, Taehyun remains calm, sensing that his movement has changed in a way the enemy does not understand. Confident of victory, the monster commits to a finishing blow and declares the fight over. Taehyun slips under the descending strike with sudden speed, avoiding what should have crushed him. In that instant, he recognizes that his body is moving with far greater freedom and precision than before. The monster follows with another heavy attack, trying to overwhelm him through sheer force. When that also fails, its confidence cracks and frustration replaces certainty. It launches a relentless flurry from above, trying to pin Taehyun down before he can exploit whatever has changed. Taehyun reads the assault cleanly, and keeps moving through the gaps without panic. He continues weaving past each strike, confirming that this is not luck but a new level of perception and control. As the barrage continues, he turns defense into positioning, preparing to counter instead of merely survive. The monster cannot understand why its attacks no longer connect, and begins to doubt the superiority it had just claimed. Even after absorbing bodies and becoming stronger than before, it finds itself being pushed back and cannot explain why its power suddenly feels ineffective. Taehyun closes in through the storm of attacks, while the monster's confusion turns into outright panic. He strikes at the creature's core point with decisive accuracy, targeting something more vital than flesh. The hit lands hard enough to make the monster choke out in pain, proving Taehyun has found its weakness. Taehyun realizes Blood Rampage did more than raise his raw power. His crimson eyes have changed the way he perceives the enemy. Unlike when he used predation, these red eyes are giving him a different kind of vision, one tied to insight rather than simple aggression. He can now see the flow of mana, letting him predict where the monster is concentrating power and what it intends to do next. More importantly, he can see the monster's mana stone itself, the true heart that sustains it, and he drives his attack straight into it. The creature recoils in disbelief, no longer seeing Taehyun as merely human and demanding to know what he really is. Taehyun rejects the question and keeps breaking through the exposed core instead of explaining himself. He answers only with a death sentence, promising the monster it can learn the truth in hell. The monster screams as red energy tears through it, and its body begins to come apart from the inside. With one final rupture, the core shatters and the creature is destroyed. As the remains scatter, Taehyun is left suspended in the aftermath, aware that the battle is over but the mystery of his own transformation is not. He admits that understanding what he has become is now his next problem to solve. With the Kenthamian defeated by Kim Taehyun, the dungeon break in Japan is finally brought to an end. In the aftermath, the Japanese Player Association focuses on rescuing survivors and cleaning up the devastation left behind. Matsuda Kuro, who had aided the crisis for personal gain, is arrested for his actions. Lim Ah-hyung escapes with only minor injuries and is summoned afterward, uncertain whether she will be punished. Instead of condemnation, she is met with relief and reassurance that her safety matters more than punishment. Encouraged by that response, she resolves to work harder and do better from here on. Attention then turns to the Saintess and the Phantom Swordsman, who come forward in apology. They publicly admit they misused their abilities and neglected their responsibilities as players, accepting whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. The Saintess vows that once she has paid for her actions, she will start over from the bottom and become a proper player. At the American Player Association, powerful figures turn their attention to Kim Taehyun's latest feat. One of them is openly impressed by what he has learned about the young hunter. They acknowledge that Taehyun was already gifted, but killing an SS+ rank monster alone changes how they must judge him. The officials admit they had believed only Cody could manage something like that, and conclude Taehyun has grown even stronger than when he fought Gregor. They further suspect the red aura surrounding him is tied to the Archduke's power. That makes him valuable, but they regret that someone with his talent cannot simply be brought under American control. They recognize he is the kind of person who cannot be bought, because his actions are driven by conviction rather than greed. So the association decides to stop waiting and begin making moves from their side. In their view, whatever they do next is justified as serving humanity's progress. Their plans are tied to a mysterious radiant being they appear to be monitoring or summoning. The entity's identity and rank remain unreadable, suggesting something beyond normal classification. Elsewhere, Taehyun drinks a potion while testing whether his sealed abilities can be restored. When nothing immediate happens, he realizes the attempt may have failed. He tries to activate predation anyway, hoping the potion change something. The system denies him twice, confirming the sealed skill still cannot be used. Taehyun reflects that although his body returned to normal after Blood Rampage ended, the skills locked away by that state did not come back. What remains available are Blood Rampage, the Archduke's powers, and a new ability called Monster's Eyes, which activates Crimson Eyes. He recalls asking Seo Sangik to help by making potions, but the latest failure proves even that approach is not enough. Seo Sangik, an S-rank player and master alchemist, had expected to succeed but now has to admit defeat. His specialty is potion making through alchemy, with creations ranging from simple buffs to monster lures, cleansers, and even cures for diseases once thought incurable. Even so, Taehyun accepts the apology calmly and concludes that his curse is operating on a level beyond ordinary remedies. He reasons that if Seo Sangik's potions cannot help, then only the doppelganger who imposed the curse might know how to lift it. With no answer at home, Taehyun decides he may have to search overseas for a solution. Seo Sangik immediately understands that Taehyun is thinking of the Americans. Taehyun confirms he wants to meet Ricky Hollis, the second-ranked player in the United States and the world's greatest curse lifter. That decision leads into a tense meeting with Ricky Hollis, who arrives surrounded by the aftermath of overwhelming power. Ricky greets Association Chairman Zhang Lung as if they are old acquaintances, making clear she came prepared to dominate the room. Zhang Lung states that she is not there as an official representative of the American Player Association, but he still intends to question her as part of an investigation. The investigation concerns suspicious activity in China near the Unconquered Dungeon, including deaths and unauthorized experiments. When asked to cooperate, Ricky immediately tests how far she can push back by asking what happens if she refuses. Before Zhang Lung can answer, Taehyun coldly implies that refusal would simply make her disappear. Ricky responds with amused interest, recognizing the threat instead of being intimidated by it. Taehyun lays out the core issue. There are only 2 unexplored dungeons left. One is the Japanese dungeon Kim Taehyun already cleared, known as Kanthazina's Storm. The other is China's Unconquered Dungeon, the Grey Pit, which has already destroyed countless expeditions. Their concern is that the Chinese site now shows signs of hidden laboratories and unusual mana activity. They believe Zhang Lung is using the dungeon to conduct some kind of experiment. Taehyun insists they cannot ignore that possibility and asks Ricky to help uncover the truth. Ricky falls silent, weighing the request and the danger behind it. Instead of answering, she releases a violent surge of power that blows the room apart and demonstrates how little control the others have over her. She warns that if persuasion fails, she is willing to settle matters by force. Even Zhang Lung is shaken, realizing that the second-ranked American possesses enough mana to overwhelm him. Ricky prepares a concentrated attack, showing she can escalate even further if challenged. Rather than panic, Zhang Lung sees opportunity in her strength and decides this could serve his plans perfectly. He abruptly defuses the confrontation by pretending it was all a joke, catching Ricky off guard. He backs down completely, claiming he would never oppose the World Player Association and will cooperate with the investigation. Ricky remains cautious, but suggests any judgment should wait until they see the truth firsthand. She then makes a startling offer by inviting them directly to the lab. Zhang Lung, surprised but intrigued, agrees to continue the discussion after seeing the experiments for himself. That uneasy truce carries them to the Player Hotel in China, where the next stage of the investigation will begin. Ricky Holly receives an unexpected invitation and immediately suspects Zhang Lung is setting a trap rather than offering cooperation. Knowing she cannot read his true intentions, she resolves to treat any contact with him as dangerous. As she weighs the invitation alone, Kim Taehyun suddenly appears in her room, provoking her irritation. She rebukes him for barging in unannounced, making clear he has crossed the line. She recognizes him as the Korean player tied to the recent Asian Games incident, and realizes this meeting is far more direct than she expected. Kim cuts past pleasantries and warns that if she goes to Zhang Lung's place, she will die there. The blunt certainty of his warning catches her completely off guard. Kim explains that he is talking about Ricky Holly herself, a world-famous and nationally ranked player in the United States. He focuses on her rare canceller ability, the power to nullify even an awakened oath, which is what makes her uniquely valuable. Because his own powers are currently limited, he needs her skill to deal with the monster threat and the unexplored dungeons ahead. Ricky understands the problem immediately. She is notorious for refusing to negotiate with anyone outside her own side. Kim recalls the infamous Guangzhou dungeon incident before his regression, a case so significant that even the world wanted answers. He decides the best way to move her is not persuasion alone but reminding her that, despite her fame, she still wants to survive. That approach makes her pause, because he has struck at a truth she cannot dismiss. She answers that players live under constant threat of death, and real power only matters if one accepts the responsibility that comes with it. When Kim appeals to simple self-preservation, she rejects the idea that someone like her can still think like an ordinary person. To prove the point, she releases her power and forces him to confront how far removed she is from normal humanity. She states plainly that with almost no effort, she could kill everyone around her. Her power spreads through the entire building, and she compares players to monsters in their capacity for destruction. She argues that players need something to anchor them to the human world or they become no different from the threats they fight. Those anchors, she says, can be ideals, desires, dreams, or even money, anything strong enough to bind overwhelming power. She turns the question on Kim and demands to know what, if anything, keeps him restrained. Pressing harder, she asks whether he is truly someone who can control himself. Kim's dangerous side surfaces for a moment, and she openly tests whether he is a man in control or a monster ruled by desire. When he reins himself back in, she admits he has impressed her, noting that players often lose their humanity after too many battles. Even so, she judges him rigid and difficult to bend. Kim accepts that assessment and answers that he is just as stubborn as she is. Ricky falls silent, reconsidering him more seriously than before. She finally acknowledges that he would not have come this far without wanting something important. Kim admits he needs her canceller skill because his own abilities are sealed, and she immediately asks what she gains by helping a stranger. He offers not money or flattery but a cause, helping the victim still trapped in Guangzhou, and asks whether that would be enough to earn her assistance. Ricky doubts that someone in his position could truly be useful to her. Kim answers that the only way to settle that is to test it in practice. He takes her to the hidden entrance of Zhang Lung's secret laboratory, treating her presence as insurance against whatever awaits inside. At the entrance, staff greet Ricky as the expected guest and are immediately thrown off by the extra man accompanying her. Ricky smoothly diffuses the suspicion before it can become a problem. She introduces Kim as her bodyguard, giving him a cover that lets him stay beside her. Under that pretense, they are escorted deeper into the secret facility. Kim notes that only Ricky Holly was supposed to be invited, so his presence should have been impossible under normal circumstances. He reflects that his disguise as a bodyguard is the only reason he could enter despite being a well-known high-ranking player himself. They are met by Zhang Lung, the head of the Chinese Player Association, who finds Ricky's need for a bodyguard suspicious. Ricky answers lightly that caution is never a mistake, while Kim internally confirms that this man is indeed Zhang Lung. Kim recognizes him not only as the sponsor behind the Asian Games assassinations but as a central architect of future disasters. Before allowing them further, Zhang Lung's side insists that entrants take the Awaken's oath. Ricky dismisses the requirement, confident that such an oath cannot meaningfully bind her. Watching her, Kim realizes that despite her talk about humanity, the presence she gives off is anything but ordinary. Her aura makes clear that she stands on a level closer to a calamity than a person. Zhang Lung's people concede that resisting Ricky is pointless and apologize, accepting that they cannot stop her anyway. With the formalities dropped, Zhang Lung begins the real purpose of the invitation. He reveals a secret project aimed at artificially creating an S-rank awakened. The woman is stunned to discover human subjects sealed inside tubes. As she rushes deeper into the lab, she realizes the situation is even worse than she feared. She finds a monster-like human suspended in a chamber, and understands they are creating artificial awakens by injecting people with monster mana. Horrified, she demands an explanation, while her companion warns her not to use her powers recklessly because the captives could be harmed. Watching her reaction, the bearded overseer calmly treats it as a familiar moment. He explains that another awakened is about to be born and presents the experiment as a spectacle the two intruders are fortunate to witness. The subject's heart rate and overall condition begin rising rapidly, suggesting the transformation is taking hold. As the mana response also surges, the woman is shaken that such a process might actually work. Inside the tube, the subject suddenly becomes violently alert. The experiment abruptly fails as the chamber fills with blood. From above, the overseer reacts with detached disappointment rather than alarm. The woman immediately judges the procedure a failure. Power starts crackling around her as her anger pushes her toward action. Her ally tries to stop her, but she is already beyond restraint. She decides the lab has crossed a moral line and unleashes her power. Her companion realizes she possesses far more than simple cancellation abilities and that her strength can shake the entire facility. As her energy tears through the room, she openly declares that the people responsible will pay for what they have done. The overseer dismisses her outrage, arguing that the player system has never been fair to humanity. He frames rank as the true measure of social worth, with a person's place in society fixed by player status. He claims he is merely granting people what they desperately want by helping them climb higher. She rejects that justification and prepares a direct counterattack. Gathering a concentrated mass of energy in her hand, she resolves to end his scheme herself. The overseer finally shows surprise as he senses the threat. She compresses her power further, shaping it into a devastating strike. The attack surges upward toward the balcony where he stands. For the first time, the overseer is visibly rattled. He reacts sharply, reaching for something hidden on his person. The two intruders recognize what he is about to use and understand the danger immediately. He activates a rare skill scroll containing black hole. A golden-black vortex blooms across the lab, nullifying nearby skills as it expands. The pair realize how exceptional this countermeasure is, and wonder how he obtained something so rare. The woman is left stunned as he mocks her for thinking her superior mana gave her the advantage and reveals the black hole's spell scroll. With cold confidence, he says he has another present prepared for them. A dark portal opens overhead, and he invites them to enjoy what is coming. The two look up as the threat above them becomes clear. Her companion instantly realizes they are in serious danger and moves to act. He lunges forward, trying to escape or reposition before the trap fully closes. He pieces together why the laboratory was built underground in the first place. The answer becomes obvious. The lab sits beside the Great Pit dungeon to siphon its mana. The portal churns wider like a living vortex fed by that stolen power. The intruder concludes that the dungeon's mana has likely already been claimed and controlled by the Overseer. The Overseer coldly expresses disappointment that his motives were understood at all. He then reveals he has identified the male intruder as Kim Taehyun and intends to settle an old score with him. Kim realizes his identity has been exposed and that the Overseer now means to kill him. The Overseer orders the gates sealed, and when an aide hesitates because researchers and test subjects remain below, he shows no concern. He makes clear that both the staff and the captives are expendable. To his followers, eliminating the intruders along with everyone else would be an acceptable price. The exit above closes, completing the trap and cutting off escape. Kim admits they have walked straight into an ambush, and the woman grimly agrees. When she tries to use her power, she finds Black Hole has sealed her abilities as well, leaving her shaken because she has never faced this before. A monstrous roar erupts in the lab, freezing the researchers and agents as something hostile appears before them. The creature lands with enough force to crack the floor, announcing overwhelming physical power. As the green aura around it becomes clear, the observers realize this is not a normal intruder. The two nearest witnesses tense in alarm, struggling to identify what they are seeing. They recognize the attacker as an orc, but one twisted by a sinister energy. The staff quickly connected to the gate, and warn that this is no ordinary orc at all. A closer look confirms the creature is radiating a dangerous, unnatural corruption. One of the researchers suddenly understands the threat and blurts out his shock. He reveals the truth. The orc is infected by a parasite, and its aura can spread that infection. Before anyone can react properly, one researcher is already overtaken and begins transforming. As he collapses under the change, the others realize infection takes hold almost instantly. The victim loses himself, left with only violent intent. The parasite drives its host to attack others and keep multiplying through new bodies. A warning goes out just as the danger closes in on the rest of the room. The infected orc raises its arms to strike, and the team is told that even touching its aura means contamination. It brings its attack down toward the woman scientist, threatening to infect her next. The bespectacled man suddenly sees a way to respond. A violent impact tears through the floor as the attack misses its intended target. Dust and debris explode across the lab, briefly obscuring everyone's positions. In that instant, the man uses his skill to snatch the woman out of danger. She finds herself safely caught in his arms, spared from the blow. He carries her clear through the chaos, moving faster than anyone expected. The woman is stunned that he could use such an ability at all. Meanwhile, more infected researchers emerge through the dust, showing the outbreak is already spreading. The man decides he cannot allow any more infections and resolves to stop the parasite inside the lab no matter the cost. As his own eye glows behind his glasses, he focuses on ending the spread before it gets out of control. He identifies the infected orc as the source controlling the others and concludes that killing it is the only way to stop the chain. Seeing an opening, he charges straight at the orc. He pinpoints the parasite's true location in the host's brain, exposing the real target. He attacks with precision, aiming not at the body but at the parasite hidden inside the skull. But the strike fails, and he realizes the parasite anticipated the attack. The orc slips past him and turns toward the fleeing survivors instead. Panic erupts as the infected monster bears down on the remaining researchers, who beg for rescue. The man curses the situation and refuses to let the parasite claim anyone else. He launches another forceful attack, blasting the orc away from the others. The orc crashes through the lab but still keeps hold of the man, showing it remains dangerous despite the hit. The man expects that blow to have weakened it at least somewhat. Instead, the orc rises through the dust almost unfazed. That resilience makes the man pause as he reassesses the fight. The infected orc squares up directly in front of him, its aura flaring as the two face off. The parasite suddenly lunges from above, trying to infect the man directly. A fresh impact erupts as he avoids or counters the attempt amid another burst of destruction. The woman scientist watches through the dust, trying to track what happened. Recognizing him by name, Kim Taehyun, she realizes the danger may now have shifted to him. He remains half hidden in the swirling debris, giving no immediate sign of whether the parasite reached him. She fears that if someone as strong as Taehyun has been infected, nothing in the lab could stop him. Her dread escalates into the belief that perhaps nothing in the world could stop him if he turned. Inside the dust, Taehyun answers that fear with a calm, confident smile. He reveals he has already seized control of the moment, closing in on the orc and declaring that he has it. Then he drives his hand into the parasite's exposed weak point in the orc's head, beginning the decisive kill. Kim Taehyun unleashes a furious strike, refusing to let his enemy escape. The monster reels back under the blow, its roar cut by the force of the attack. Nearby, A woman watches the aftermath in tense surprise as the battle shifts. Kim emerges from the wreckage unharmed, wrapped in sinister red energy, and already in control of the scene. The woman steels herself and asks if he is prepared for what comes next. Kim confirms it and declares that they are going after John Lung. Elsewhere, an elevator carries a group deeper into a sealed laboratory complex. An aide addresses the chairman as the descent continues. The men worry that the trapped fighters might survive, since both are elite national-level players. The chairman considers that possibility without much concern. His attendants wait for his judgment in uneasy silence. He dismisses their fears and explains that the laboratory was built to contain monsters. He emphasizes that its specialized materials can withstand most attacks, making escape nearly impossible. He adds that once the final thick door is shut behind them, the chamber becomes a perfect prison. Confident in that trap, he expects Rick Hoyles and Kim Tae-hyun to die inside while fighting the horde. Then the group senses something wrong before they can settle into that certainty. Their confusion grows as an ominous disturbance interrupts the chairman mid-thought. A violent blast tears straight through the supposedly impregnable structure from below. Kim bursts upward through the shattered floor, red power spiraling around him as the chairman's men panic. The chairman is stunned that Kim broke through the laboratory wall at all. Kim rises through the dust with a cold smile, reminding John Lung that their unfinished grudge has found him again. He lands in a crouch, fixes his glowing eye on John Lung, and names him directly as his target. John Lung sees that Kim Tae-hyun has kept obstructing him to the very end. Kim calmly adjusts himself, showing no fear despite standing in the enemy's stronghold. He judges that John Lung has never truly fought on his own and prepares to test him directly. Kim attacks first with a blood-forged blade, convinced John Lung is weaker without others to rely on. John Lung stops the assault with one hand and mocks Kim for thinking that would be enough. Their clash detonates into a shockwave that rips through the room. Kim is startled to realize John Lung blocked his blood rampage barehanded. John Lung follows with overwhelming force, driving Kim down with a crushing counter. Kim is knocked back hard, coughing as he skids across the broken floor. Even while recovering, Kim understands the source of that monstrous strength by reading it through his altered eye. John Lung openly reveals that he implanted monster powers into his own body. The truth becomes clear: he has turned himself into something close to a half-monster. Kim admits he expected some hidden trick, but not this level of self-corruption. John Lung answers that he never wanted to dirty his own hands, but Kim forced the issue. Now personally enraged, John Lung closes in and makes clear that Kim has become an intolerable nuisance. He lashes out with contempt, trying to crush Kim both physically and verbally. The two collide again at close range, the floor cracking under the pressure of their exchange. Kim grins through the strain and says Rick should be arriving any moment. As John Lung moves to press the advantage, unseen energy threads snap into place around him. He slams forward, but the trap catches him mid-motion. John Lung suddenly finds his body refusing to obey him. He realizes binding lines wrapped around him are draining away his power. Kim recognizes the arrival of the ally he was waiting for. He calls out to Rick as the trapped John Lung turns toward the newcomer. Rick appears and apologizes for being late, explaining that he cannot move through the space the way Kim can. He adds that he had to clear obstacles on the way up before reaching them. Rick then praises Kim for using his abilities even inside the black hole and for having enough power to break through the wall. Intrigued, Rick notes that Kim's request for a canceller suggests he has other abilities too, and he looks forward to seeing what else Kim can do. The red-eyed young man dismisses the old man's resistance as insignificant. Bound and furious, the old man surges up in outrage, refusing to be subdued so easily. He tears free through sheer force and charges forward, determined to keep fighting. The two younger opponents immediately realize he still has plenty of strength left. They coldly compare his persistence to a cockroach, treating his survival as stubborn nuisance rather than danger. The old man lunges straight at them across the shattered floor, trying to overwhelm them with momentum. The woman calmly prepares a precise counter, mocking his reckless approach as crude and brainless. Her attack slices through his arm in an instant, maiming him before he can reach them. At the same time, the young man steps in with curt confidence, taking over the exchange. He launches himself forward, red energy gathering around his hand as he commits to a brutal follow-up. His strike carves through the old man in a flurry of slashing force, driving the assault deeper. The old man is jolted by the damage, his confidence shaken for the first time. The young man completes the combination with another vicious cut, compounding the injury. Watching in silence, the woman judges that John Lung is formidable but not the only dangerous one here. She concludes that the red-eyed man is no ordinary fighter either. The young man senses danger too late as the old man reappears behind him. The old man retaliates with a heavy blow that blasts the young man away before the woman can intervene. The woman is hurled back into the broken surroundings by the shock of the counterattack. Seeing her thrown aside, the young man calls out to Rick in alarm. Rick rushes in and intercepts the old man with a direct strike, trying to stop his advance. The young man braces and endures the impact of the clash, but the exchange clearly hurts him. He realizes from the pain that the old man's power is still overwhelming at close range. The old man reveals the reason: his body regenerates continuously, making their attacks effectively pointless. He boasts that he can keep restoring himself forever and laughs at their inability to finish him. The young man, arm trembling from the last hit, wonders whether he can still find a way to counter that advantage. The old man praises his abilities, but only because he wants to kill him personally. He exposes that the young man is merely a contractor serving an archduke and sneers at his place beneath greater powers. The young man is stunned that this enemy knows about the archduke at all. The old man dismisses the idea of national rank, insisting such status means nothing to contractors tied to archdukes. He makes his worldview clear by declaring ordinary humans beneath contempt. Despite his injuries, the young man lowers himself and offers his hand, as if proposing cooperation. But when the old man comes close, he drops the act and bluntly rejects the pretense. Rick reaches toward them, trying to intervene before the confrontation turns worse. The young man states that he would never trust someone who betrays others, making clear the offer was never sincere. Instead, he unlocks a new power called Spirit of the Monarch, and a towering purple presence manifests behind him. The old man is rattled by the sudden pressure, recognizing an immense power far beyond what he expected. Bathed in red energy, the young man rejects the idea of teaming up and prepares to settle things alone. He unlocks another ability, Predation, and the red aura erupts into something far more monstrous and aggressive. Pointing at his enemy, he declares that the two of them are fundamentally different. For the first time, the old man feels true fear and realizes he may be the one about to be consumed. As red power engulfs the space, he is forced to confront the possibility that he is actually losing to this younger opponent. Inwardly, he reflects that devouring humans for power never satisfied him, and he now craves a far greater source of strength. A dark inner voice answers that desire by demanding his body in exchange. Something inhuman begins to emerge behind the young man, signaling that another entity has entered the battle. The young man notices the sudden intrusion and is caught off guard by it. A winged creature attacks from above with a stream of corrosive liquid, forcing him to evade. He realizes the floor is melting and identifies the attack as a powerful acid. Then an even larger surge descends, making it clear the threat has escalated again. A red, humanoid monster fully manifests, radiating overwhelming presence. The room falls into chaos as the newly appeared creature dominates the battlefield and everyone is forced to react to this new danger. A violent surge of green venom tears through the room as the pair are nearly overwhelmed by the creature's attack. The man shields the woman with his body and forces them through the chaos while the monster closes in. Seeing it up close, she realizes this is unlike any monster she has ever encountered. She judges the enemy to be on an entirely different level, far beyond ordinary threats. The man keeps her tucked against him as he searches for a way out under the monster's pressure. He commits to escape first, carrying her through the collapsing structure while the attack rips past them. They land in a breached opening, and his thoughts harden into certainty about what they are facing. He identifies the being as the master behind the unexplored Chinese dungeon known as the Grey Pit. The winged figure before them is recognized as the Grey Venom itself. Its inhuman face confirms they are dealing with something intelligent and monstrous. He recalls that when the unexplored dungeon expanded, the Grey Venom used possessed humans as disposable pawns. He realizes John Lung did not merely experiment with monsters but surrendered his own body to this entity. Knowing the danger, he urges Ricky to leave immediately instead of staying near him. He insists he can buy time alone and tells her to bring other players back as reinforcements. He reassures her that he can manage, but only if he is not forced to protect her at the same time. She hesitates in silence, torn between fear and trust. At last she accepts his judgment and leaves the fight to him. The Grey Venom finds his choice intriguing, especially his willingness to protect a mere human. It questions why a contractor bound to an archduke would waste such power on lowly people. Before the exchange can continue, the monster lunges, driven by curiosity as much as hostility. It reveals that by possessing its current body it inherited that host's memories and now wants to learn the man's secrets the same way. Its intent becomes clear, it plans to possess him next. As the creature bears down on him, he senses a crucial opening in the situation. Predation erupts within him as a massive red draconic force manifests against the Grey Venom. He decides to stop holding back and use the monster's own obsession with possession against it. Meanwhile, Ricky retreats through the smoke, following his order to get clear. Even after leaving, she cannot hide her worry. From behind her, he promises he will handle things from here. She admits to herself that staying would only have burdened him, though fighting alone still feels reckless. She can only hope he survives until help arrives as the battle behind her explodes in red violence. Inside, he drives the red power downward in a precise strike, forcing the monster to react. The Grey Venom counters with sweeping green blades, turning the chamber into a clash of red and green force. It suddenly appears behind him, trying to catch him before he can finish his attack. At that moment, Predation evolves, sharpening his senses until he can perceive the entire battlefield clearly. With his enhanced vision, the monster's enormous body no longer overwhelms him. He tracks the opening of its jaws and the buildup of another deadly blast. The creature unleashes that attack straight at him from point-blank range. But under High Monster's eyes, the Grey Venom's movements now seem slowed enough for him to read. Combining that perception with predation, he realizes he finally has the means to bring it down. His confidence hardens into certainty as he commits to the kill. The Grey Venom fires a massive green wave to crush him again. Recognizing the repeated tactic, he refuses to be trapped by it a second time. He slips through the attack pattern instead of meeting it head-on. Red and green powers collide in a violent crossfire as he drives deeper into the monster's range. The green blast tears across the space, shredding debris but missing its intended finish. Red force answers back just as fiercely, turning the exchange into mutual devastation. Using the chaos as cover, he spins forward and launches himself into a final follow-up. He commits everything to one decisive strike, convinced this blow will finish the gray venom. The entire building convulses under the force of their clash, lightning-like cracks racing across its exterior. A catastrophic impact detonates below, blasting apart the ground and marking the battle's brutal culmination. A violent blast tears through the area, throwing up smoke, debris, and shattered stone. When the dust begins to settle, the ruined ground shows how hard the clash has hit the battlefield. The young man lands amid the wreckage, breathing hard as the last traces of his power flicker around him. His trembling hand tells him the truth first. His mana is nearly exhausted, and he failed to block all of the gray venom's attacks. As the strain racks his body, he realizes something is wrong beyond simple fatigue. Searching the smoke for his enemy, he wonders whether the attack finally ended the fight. The answer comes from behind him as the winged creature reappears unharmed and mocks him as a mere Archduke's contractor. The man is jolted by the realization that the monster survived everything he had left. The gray venom dismisses him and strikes with even greater force than before. The blow leaves him coughing blood, already overwhelmed by the creature's renewed speed. Pinned down and unable to keep up, he recognizes that his opponent has become stronger and faster than it was moments ago. His thoughts begin to blur under the pressure, until a sudden insight cuts through the haze. He notices the creature drawing in the mana floating through the air. That mana is the kind unique to dungeons, leading him to a far worse conclusion. He realizes the surrounding area has already transformed into a dungeon, giving the gray venom a source of power. The monster declares that he cannot win here and vows to take possession of him as well. At that threat, his body locks up completely, refusing to move. For a moment he mistakes the paralysis for fear of death, but he rejects that idea, because death itself is something he has long since grown used to. Instead, another presence stirs within him, rising like a monstrous red force from inside his body. The gray venom laughs at his struggle, convinced the weakened human is finished. It taunts him for having burned through all his mana and become even smaller and more helpless than before. Confident in its endless regeneration, the creature insists he has no power left to challenge this body. Still clutching his throat, the man endures as strange energy continues to coil around him. The gray venom senses the shift and is caught off guard when the man admits he did not expect this either. He identifies the red beast that bit him earlier as the source of this new development. Then he understands the mechanism. The creature has been using that bite to siphon his mana into itself. A new will opens its eyes through him and answers with cold gratitude for the stolen mana. That hidden power takes control, announcing that the mana has been received and immediately boosting the body's stamina, speed, and strength. The gray venom tries to dismiss it as another trick, insisting the outcome cannot change. It boasts that as long as the dungeon remains, its mana supply is effectively limitless. Now calm and confident, the man's expression shifts as he accepts the challenge. A colossal red demonic presence manifests behind him, and he proposes testing whether the creature's infinity still holds inside this world. For the first time, the gray venom is visibly shaken by the pressure coming off him. Red power floods the space and sweeps over the battlefield like a living tide. Caught inside that transformed realm, the gray venom looks around in confusion at the place it has been dragged into. The presence behind the man treats the monster with contempt, calling it a mere insect and making clear its patience is gone. The gray venom realizes too late that the being before it is not the same opponent it had been fighting. When it demands to know who this sinister presence is, the answer comes with immediate dominance and refusal. The intruding power identifies the creature as an insect of Beelzebub, naming the authority behind it. The gray venom, now wary, asks whether this is another Archduke and wonders how long the human body can endure such overwhelming strength. In response, red chains erupt and bind the creature in place while the command to leave is delivered without negotiation. The gray venom resists, claiming the contractor chose wrongly and declaring itself to be the gray venom. It insists that corruption is its nature and that nothing lies beyond its reach. Trying to break free, it unleashes a massive surge of green power and boasts that even archdukes are not immune to its corruption. The human vessel remains seated within the red demonic manifestation as the attack crashes down around him. Then a far greater force descends, revealing a mysterious power that overwhelms the corruption outright. The gray venom recoils in disbelief as its certainty begins to collapse. The man stays composed at the center of the storm, eyes closed as if the outcome is already decided. In panic, the gray venom can only repeat its disbelief while being smashed down by the red power. A man draws on power granted by Lord Beelzebub, unleashing a sinister force. As that power settles in, he coldly concludes that the resistance against him has finally been crushed. Outside the facility, a violent surge of mana erupts and shakes the area. US top-ranked player Mondel Roman realizes something disastrous is happening inside. He recalls that his assignment was to protect Ricky Hollis, an investigator for the World Player Organization. He also remembers that she was an important figure tied to the US Player Association, making her safety politically critical. Ricky had rejected his protection until the very end, doubting she needed to be guarded. Confident in her own arrangements, she had insisted she already had a bodyguard with her. But after hours without movement from inside and with this ominous mana rising, Mondel decides he can no longer wait. He rushes toward the source as the ground and debris are thrown into chaos around him. Ricky emerges from the wreckage badly hurt, using her power to force a path open. Mondel runs to her, alarmed by her condition. She recognizes him and, despite her injuries, prepares to explain what happened. Ricky reveals that illegal demonification experiments were being conducted inside. Seeing the bloodshed left behind, she blames herself for failing to save the victims. Mondel absorbs the gravity of what she is telling him. He tries to pull her away to safety, but Ricky refuses because someone still needs to be rescued. She identifies that person as Kim Taehyun of New South Korea. Mondel is startled to hear Taehyun's name tied to this incident. Before they can act, the atmosphere around the ruined site shifts again. Ricky senses the change first and realizes something even worse is about to happen. A portal tears open overhead, confirming a sudden dungeon break. Monsters pour out in numbers, turning the rescue into an immediate survival battle. Mondel orders Ricky behind him and steps forward to defend her. He summons an arsenal of mana-forged firearms in an instant. Using his skilled genocide bullet, he floods the battlefield with countless conjured weapons and opens fire on the monsters. Even while protecting her, Mondel presses Ricky for answers about why she had been with Kim Taehyun. Ricky cuts that off and insists the priority is Taehyun's survival, because the dungeon break has left him in extreme danger. More powerful monsters descend, escalating the fight beyond what Mondel expected. Cursing the situation, Mondel admits he would have called for backup if he had known, while Ricky resolves to support him despite her injuries. As the monsters close in, Ricky's thoughts remain fixed on Kim Taehyun. A terrifying presence bears down on her, as if mocking whether Taehyun has already fallen. Mondel shouts for Ricky, trying to keep her focused and alive. She is cornered by a monster, and can only brace herself as it reaches for her. A strange power suddenly descends, halting the creature before it can finish her. Mondel sees the shift and realizes an unexpected force has entered the battle. The monster is overwhelmed from above as a new attacker crashes into the scene. Ricky immediately understands who it is and calls out to Kim Taehyun. Taehyun appears alive, declares Venom dead, and turns his attention to the remaining enemies. With blade in hand and dark power around him, he calmly takes command of the battlefield. In the aftermath of the unexplored storm of Kentha dungeon break, his intervention becomes the defining event. What could have become a catastrophe for all of Asia is stopped in the middle of the chaos. The one who accomplished it, almost absurdly, is a single player fighting alone. That player is Kim Taehyun of New South Korea. From that point on, not only the Asian and US associations but the wider world begins watching him closely. News of Taehyun's feat spreads publicly, drawing mass attention far beyond official circles. His actions become an international subject of scrutiny, speculation, and growing fascination. Meanwhile, the World Player Association moves to respond at the institutional level. As Taehyun and other players start defeating ever more SS-rank demons, the association begins introducing a new classification system. The old scale is no longer enough, and a new era begins with players whose power exceeds even the SS rank standard. In a red, corrupted wasteland, the scene opens with an ominous stillness broken only by drifting debris. Someone arrives in the abyss, disturbing the dark energy pulled across the ruined ground. A masked man studies the newcomer with interest and judges his rapid growth remarkable. The devastated landscape and lurking monsters make clear this meeting is taking place in a dangerous domain. The newcomer confirms the masked man's guess and identifies him as one of the archdukes. He specifies that this archduke is Beastmaster Orgel, a ruler-level being who has entered a contract with him. Orgel openly praises that power as something worthy of a king rather than a mere subordinate. Their exchange turns familiar, showing that Shadow and Orgel have known each other for some time. Shadow gets to the point and implies that if he came all the way here, trouble must have erupted outside the abyss. Orgel confirms it, and warns that the world changed significantly during Shadow's absence. Shadow absorbs that news in silence, immediately taking the situation seriously. Rather than hesitate, he welcomes whatever awaits him and prepares to face it. Weeks have passed since the unexplored Chinese dungeon called Grey Pit was finally cleared. The story shifts to a remote island off South Korea, isolated from the mainland. On that island, a woman enjoys a rare moment of leisure at a seaside resort. She relaxes in the sun and reflects on how long it has been since she could rest like this. Across from her, Yoo Ah-hyung reminds her that he invited her for business, not just pleasure. She brushes that off, saying she has been overwhelmed for a long time and intends to enjoy what little peace she can. Yoo Ah-hyung brings up Ricky Hollis, steering the conversation toward the real reason for the meeting. He recalls that Ricky testified about illegal monster experiments conducted in the World Player Association's lab. But because the dungeon's destruction wiped out most of the evidence, her testimony alone could not fully support the case against John Lung. The woman adds that they also failed to save many of the victims, leaving Ricky deeply discouraged. Even so, Yoo Ah-hyung reflects that this outcome was still far better than the disasters of his previous life. He knows that without intervention, Ricky would have vanished after falling into John Lung's trap. Worse still, venom would not have been stopped early, and a mysterious illness would have spread worldwide through the storm. He reveals that he had been searching for Ricky with his spells, and finding her now is an unexpected gain. He admits he anticipated this meeting and had been wondering what Ricky would do once she resurfaced. A second woman suddenly intrudes in a playful swimsuit, jokingly reframing the tense meeting as a date. Her teasing unsettles Yoo Ah-hyung, while the first woman lightly mocks his reaction. Yoo Ah-hyung points out that neither of them was invited and demands to know why they are here. The newcomer casually answers that she is here to observe and notes that she owns the facilities on the island anyway. When she says she already paid for everything, Yoo Ah-hyung rejects the idea that money excuses whatever she is planning. The first woman cuts in, noting Yoo Ah-hyung's status and implying that his time is too valuable to waste on pointless suspicion. She redirects the conversation and asks whether they should proceed with the matter he originally requested. The group moves to a reinforced structure whose walls, according to an alchemist's assessment, can withstand an SS-rank monster. They explain that the site's isolation makes it ideal for dangerous work and that it had little use until now. Inside the facility, Yahello questions why this particular place was chosen. He answers his own concern by saying ordinary safeguards have already been disabled, but that still will not be enough. He worries about the lookalike who might appear if he loses control and whether that being would have to be stopped by force. The memory of a monstrous, violent transformation makes clear he fears becoming something lethal and unrecognizable. Determined not to take chances, he decides he must be completely subdued before attempting another fight. When he warns that he could go on a rampage, the others ask if this is tied to one of his skills. Yahello explains that it is similar to that, but worse, because he might entirely lose his reason. Hearing that, one of the women urges him to let them help since he came all this way to ask for exactly that. He makes his request plainly. If anything goes wrong, he wants the two of them to stop him. The women are left baffled by how serious and self-contained his thinking has become. One of them turns to Ricky, asking whether she understands what is happening with him. Ricky connects his condition to the strange skill she once saw from Kim Taehyun when she used the canceller on his back in the lab. She remembers that among the powers she observed then, one felt especially wrong and suspects it may have been the Archduke's power. Realizing this test could reveal something crucial, Ricky decides there may be an important truth to uncover here. A man stands alone in a sealed chamber, preparing himself for a deliberate mental confrontation. He decides to begin and uses his phone as the trigger for an experiment he has never attempted this way before. As his own reflection flares red on the screen, he pushes himself into a dangerous altered state. He completes the hypnosis and fully surrenders his consciousness to the process. His body and surroundings distort as his mind is pulled out of the physical room and into an inner realm. He is violently inverted and dragged through a crimson void as the transition takes hold. When he lands in that red mental world, he immediately realizes he made the correct choice. Ahead of him, a towering throne and staircase reveal the presence waiting at the center of his body and mind. The being on the throne is amused that he had the sense to come here intentionally. The intruder acknowledges that he came by his own will to confront the parasite living inside him. Seeing that the creature wears his face, he dismisses the resemblance and demands to know what it truly is. The entity refuses to explain itself, making clear it has no intention of answering to him. Expecting that resistance, he steps forward already prepared to settle this by force. He declares that he will not allow a ticking bomb like this to remain inside him any longer. His resolve hardens into a direct order for the creature to get out of his body. The being only smiles and tests whether he truly intends to make good on that threat. He answers by taking a fighting stance and vowing to expel it himself. The creature is briefly caught off guard that its host believes such a thing is even possible. It immediately rejects the idea as impossible and prepares to crush that attempt. The two launch at each other, each reading the other's intent in the instant before impact. The entity unleashes Devour, turning the throne room into a spiraling storm of red power. He meets that attack head-on from below, bracing himself against the descending force. Back in the real facility, two women feel the chamber begin to shake from the clash inside him. They first mistake the tremors for an earthquake before realizing something far stranger is happening. One of them understands the truth and recognizes that the internal battle has started. Inside the chamber, he confirms to himself that the confrontation is now underway. The pressure surging through him cracks the floor beneath his feet. The chamber erupts as his power bursts outward, leaving the observer stunned by the scale of it. The long-haired woman shields herself and warns Ah-hyung that the aftermath will be severe. Within the mental world, the throne area shudders under the force of their exchange. A wave of red energy tears across the battlefield as their powers collide. They crash into close combat, either willing to yield ground. He presses the attack with fierce focus, trying to overwhelm the being before it can dictate the fight. But the clash escalates into monstrous force, showing that the creature can match him with terrifying ferocity. He realizes the problem at once. Both of them can use Devour, so that ability alone cannot decide the battle. The entity reads his thoughts and points out that the king's powers are unavailable to him here, forcing him to rely on his own abilities. Another violent exchange blasts them apart across the red expanse. As it reaches for him again, the creature reveals that even the powers he thinks are his alone were inherited from the king. That claim shocks him, because it overturns what he believed about his own strength. The being grins, satisfied that it has struck at his confidence as well as his body. It follows with a brutal revelation that Monarch's spirit is also within its reach. He is stunned by the implication that the creature can wield that power too. A spectral weapon manifests in the entity's grasp, proving the claim was not a bluff. The summoned strike detonates against him and sends him reeling, far beyond what he expected. As he struggles to recover, he realizes in disbelief that the creature can reproduce the same techniques he uses. The entity calmly confirms it, leaving him no room to deny the truth. It surges forward again, now armed with another king-derived weapon and complete confidence. While attacking, it explains that all of his other weapons were also obtained through the king's power. It mocks the idea that he ever thought those abilities were his alone and demonstrates that it can use them just as well. With the two now separated across the crimson field, the creature dismisses his assumptions as pure arrogance. The observer reluctantly admits that Kim Taehyun is far stronger than expected. They recall that Taehyun has repeatedly defeated opponents who should have been beyond him. Despite preparing countless ways to deal with someone like him, they realize none of those plans matter and are left searching for an answer. Taehyun cuts through that hesitation, mocking the futile effort to outthink him and declaring resistance pointless. He presses the advantage with overwhelming force, demanding surrender. As lethal attacks close in from every side, Taehyun remains composed instead of yielding. The assault detonates around him in a violent burst. When the smoke clears, the attacker senses something unexpected and pauses in confusion. Taehyun steps forward through the attack, revealing that he never expected an easy fight and had already committed himself to endure it. He unleashes his power in full and makes it clear he will fight to the end rather than give up. Still burning with red energy, Taehyun rises from the blast without breaking. Watching from nearby, two women are shaken by the sheer scale of his mana and recognize that he is rampaging. One of them realizes his power exceeds even what she considered extraordinary, rivaling her own level as a top magician. Seeing Taehyun engulfed in that aura, she begins to suspect this is something beyond raw mana alone. Deciding the situation cannot be allowed to drag on, she tells Ayeong she is stepping in. She prepares to use a special skill, and Ayeong immediately senses the urgency. Before they can fully settle, Taehyun lunges at them with sudden speed and killing intent. His approach confirms their fear that he has already crossed into a new awakened state. Taehyun advances through the room wrapped in red energy, now clearly transformed into a greater threat. Ayeong intercepts him with a spear and a shout, trying to hold him back. The magician asks Ricky for guidance, and Ayeong tells her to buy time by restraining Taehyun while the skill is prepared. Ricky accepts the role without hesitation and commits to facing him directly. As green power surges around him, Ricky reveals he has long wanted a rematch with Taehyun. He dives in from above, bringing his spear down with full force. Taehyun stays unnervingly calm as the strike descends. At the last instant, he raises a hand with precise control instead of panicking. Their powers collide in a blinding shockwave that tears through the space between them. Ricky follows through at close range, driving the attack into Taehyun before he can recover. While pressing him, Ricky remembers the Grand Phoenix and notes that unlike before, their positions are now reversed. Taehyun remains expressionless, but Ricky decides this time he will force him out of his current state. Ricky vows to beat Taehyun down until he snaps back to himself. He hammers the floor with another crushing blow, trying to overwhelm Taehyun through relentless pressure. Taehyun answers by launching himself back into the fight from above, refusing to stay pinned. He slips inside Ricky's reach and catches the spear at the critical moment, disrupting the attack. Using that opening, Taehyun counters with a brutal kick that knocks Ricky away. Ricky regains his footing, but the exchange has clearly rattled him. Meanwhile, the magician continues channeling blue energy, pushing her preparation toward completion. A concentrated spell begins to take shape in her hand. She admits she wanted to avoid using this trump card, but the situation has left her no choice. The spell expands rapidly into a massive luminous construct above her. Its power swells into a huge sphere that dominates the battlefield. Standing beneath it, she completes the formation of the overwhelming spell. Ricky charges again, but he realizes his arm is already going numb from the punishment Taehyun has dealt him. Even so, Taehyun keeps evading his attacks almost instinctively, making Ricky question what he has become. Seeing the danger escalate, the magician urgently orders Ayeong to run. Her skill activates and tears open a portal, transforming the surroundings into a strange abyssal landscape threaded with giant roots or tendrils. Ricky is thrown into confusion as the battlefield abruptly shifts around him. Ayeong stares at the new environment in shock and demands to know what Ricky has brought forth. The magician explains that this phenomenon is her skill, Portal. She reveals the true purpose of the spell. She has summoned a mana beast from the depths of the abyss. The woman explains that the vine-like skill reacts to strong mana on its own and, once it latches onto someone, keeps draining them until their mana is exhausted. The young man is struck by how extraordinary her power is, realizing she can open a gate to the abyss with human mana and even weaponize its creatures in combat. He recognizes her as Ricky Harris, the United States' second-ranked national powerhouse, and understands he is facing someone far beyond ordinary hunters. Before the danger is fully over, the vines tighten around him again instead of releasing him. Still bound and bent over, he remains trapped as the parasitic skill continues feeding on him. Ricky initially believes the crisis has passed and calls out to Taehyun, expecting him to recover. She realizes something is wrong when his mana keeps rising even while the mana beast drains him, and she notes that a little more time would have made the situation far worse. Inside, the presence taking over accepts the strange light and resolves to use it, treating the moment as the start of a real awakening. A surge of red power erupts from Taehyun's body and violently tears free of restraint. Ricky is jolted into alarm by the sudden reversal. A transformed Taehyun stands up on his own amid the shattered vines, making it clear that the body she thought subdued is now moving under another will. Ricky cannot believe he is still active and immediately raises an energy construct to defend herself. The figure in Taehyun's body coolly judges Ricky's mana beast as clever for a human, but warns that she has absorbed more mana than she can safely contain. Ricky senses at once that the person before her is no longer Kim Taehyun. He confirms it by mocking the idea that he would be as weak as Taehyun. Ricky demands to know what happened to the real Kim Taehyun. He answers bluntly that Taehyun lost to him, and that he now controls the body. Ricky compares the sensation to the monstrous being she once encountered, while he dismisses her confusion and keeps pressing forward. Deciding there is no point hesitating against an enemy, Ricky chooses to strike first. She unleashes a barrage of pink energy attacks meant to overwhelm him before he can settle into control. He remains completely calm as the attacks close in, showing no concern at all. The barrage tears through the area, but he stands at its center untouched. Ricky is stunned to realize he stopped her energy construct with his bare hands. He treats the exchange as trivial and decides to use the opportunity to warm up. In an instant he closes the distance and drives a brutal kick into Ricky before she can reset. The sheer speed and force leave her shaken, and she understands she has badly underestimated him. Red fragments and chained energy begin swirling around him as a deeper power answers his call. He drops low into that crimson current, drawing on it as if entering a domain that belongs to him. With a hand to the surface, he stabilizes himself and feels the power gathering more completely. Even while sensing he has only recovered a fraction of it, he recognizes an enormous gap between this strength and what he expected, and starts questioning what he truly is. He concludes that he is not the king he first suspected, but something the king planted inside him instead. Pushing aside the mystery for later, he focuses on the immediate need to stop Ricky before she can regain control of the fight. Even so, he struggles with how to do that while still adapting to this unstable power. He decides there is only one option and commits to it without further hesitation. Ricky suddenly finds his hand at her throat as he reappears right in front of her. He lifts her effortlessly and belittles her strength, making clear that none of this has even forced him to try. Choking in his grip, Ricky insists that she is still a national-level hunter and refuses to accept being dismissed. He rejects human standards entirely and demands that she prove she has something more worth seeing. As she struggles in pain, he turns her own claim against her and implies that a true national-level fighter should be capable of far more. For a brief moment, something catches him off guard and breaks his absolute focus. That opening lets the real Taehyun, still present within the body, seize his arm and plead with him to let go because this cruelty is not who he is. Taehyun forces himself to the surface harder, shouting for the intruder to regain control and stop acting like a monster. The possessor falls silent, visibly checked by Taehyun's resistance. His grip loosens, and Ricky drops away coughing as Taehyun's intervention disrupts the attack. Bloodied but grinning, Ricky immediately recognizes the opening and prepares to exploit it. She launches upward in a burst of green-lit motion, escaping his reach and repositioning above the battlefield. Enraged by being touched and interrupted, the possessor's contempt for humans sharpens into open hostility. He glares up at Ricky and demands how she dared lay hands on him. As Ricky crashes down elsewhere, he coldly warns her that her turn is coming next. He pauses mid-threat, as if a new realization or interruption is about to change the course of the confrontation. The man declares that saving Kim Taehyun is no longer possible. Even so, the woman reaches deeper into herself, determined to use whatever power remains. She realizes that although the demonic flowering is gone, the mana it absorbed still lingers in the air. By drawing that scattered mana into one place, she begins forcing the threat back into a single point. Knowing the monster would be even more dangerous than a dungeon break if it escaped, she resolves to stop it here no matter the cost. She apologizes to Kim Taehyun for what she is about to do and prepares to spend everything she has. A massive surge of gathered power fills the room as her final attempt takes shape around them. The pressure closes in on Taehyun, but instead of being overwhelmed, he remains standing at the center of it. A sinister smile reveals that something inside him has welcomed the situation. The power she gathered is abruptly swallowed by a far more monstrous red presence erupting from him. She is shaken as her desperate move is instantly overturned. Taehyun himself seems startled that this outcome was even possible. The entity in control praises her effort and mocks her for thinking she could stop it. She realizes in horror that she can no longer restrain him at all. The creature treats the whole struggle as entertainment and turns its attention fully toward her. It announces that it will use predation on her. As the attack begins, Taehyun reaches out from within the red power and tries to interfere. A sudden change in his expression shows his own will forcing its way back to the surface. He seizes control of his body from the monster in the middle of its assault. The woman collapses in exhausted silence at his feet as the immediate danger breaks. She studies him carefully, realizing the person before her has changed again. Taehyun, furious at what nearly happened, calls out to the being inside him. He denounces it outright, no longer hiding his hatred. Then he drags the battle inward, plunging into a mental or spiritual confrontation with the creature. The monster recognizes that Taehyun has returned to himself. It is enraged that he would interfere by turning predation on himself. Taehyun confirms that he deliberately used predation on himself to force this confrontation. He reveals he has understood the truth. The creature needs him to reach some greater objective, not simply kill him and steal his body. So he threatens to die here and ruin that plan, only for the creature to dismiss his body as a replaceable vessel. Taehyun counters that if that were true, the creature would not have rushed in so quickly to save him. The creature warns him not to get arrogant, and says the same kind of reversal will not happen twice. Taehyun accepts that risk, saying he has already died once and now treats the second life as a bonus. Rather than live again without achieving anything, he would rather die than be used. He stands firm in that resolve, refusing to yield even before the monster's overwhelming aura. For the first time, the creature admits it has underestimated him. Its power surges as if to crush him anyway, but instead of finishing him, it relents and concedes this round. It spares him only because Taehyun is still necessary for its larger goal. The creature orders him to keep struggling until he reaches the king, promising that only then will it decide whether he can die. It leaves him with a final threat that if he fails to satisfy it, it will devour him itself. Taehyun answers that even then, he will not surrender easily. When the confrontation ends, his status reveals that he has broken into the AAA rank while nearly exhausting himself. Back in the ruined room, he realizes he has surpassed the AA ranks and reached AAA. The woman recognizes that Kim Taehyun has truly returned. Her strength finally gives out and she collapses. Taehyun catches her and asks if he was the one who left her in this state, and she confirms it with a weak, almost teasing honesty. As he holds her, he notices another body nearby and she urgently warns him that the other person may be in danger. Still in his arms, she admits he is far more frightening than he ever let on. Then she thanks him. She asks him to keep secret that he protected her in the end, treating that silence as a favor. In a moment of trust, Taehyun is asked to come without hesitation whenever danger strikes, because he is believed to be someone dependable enough to guard another person's back. He quietly accepts that responsibility and promises he will be there. That promise lingers in his mind as the aftermath of the recent violence settles. Sometime later, the story shifts to recovery, showing that life has moved on from the immediate crisis. Despite everything that happened, neither of the injured ended up with lasting damage. They still have to remain hospitalized for a while, and Taehyun decides to stay close and look after his companion during that time. The patient makes light of the situation, enjoying being fed fruit and treating the care as a rare luxury rather than dwelling on the injury. Taehyun brushes off the gratitude, insisting this kind of caretaking is no big burden for him anymore. Their talk turns to the future, and they note that Ricky has been away longer than expected, likely because she is tied up with something important. That leads to the real reason for her absence. The long-awaited acceptance of SS rank licenses is about to happen. Taehyun confirms that Ricky is involved, and the World Player Association appears to be preparing something unusually grand for the occasion. The patient excitedly reveals that it will be an international event, warning Taehyun not to cause trouble on such a major stage. Taehyun can only react awkwardly, caught off guard by how serious the ceremony sounds. He admits that events on this scale are usually beyond his control. The scene shifts abroad, signaling that the announcement has drawn global attention. At the headquarters of the World Player Association, the world's leadership gathers for the formal declaration. The association's president opens by reminding everyone that humanity once stood on the brink of annihilation. He credits international cooperation and the efforts of players for pushing monsters back and steadily reclaiming the world. Now, he says, humanity is in an era of growth and relative peace under the leadership of President Vincent Chang. Because players have become central to that recovery, the association has concluded that the old licensing system no longer reflects their true importance. He declares that the time has come for a new age defined by SS ranks. The association proudly presents the first 10 heroes judged worthy of receiving this new title. With the audience's attention fixed on the stage, the president invites the chosen players forward. One by one, famous international players are named as the first SS rank recipients. More names follow, making clear that this is a historic class of elite figures from around the world. At last, the announcement builds toward the final name. That final honoree is Kim Taehyun of South Korea. The room erupts in applause as the association frames these new license holders as pillars of future peace. Standing before the crowd, Taehyun realizes he has finally reached the place he once longed for. He remembers how his ambition began with the simple wish to awaken and rise above helplessness. From there, he recalls climbing to national prominence, a path shadowed by the darker version of himself he once became. Now he has attained the highest point he ever reached before his regression, the SS rank. As he receives the ceremonial license, he reflects that his past self could never have imagined this moment. Even so, he refuses to see the title as the end, because it is only one step toward what he truly wants. What drives him forward is uncovering the truth behind the Archduke, the doppelganger, the king who regressed him, and the larger secrets of the world. Holding his new license, he steels himself to keep moving toward those answers. The solemn ceremony gives way to celebration, and the people around him eagerly congratulate him on making history for South Korea. An older man greets him with rough affection, joking that someone of Taehyun's level should not be so easily hurt. Another official explains that the older man's excitement comes from seeing someone from their country rise this far. He adds that a powerful player elevates the standing of the National Association as well, and that they expect even greater things ahead. Others crowd around Taehyun, thanking him for his role in the Asian exhibition matches and openly admiring what he has achieved. Their celebration is interrupted when a woman approaches and dryly notes how pleased everyone seems with themselves. It turns out to be Ricky, who casually greets Taehyun after her long absence. Taehyun immediately checks on her condition, and she answers with teasing complaints that he was too rough on her and left her aching. Watching from the side, others quickly sense there is some unresolved tension or familiarity between the two. Ricky then changes the subject and tells Taehyun that someone specifically asked to meet him today. He is surprised that anyone would seek him out personally. Ricky points out that the visitor is not a stranger to him at all, and Taehyun recognizes who is approaching. The newcomer explains that he came because he wanted to meet Taehyun and offer his thanks directly. He introduces himself respectfully to player Kim Taehyun, setting up an important new connection at the height of Taehyun's rise. A man realizes that reaching SS rank has finally put him on the same level as the legendary player standing before him. He recalls that among all players, one name was spoken above the rest. That man was remembered as the one who always stood at the front against the abyss. He is identified as Cody Wood, the strongest player alive. Even a simple greeting from Cody overwhelms the newly promoted player, who tries to answer with respect. They formally shake hands, and the newcomer introduces himself to Cody Wood. Cody welcomes him as a future partner, and makes clear they will be working together from now on. The newcomer begins to echo that promise of cooperation before the moment is interrupted. Someone abruptly calls for everyone's attention and halts the private exchange. Officials enter the room and prepare to deliver an unexpected announcement to the gathered elite players. They reveal that sudden news has arrived for the assembled guests. The World Player Association has accepted an offer from American leader Kevin Lee and, with the new SS rank license system, is launching a massive conquest campaign. The plan is to organize a large-scale conquest party to clear all remaining dungeons on Earth. The officials stress that the operation will be unprecedented and that every American SS rank player has already agreed to participate. The room quickly grasps the scale of it. America alone already controls half of all SS rank players. Cody listens in silence, his expression sharpening as he weighs the proposal. The speakers urge everyone to consider the alliance, presenting it as a chance to build lasting peace through the World Player Association. Some of the listeners immediately suspect that this is less about peace than about consolidating power. They understand the real danger. If half the SS ranks are American, this alliance would let the United States dominate the association and the rewards from the abyss. Even those who see through the scheme admit they are still too weak to oppose it without stronger allies beyond Kim Tae-hyun. That weakness starts to disappear as major foreign powers, including the United Kingdom and players like Daniel Harrington, move to join the alliance. France also commits, and momentum begins to swing decisively toward the coalition. Russia joins as well, making the alliance feel almost inevitable. With support piling up, attention turns toward the one remaining power whose decision could still matter. Kim Tae-hyun is called on directly to declare whether new South Korea will stand with them. The room waits for his answer, knowing his choice could reshape the balance of power. Instead of yielding, he flatly refuses. He makes it clear that new South Korea will pursue its own course before joining anyone else's plan. His refusal freezes the room and forces the alliance supporters to confront open resistance. Those who pressed him can only awkwardly back down in the face of his firm stance. Cody watches Kim closely, now more interested in him than before. Later, as a plane cuts through the sky, the political confrontation gives way to a private discussion. A woman remarks that it is unfortunate they still failed to bring Kim in, just as they had failed during the Marcus and Gregor matter. When asked if she is disappointed, she dismisses the conquest party itself as unimportant compared with her real interest. What truly caught her attention was Kim Tae-hyun, and she asks Cody what he thought of him. Cody answers simply that Kim seemed strong enough to explain her unusual reaction to him. Hearing that from the world's strongest player confirms her judgment, and she notes that Kim is tied to an archive of the abyss, a source of titles and power beyond ordinary rank. That revelation makes her pause and probe further, wanting to know whether Cody truly understands what Kim represents. As the storm darkens outside, the conversation turns more pointed and dangerous. She presses the issue again, signaling that she wants a more precise answer than simple praise. She asks whether Kim would still seem strong if he were measured against another contractor of an archive. The question hangs between them, implying a hidden standard of power beyond what was shown at the gathering. Cody considers it carefully, his attention narrowing as he senses the challenge behind her words. He decides he does not need speculation and says he will learn the truth soon enough. Elsewhere that night, the fallout from the failed alliance reaches another powerful figure. In frustration, a man slams his fist down and curses the situation. Ryu Zhane, head of the new Chinese Player Association, rages that this conquest party is absurd and that China has been completely excluded from the major powers' coordination. He blames Kim Tae-hyun for throwing everything into disorder and ruining his plans. Another man remains calm and decides that anger alone will not solve the problem. He resolves to use the precious data they barely recovered from the Great Pit as their next move. A man privately blames John Lung for creating unnecessary chaos, yet admits the turmoil has handed him an opportunity. That thought is cut off by a violent disturbance outside his office, instantly shifting his attention. He demands to know what is happening, only to realize the threat has already reached him. Blood seeps under the door, revealing that something lethal is waiting on the other side. The door opens, confirming the intruder has entered without resistance. A blood-soaked visitor steps over the bodies and calmly addresses the association leader, apologizing for the late-night visit. The terrified official can barely process the intruder's composure and asks who he is. The newcomer identifies himself as the leader of the malignant guild, making clear that a major enemy has come in person. His name is revealed as Min Ji-hong, a figure important enough that even his rank remains uncertain. Elsewhere at the Nightwalkers Guild in New South Korea, a different political discussion begins around an unexplored dungeon. A blue-haired guild leader challenges Kim Tae-hyun's push to claim the dungeon without outside help, questioning what drove him to such a stance. Tae-hyun remains relaxed and guarded, signaling he has already made up his mind. An older ally with an eye patch admits the situation leaves him torn rather than reassured. He warns that Tae-hyun's decision has put even the chairman in an awkward position, because Tae-hyun's strength does not solve everyone else's limits. The guild leader answers that those limits are exactly why he is pressing forward. She argues New South Korea cannot depend on him forever, and that the unexplored dungeon could become a chance for others to rise as well. Even while agreeing, she worries he is moving too fast, but Tae-hyun insists there is no time to delay. He reveals his real priority, From now on, he intends to work mainly inside the abyss. That declaration shocks her, because it means he is stepping away from the role everyone expected him to keep playing on Earth. To explain himself, Taehyun frames players as split into two broad paths depending on where they operate. One path belongs to pioneers who push into unexplored regions of the abyss for humanity's sake. The other belongs to those who stay on Earth to fight monsters, villains, and dungeon breaks. He notes that his own record has been built mostly outside the abyss, which is why he was promoted to S rank, but she points out that entering the abyss immediately after such a promotion is a drastic shift. Taehyun explains that the answers about the king and Han Jae-hai lie in the abyss, and he cannot reach his objective by remaining on Earth alone. He adds that Earth may face danger while he is gone, so strengthening others is his way of preparing for that risk. The guild leader admits she cannot make sense of him anymore. To her, Taehyun seems to be living by priorities no one else can fully see. She presses harder, accusing him of hiding too much, especially after what she has already witnessed. Taehyun concedes that the rampage skill she saw before was not an ordinary ability, confirming her suspicions. Her patience snaps, and she leans in to force a direct answer. She demands to know who Kim Taehyun really is. The confrontation becomes intensely personal as she corners him across the table. Taehyun studies her reaction, choosing his next move carefully instead of answering. Rather than reveal himself, he bluntly refuses, leaving her stunned. He tells Sokryung not to push it, insisting that even a full explanation would make no sense to her yet. Still, he softens the refusal by promising that the time to explain everything will come soon. She repeats that promise to herself, unsure whether to trust it but unable to let it go. Taehyun remains unreadable, keeping the truth locked behind that vague assurance. She reminds him that despite her frustration, she will honor the awakened oath she made with him and not go back on her word. With that settled, Taehyun shifts to business and asks why she sought him out so quickly after returning to Korea. She says she had wanted player Yoo Ah-hyung in her party, but her workload has been derailed by someone else's interference. So instead, she came to ask Taehyun for recommendations to replace her. She implies there is really only one obvious candidate, though the situation irritates her. Then she teasingly asks whether he is actually seeking her approval. Taehyun answers that he intended to recruit them regardless, making clear he came for information, not permission. The scene shifts to a major tower, where the next stage of his plan is already in motion. Taehyun had anticipated Kim Taehyun would track him down, and now turns to assembling proven Korean talent, beginning with Kang Hyuk, famed for regaining his place as Korea's best tanker after the Asian Games. He reflects that they have all been pulled into something far bigger than expected, while also naming Park Sungjin as another core S-rank player still central to new South Korea. The gathering expands to include Seo Han-gil and Kwak Shang, players who improved after the Asian Games, as the group acknowledges both past betrayal and the fact that Taehyun is giving them another chance. All of NSK's representatives are gathered in one room, and Ah-hyung realizes she has been brought before the entire team. Overwhelmed, she can barely believe she has been chosen to stand in for her sister. Their leader thanks everyone for coming on such short notice, making clear that something urgent has forced this meeting. He assumes they already know the crisis surrounding the unexplored dungeons and moves straight to the reason he called them. He announces that this group will become his new party for conquering those unexplored dungeons. The room absorbs the declaration as the selected players size up one another and the scale of what they are being asked to do. One of them voices both pride and doubt, honored to be chosen by an SS rank player but unsure how a team of this level could possibly qualify. The concern is obvious. Unexplored dungeons are SS rank threats or worse, while everyone assembled here is only S rank. Their leader calmly answers that this is only true for the moment. Having judged them personally, he declares that every one of them has the potential to rise far beyond ordinary S rank. He promises that the dungeon ahead will prove it, saying they are capable of becoming nationally ranked players, SS ranks, and more. He singles out Ah-hyung as well, assuring her that he sees the same potential in her. Still shaken, she accepts his judgment and tries to steady herself. He reflects that in his previous life everyone in this room eventually did become SS rank, though only after a long time. Because events have already changed, he decides to accelerate that growth and push the schedule forward. Some of the team eagerly throw themselves behind the plan, ready to follow his lead without hesitation. He cuts through their enthusiasm with a warning that entering an unexplored dungeon as they are now would simply get them killed. Instead, he gives them 1 month to prepare and makes it clear that he will personally train them until then. He begins by unleashing an extreme regimen, treating them like attack dogs to be forged through brutal discipline. A month later, the group enters the French unexplored dungeon known as the Opera House. Inside, the battle begins at once as enemies descend onto the stage-like battlefield. One of the party's frontliners advances in full armor, meeting the threat head-on. A heavily armored knight-like fighter braces and prepares to break through the enemy's assault. He catches a weapon strike with his bare hand, showing the team's new level of control and confidence. That counter turns into a devastating burst of force that blows the attacker away. The enemy is smashed aside, confirming that the team's training has translated into overwhelming combat power. Their leader praises Cody for standing out, while noting that the others are keeping pace as well. Elsewhere in the same fight, more teammates move in smoothly, combining firearms and close combat without losing momentum. Another fighter whips up a powerful attack, and even his allies are stunned by how absurd the team's firepower has become. With the whole party performing at this level, someone concludes that clearing the dungeon today is no longer unrealistic. That confidence is interrupted when one member notices troubling news from outside the fight. He reports that NSK and Kim Taehyun are sitting out today, prompting ridicule from onlookers. The gossip turns hostile as people mock unexplored dungeons as too dangerous for non-nationally ranked players and predict Taehyun will get his team killed through arrogance. Another observer, amused and curious, decides he wants to witness that supposed disaster for himself. At the same time, Taehyun's own group is already inside the Greek unexplored dungeon called the Snake's Pit. The team is immediately overwhelmed by giant serpents, and one member fears they are about to die. As the monsters keep pressing, the group realizes that fighting like this will end in disaster. That panic hardens into resentment, and they blame Taehyun for dragging them into a hopeless situation. Even while running for their lives, they complain that his punishing training has only brought them here to die. The formation starts to fray as some rush ahead, others beg them not to split up, and morale begins to crack. Ah Hyung, exhausted and struggling to breathe, feels the strain of both the chase and the training that led them here. Watching them, Taehyun notes that despite their fear, the training is working because they are already acting with more nerve than before. Then the group senses something strange about the cavern ahead, as if they have entered a place unlike the rest of the dungeon. They stop when they notice odd stone figures scattered around the area and begin to question what they are seeing. A closer look reveals the horrifying truth that these are not ordinary stones at all. They realize the statues are the missing players who vanished in this dungeon, preserved as lifeless figures. As that revelation sinks in, more silent figures seem to gather around them, tightening the sense of entrapment. A voice welcomes the intruders as foolish mortals, announcing the true master of this place. A monstrous Medusa rises before them, pleased that so many humans have come because it will increase her collection. The enemy is identified as Medusa, the SS rank owner of the unexplored Greek dungeon, confirming that Taehyun's party has reached the dungeon's terrifying ruler. As the group faces the boss, they quickly shift from hesitation to deciding who will make the first move. Kim Taehyun breaks the tension by wondering what an awakened Medusa's skin would feel like, showing he intends to test himself against her rather than back down. Their target reveals herself in full as Medusa, an overwhelming SS rank monster whose presence immediately dwarfs the hunters confronting her. The team recognizes her at once, confirming the danger they are up against. Medusa identifies herself as the master of the Snake Pit, and makes clear that this territory belongs to her. Her gaze alone starts freezing the hunters in place, and the team realizes they are facing a monster far above their level. When Taehyun steps forward anyway, the others are stunned that he would challenge something this dangerous. He reminds them that the past month of training was meant for this exact moment. Taehyun rejects the idea of limiting themselves before the fight even begins and pushes everyone to stop thinking like they have already lost. His resolve steadies the others, drawing their attention back from fear to action. The team accepts his reasoning and decides to trust the growth they have built through training. Even knowing the enemy is stronger, they choose to fight as if surpassing themselves matters more than the odds. Their tanker casts aside his fear and commits to the battle. He orders everyone to follow the plan they practiced, turning Taehyun's challenge into a coordinated team assault. The hunters launch a combined opening attack from multiple angles, trying to overwhelm Medusa before she can fully respond. Their melee fighters and ranged support press in together, putting the rehearsed strategy into motion. Medusa barely reacts, dismissing the barrage as insignificant. She counters with a sweeping strike that forces the attackers back and shows how little their first effort accomplished. Even under pressure, the support pair keeps working in sync to maintain the formation. Medusa's wide-reaching attacks threaten the whole group at once, making distance and timing critical. The tanker plants himself in the path of the attack, physically intercepting the blow to keep the others alive. Empowered by his beast form blessing, he taunts Medusa and turns himself into the shield the team needs. Using that opening, the blue-haired fighter leaps in with an ice-charged strike aimed directly at Medusa's body. Medusa starts to dismiss the attack as meaningless, still convinced the hunters cannot truly hurt her. But the ice attack finally bites into her, freezing over part of her body and proving she is not untouchable. The team immediately exploits that success, pressing the attack around the frozen area before she can recover. The blue-haired fighter shifts into a name technique, committing fully to a stronger finishing blow. He brings down ice smashing with concentrated force, aiming to turn a small opening into real damage. The strike lands hard enough to make Medusa cry out, confirming the hunter's attacks are beginning to affect her. For the first time, Medusa's confidence cracks into visible pain and anger. Even so, she catches the weapon mid-assault, showing that raw power still remains on her side. Furious at being hurt by prey she looked down on, Medusa lashes out and brands the hunters as vermin. Taehyun reads the exchange clearly. Despite her rank, their coordinated attacks are steadily producing results. He identifies the structure of their success, with the mages attacking from range while repeatedly blinding her. He also notes that Kwon Kanghyuk is anchoring the formation as tanker and protecting the back line. Meanwhile, the melee pair keeps striking from her blind spots, preventing Medusa from focusing on a single threat. They still have not landed a decisive blow, but the accumulated damage is starting to matter. Taehyun warns himself that Medusa will not keep enduring this passively forever. Medusa reaches the same conclusion and decides the fight is over on her terms. She erupts with power, abandoning restraint and unleashing a far more dangerous level of force. Her enlarged movements and violent energy flood the battlefield, threatening to crush the team's formation outright. Taehyun recognizes the pattern they prepared for. Once Medusa's attacks grow too large, she becomes vulnerable to their hidden play. As Medusa notices one of the hunters has vanished from sight, the support casters keep her attention occupied. At that same moment, the missing fighter closes in from below, timing the ambush to her overextended attack. The tanker reveals a second beast form blessing and charges in with explosive force, no longer content to merely defend. His sudden Minotaur Queen-powered strike smashes Medusa off balance, exposing the opening the team had been saving. Seeing the trap spring perfectly, Taehyun realizes the decisive moment has arrived. He gives the signal, and the team unleashes their prepared finisher all at once. The mages fire Starlight Beam, Magic Blow, and Ice Storm together while the melee fighter commits his own strike to the same instant. Their full combination attack crashes into Medusa from every side, turning their month of preparation into a single coordinated attempt to bring down the SS rank monster. As the dust settles, the surviving party looks down in stunned disbelief at the monster they have just brought down. The fallen gatekeeper lies defeated, its ominous presence finally collapsing after the brutal fight. The group begins to accept that they really won, while the Fang Man boasts that his new technique actually worked on the boss. Their blue-haired ally steadies the mood by acknowledging that everyone pulled their weight. The dark-haired man quietly praises her in return, saying he knew she could do it. That draws a complaint from the loud survivor, who grumbles that the man mostly watched while the rest of them nearly died clearing the dungeon. The dark-haired man takes the jab lightly, and the others half-jokingly wonder if he might be stronger than he looks. Before the banter can continue, the group senses something wrong and turns toward a new disturbance. A strange force begins tearing open space near the corpse of the defeated boss. The rupture violently expands into a dark blue opening that swallows the air around it. The party recoils as they realize the phenomenon resembles a gate forming inside the dungeon itself. One of them immediately understands the implication and feels dread set in. The truth becomes clear when a massive serpent-like presence emerges and they recognize the nightmare scenario. This is a double dungeon. A new being steps through, confirming that the gatekeeper's death was only the beginning. An enormous dragon wreathed in blue and crimson power appears before them and coolly remarks on how unusual this situation is. The dragon dismisses the idea that anyone here should have been able to kill its gatekeeper, identifying itself as the master of this double dungeon, Historian Basilisk, an SS rank owner. The survivors instantly realize this enemy is on an entirely different level from Medusa and panic at the scale of the threat. Its pressure alone locks their bodies in place, leaving them unable to move or fight back as terror spreads through the group. One woman strains against the paralysis, but fear and the monster's aura keep her frozen. In contrast, the dark-haired man remains composed, turning his attention fully toward the dragon. While the others stay trapped by fear, he calmly steps forward as if the pressure does not apply to him. The immobilized party can only watch from behind as he places himself between them and the dungeon owner. The dragon studies him more carefully and begins to understand who it is dealing with. It concludes that he is the one responsible for Medusa's death. He casually redirects the credit to the exhausted team behind him instead of claiming it for himself. The dragon rejects that explanation outright, refusing to believe such weak humans could have done it. He mocks the dragon's servants as poorly trained and says they were not especially difficult to kill. Then he openly provokes the dungeon owner, asking whether defeating its minions means he should now face their master. Insulted by his tone, the dragon warns him that a mere human has forgotten his place. It attacks in fury, unleashing overwhelming force directly at him. The dragon drives its head down in a crushing strike meant to erase him instantly. For a brief moment, the monster expects an easy kill. Instead, a red power erupts and smashes into the dragon's attack, stopping its momentum cold. The clash sends fragments and energy scattering as the dragon's confidence is shaken. The beast looks up and sees crimson feathers falling, a sign that something far more dangerous has awakened. The man reveals a transformed state with vast red wings and a blazing aura, stunning the dragon with a form it recognizes. With one eye glowing red, he challenges the dragon to find out which of them is truly beneath the other. He grips a red-black spear and launches himself into battle. Moving faster than the eye can follow, he tears across the dragon's body and forces it back with a brutal opening assault. His strikes keep carving into the monster, and he taunts it for failing to land even a proper hit. The dragon rages as he slips around its attacks, unable to pin him down despite its size and power. He remains unnervingly calm in the middle of the exchange, reading the fight while his transformed power continues to build. Another crimson slash rips across the dragon, deepening the damage and humiliation. The wounded beast roars in pain and fury as the tide of battle turns against it. He declares that the dragon cannot even catch a mere insect, while identifying his manifested power as Redic, a unique rank spear, and Lycansia reward, a unique rank winged ability. The dragon tries to recover its pride by insisting that borrowing Igman's power does not make him special. It counters by unleashing a massive vortex of water-like force, trying to overwhelm him with a wider and deadlier attack. Caught off guard, he realizes the dragon is not just a dungeon owner but someone empowered by an archduke as well. The battlefield is swallowed by the spiraling torrent as he rises above it with his red wings spread. From within the storm, he reveals the name of his power, Mahi, and declares it to be the true might of Jormungand, the archduke among archdukes. A monstrous force identified as Mahi's infinite power is unleashed with the claim that it can overwhelm anything before it. The sight of that red-winged power makes someone think Igran's abilities have been invoked. A calmer observer immediately rejects that assumption and realizes this power does not belong to the archduke. As he reaches out, he clarifies what they are truly witnessing. he reveals that the raging force is the king's power instead. A terrifying red eye confirms that a far greater will is present behind the attack. That power takes the form of a dragon-like torrent and crashes down with overwhelming violence. One of the trapped party members panics, convinced he is about to die. But when the attack ends, the survivors are left confused to find themselves still alive and the immediate threat gone. As they scramble to understand where the lizard monster disappeared to, the blue-haired woman remains silent and shaken. Kim Tae-hyun returns and matter-of-factly explains that he dealt with the monster while the others were immobilized. He declares the unexplored Greek dungeon cleared, bringing the mission to an abrupt success. The blue-haired woman is stunned that a creature beyond S rank was defeated so easily, and her fear of Kim Tae-hyun deepens. Another teammate explodes in anger, accusing Kim Tae-hyun of sending them into a hidden double dungeon without warning. Kim Tae-hyun brushes off the accusation with feigned innocence, inviting sarcasm about his supposed omniscience. He dismisses the complaint entirely, arguing that the outcome is what matters and insisting he fulfilled his role too. He smooths things over by praising the team and saying they exceeded his expectations. Internally, however, he admits he chose this double dungeon on purpose because he wanted them to gain experience by facing death up close. The battered team is left as proof of how harsh that lesson was. Even while presenting himself as cooperative, Kim Tae-hyun privately decides that this ordeal will harden them into something more useful. A portal opens, signaling their return from the dungeon. As they emerge together, Kim Tae-hyun reflects that the group will soon be dependable enough to hold the line without him. Their success immediately becomes a public spectacle, drawing cameras and officials. Reporters announce that the long-unconquered Paris dungeon has finally been cleared and press the director for a statement. Questions pile up at once about casualties and what comes next, but he promises answers only after restoring order. He forces the crowd to slow down so he can control the narrative. Then a sudden report shocks someone listening remotely, making him demand confirmation. The revelation that New South Korea was involved spreads through the press corps and causes immediate alarm. Some initially assume the uproar must be tied to bad news from NSK, but they are quickly told the truth is the exact opposite. The name New South Korea is repeated with growing disbelief. A live broadcast confirms that New South Korea cleared the previously unexplored dungeon. That news is hard to accept because the man credited with it had not even ranked among the world's top players before. The shock deepens when they learn the Greek dungeon was actually a double dungeon. Since Kim Tae-hyun's team returned without a single injury, people begin to wonder whether NSK's strength has been vastly underestimated. Elsewhere that night, attention shifts to another power center. Watching the broadcast, a blonde man bitterly remarks that this development has stolen the spotlight from his own side. His superior agrees that the event should have elevated the United States instead. He decides they will have to accelerate their plans as Kim Tae-hyun and NSK continue gaining fame. Even as the US and the World Player Association keep clearing dungeons competitively, the balance of attention is changing. The various players continue fighting across battlefields, whatever their original motives may have been. At the same time, the world itself begins settling back into a fragile peace. That calm is contrasted by a secluded building hidden among trees. When someone approaches, the guards warn that entry is forbidden without permission. The intruder answers by blasting through them and forcing his way inside. After dropping the guards with ease, he contemptuously dismisses them as insignificant lackeys. The attacker is revealed to be S-rank player Lee Young-soo, president of Taesen Group, enraged that anyone dared obstruct him. More security personnel rush in to confront the sudden breach. They recognize the gravity of the situation as the powerful visitor stands before them. Even so, they warn President Lee Young-soo that knowing the location does not mean he was ever welcome to enter at will. A guild leader erupts in fury, condemning the major guilds and demanding to know why he has been summoned. He reminds them their original arrangement was supposed to eliminate Kim Tae-hyun before he became a threat. Instead, Tae-hyun has risen to SS rank, leaving them unable to touch him. He blames Tae-hyun's conquest squad and growing influence for drawing the four great guilds to his side and pushing the Taesong group out entirely. His anger turns personal as he laments that his crippled son can no longer inherit the guild he built. Driven past restraint, he demands to know how much longer he is expected to wait for results. The response is calm and rehearsed, but the room is already being infiltrated by something unnatural. The guild leader senses too late that the situation has changed. A masked operative from Taisen appears behind him and makes it clear they are aiming for a much larger catch. As Black Tendril sees the men around him, panic spreads through the room and his subordinates realize they are under attack. The guild leader is shaken by how completely the intruder bypassed his awareness. The operative admits Taehyun's growth was unexpected, but insists their campaign against him is still alive. Before discussing that, the operative shifts the meeting toward a business proposal. He reveals that the Malignant Guild obtained a Chinese Player Association item containing laboratory test data. Recognizing the value immediately, the guild leader is told he already knows exactly what Taisen wants in exchange. He silently weighs the offer and its implications. Greed wins out, and he agrees to negotiate seriously. With a satisfied smile, he accepts the new direction of the deal. Elsewhere, a portal opens as the World's Player Association moves to clear Earth's last unexplored dungeon. The NSK team enters the final unexplored dungeon in Mexico, knowing that no unknown dungeons will remain afterward. Park Sungjin reflects that what once seemed impossible has now been achieved. Kwon Kang-hyuk jokes that he is almost disappointed there are no more dungeons left for him to enjoy. Kwok Si-young teases Seo Han-gil about what he will do for his guild once Omniscore no longer has dungeons to manage. Seo Han-gil laughs it off and claims he already has a great new plan for his guild. Lim Ah-hyung rushes in to join the group, refusing to be left out of the moment. From a short distance away, Taehyun watches as every NSK member is now a nationally ranked player. He realizes that at this pace they will all soon reach SS rank as well. Having grown stronger himself through the unexplored dungeons, Taehyun decides the time has come for his next step. After some time passes, he heads to a tall office building to act on that decision. There, Bang Chae-soo receives him with surprise and immediate respect. Chae-soo formally greets him as player Kim Taehyun, acknowledging his elevated status. In private, Chae-soo congratulates him on becoming the head researcher of the Player Association, while Taehyun brushes off the ceremony. Chae-soo admits that a man who had once lost all hope now feels as if he has been allowed to live in atonement. He credits that second chance entirely to Taehyun. The narration explains that Bang Chae-soo is a specialist in combining skills. After meeting Taehyun, Chae-soo redirected his life. He began using his talent under the association by testing his methods on criminals. With Taehyun's support and the association leader's trust, he was officially hired to strengthen NSK's awakened players. Returning to the present, Chae-soo asks why the world's strongest player has come, certain it is not for idle conversation. Taehyun admits he has come to ask for another favor. Chae-soo is surprised there is still anything he can offer, but promises his help without hesitation. Taehyun states his goal plainly. He wants to combine even more skills. Chae-soo is caught off guard, because Taehyun has already gone far beyond what should be possible. Taehyun presses the logic further, asking why a skill that is already the product of combination cannot be combined again. Chae-soo is alarmed by the idea of a double combination and warns that amplifying a skill that far could trigger catastrophic mana backlash. He tries to stop Taehyun, insisting that even someone this strong may be pushing past a safe limit, but Taehyun reveals he has something he must accomplish no matter the risk, because his current strength is still not enough. He tells Chae-soo that only he can make this next leap possible. Taehyun reassures him that he has trained his body enough to endure the strain. Unable to refuse that resolve, Chae-soo gives in with weary admiration and agrees to help. Kim Taehyun enters a fusion chamber built by alchemists, where a powerful mana stone will amplify his ability for the first time. Warned that the process cannot be stopped once it begins, he accepts without hesitation. As the ritual starts, the system asks whether he wants to combine his spells, and the operator initiates the procedure. Energy surges through Taehyun's body so violently that he can barely stay upright. The system confirms that skill fusion is underway. The chamber erupts with overwhelming power, and the strain immediately becomes agonizing. Taehyun is swallowed by a blank, radiant space as the fusion pushes beyond normal limits. A mysterious being appears and reveals that choosing Taehyun was the right decision. That presence notes that even Taehyun's body has limits and cannot endure everything on its own. Deciding to intervene, the being offers him a small measure of help. That aid ignites inside Taehyun, awakening a new power in his eye. The system detects an unknown force, raises his rank to S, and announces that an immense power is awakening. As new skills are registered, the blast from the chamber shocks the observers outside. Taehyun trembles under the aftermath, realizing something far greater than a simple fusion has happened. His updated status identifies him as an S rank with greatly increased attributes, and a new unique skill called Predation. The fusion has also expanded his regular abilities, adding powers such as Hypnosis, Blood Enhancement, Monster Sight, an Infinite Field, Intimidation, Mimicry Preparation, and Poison-infused mana. On top of that, he now possesses summoning skills tied to powerful rulers, including Rosaria, Hazard, Igman, Orgel, Beelzebub, and Jormungand. Taehyun realizes the process did more than merge what he already had, and he wonders if the system has even recognized the change in his rank. The staff rush in, stunned by the scale of what just happened. One of the researchers checks on the operator, who assures them he is unharmed. When they look into the chamber, they are struck speechless by what they see. The operator can barely begin to describe it. Seeing Taehyun emerge transformed, the researchers realize they are witnessing a historic moment. Taehyun steadies himself, taking in his new state with cold focus. The event's significance spreads beyond the lab, reaching the wider organization. Soon after, Taehyun is brought before association officials to account for the damage and the unprecedented result. He endures the meeting tensely, aware he has caused trouble. He is scolded for wrecking association property and apologizes for it. Even so, the official lets it pass because Taehyun's achievements so far are extraordinary. Asked whether he feels different, Taehyun admits that power is coursing through him so strongly that he wants to challenge the abyss immediately. He adds that he also wants to test the limits of his remodeled skills and asks permission to do so. Before that can be settled, the official informs him that a request has arrived for him. The request comes from the World Player Association, leaving Taehyun confused. He is told that he has been invited to take part in the selection for a new SS rank player. At the test site, other candidates and attendants prepare as the evaluation begins. A crowd gathers, and attention quickly shifts toward Taehyun's arrival. He learns that this exam will determine who becomes the new SS rank among the S rank players. Taehyun reflects that enough time has passed for a new SS rank to be chosen. The other participants whisper that he is the famous Kim Taehyun and wonder whether he can rival Cody Wood. His reputation as a standout S rank makes him the center of attention the moment he steps forward. A suited official formally thanks Taehyun for accepting the invitation. The man introduces himself as Vincent Chang, president of the World Player Association, and announces that everyone is present. He identifies one of the representatives as SS rank player Thomas Perwine. He then introduces another representative, SS rank player Cody Wood. With 3 SS rank figures present, the exam is framed as an exceptionally fair and prestigious evaluation. When Taehyun asks how the test will work, Vincent begins explaining a point-based system for judging each player. Before the explanation can continue, Cody's side reacts with visible impatience. Taehyun cuts through the formalities and questions whether such a complicated process is necessary at all. He releases a burst of red power that instantly sweeps across the arena and puts everyone on edge. The sudden pressure shocks the officials, who call out Taehyun's name in alarm. An examiner declares that a true player must be tested for mental strength, physical power, and practical skill by pushing candidates until they break. His severity alarms the officials, who realize he is about to make the exam far harsher than planned. Instead of backing down, another examiner finds the idea intriguing. The examiners gather in the arena, signaling that the test format is being decided on the spot. Kim Taehyun steps forward with confidence and volunteers to take part personally. The sudden move throws the organizers into panic because Taehyun's involvement disrupts their preparations. The rookies immediately feel overwhelmed, questioning whether an exam this brutal can really be acceptable. The president settles the matter by giving the examiners full authority to conduct the test as they wish. With that approval, the examiners divide the candidates among themselves. Taehyun is assigned the first floor, while Thomas takes the second. Among the rookies, Jeffrey bitterly complains that the examiners are acting arrogant just because they recently reached S rank. He argues that S ranks are still new and insists the older generation would never have suffered such losses if they had been given more time to grow. Jeffrey's words push Sarah, who has been holding back behind her master's reputation, to confront her own hesitation. He vows to humble the examiners today and prove they are not untouchable. His resentment focuses especially on Kim Taehyun. Taehyun welcomes the rookies with calm authority as they face him on the first floor. He introduces himself as the official examiner in charge under the World Player Association. Then he explains that his rule for this test is extremely simple. To pass, the entire group only needs to land a single hit on him. At first, some of the rookies think that condition sounds manageable. Taehyun crushes that optimism by warning that even one successful blow will be impossible for all of them together. He openly invites them to attack him at once, making it clear he wants no restraint. The challenge leaves the rookies tense, while Sarah shrinks back amid the pressure. Jeffrey's anger boils over, and he decides to answer Taehyun's provocation head-on. Ignoring Sarah's attempt to stop him, Jeffrey charges first, determined to punish Taehyun for his arrogance. Taehyun remains completely composed as the attack rushes toward him. Jeffrey commits fully, convinced he can seize the opening himself. Taehyun intercepts him instantly and launches a devastating counter before the others can react. The shockwave tears through the corridor, forcing the nearby rookies to watch the result helplessly. Jeffrey is left sprawled on the floor, bloodied and defeated in a single exchange. Taehyun coldly counts Jeffrey as the first failure. The gap in power becomes undeniable as Taehyun stands untouched while the rookies stare at their fallen ally. Sarah is shaken by how quickly everything collapsed around her. She tries to stop the others from rushing in blindly, warning that anger alone will only get them hurt. Even so, the group realizes they need teamwork and moves together to create an opening. They launch a coordinated assault from multiple directions, trying to overwhelm Taehyun with numbers. Taehyun reads the attack pattern immediately and stays focused on the true timing of their approach. He breaks their formation with a precise counterattack, knocking one attacker away before the trap can close. Surrounded by different abilities, he still controls the center of the fight and turns their encirclement into his advantage. With a single step, he resets his position and seizes the initiative again. He leaps through their attack lines, evading one strike while dropping onto a new target from above. His follow-up blows slam through multiple rookies in rapid succession, dismantling the team effort. One remaining fighter tries to resist with a powered punch, but even he is straining just to keep up. Taehyun crushes that resistance head-on, driving the clash into the floor with overwhelming force. He finishes the exchange by blasting the last challenger away, ending the group attack without taking a hit. Watching the aftermath, the rookies realize in disbelief that even a full assault has failed to so much as scratch him. Taehyun dismisses them as a disappointment, and calls out the ones still hanging back, saying they are no better than the fools who attacked only to satisfy their pride. He presses the hesitant candidates, warning that doing nothing will change nothing. His taunt forces the remaining rookies to confront their fear and indecision, asking how long they intend to keep waiting. Sarah falls silent, caught at the edge of finally making her own choice. A white-haired candidate steps forward and asks the room to hear out a proposal. She advances with calm confidence, making it clear she intends to act rather than wait. One of the observers grows curious about what she is planning. She answers by summoning a luminous, vine-like aura around herself. Centering that power, she prepares to use it deliberately in front of everyone. An onlooker judges that this must be the ability under discussion and wonders whether it is truly formidable enough to justify her boldness. Instead of debating, he decides to test her claim immediately. A violent strike crashes down, blasting the arena and forcing a direct confrontation. When the dust clears, the attacker realizes she has actually stopped the blow. Bleeding but unbroken, she grabs hold of him and urgently orders the others to flee at once. As the rest scatter, she drags the attacker with her, choosing to hold him in place herself. One fleeing candidate understands that she is sacrificing her own safety to buy everyone else time. The man she seized responds with quiet amusement instead of concern. He activates Apocalypse. Darkness erupts outward from him, swallowing the space and turning her attempt to restrain him into a trap. Those caught nearby lose their sight and panic as the sudden effect overwhelms them. The darkness tightens further, leaving them gasping and unable to breathe. Red chains lash out through the void, binding victims as they cry for help. The attack is revealed as Monarch's World, a domain that suppresses all active skills and shackles those inside with chains of bondage. Within that domain, senses are distorted, bodies weaken, and anyone ordinary is doomed to collapse. Yet the attacker notices that the white-haired woman is still enduring it. Clinging to her master's teaching to never give up because an opening will come, she refuses to break. He realizes she is drawing in surrounding mana, turning it into usable power, and even blocking his assault by absorbing the mana around her. At the moment their powers collide, the chains around them begin to shatter. Seeing the opening she waited for, she launches a decisive counterattack. For the first time, her opponent is forced onto the defensive as the domain destabilizes around him. Her fist closes in, poised to finish the exchange. But just as she commits, her body suddenly stops responding and her momentum dies. Her failed strike falls short, leaving her exposed right in front of him. He watches her falter with cool composure, already certain of the outcome. When the darkness clears, he stands untouched amid the wreckage while the other candidates lie defeated, and he dismisses her effort as impressive but insufficient. Still, he acknowledges Sarah McQueen and declares that she has passed. He identifies her as a United States rank player and the disciple of the Thunder Emperor, noting that she is exceptional even by that standard. Hearing this, another man realizes who her master must be. He then relays the result to that master, congratulating him that his student succeeded. The blonde master receives the news in stern silence. Elsewhere, officials monitoring the exam confirm that the testing has concluded. They are shocked to learn that only one person passed, Sarah McQueen of the United States. The result feels disastrous to them. They blame themselves for rushing a license exam that should have been handled with far greater care, especially since none of their own candidates succeeded. Before they can dwell on it, an urgent report arrives that Cody Wood and Kim Taehyun have requested a duel as a pretext. What they actually want is access to the highest level training room. The two men enter the vast chamber and take positions across from each other. Kim Taehyun approaches with purpose while Cody waits for him head-on. Cody opens by repeating his congratulations about the student who passed. Kim dismisses the pleasantry and makes clear he knows Cody came for a different reason. Cody says Kim must feel the same hunger he does, the frustration of having no one around worthy of satisfying them. He addresses him directly by name, turning the conversation into a challenge between equals. Now calling themselves comrades, Kim suggests they settle that shared craving properly. Cody accepts at once and proposes that they have a match. The dark-haired fighter had expected to face the world's strongest someday, but not under circumstances like this. Instead of resisting the moment, he accepts it as a chance to measure his current level against the man at the top. He steels himself to challenge the strongest person alive head-on. Elsewhere, officials watch the arena through a large monitoring screen as the confrontation begins. The staff realize the match is between the world's first and second-ranked fighters and wonder whether they should intervene. Their superior dismisses the idea of stopping them, arguing that no one there could, and decides they should at least record the clash for useful information. He pushes the others to treat the fight as valuable data and even potential publicity. With responsibility claimed, the order is given to let the battle proceed. The arena system formally grants the requested use of the facility. Even with the association recording everything, the blonde fighter considers that irrelevant because once they truly start, outside oversight will mean nothing. The dark-haired man notes that someone like the blonde champion does not seem like the type to seek out fights for no reason. The blonde man frames the challenge as beneficial for his rival, implying the second-ranked fighter should be eager to take the top spot. The challenger rejects the provocation and makes it clear he could seize that rank whenever he chooses. He recognizes the blonde man's taunting as a weapon, but warns that kind of manipulation will not work on him. A surveillance camera locks onto them as the association continues observing. The fight erupts with enough force to crater the floor the instant they engage. Wrapped in a red aura, the dark-haired fighter launches forward with explosive speed. The blonde champion's eyes sharpen as he reads the attack in an instant. The challenger drives in with a straight punch, pressing the opening exchange. The blonde fighter slips into range just as fast, meeting him without hesitation. Their first collision detonates in a burst of force, showing neither can overwhelm the other immediately. The dark-haired man is startled to find the champion matching him so cleanly. He answers with another heavy strike, blasting power across the arena. As the exchange continues, he confirms his suspicion about their matchup. He concludes that the two of them are evenly matched in both raw power and speed. That realization tells him a straightforward contest will not decide the outcome, so he resolves to force the battle into a different phase and prepares a special move. Calling on Apocalypse, he releases a red, ominous power from his outstretched hand. That power surges across the arena toward the blonde fighter like a binding curse. Red chains snap into place around the champion's body and limbs. The blonde man is fully restrained, but instead of panicking he tests the force holding him. He admits the binding carries tremendous power, and realizes his opponent had concealed an ability he was never told about. The challenger answers that his enemy still understands very little about him. Rather than surrender, the blonde fighter gathers radiant energy and warns that only his full strength can win this fight. He drives forward through the restraint, declaring that his opponent will need everything he has to stand against him. In a blaze of golden light, he transforms into Holy Knight, donning armor and a sword as the chains begin to fail. Now armored, he bursts free and charges with sword in hand. Seeing Apocalypse broken so easily, the dark-haired fighter realizes the blonde man must have learned directly from the same source that taught him. He immediately draws a blade of his own to answer the new threat. Their weapons meet in a violent clash that throws sparks and shockwaves. The impact tears through the arena floor and sends destructive force outward in every direction. Glass and debris explode through the air as the duel escalates beyond the room's ability to contain it. Amid the wreckage, the armored champion keeps pressing the attack while the challenger braces and counters. The dark-haired fighter slips inside the assault and lands a close strike even as the champion swings past him. They continue trading rapid sword blows at point-blank range, either giving ground. In the middle of the exchange, the challenger feels a fierce pounding in his chest unlike anything before. Watching the armored man bear down on him, he understands that this sensation comes from facing someone truly beyond everyone else. He finally accepts with certainty that the man before him really is the strongest. Outside the arena, the monitoring feed fails under the violence of the battle. The observers panic over the blackout, scramble to find any remaining cameras, and call for emergency support before the fighters destroy more than the facility can survive. As the emergency escalates, a superior refuses help and heads in alone. It is understood that even the safest high-rank training room should have withstood dozens of S-rank fighters, which means the battle inside has already exceeded all expectations. The destruction spreading through the room confirms that the clash has gone far beyond what anyone thought possible. Kim Taehyun realizes their fight is so intense that the building may collapse before either side wins. The armored opponent agrees and demands that Taehyun stop holding back so they can end it properly. Taehyun denies concealing his strength and insists he has already been fighting seriously for some time. The knight calls out that claim as false and points out that Taehyun still has not used his Archduke's power. That accusation shocks Taehyun, exposing a secret he did not expect the other side to know. When Taehyun questions him, the knight reveals that only someone who knows the abyss's secrets could have recognized the truth. He then discloses his own identity as an Archduke contractor. Turning the pressure back on Taehyun, he demands to know which monster Taehyun made his contract with. Taehyun quickly connects this to earlier rumors about Archduke contractors in China and realizes Cody was one of them too. He also notes that the knight only mentioned an Archduke, not the king, so Taehyun decides to keep his deeper secret hidden. Choosing caution, Taehyun releases a red demonic power instead of revealing everything he truly has. The knight guesses Taehyun's contractor may be Ignan, the vampire lord, and asks for confirmation. Rather than wait for an answer, the knight begins unveiling his own power. Dark energy surges through the armor as his transformation takes hold. Great wings unfurl, signaling that he has shifted into a far more dangerous form. He names himself as the fallen angel Lucifer, making his contractor and authority explicit. With both sides exposed, he declares that the real finish begins now. He launches first, closing the distance in a flash. Taehyun moves to meet the attack head-on instead of retreating. Their collision detonates with enough force to blast apart the space around them. The shockwave tears through the room and leaves only smoke and debris behind. The people outside rush toward the ruined chamber, alarmed by the impact. Unable to see the fighters, they fear both Cody and Kim Taehyun may have vanished in the blast. Inside the haze, the knight notices the newcomers and recognizes that others are now present. Taehyun sees it too and immediately understands the fight can no longer continue here. Locked against each other, they silently agree to postpone the outcome rather than expose more in front of witnesses. An observer senses the confrontation easing and assumes the two will settle it in the abyss next time. Taehyun accepts that arrangement and promises the score will be settled there. The onlookers call out in concern, trying to confirm that both fighters are still alive. Taehyun answers calmly, apologizing for the destruction as if the chaos were merely an inconvenience. He leaves the cleanup to the others and departs before anyone can stop him. As he walks away, Taehyun resolves that it is finally time to go to the abyss. The story shifts to the abyss itself, a floating fortress-like realm awaiting the next stage of the conflict. Inside a dark castle, an ominous calm hangs in the air. That calm is broken when a violent arrival crashes into the castle. The disturbance sweeps through the chamber, announcing an unwelcome visitor. A red-haired demon woman recognizes the intrusion immediately and reacts with weary irritation. She greets the intruder as an old nuisance whose temperament has not improved. The newcomer answers with open hostility, accusing her of damaging his castle and framing the encounter as a possible declaration of war. She is perfectly willing to fight, but suggests there is a simpler way to resolve matters. Her proposal is direct. He should summon his contractor. He is caught off guard and demands to know why his contractor matters here. She dismisses his grudge as petty for someone sitting on an Archduke's throne, but he insists the issue is far more serious. He admits he does not understand how it is happening, only that his contractor can use his powers without permission. That revelation amuses her, because it explains why she has heard so little from him lately. He presses her for answers, noting that his contractor seems more compatible with his power than he himself is and demanding that Rosaria explain what she knows. Rosaria responds with a knowing laugh, signaling that she may indeed understand the truth behind this abnormal bond. Rosaria dismisses any pretense of negotiation and makes clear that the intruder has already offended her. Ignan answers with open hostility, showing he did not come to beg and is ready to meet force with force. Rosaria orders her children to stay back, deciding to handle him personally. She declares that today's lesson will be for the fool who dared invade her castle. With confidence, Rosaria launches the first attack. Her demonic limbs surge forward in a violent sweep meant to crush Ignan immediately. Ignan rejects her superiority and frames the clash as a contest over who will humble whom. He activates blood blades, summoning his own blood into weaponized form. A ring of crimson blades forms around him, turning his defense into a counteroffensive. Rosaria recognizes the technique's origin and realizes he is imitating powers tied to her own kind. Ignan drives a massive blood blade down at her, trying to overwhelm her with raw force. Rosaria catches and binds the strike with her tendrils before it can land cleanly. Ignan is startled when her restraint turns his attack into an opening against him. Rosaria whips him aside and keeps pressing, refusing to let him recover. Her follow-up slams through the chamber with enough force to tear into the surroundings. She gathers herself overhead, drawing in power for a finishing blow. Rosaria crashes down in a devastating impact that shatters the floor beneath her. She lands in control, making the destruction itself part of her intimidation. From the wreckage, Rosaria stands dominant, while Ignan is left below her in a worse position. The violence spreads upward, ripping through the hall as her power continues to surge. Blood begins to pool and swirl, signaling that Ignan is preparing another blood-based technique. Spikes of blood rise around Rosaria, attempting to trap or skewer her from every side. Ignan names the technique Blood Field, turning the battlefield itself into his weapon. He reminds Rosaria that she should know his power already and implies she is underestimating him. Ignan demands that she reveal everything she knows, threatening her with the full reach of his blood control if she refuses. Rosaria answers with contempt, insisting he has forgotten what her own powers truly are. Ignan raises his weapon and unleashes a stronger surge, trying to break through by force. The castle space distorts under the clash, as if the environment itself is no longer stable or trustworthy. Rosaria reveals that the throne room is part of an illusion-bound personal domain built to favor her. Ignan realizes he has been deceived by that false environment, and the discovery angers him. Rosaria explains that this realm is not her real body but her contractor's, and that within this domain her powers are at their peak, making his clone no match for her. Ignan dismisses the excuse and demands her true self, but she cuts him off by name and takes control of the exchange. She offers to explain what happened only if he truly wants answers, signaling that she knows something crucial about his condition. Rosaria points him toward his memories and asks whether he recalls a human who once made all the archdemons kneel and stole their powers. The implication hits Ignan hard, and he struggles to accept what she is suggesting. Rosaria confirms it and reveals that Ignan's contractor is the key figure behind it all. The story shifts to that contractor in the human world, where Kim Tae-hyun is abruptly drawn into an unexpected meeting. He finds several people waiting for him and immediately senses that something serious has happened. The officials identify themselves through marker score and explain they had been trying to reach him through the World Player Association. Tae-hyun demands to know why they have come to him directly. Seeing his bluntness, they decide to stop circling the issue. They state that the United States Player Association is formally involved in the matter. Their request is official. They need Tae-hyun's help. Tae-hyun immediately understands that the situation must be grave if they are asking him. The representative confirms that a major incident has occurred. He explains that one of their players vanished in the abyss during a reconnaissance mission, prompting a joint rescue operation. That rescue ended in disaster, with the entire 4-man S-rank search party wiped out. The dead are identified as Dylan Gray, Daniel Harrington, Alexander Blue, and Aiden Simon. The scale of the loss leaves Tae-hyun stunned into silence. The official adds that the missing player's fate is still unknown because Cody went deeper into the abyss alone, refusing to risk anyone else. Believing Cody may also be in danger, the young man urgently asks the association for help. As he waits for an answer, he recalls the chaos of the previous mission and the unresolved mystery of the missing player. The official realizes the request concerns that missing player and presses for clarification. The story shifts to a grim fortress where armed monsters stand guard over a sealed prison. It is revealed that the missing player is the SS rank hunter Ricky Hollis. Ricky is shown alive but chained in captivity deep inside the dungeon. Hearing Ricky's name confirms the gravity of the situation for the man seeking aid. He argues that the massacre site must now be treated as a rescue mission because someone was deliberately involved in Ricky's disappearance. He explains that Ricky should have died in the trap, so whoever altered that outcome must be the same person who changed his own fate before. The association acknowledges that both Ricky and Cody are vital assets, whose survival matters far beyond politics. With 4 SS rank players already dead, the officials admit they cannot afford to lose these 2 as well. They promise full backing if he accepts the mission, and he immediately asks where he needs to go. An alarmed official objects and calls for Kim Tae-hyun to reconsider. Others warn that several rankers have already fallen there, and insist they should prepare more carefully before entering such a lethal place. Tae-hyun cuts through the hesitation, arguing that every moment wasted could mean the captives are dying, and declares that he is going now. He remembers Ricky once asking him to keep her survival secret and to come save her if she was ever truly in danger. That memory hardens his resolve, because he sees this rescue as a debt he must repay. As he moves to leave, the room is left momentarily stunned by his decisiveness. One ally voices faith in Taehyun, saying he has always exceeded expectations. A scarred veteran agrees with Taehyun's ability but remains uneasy. His caution comes from bitter experience rather than doubt alone. He recalls a ruined battlefield tied to betrayal and disaster. From that memory comes the lesson that blindly trusting someone can be fatal. The remembered victim's bloodied face underscores how personal that warning is. Another ally insists Taehyun is not the same kind of man as the one from that tragedy. The veteran accepts that, but says he is only trying to stay careful. The scene returns to the Abyssal Castle, where monstrous forces fill the air and streets. One of the creatures attacks with a savage roar, bringing its weapon down. The blow crashes toward its target with overwhelming force. A golden armored warrior drops into the fight and intercepts the attack. He answers with a clean counter-strike that cuts the monster down instantly. The knight emerges through the spray of blood and shadow without slowing. Even he pauses briefly, sensing something unexpected nearby. Surrounded by corpses and more enemies, Cody keeps fighting while dark magic churns around the battlefield. An unseen voice challenges him to stop struggling piecemeal and simply wipe them all out at once. Cody reacts at once to the familiar interruption. The horde parts as a new presence enters and confronts the monsters beside him. That newcomer steps through the darkness wrapped in a red aura. Kim Taehyun arrives in person and tells Cody he has come to help. The two stand together amid the corrupted castle as the immediate pressure eases. Cody asks if Marcus sent him, but quickly sets that aside and accepts the help because there is no time to waste. Taehyun says he came because he was asked, and notes that the entire castle is saturated with powerful magic. He realizes the place where Ricky vanished was not random at all, but a castle hidden in the abyss. Cody explains that Ricky disappeared in what was thought to be a newly discovered region of the abyss. Only now do they understand that the area was actually the domain of their enemies. When Taehyun asks whether Ricky is still alive, Cody says he sensed her mana and believes the trail leads to the basement. Cody warns that they may encounter an archduke below, and that their odds against such a foe are almost non-existent. Rather than hesitate, Taehyun answers that this only means they need to move faster. Cody tests whether Taehyun can keep up, and Taehyun confidently readies his power in response. With no more discussion, they launch forward together toward the depths of the castle. The young fighter and the golden armored knight cut through the monsters together, moving with the ease of allies who can keep up with each other. Their charge tears straight through the enemy line, leaving shattered bodies and black blood in their wake. As they press deeper, the knight follows behind while the young man carves a path ahead through the swarm. The young man realizes this is the same person who fought beside him earlier and treats the reunion as a welcome advantage. The knight answers that he no longer needs to hold back now that he has capable support. He reminds the young man that they once expected to fight each other again in the abyss, not stand on the same side. The young man accepts that someone strong enough to have his back is far better than an enemy. Together they prove themselves to be humanity's strongest cards, overwhelming the creatures around them. With this knight here, the young man starts to believe rescuing Ricky may actually be possible. They break through into a new chamber, still moving in sync as they clear the last resistance. Once the fighting eases, the young man judges that they have reached the center of the castle. They scan the ruined interior for a route downward, certain there must be a way deeper inside nearby. The knight suggests splitting up to search, but he is cut off before he can finish. A new voice coldly warns that anyone who lingers here will die. The knight reacts first, launching a sudden attack toward the intruder. The strike detonates across the floor, blasting apart the stone and filling the chamber with force and debris. Through the smoke, the young man rushes in to follow up before the enemy can recover. He swings with killing intent, trying to end the threat immediately. But the intruder catches the blade barehanded, drawing blood yet stopping the attack outright. The young man is startled when the stranger greets him like a celebrity instead of a target. The blue-haired man identifies him as Kim Taehyun, the new trump card in South Korea's hands. Still locked in the knife struggle, the young man demands to know who this man is. The stranger mocks the question, implying Ji Jinhui should already have warned him. Before the young man can react, the man dismisses him as uninteresting and seizes his face. He slams the young man violently into the ground, overpowering him with casual brutality. Pinning him in place, the attacker introduces himself as Min Jihong, guildmaster of the Malignant Guild. He adds that he is also the predecessor to the young man's current position. The knight immediately charges to interrupt him before he can press the advantage further. Min Jihong slips aside and lets the knight's attack pass, almost playfully, while the young man is left on the floor. Watching him, the young man recognizes the name Cody Wood and connects it to the knight beside him. Min Jihong taunts Cody, saying that if the knight had truly been strong enough to kill him, he would still be ranked first in the world. The young man explains that Min Jihong publicly presents himself as the leader of the Malignant Guild and is a notorious international criminal. Cody's real concern becomes why someone like that would be hiding in this castle at all. Min Jihong urges them to think harder, hinting that an ordinary human would never be waiting in an archduke's castle without a reason. The implication hits the young man at once, and he realizes the answer is far worse than he wanted. Min Jihong covers his face as if dropping the last pretense. A red, monstrous aura erupts from him, transforming the atmosphere and revealing that he has crossed into something inhuman. He declares that he and the Archduke are fundamentally the same kind of being now. His point is clear: an Archduke contractor and this former human are no longer enemies, but creatures alike who can even turn on each other. The chamber trembles under the pressure of his power, chains and stone rattling around them. The disturbance spreads across the floor as the whole room seems to answer his presence. Elsewhere in the castle, Ricky hears Cody's name and stirs with renewed concern and hope. Back in the chamber, Min Ji-hoong's transformed presence continues to bear down on both opponents. The young man concludes that the villain's leader must be an Archduke contractor, and decides they can sort out his motives later. Min Ji-hoong confirms the larger danger. Sending an Archduke contractor here means the enemy already knows they have infiltrated the castle. The young man reasons that the Archduke's absence means either supreme confidence, or a distraction elsewhere, but in either case Ricky must be rescued immediately. Cody proposes that they stop Min Ji-hoong together instead of facing him separately. He takes responsibility for the main assault, ready to meet the transformed enemy head-on. The young man agrees to back him up and provide support at the right moment. With their roles decided, Cody launches first, crashing forward to begin their coordinated attack on Min Ji-hoong. The armored opponent opens with a direct charge, and the man immediately realizes this attack is far too simple to be dangerous on its own. Confident he can evade something so straightforward, he prepares to read the real threat behind it. Instead of dodging, he plants himself as red energy coils around his legs, choosing to meet the attack with a skill of his own. He begins activating Apocalypse, expecting overwhelming force to decide the exchange. But when the sword reaches him, the clash does not unfold the way he expected. The armored fighter is knocked past him, as if the impact has been redirected or emptied out. For a beat, the man is left stunned by how strangely the contact felt. The knight is just as confused, staring at his own hands as if something essential failed to connect. He realizes he never felt the strike land at all, despite swinging cleanly. The man calmly reveals the source of the anomaly by gathering a glowing orb in his hand. A sudden warning calls out to Cody before he can fully process what he is seeing. An attack slams into the armored fighter's helmet with brutal speed. The blow follows through hard enough to launch him away before he can recover. He skids violently across the floor, the force tearing a path through the chamber. The crash ends with him smashing into the wall and blasting stone apart. Even after taking that hit, he points out that knowing his appearance means nothing if his actual abilities remain unknown. Watching the aftermath without concern, the man dismisses the exchange as boring. With a faint smile, he keeps the glowing sphere orbiting his hand, fully in control of the pace of the fight. He reflects that, for a moment, the enemy almost had him fooled. The armored fighter dives back in from above with a massive descending slash, trying to overwhelm him before that skill can be used again. Instead, the sword is dragged toward the orb, as though the attack itself is being swallowed. A system message confirms Apocalypse cannot activate, and has effectively been disabled by the same effect. The man recognizes the phenomenon as the same nullifying force he once encountered in Han Leung's laboratory. From across the room, the armored fighter identifies it as a black hole-like skill that erases nearby abilities and asks if that is truly his power. The man admits he has dealt with a skill-imbued scroll like this before. He explains that selling a scroll capable of nullifying other skills would have been easy money, especially to people who had never awakened powers themselves. He mocks those who rely on borrowed strength, saying he despises the weak but hates the arrogant strong even more. Raising the orb overhead, he decides to test whether this opponent is any different from the rest. He expands the black hole's pull and commits fully to crushing the knight with it. The glowing vortex swells across the chamber, its spiraling force threatening to consume everything in its path. The pressure bears down on the armored fighter as the attack closes around him. He leaps straight into the center of the black hole instead of retreating, forcing a direct answer. Seeing that reckless move, the man suddenly understands what kind of enemy he is facing. His realization turns into contempt as he judges the result disappointing. That disappointment is answered by a sudden spray of blood. The man looks down in shock to find himself pierced through the torso by a dark blade. As he reels backward, the truth becomes clear. Black hole can suppress skills, but it cannot erase an archduke's inherent power. His attacker reveals himself in a demonic form with red wings and a blade, taunting him for calling anyone else arrogant. Wounded and kneeling, the man concedes the point and notes that this is his first time facing an archduke contractor. The transformed fighter agrees and says this is how their battle should have looked from the start. He closes in at once, seizing the injured man and relishing the fight now that both sides are using their true power. Their clash detonates across the hall, blasting apart the floor and hurling debris through the air. Behind his helmet, the armored ally finally grasps the crucial limitation of the black hole skill. He reveals his own winged archduke form and bitterly remarks that he should have been told this sooner. Now transformed, he looks down over the battlefield where the wounded man and the red-winged foe remain locked in conflict. The red-winged attacker also notices the new arrival, and the fight shifts from a duel into a three-way confrontation. Despite the hole through his chest, the man stays composed, remarking that finding the one he seeks has been difficult. As he starts moving again, a detection ability reports that it is sensing the mana of lowlifes throughout the castle. With both winged figures suspended above him, he notes that processing all those signatures at once is difficult. The strain of that detection spreads through the structure itself, leaving the floor cracking under the pressure. A violent impact tears through the castle interior, blasting stone apart as a powerful force arrives. Taehyun reels from the shock, realizing the situation has changed abruptly. He steadies himself beneath the collapsing debris and braces for a confrontation. Seeing his transformed arm, he notes that he has had enough time to adapt and regain some composure because chances like this are rare. As the dust thickens, a towering demonic presence forms before him, making clear that a far greater threat has entered the room. Its glowing eyes cut through the smoke, fixing on him with immediate hostility. The intruder is identified as Beastmaster Orgel, an Archduke of the Abyss. The title alone confirms that the enemy before them is no ordinary monster, but a ruler-class demon. The sight stuns the others, who instantly grasp how disastrous Orgel's appearance is. Orgel coldly reminds the contractor that excuses do not matter and that, after taking power from the other contractors, this should have been an easy hunt. Taehyun, still testing the limits of his borrowed strength, dryly complains that he was not given enough power and asks for more. Orgel answers with a dangerous silence that makes clear the request has crossed the line. He responds by driving his fist down with crushing force, turning the floor into a crater. Orgel punishes Taehyun's insolence, and makes it clear Taehyun has no standing to demand anything from him. Even after knocking him aside, Orgel leaves the door barely open by saying he may still consider the request. He then turns his attention to the rest, declaring that the game is over. With open contempt, Orgel invites them to struggle if they can survive him. Taehyun urgently calls for Cody, recognizing they cannot stay and fight. He warns that with Orgel present they have no chance of winning and pushes everyone to remember their real objective. Cody silently understands that the mission matters more than pride or battle. Taehyun commits to that plan and signals for the next move to begin. A massive red dragon-like summon erupts into existence, unleashed as a distraction and escape tool. The sudden summon catches Orgel's attention and interrupts his control of the battlefield. Its power surges through the castle, creating the opening Taehyun needed. Taehyun immediately breaks into motion, using the chaos to slip away. Lesser monsters move to intercept, trying to cut off his path. He cuts through the first obstacle, focused not on defeating Orgel but on reaching his true target. As he pushes deeper inside, he desperately searches for Ricky Hollis. A faint sign catches his attention and makes him stop. A glowing blue orb of power appears near him, and he realizes it is something familiar. He recognizes the energy as Ricky's skill. When the orb drifts away as if guiding him, he decides to follow it. The nearby monsters are baffled that he managed to get this far. The trail leads him to a captive woman chained in the castle depths. He approaches her carefully, confirming he has found the person he came for. She recognizes him at once and acknowledges that he succeeded in finding her. She addresses him by name, confirming their connection. Taehyun explains that he came to repay his debt to Ricky. He frees and supports her, insisting that a promise must be honored no matter how dangerous the place is. When he asks about Cody, he learns Cody is searching elsewhere in the castle, and there is no time to explain because Orgel may already be moving. She is surprised that Taehyun knows Orgel, and he learns she understands exactly how terrifying their enemy is. She reveals Orgel is the castle's master and a monster who may possess regenerative mana, making him more frightening than any creature she has faced. Taehyun admits he managed to pin Orgel down only briefly and asks if she can walk, knowing they must escape before that changes. Her legs are failing, so Taehyun takes her weight and resolves to carry her out. Together they make their way onto a lift platform to leave the dungeon level. As they ascend, she studies him closely, noticing something unusual. Her interest sharpens when she sees the strange mark or corruption on his face. While leaning on him, she confesses that ever since the Zhanglong lab, thoughts of death haunted her, but seeing him always gave her a reason to keep living. She thanks him for saving her and speaks his name with deep personal feeling. Taehyun is left quiet and affected as her gratitude and attachment sink in. Kim Taehyun staggers through a ruined stone chamber while supporting an injured woman, trying to keep moving despite the damage already done. A watching enemy realizes with shock that Taehyun has survived something that should have finished him. The horned monster steps forward and mocks the idea that a mere human could have escaped after being taken by predation. Taehyun and the woman stop as the monster's presence closes in, and the danger becomes impossible to ignore. The creature reveals that it deliberately left behind just enough human understanding to track the woman and use her to find Taehyun. The woman understands that Taehyun still came to save them, but his condition and what he has become leave her deeply unsettled. The monster points out that Taehyun is completely unharmed by predation and demands to know what power is protecting him. Though strained and wounded, Taehyun accepts the challenge instead of denying it. He immediately answers with force, unleashing a red draconic attack straight at the monster. The monster braces as the blazing strike rushes toward him. Taehyun drives the attack head-on, meeting the monster in a violent clash of red and blue power. The monster confirms what he is seeing and recognizes the energy as the king's power. Even so, he judges Taehyun's version to be weaker than the king's own use of it. Taehyun presses the assault from above, trying to overwhelm the monster before that weakness matters. Inwardly, Taehyun realizes predation is useless here and that one of his stolen trump cards has failed completely. He switches tactics and summons blood blades to attack from every direction. The blades tear into the monster, proving Taehyun can also wield Igman's power. Taehyun dives through the air to follow up before the opening disappears. But the monster remains standing beneath him, still grinning through the barrage. Taehyun detonates a mana-amplified aura burst called Dragon's Fury to break the stalemate. The monster endures the blast and studies him with growing interest rather than fear. Taehyun cuts through the aftermath and keeps attacking, refusing to let the creature recover momentum. The monster praises his fighting spirit and starts to suspect he is facing the Dragon Lord's power as well. He counters by reshaping his own body into a more monstrous form, revealing a power that mimics monsters themselves. As Taehyun charges again, the monster boasts that even Taehyun's borrowed abilities are beginning to resemble his own. Their collision sends destructive force through the chamber, shaking the woman and the surroundings alike. Watching in disbelief, the woman can barely accept that a human archduke is fighting on this level. She looks at Taehyun and wonders what he truly is, while he offers no answer. In the middle of the chaos, Taehyun's altered arm is seized, exposing how unstable and inhuman his power has become. The monster overpowers him at close range and lifts him into a helpless position. Roaring with exhilaration, the monster makes clear that this battle is entertaining him more than anything in a long time. Taehyun is forced to face that his opponent is enjoying the fight while he is being pushed to his limit. The monster openly revels in the battle, delighted to have found someone who can finally excite him. He identifies Taehyun's gift as the ability to wield the powers of others, just like the king. He admits that this kind of struggle is exactly what he has missed, because endless one-sided victories had become unbearably dull. Twisting Taehyun's transformed arm, the monster declares that at last he can have a proper fight again. Taehyun lashes out in pain and desperation, trying to break free with brute force. The woman cries out to him as the situation turns even worse. The monster tears into Taehyun and demands that the key of the king show him everything he can do. Bleeding and frustrated, Taehyun realizes that neither predation nor the powers he borrowed from other archdukes can win this. The monster rushes him again, and Taehyun accepts that all of those options are useless. With the enemy bearing down on him, Taehyun decides there is only one thing left to rely on. He resolves to use that final option, even if it means crossing a line he wanted to avoid. Taehyun calls for Rosaria, summoning a new power into the battlefield. A massive demonic presence answers at once, intercepting the monster's advance. Rosaria appears before Taehyun in her winged form, placing herself between him and the enemy. The monster recognizes her immediately as Rosaria, the king's most loyal servant. Clutching his wounds, Taehyun admits he had hoped to finish the fight without calling on her. Rosaria turns toward the threat with calm focus, ready to take control of the battle. As her power rises around them, the balance of the fight shifts and the monster is forced to face a far more dangerous opponent. A towering demon archduke descends on Rosaria and the injured contractor beside her, turning the confrontation into a direct clash between true monsters. Badly hurt, the contractor recognizes Rosaria has arrived and struggles to stay upright as the danger closes in. He realizes the summoned archduke of a contractor cannot defeat a real archduke, and regrets that Rosaria has been forced into this impossible fight. As he considers fleeing, he remembers the risks of overusing his power and being dragged into another catastrophic backlash. He also knows that staying near the battle could kill both him and Ricky if they are caught between the two archdukes. He forces those fears aside and decides this is the moment to act, not hesitate. The enemy archduke immediately identifies Rosaria and notes she should have been on his side, then questions why she entered a summoning site. He corrects himself after sensing nightmare mana, realizing the human did not contract with Igman but with Rosaria instead. Rosaria warns him that underestimating her as a mere vampire will be a fatal mistake. The enemy welcomes the challenge, pleased to face a worthy opponent rather than prey. Rosaria tells her contractor to stop worrying about the fight and focus on surviving his injuries while she handles the archduke. He starts to consider using Blood Rampage to help, hoping it might turn the tide. Before he can commit, a sudden shift in space interrupts everything. He finds himself inside Rosaria's personal domain, a separate space she controls, and realizes she has done this before. Rosaria explains she brought him there only to buy time, and insists his first priority is recovery, not joining the battle. Trying to think practically, he asks whether another person can be brought into this shelter. A woman is abruptly pulled into the domain by that power. Disoriented, Ricky wakes inside the strange sanctuary, and has no idea where she is. Still dazed, she asks to be helped off him as she realizes she landed on top of someone. She recognizes Taehyun and demands to know why he vanished, and why they are suddenly together in this place. He apologizes and explains that this is a temporary refuge created by the archduke he contracted with. He quickly steers the conversation toward survival, telling Ricky they need to figure out how to escape their situation. Outside the sanctuary, Rosaria faces the enemy archduke alone as the battle continues. The enemy notices both the key and Ricky's mana signatures have vanished and concludes Rosaria hid them with her power. Rosaria refuses to explain herself, mocking him as too dull to understand even if she did. Enraged, he demands that she return what she took. His fury sharpens into possessiveness as he declares they belong to him. Rosaria remains composed, preparing to keep resisting despite the pressure. Inside the shelter, Ricky pieces together that two archdukes are fighting outside and that escaping Orgel is now their real objective. She accepts the overall situation but fixates on a deeper mystery about Taehyun himself. Seeing his blood transform with powers tied to other archdukes, she questions how a succubus queen's contractor can wield abilities that should not be his. She points out that the abnormal skills she just witnessed cannot be explained as ordinary rampage effects. That contradiction leads her to ask whether he is even a normal human. He hesitates, and she reminds him of what he once told her when they first met. Back then, he said he needed something to anchor him to this world because his existence could be mistaken for something monstrous. He answers that nothing has changed. He is stubborn, and that stubbornness is tied to the promises he keeps with the people he cares about. He finally explains that he is human, but his unusual skill allows him to absorb and use the abilities of others. Ricky realizes that this absorption ability is the reason he can access so many different powers. As she starts to understand, he decides he can trust her with this much of the truth. Even so, he resolves to keep his regression secret from her. With that boundary set, he rises and shifts the conversation back to action. He proposes that now they understand each other better, they should focus on tactics. He reminds Ricky that Rosaria is still battling outside this space solely to buy them time. Rosaria endures the strain of holding the enemy back, making their need for a plan more urgent. Despite using everything she has, Rosaria still cannot stop Orgel outright. Taehyun asks Ricky whether any of her abilities might offer a way out. Ricky searches through the skills available to her, thinking carefully under pressure. She identifies one possible answer, and he presses her to name it. Ricky reveals a skill called Portal, which can open a gate to a chosen destination. When he suggests using it to escape, she warns that the method is dangerously unfamiliar to her because she has only ever seen it used from the other side, never cast it herself. They are warned that a gate powered by human mana is dangerously unstable and could collapse without warning. If that happens, anyone inside could be lost forever in the void between dimensions. Even knowing the risk, the woman pushes Ricky to accept that they have to find another answer. The man facing her insists there is no alternative, forcing the moment into a final choice. He reaches out and urges her to decide before the chance disappears. Putting his trust in Ricky Hollis, he offers his hand and asks her to believe in herself. His faith catches her off guard and shakes her hesitation. She reaches back, accepting his trust and the path they have chosen. Their hands meet as the portal opens in full, committing them to the crossing. The pair are stunned by what appears beyond the light. A wounded horn being struggles to warn them that they must flee. Before he can finish, he realizes he no longer has the strength to continue. A monstrous king reveals himself, mocking the attempt to hide the previous king's power. He condemns the fallen king's mercy and declares that true kingship means crushing all opposition. Seeing the inherited power, the monster demands a direct fight instead of evasion. The attack meant to intimidate him fails, and the monster realizes this opponent cannot be broken so easily. Taehyun dismisses the threat as useless and challenges the monster to show whether that was its best. He openly rejects the creature's taunts, refusing to be rattled by them. Realizing they cannot win here, he urgently orders Ricky to open the portal immediately. Ricky forces herself to act and begins forming the gate under pressure. The portal stabilizes behind them, giving them a narrow route of escape. The monster recognizes the trick and swears it will not let them get away again. Taehyun counters by binding the creature with red energy, buying time instead of trying to defeat it. The monster is briefly caught off guard as the restraint takes hold. Taehyun promises he will return later, making clear that this retreat is only temporary. The clash between portal energy and his restraint erupts violently as the escape window closes. Ricky worries about trusting this gamble, but Taehyun answers that if he cannot believe in her, there is no one else to trust. He tells her he will go through first and wait for her on the other side. Taehyun emerges alone into a strange red forest and realizes the crossing succeeded for him. Relieved, he celebrates making it through alive. From the other side, Ricky excitedly confirms that the portal worked beyond anything she expected. Taehyun encourages her, proud that they may have become the first humans to cross a man-made portal. Ricky lets herself feel relief, grateful that they actually pulled it off. As she starts to say that being with him made this possible, a huge shadow rises behind her. Taehyun instantly senses that something is terribly wrong. He lunges back toward the portal, shouting her name as danger closes in. Ricky realizes the threat too late. The monster reaches through the gate and crushes her in its grip before she can escape. It snarls that she is not going anywhere, refusing to let its prey slip away. Ricky screams for help while the monster declares that the real battle is only beginning. The creature starts dragging itself back through the portal to continue the fight in Taehyun's world. Before it can fully emerge, Taehyun intercepts Ricky and tears her free from its grasp. He carries her away from the portal as she calls out weakly to him. When he checks her condition, it becomes clear that her bones are shattered and the damage is internal. He realizes she will die soon unless he finds help immediately. Desperate, he searches his abilities for anything that could save her, but nothing obvious appears. He rejects reckless options and wonders whether anyone else could help in time, only to see no clear answer. As he forces himself to keep thinking, Ricky gently tells him that it is all right. She admits she always knew this kind of end was possible, facing it with painful calm. Taehyun refuses to accept losing her and swears he will keep fighting because he promised to save her. A dying woman tells the man holding her that he has already done enough, and she knows there is no turning back now. Even so, she pushes past his protest and asks him to grant her one final request. Remembering his ability to absorb other people's skills, she asks him to take hers. She believes that if he does, he can keep serving humanity in her place. With her life fading, she presses him to promise he will do it. He trembles under the weight of her request, unable to answer calmly. As red energy closes around them in the ruined forest, he remains frozen with her in his arms. She accepts her life without regret, except for one personal wish left unfulfilled. Her final confession is that she should have asked the man she cared about out on a date. He can only hold her as that bittersweet truth lands between them. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to a fortress where another battle is already underway. A shirtless fighter clashes head-on with a winged armored enemy in a violent close-quarters exchange. The fighter revels in the struggle, thrilled by the battle and the rush in his blood. The winged opponent realizes he must end this quickly before the man's possession or influence deepens. Their collision intensifies as the fighter blocks a heavy strike at point-blank range. Grinning through the pressure, he taunts the intruder for thinking about Codywood instead of focusing on their fight. He reveals that if the enemy is worried about Kim Taehyun and the others from the prison, it is too late because Orgel has already captured them. He adds that he had stopped sensing their mana earlier and now understands why. Rather than concern, the intruder responds with disappointment that he will not get to fight Kim Taehyun again. That answer catches the fighter off guard for a moment. The winged enemy suddenly opens a red-edged spatial tear and attacks from above. The strike lands hard, drawing blood and driving the fighter back through the stone floor. The attacker dismisses his claims as lies and says he has no faith in them. Still smiling despite the wound, the fighter mocks that optimism. The two separate across the shattered chamber, resetting the distance between them. Then something unexpected interrupts the exchange and jolts the winged intruder's attention. The fighter is startled as the interruption clearly was not part of his plan either. A commanding voice summons the intruder at once, calling for the contractor to come immediately. The fighter realizes the enemy is being pulled away and notes that he has been occupying an intruder. The unseen superior refuses to repeat the order, making clear it is not a request. The fighter falls silent, recognizing the seriousness of that command. As the winged enemy prepares to leave, the fighter remarks that his self-important master must be calling for his servant, and the intruder warns Codywood to consider himself lucky. Before departing, the fighter declares that this is only the beginning and that the world will soon be consumed by an unquenchable flame. He names himself Min Ji-home of the Malignant Guild and vows to be the spark that starts that fire. With that declaration, he vanishes from the chamber in a burst of light. Left behind, the winged intruder realizes Orgel specifically called for Min Ji-home and wonders what that implies. Outside in a red wasteland, several men in suits stand watch as someone approaches at speed. The blonde man among them braces himself and calls out for player Codywood. The group quickly wonders whether Kim Taehyun and Ricky arrive there too, but their attention shifts when they notice someone else approaching. A lone figure rushes toward them across the barren ground. The blonde man starts to identify Kim Taehyun, then stops as he sees what is being carried. The newcomer is the red-haired man, arriving with the dead woman still in his arms. The blonde man's eye widens in shock at the sight. The red-haired man comes to a halt before the waiting group, forcing them to confront her death. After a heavy silence, the blonde man asks whether she met a peaceful end. The red-haired man says she did, then apologizes for failing to save her. The blonde man refuses to blame him and instead honors Ricky Holly's death as one made for humanity. Hearing that only deepens the red-haired man's guilt, and he admits her death happened because he was too weak. When the blonde man offers to take Ricky, the red-haired man thanks Kim Taehyun but insists on carrying her himself and asks to be led to the United States Players Association. Kim Taehyun is left momentarily puzzled by that sudden decision. Kim Taehyun steels himself with the resolve to honor what Rick left behind. That resolve brings him to the headquarters of the United States Player Association. Inside, the leadership formally acknowledges that they owe him for bringing Rick back. Even so, they argue that the current crisis has already cost too many valuable players and left them overwhelmed by the aftermath. Taehyun confronts them directly and demands to know whether their excuses are worth abandoning what Rick died for. One executive lashes out and dismisses him as a failed nobody they should not have to endure. A more dangerous figure in the room quietly asks whether that insult was also meant for him, instantly shifting the balance of power. The outburst collapses into nervous backtracking as the room turns back to Taehyun. Taehyun warns them that they are about to learn for themselves whether hearing him was worth it. The executives suddenly recognize the skill he is invoking and realize something impossible is happening. One of them stares in shock, unable to understand how Taehyun could possess it. Taehyun reveals that Rick had a skill called Memorize, which could replay recorded memories. He prepares to let them hear Rick's final recorded words. He explains that Rick left him 3 skills in total. The first was a monster heart that generated mana within the body, the foundation that made Rick's other abilities possible. Taehyun realizes this power likely explains why Rick had been so fixated on the difference between monsters and humans. The second was Portal, a skill that opened a gate at a chosen location and allowed dimensional travel once coordinates were known. The third was Memorize itself, the magic that activates and replays stored memories. He understands that this memory-based ability was what let Rick act as the investigator of the World Player Association. The executives protest that Memorize was Rick's unique skill and demand to know how Taehyun can use it. Taehyun explains that Rick could not use his skills without mana, and that Rick had taught him how to transfer those powers before dying, though Taehyun withholds the full truth about predation. The room, still tense and skeptical, presses him to show what exactly he intends to prove with Memorize. Taehyun channels the skill and begins drawing out Rick's recorded memory. A burst of light floods the room as the memory opens before them. What appears is the information Rick recorded during his investigation of Orgel's castle. The memory shows Rick uncovering crucial evidence there. Among the findings was a mural or record tied to the monster's hidden order. Although the language itself required further deciphering, Rick immediately grasped the meaning of the figures seated beside Orgel. She realized that every being seated next to Orgel was an archduke. One of them was Beastmaster Orgel himself. Another was Rosaria, the queen of the nightmares. Another was Igman, the vampire lord. Another was Beelzebub, the king of the demons. Another was Hazard, the dragon lord. Another was Jormungand, the beast king. And another was Lucifer, the fallen angel. The memory further reveals that these 7 archdukes fought among themselves over territory while maintaining a fragile balance across the abyss. But the record raises a far worse question about the one who sits on the throne above even them. In the memory, Rick is confronted by a monstrous presence that treats her as prey for daring to descend that far. Orgel looms over her with open hunger, confirming the danger she had uncovered. Back in the present, the executives are jolted by the scale of what they are seeing. They piece together that the archdukes identified so far include Orgel, Ignan, and Lucifer. One executive admits they never understood how powerful those beings truly were until the recent deaths of their own players exposed the truth. He states the horrifying conclusion that even a single archduke could destroy Earth. That realization leaves them panicked at the thought of 7 such monsters existing, with the possibility of an even greater ruler above them. As their fear peaks, Taehyun is struck by a grim recognition of what this all means. The memory continues with Rick facing Orgel and asking whether everything is over now. Orgel answers that it is not over, making clear he still intends to act. He coldly admits that he still finds it hard to believe an Archduke of the Abyss had been wounded badly enough to need Rick's power. Orgel dismisses her help as unnecessary in the end, but confesses that he cannot tolerate being indebted to anyone. A wounded man warns that if the other side ever speaks to him that way again, he will retaliate, then presses for the real reason Kim Taehyun is being targeted. The abyssal being explains that Kim Taehyun has a special quality and is tied to a singular figure of immense importance. That figure is revealed as the one who rose to the summit of the abyss and forced even the archdukes to fight the upper realms. The being names him at last as the king of the abyss. Kim Taehyun realizes they are speaking about the king, and learns that this king is no longer the same as before. The abyssal lord issues a direct command to his contractor, go to Earth. He orders him to hasten Earth's collapse into chaos, and recover the key belonging to the king of the abyss. The lord makes his ambition clear. With that key, he intends to seize the abyss for himself and ascend to its highest seat. The contractor accepts the mission with confidence, assuring him that events are unfolding exactly as planned. Elsewhere, Kim Taehyun approaches a group of high-ranking officials in a formal meeting room. They immediately defer to him, and ask what course of action he intends to take next. Taehyun says they must convene first, though he doubts a small private discussion will be enough. He argues that this has outgrown the concerns of the player association and now concerns humanity's future, so everyone must be informed. One official objects that revealing everything now would throw the world into uncontrollable chaos. Taehyun counters that secrecy only serves national self-interest, while openness could unite humanity, and he invokes Ricky Washington's ideals to press the point. The president hesitates, weighing Taehyun's argument in silence. He finally agrees to release the information through the World Player Association once they have organized their response. Taehyun then reveals he used Ricky's memories to witness a hidden form of light in this facility's basement. The officials are shaken that he knows so much, but the president recognizes that Taehyun is already one of their closest allies. Accepting that, they ask Kim Taehyun to accompany them below. They descend into a secured underground chamber where a concealed installation awaits. As they walk, an official explains that humanity changed completely after first making contact with the abyss. He describes how awakened people emerged, rare resources became obtainable, and rapid progress followed, though most people still do not know the full truth. He clarifies that the abyss's discovery and humanity's awakening were not simultaneous, because the abyss first appeared as a force they could barely handle before becoming an opportunity. That turning point began after they recovered something from the Pacific Ocean. They explain that human awakening started only after contact with that recovered being. When Taehyun sees what they have brought him to, he is stunned. Inside a massive containment vessel stands a radiant humanoid entity the officials call the source of humanity's power, known only as No Name. They admit that while it resembles a god, they avoid calling it that officially. Taehyun is rattled by the implication and immediately suspects this nameless being may actually be the king. An official says the secret has been kept by a chosen few from a handful of powerful countries, and their position on that secrecy has not changed. He adds that despite years of study, no one has ever managed to draw anything useful from No Name. Even so, Taehyun senses that something is changing and that they may finally be on the verge of learning more. Someone notices the impossible. No Name appears to have moved. The entity's face shifts, revealing multiple eyes opening across its head. The entire group freezes in shock as the dormant being visibly awakens. Before them, the towering figure stands active inside its chamber for the first time. One official can barely process that No Name has stirred at all. Their panic deepens when they realize it has fully opened its eyes. The researchers are thrown into confusion because nothing like this has ever happened before. As alarms rise around them, Taehyun realizes the event is even stranger than they think. The being is not merely awake, it is focused on him. Looking directly at Taehyun, No Name identifies him as someone carrying the king's power and as the one who caused the regression. Taehyun is shaken that it can speak and that it knows both about the king and the regression. No Name declares that the moment has come for the chains of reincarnation to be broken, and the chamber begins to violently react. The officials insist the facility should be able to contain anything, but the unfolding crisis makes it clear their confidence was misplaced. As others urge evacuation, Taehyun refuses to dismiss the being's words, realizing no one else grasps how serious this is. No Name offers him the truth on one condition: he must release the king's power within himself. Taehyun turns toward the entity as the pressure in the room intensifies around him. While the others try to pull back, Taehyun makes his choice and declares that he will stay. He stands his ground as red power begins to coil around him, signaling that he is about to answer No Name's demand. As danger closes in, the guards press Kim Taehyun to leave, warning that even an S-rank player will not be safe here. Taehyun ignores the warning, calls for Kim Taehyun, and decides he needs to verify something immediately. One of the men is abruptly interrupted as the situation shifts before he can react. Realizing Taehyun is planning something, they order Marcus to get the president out at once. While the others focus on evacuation, Taehyun stands apart in the red energy and prepares to act. A strange force begins to resonate through the area, signaling that his attempt has started. Taehyun reaches into that power and demands that the truth he was promised be revealed. A higher presence answers his request, opening the way. In a white void, the being addresses him as the key of the king and acknowledges his resolve. It agrees to answer his questions and approaches in a form Taehyun can face. Taehyun pushes past everything else and asks the source of this knowledge, wondering if he is truly speaking to God. The being explains that while calling it God is imprecise, no better word exists here because it is only a fragment of a greater whole. It clarifies that it is not omnipotent at all, but merely a broken piece with only a limited sense of where its complete self exists. When Taehyun asks what that guidance points toward, the being narrows the answer to a single destination. It says that direction leads to the place where its full existence remains. Taehyun struggles to make sense of that, concluding that a true God exists somewhere beyond this fragment. The being confirms that idea and reveals that humanity's awakening began for the same reason. Taehyun realizes this also explains why he, the one who met the king, awakened as well. He urgently asks whether the king's power is divine, why the king made him regress, and where the king is now. Before an answer comes, the being's expression changes as the vision is cut short. Taehyun is thrown back into reality, landing in a devastated red-tinted world. He immediately recognizes a gate break and understands he has been pulled into the Fourth Korea catastrophe. As he takes in the ruined city, an unfamiliar sensation tells him this place is tied to something deeper. A mounted figure appears through the chaos, confirming that he is witnessing a pivotal moment from the past. The being explains that this is not Taehyun's dimension at all, but the original world the king came from. The man beside Taehyun is knocked down as the memory turns violent around them. A monstrous creature charges in, forcing both of them into immediate danger. The being identifies the scene plainly as the king's past. In that crisis, a hidden light begins to gather in the other man's hand. As the monster attacks, that power surges forth in response. Taehyun recognizes that what he is seeing is the origin of something extraordinary. The being reveals that this child was born carrying one of God's scattered fragments. When death approached, that fragment awakened first and moved in place of the boy's own will. The boy loses consciousness as the divine power fully takes over. Seeing the scene clearly, he realizes this moment is strangely familiar. He remembers having seen this exact event before in a dream, with a radiant figure descending beneath a dark red sky. That awakened fragment manifests as a luminous white being of overwhelming presence. With a simple motion, it begins to exercise power far beyond anything human. It swiftly subdues the abyssal threat that had overwhelmed the battlefield. After victory, the being takes its place like a ruler, no longer merely surviving but reigning. It goes on to dominate the abyss itself and rise as a king through conquest. Taehyun wonders whether his own pull toward God is connected to the king's subjugating the 7 archdukes. The being confirms that conquering the territorial wars and becoming king of the lower dimension was only a prerequisite for what came next. The next step, it explains, was an unavoidable war against the upper realm. Only those who had spread their wings there earned the right to challenge God, so the king had to invade that higher domain. Thus the king entered battle against the forces above, facing hosts of winged enemies and monstrous powers. He fought to seize the upper realm with his archdukes at his side. But the upper realm was ruled by beings far closer to God than anything in the lower realm, making the struggle fundamentally unequal. In the end, the king could not overcome that difference in power. Even after countless regressions and repeated attempts, his humanity slowly broke down and warped into something else. A godlike being reveals that the king finally understood he was not the one meant to complete his mission. Instead, the king recognized that his true role was to serve as a key for someone else. That chosen successor was meant to inherit the king's duty, continue the endless war, and ultimately reach God. Kim Taehyun pieces together that this is tied to the king, the key, and his own regression. Even with that answer, he presses for the deeper truth of why God scattered fragments, and why the king was obsessed with reaching God. What troubles him most is why he himself was selected. The being admits those answers lie beyond its understanding and can offer nothing more. Taehyun accepts that he will have to uncover the truth on his own, and the being reminds him he inherited the king's power, not God's. Because he is not bound like the others, he is told he could simply live out the life he once wished for during regression. The being leaves the choice entirely to him, and asks what path he will take. The vision ends as an elevator carries people upward in the real world. On the way out, Taehyun regrets leaving earlier, thinking he might have learned more about No Name and helped humanity if he had stayed. His companions worry about his condition, though they trust he would not have acted without reason. Outside, Taehyun emerges through Rick's portal before a waiting group. His arrival immediately draws alarmed recognition. They quickly confirm the portal's source and demand to know what happened to No Name, and even to God. Taehyun answers bluntly that No Name is gone. When they recoil, he clarifies that he absorbed No Name rather than merely watching it vanish. The revelation shocks the others, and Cody steps forward with restrained anger. Cody tells Taehyun that this crosses a line and insists he owes them a full explanation. Taehyun remains calm under the pressure. Instead of backing down, he plants himself firmly and prepares to face them directly. He closes the distance with Cody, making it clear he will not be intimidated. The standoff draws the attention of everyone present, turning the confrontation into a public test of authority. Taehyun addresses Cody by name, signaling that he is ready to answer on his own terms. He explains that when he confronted No Name he heard a voice, and when he followed its instructions he absorbed the entity. But when pressed for what No Name told him, he refuses to reveal it yet. That refusal only angers the others, who argue that No Name belonged to the United States, and that secrecy is unacceptable. Even so, Cody abruptly decides not to force the issue. Instead, Cody asks the more important question of what Taehyun intends to do next. Taehyun answers that he will find out what he is capable of. Cody accepts the answer and says his role as Rick's messenger is finished, so he will return to South Korea. Others try to stop him, but Cody sees the situation more clearly than they do. He states that Taehyun has already surpassed him and that no one on Earth can stop him now. Cody explains that this is because Taehyun succeeded where everyone else failed by absorbing No Name. In Cody's view, Taehyun did not seize No Name by force. No Name chose him. That makes Taehyun, to Cody, a man selected by God and too dangerous to provoke. With that warning hanging over them, the world is left trying to keep pace with Kim Taehyun. After Taehyun's return, the World Player Association publicly announces the deaths of Rick Hollis and 4 other SS-rank players. They also reveal the existence of the 7 archdukes who rule the abyss. Humanity grieves its fallen defenders while growing even more afraid of the archdukes. Later, Taehyun is visited by officials who express concern for what he endured and ask whether he is hurt. They assume he must be emotionally shaken and try to reassure him that none of it was his fault. The conversation shifts to duty when they ask whether the archdukes have changed his planned work in the abyss. Taehyun says the opposite is true, because the abyss now needs him more than ever. That answer satisfies them, though one attendant hesitates as if there is still something important to report. Taehyun notices the pause and asks what they were really trying to tell him. They admit the higher-ups wanted to withhold it, but since he will be working in the abyss, he deserves to know. A mysterious plague has begun spreading across Earth, turning people gray and feverish, and they ask if he has ever seen anything like it. Taehyun is stunned because he recognizes it as the same disease from his past life, the plague that ravaged humanity after the Chinese dungeon incident. Taehyun is shaken to learn the venom outbreak was not a natural return of something he had already stopped, but a pathological phenomenon. The explanation grows darker when he is told the plague appears to be an artificial creation made by humans in New South Korea. He is further stunned by the revelation that the malignant guild is tied to it. The president makes clear the guild alone should not have the means to create such a disease, so investigators suspect outside collaborators. He explains that the malignant guild is a global criminal group based in New South Korea, and the association is trying to wipe them out, before turning to Taehyun for something more personal. Taehyun reveals he once met the guild leader at Orgel's castle and identifies him as Min Ji-hong. That name shocks the president so badly that he leaps up in disbelief. Taehyun confirms it, and adds that Min Ji-hong now served Orgel and seemed to know the president well. The president bitterly accepts that Min Ji-hong has fallen in with monsters and decides the burden of explaining their past is his alone. He admits he hid this history only to avoid overwhelming Taehyun, but now chooses to tell everything. He begins with his days as an active player, when he once rushed to a dungeon break in the countryside. By the time he arrived, the monsters were already gone. In their place he found an awakened child who had just lost his parents. That 7-year-old had unconsciously stopped an entire B-rank dungeon break by himself. The president says that was his first meeting with Min Ji-hong, and he immediately recognized the boy's rage and talent. At the same time, he felt guilty for failing to save the child's parents. Trying to make amends, he took Min Ji-hong in. He trained the boy so his hatred would not consume him, and hoped he might one day become New South Korea's savior. Min Ji-hong surpassed expectations, mastering every lesson easily and rising to national prominence before even finishing high school. But in hindsight, the president believes his guidance only pushed Min Ji-hong closer to ruin. He is left wondering where he failed him. He explains that entering the abyss now requires many qualifications, unlike in the past. Back then there were no such restrictions, so Min Ji-hong could work as a player even while still very young. His overwhelming ability drew countless players to him despite his age. Yet every party he joined ended in repeated disaster, with casualties piling up around him. When the pattern would not stop, the Player Association opened an investigation. That investigation concluded Min Ji-hong had been deliberately driving people to their deaths. Asked why, he offered only the logic that defined his dissent. Min Ji-hong believed the weak only become strong through suffering, so forcing others through tragedy was, to him, a form of strengthening them. The association judged him too dangerous and, fearing the fallout, tried to erase his records and kill him. Instead, Min Ji-hong slaughtered those sent after him and escaped, becoming an international criminal. The president explains that Min Ji-hong is not acting out of simple cruelty, but from the warped belief that pain saves people by making them stronger. He then confesses that the one who drove Min Ji-hong to that point was himself. Taehyun absorbs the confession in silence. He finally answers that the president cannot deny responsibility for what happened. But he also says a real father should have corrected that twisted thinking instead of letting it grow. Taehyun promises to bring Min Ji-hong in and give the president one more chance to face him. He adds that he cannot accept Min Ji-hong's contempt for the weak because he knows what it means to lose everything helplessly. When asked to join them, Taehyun agrees in principle but says he cannot do it yet. He admits his mind is still unstable and he has other matters to settle before he can fight properly. At that moment, a nameless quest window appears before him with an urgent warning. The message announces that the countdown to the race wars will begin soon. The warning leads him to a grand castle under strange light, pulling the story into a new confrontation. Inside, a familiar voice greets him as expected, and Taehyun realizes he has arrived before Rosaria. Rosaria notices his troubled expression immediately, and teases him about it. Though sprawled on her throne in rough condition, she treats her injuries with mocking confidence. Taehyun worries that her state may be his fault and starts to blame the damage from the battle with Orgel. Rosaria dismisses the concern, saying she fought an Archduke's true form and considers surviving it this well a good result. Taehyun then asks what happened to her castle after seeing the destruction around them. Rosaria casually explains that before the fight with Orgel she had already clashed with another Archduke, and since the rulers of the Abyss are not allies, she is simply pleased her traitorous subordinate is still in excellent shape. He vows to Rosaria that he will make sure she is never humiliated like that again. Rosaria brushes off the promise with teasing confidence, already pleased by the change she senses in him. He remains silent and resolute, making it clear this is not empty reassurance. Rosaria realizes something fundamental has shifted inside her contractor. He reveals that he met God and finally learned the truth about the king. With that revelation, he warns Rosaria that a race war is now approaching. Stunned, Rosaria struggles to understand how he could have reached God at all. He explains that his world also held a fragment of God, and he managed to meet and speak with it. Reminding her that she once denied him the right to know the truth because he could do nothing about it, he declares that situation has now changed. Rosaria is shaken by how far beyond her expectations he has already gone. She admits he reached this point faster than expected and suggests his interference has accelerated events, forcing everything ahead of schedule. Accepting that he knows the truth, she presses him to face what that means for his fate. She demands to know what answer he has reached now that he understands what lies ahead. He recalls being told that although he inherited the king's power, he was not trapped in the same doomed role and could still choose an ordinary life. That memory ends with the question of whether he would walk away or continue the king's path. He pauses at that crossroads, weighing the freedom he was offered. He admits his first desire had simply been to enjoy himself for once. At first, his ambition was driven by resentment over all the years he spent powerless and overlooked. Then his goal became strength itself, believing power would let him rise above that life. He once convinced himself that becoming powerful would finally make him happy. But Rosaria's influence and the violent path around him forced him to confront darker truths. The abyss revealed itself as something terrifying and predatory, not a simple source of strength. He remembers the divine power he encountered and the clarity it brought. The more he learned the abyss's secrets, the more he understood there had to be a reason the king kept granting him power. He came to suspect the king had been preparing him for something larger all along. When the king praised his drive and persistence, he realized those traits were being valued for a purpose beyond his own desires. He concludes that the king wanted someone willing enough to shoulder what he himself carried. That meant finding a successor who could bear the same crushing burden at his side. Once he understood that, his hesitation ended. He declares that he has chosen to walk the same path as the king. His reason is no longer personal ambition alone. He intends to protect Earth by taking control of the coming war. He asks Rosaria to lend him her strength for that purpose. He recalls the higher being accepting his resolve and promising to bring him to a greater place. Rosaria praises the conviction in his speech but warns that he is only a king, not yet the true king, and still has far to go. Even as she speaks, power begins surging violently through him. A hidden force pushes his rank upward to SS. The awakening erupts fully, flooding the room with immense energy. Rosaria rises in shock, unable to understand how he became so powerful so suddenly. He answers that the moment he chose the king's path, the fragments of God within him resonated, and he asks whether she can believe in him now. Rosaria breaks into delighted laughter at the answer. She admits that she once opposed the king passing his power on, believing no one else could bear that burden. Now she concedes that she was wrong. Facing him across the chamber, she recognizes that this has awakened a feeling she had long lost. That feeling is tied to a brighter past and the hope she once knew. She remembers a gentler version of herself, suggesting how deeply this moment has moved her. Rosaria formally lowers the distance between them, no longer treating him as a subordinate but acknowledging him as an equal partner. With that bond redefined, she turns to the urgent matter at hand and asks how much he knows about the approaching race war. He can only offer a rough outline that the upper world's beings will invade once the territorial barriers and the king are gone, because the divine fragment told him little. When he accuses her of deceiving him, Rosaria casually admits she withheld the truth because otherwise he would never have cooperated. Still amused, she agrees to explain what she can, while warning that even she does not know everything. A demon queen explains that territorial wars and the rage they unleash exist because the rulers of the upper world refuse to let those below them grow strong enough to threaten them. She makes the point explicit: the king of the upper world is deliberately preventing that rise. The man listening realizes there is only one being powerful enough to fit that role. She confirms it is the same figure from his memories, the first ruler to reach the upper world and sees a fragment of godhood. That ruler's true identity is revealed as the demon dragon king Baal. The name shocks the man because it matches the dragon he once saw the king battle in inherited memories. The queen explains that those who carry fragments of God are all competing to become God first, but Baal failed, was rejected, and now seeks to take God's place by force. That struggle is why the kings of the upper realm keep invading the lower one, and why the upper realm has suddenly begun moving again. She adds that something in the abyss is still restricting them, but once the final conditions are met, that restraint will end. To survive what is coming, the man must defeat every archduke and unite the upper realm, because that is the key to ending the territorial war. With that decided, she turns the conversation toward the powers and battle traits of the archdukes he will have to face. He falls silent and listens, weighing the scale of what she is asking of him. The queen calmly takes control of the discussion, prepared to guide his next move. As she speaks, the choice before him is framed as both a political and personal turning point. She presses him to choose where he will begin his campaign. He studies her in silence, considering his first target carefully. His focus sharpens as he settles on an answer. He decides to start with Orgel, driven by a debt he still intends to repay. The queen warns that Orgel rules the most dangerous territory in the abyss, a place so severe that even other archdukes avoid it. Before she can continue, a winged servant bursts in with urgent news. The report is that in the western territories, Musirin has made a move. The man remains seated as the queen receives the message, letting the new development redirect the conversation. Reading the report, the queen sees an opportunity and reminds him that he promised to raise her higher. He rises at once, taking the challenge as a chance to prove his resolve is real. The scene shifts to Rosaria's western land, the dry desert, where Igmal has openly contested her claim. There, Musirin is already fighting desperately against a far stronger enemy. Her opponent, Bloodia, overwhelms the battlefield with monstrous force and speed. Musirin is hurled back, unable to keep up with the assault. She tries to counterattack, but her strikes fail to turn the tide. Badly wounded, Musirin still calls out for help and from Musirin's queen, refusing to yield. Even as an SS plus ranked Grand Succubus Knight, she is left kneeling and gasping, clearly outmatched. Bloodia dismisses her resistance as insignificant. She mocks Rosaria's treasured knight and reveals herself as Bloodia, a terrifying SSS ranked force. Bloodia sneers that such weakness is only natural under the abyss's weakest archduke. Musirin, furious despite her injuries, refuses to let anyone insult her queen. Bloodia answers that loyalty with contempt, saying Musirin should have won first before daring to make demands. She crushes Musirin underfoot, turning the lesson into humiliation. Declaring that the abyss belongs to the strong, Bloodia says Musirin and her master alike will submit. She claims that submission will be to Bloodia herself and to her Crimson Archduke. Bloodia formally announces that the dry desert now belongs to Lord Igmal, justifying the seizure as the natural law of survival. That declaration is interrupted when a human suddenly appears behind her, leaving everyone stunned. When Bloodia demands his identity, he presents himself as the one she had been looking down on. He makes his allegiance clear by calling himself a mercenary serving the prideful queen. The story then shifts into explanation, beginning with the fact that most monsters born in the abyss lack true intelligence. Their existence is shown as brutally instinctive, driven by simple impulses rather than thought. They eat, sleep, and destroy only because instinct compels them. Yet among those mindless creatures, exceptions exist. Some are born as mutants with far greater intelligence and power than ordinary monsters. These exceptional beings become natural rulers over the rest. And like humans, those rulers are divided into their own hierarchy of ranks and levels. A powerful woman reflects that those who reach a certain level in the abyss are inevitably forced into deadly rivalry. She stands before another monster, as she frames the abyss as a place where only the strongest remain. Remembering countless battles, she explains that survival there has always belonged to the fittest. She recalls that no matter the danger, she was always the one who endured. Again and again, she slew self-proclaimed leaders until no one remained able to challenge her territory. That long streak of dominance only ended when she encountered one man. She identifies him as the apex predator of the abyss, one of the beings known as the Archdukes. Her clash with him ended in total defeat, far beyond anything she had suffered before. Lying broken before him, she realized for the first time that beings existed far above her. The Archduke coldly notes that she understands the gap between them, yet still chose to resist. He declares that a monster's natural limit is set from birth and tells her she has already reached hers. Then he reveals the only way to surpass that ceiling is to receive power from someone stronger. He offers her that path by asking whether she will serve him. Crushed and trembling, she reaches for his hand. She remembers the submission as deeply humiliating. Even so, the power she gained from that humiliation was so immense that she judged the price worthwhile. She believed that if she served him while secretly continuing to grow, she might one day rise to Archduke herself. Now, in the middle of that ambition, she lashes out in outrage at the thought of her dream ending here. She attacks a human opponent, refusing to accept that someone like him could stop her ascent. In the instant before impact, she senses something unsettling in him. Her disbelief turns frantic as she realizes she may lose not to an Archduke's servant, but to an ordinary human. The human meets her fury without fear, confirming the insult she cannot bear. When she strikes, he catches her empowered arm and halts her completely. That impossible resistance shocks her into sudden alarm. She understands that the situation has turned against her. The human invokes Rosaria, bringing forth the Queen of Dreams behind him. Bloodia finds herself immobilized and realizes she can no longer move. With her trapped, the human closes in and calmly declares the fight decided. He turns her own creed back on her, naming her his prey while making clear he has no interest in consuming monsters. Instead, he says that because she invaded his territory and tried to claim it, he cannot allow her to leave alive. He asks if she serves Igman and, deciding she is beneath negotiation, orders her to summon her master. She refuses. Rejecting the role of servant, she insists that she is Bloodia. She transforms into a more monstrous form and proclaims that she will climb to the top of the abyss herself. Driven by pride and desperation, she throws herself into one last attack. The human answers with predation, unleashing a giant maw to swallow her. He remarks that devouring her this way will do the job well enough. Watching from nearby, two horned onlookers recognize him as the contractor of their queen. As he absorbs Bloodia, he reflects that even rank SS foes once gave him trouble, but now a fragment of God lets him handle them with ease. His status confirms that he is Kim Taehyun, rank SS, and that predation is one of his unique abilities. His regular skills reveal a wide arsenal of hypnosis, enhancement, analysis, mana control, portals, memory magic, fields, summoning aids, body modification, and poison. His summoning list shows contracts with multiple supreme beings, including Rosaria, Hazard, Igman, Orgel, Beelzebub, and Jormungand. While processing the kill, he notices his abilities are recalculating the mana costs of Blood Rampage and the summon Igman. He wonders whether predation has grown stronger or whether Bloodia's link to Igman is what caused the adjustment, and concludes he may now be able to challenge the missing Archdukes too. A red beast looms behind him as that realization sharpens into a new possibility. The horned observers urgently call out to warn their contractor. Before he can react, a mass of blood erupts violently nearby. He realizes Bloodia could not withstand the process and has been reduced to blood. Even so, he notes that she exceeded his expectations by accomplishing one thing before dying. Igman himself appears through the blood, and the human acknowledges that Bloodia at least succeeded in bringing him out. In the Crimson Wasteland, Kim Taehyun recognizes the figure before him and notes the strange coincidence that they were both searching for each other. The newcomer confirms the encounter was intentional and identifies himself as Igman, the Key of the King. Elsewhere that night, the focus shifts to the Player Association headquarters under a tense sky. Inside his office, a senior association official pauses as if struck by a troubling thought. He straightens himself at his desk, gathering his composure before leaving. A photograph of his younger days with old comrades draws him into a brief silence. He reflects that age has made him sentimental, remembering a time when they were all still young. That quiet moment is broken when an aide rushes in with urgent news. The aide reports that the investigation team has detected movement at the presumed location of the Malignant Guild and is waiting for orders. The official immediately understands the gravity of the report and prepares to act. He orders the nationally ranked players to be summoned at once and decides he will go personally. As they move out, the aide hesitates and raises one more concern. Kim Taehyun has not returned, and the aide worries they may be heading into danger without being able to reach their strongest asset. The official rebukes that dependence, questioning when the association became so reliant on one man, and the aide can only apologize. He insists this may be a matter they should resolve themselves, while noting that Taehyun had said he had other business to attend to. His thoughts turn to Taehyun, believing the young man is walking a path that only he can take. Rather than drag him back, the official decides he wants to support Taehyun properly as he follows that difficult course. The aide is left with that resolve as Taehyun's separate journey looms in the background. With their decision made, the two head out, resolved to do what must be done and keep fighting. The official steels himself, carrying that determination into the coming conflict. Back in the wasteland, Taehyun recalls that he and his opponent had not even exchanged names before clashing. Igman finally introduces himself formally as the Vampire Lord Igman, an Archduke of the Abyss. Taehyun answers with his own identity, naming himself Kim Taehyun, contractor of Rosaria, and declaring that he is also the King's Key. That claim immediately sharpens Igman's interest, because if it is true, Taehyun is far more valuable than expected. Igman offers him a bargain: abandon Rosaria, join him instead, and be accepted as one of his own contractors. He sweetens the offer with promises of greater power, a stronger body, and conquest of the Abyss at his side, but Taehyun rejects him outright. Taehyun sees through the flattery and concludes that Igman only wants him as a tool to secure victory. He explains that Rosaria already warned him that once the Archdukes learn he is the key, they will all try to seize him for themselves and claim the throne. Calling out Igman's lie directly, Taehyun makes it clear he will not be deceived by false promises. Igman drops the pretense and warns that if Taehyun will not come willingly, he will be taken by force, even if the process breaks him. Taehyun remains unmoved and mocks the idea that Igman and Rosaria are equals, dismissing it as nonsense born from arrogance. He points to the truth of the Abyss. The king once ruled over both the Archdukes and the dominated, proving there is a hierarchy Igman refuses to accept. Taehyun admits he is not opposed to force when necessary, only to cruelty without cause, and says mercy is for those who ask for it. Then he turns the proposition around, inviting Igman to serve him instead if he wants protection from the coming chaos. Igman laughs off the reversal and belittles Taehyun as nothing more than a key pretending to stand above his station. To prove his superiority, Igman summons a ring of blood-red blades and lances around Taehyun. Taehyun calmly studies the trap as the weapons close in from every direction. Before they can strike him down, the summoned weapons suddenly shatter around his body. The reversal shocks Igman, and Taehyun warns that this is the last time he will be allowed to treat him so lightly. Taehyun declares that it is time for Igman to awaken to the reality of who he is facing. A mass of blood gathers and churns as the power controlling the battlefield shifts. Igman tries to reassert control by calling more blood-forged weapons into existence overhead. He spreads his arms and commands the storm of blades as if the field still belongs to him. The force of that attack hurls Taehyun through the air inside the tightening barrage. Taehyun regains his balance mid-motion and reaches out, preparing a counter of his own. His power collides with Igman's authority, blasting through the incoming weapons and disrupting the assault. Igman realizes Taehyun is wielding the very authority that should belong to him alone. Enraged, he forms a massive blood weapon in his grasp and denounces Taehyun for stealing what is his. Even while acknowledging that an archduke cannot be measured by ordinary rank and that calling for Rosaria might be the safer choice, Taehyun keeps moving instead of retreating. Planting his foot, he signals that despite all that caution, he is about to take the fight in a different direction. The young man charges in, determined to test for himself whether his stolen synchronization with the shard can really let him face an archduke. He drives a massive red weapon down with that borrowed power, gambling everything on a direct clash far above his station. The sheer absurdity of a human challenging an archduke hangs over the battlefield as he commits anyway. His attack tears through the air in a violent red spiral and closes the distance in an instant. He follows through aggressively, forcing the archduke to meet him head-on instead of dismissing him outright. The strike lands hard enough to draw blood, proving he can actually wound his opponent. Igman reacts at once, bringing his own weapon up with sudden seriousness. The young man realizes too late that the counter is already coming. Their powers collide in a violent explosion, turning the exchange into a true contest rather than a one-sided execution. Amused despite being hit, Igman acknowledges that using a stolen ability at this level is impressive. The young man refuses to be shaken, insisting this is only the beginning and that he holds more than the authority Igman expects. He escalates by combining blood rampage with monsterification, layering powers together to push beyond his normal limits. That fusion shocks Igman, who did not expect the human to reach this far. Igman recognizes one of the powers as Aurigle's, realizing the boy is wielding abilities taken from multiple archdukes. The revelation disgusts him, because the human is not just stealing power but mixing authorities that should never coexist. Enraged, Igman lashes out and condemns the technique as filthy while trying to crush him with brute force. The young man keeps pace in close combat, matching Igman blow for blow instead of being overwhelmed. Their duel tightens into a rapid exchange of strikes, with either side able to seize control immediately. Igman bitterly admits that the insignificant human once hidden under Kozra's protection has become genuinely dangerous. Even nearby onlookers are forced to watch as the fight reaches a level they never expected from him. The witnesses can hardly believe it, realizing the human is actually making Igman struggle. What they are seeing no longer feels human at all. To them, the battle now looks like a clash between archdukes rather than a human resisting one. Sensing the shift, the young man taunts Igman and presses the humiliation. Igman warns him not to get arrogant, making clear that the fight is still under his control. He declares that the human has only seen a fraction of what his authority can do and moves to unveil more. Igman summons a barrage of blood-forged weapons, deciding this lesser display should be enough to finish him. Before the attack can settle the fight, the young man rejects Igman's confidence outright. He unleashes Dragon's Fury, releasing a draconic aura enhancement that surges around him in blue force. With that power rising, he declares that the one who understands nothing is Igman. Igman is caught off guard as the accusation lands on him instead. The young man breaks through and drives in with another decisive strike. At the same time, he uses demonic fluids to poison man itself, making the hit far more dangerous than it first appears. Dark blood-like matter pours down around them as the poison takes hold and the battlefield turns even more hostile. For a moment, the young man thinks he may have actually won. Igman admits the human exceeded his expectations and even calls this his defeat, but the concession feels wrong. The young man immediately senses the trap as Igman calmly continues, revealing that the admission was only rhetorical. A vast sea of blood spreads beneath them, and Igman explains that needing to use his full strength against a human is itself the humiliation he meant. As the field closes in, the young man is left trying to understand the new danger forming around him. Igman reveals Blood Field, a domain whose depth depends on the owner's skill, no longer the shallow imitation used by a fake child. The young man desperately calls for Rosa, searching for help or a way out. Igman mocks him, pointing out that even if he can call her, he no longer has enough mana to do anything with it. The young man suddenly realizes the truth. His mana is being absorbed by the blood surrounding him. He understands too late that he overextended himself and walked into a field designed to drain him dry. The blood engulfs him, and Igman promises he will drown slowly and painfully as his strength is stripped away. Sinking helplessly through the Crimson Domain, the young man can only resist weakly as consciousness and hope begin to slip. Igman approaches the trapped human, now seemingly immobilized inside the blood field. Calling him troublesome, Igman reaches in to inspect the key he has been after. But the moment he tries to seize it, his hand meets only empty swirling blood. Igman realizes the boy has vanished and, alarmed, begins to suspect something else is happening. A vampire lord tells the intruder that even if he has entered this dark realm, it is not truly his domain because it belongs to a higher master. The red-haired challenger immediately fixates on that claim, sensing the speaker is serving someone else rather than ruling alone. He turns toward the voice, calm and curious, as if the revelation interests him more than the threat. The vampire formally welcomes him into this realm and acknowledges him as a vampire lord. The challenger studies the vampire and realizes this world is only being managed on another being's behalf. With a mocking smile, he says no one has ever given her a real answer for why all of them were brought here. As the vampire raises blood-forged weapons around herself, he decides she will be the one to finally explain it. He openly ridicules the archdukes for acting as though each of them is uniquely important. Then he points out the truth he sees behind their arrogance. Every one of them still answers to someone above them. The two face each other across the crimson field as blood weapons gather in the air between them. The challenger advances without hesitation, moving straight into the storm of descending blades. The vampire dismisses him as no different from another brat she once dealt with and prepares to cut him down. But as her attack closes in, she suddenly senses something wrong about the weapon he is using. She realizes too late that his blade is not made of blood, overturning her expectations in an instant. Her summoned blood weapons are torn apart around her, and the balance of the clash shifts unexpectedly. Enjoying the turn, he admits he actually needed mana and is pleased by how much power this battlefield provides. Enraged by his disrespect toward the Lord of Blood, the vampire prepares to punish him personally. She launches herself at him in a violent rush, refusing to discuss anything further until she has beaten him down. While moving through her assault, he criticizes her for relying on another person's inner world, calling it the same shallow trick used by a lesser opponent and unworthy of an archduke. As a vast blood field swells overhead, he concludes that something in this place is not the original power she claims to wield. Their powers collide as massive waves of blood energy crash across the realm. Bursting through the pressure, he reveals his answer: one field can be fought with another field. He names the power he is invoking Apocalypse and drives straight at her. His strike lands cleanly, smashing into her before she can fully defend. He follows through at close range, forcing her backward with relentless momentum. Keeping the pressure on, he says she has talent but no idea how to use it, noting that he even slipped behind her and she still failed to respond properly. As she coughs and drops low, he adds that her wasteful use of mana only makes things easier for him, then orders the foolish archduke to get back up. He straightens with confidence and promises to teach her what real combat means. Without giving her time to recover, he surges in again to continue the lesson. A brutal uppercut snaps her head back and leaves her reeling. She tries to retaliate in shock, but his speed keeps her from regaining control. Another heavy blow crashes into her torso, deepening the damage. Pain and frustration overtake her as she realizes she is being overwhelmed. Before she can recover, he seizes her by the head and takes complete control of her movement. He drives her bodily into the barrier of his field, using the environment itself as part of the assault. The impact sends her flying and leaves her disoriented inside the crushing pressure of his domain. Barely able to breathe, she reaches out in confusion, trying to understand what is happening. Her fading focus narrows to one desperate question about where he has gone. Then she notices the blood pool before her reacting unnaturally, and realizes he may have done something to it. In the next instant he appears above her, having used that opening to reposition for another attack. He looms over her from within the dark sphere of his field while she lies beneath him, suddenly on the defensive. A violent surge erupts again, denying her any chance to stabilize the battlefield. Smirking, he tells her she has probably never been beaten like this since becoming an archduke. Humiliated and furious, she sinks into the blood and gathers herself for a desperate counterattack. She unleashes a concentrated blast of blood power straight at him. He remains composed inside his field and taunts her, saying she must be furious now. Her attack twists into a monstrous blood maw that dives down to crush him. Instead of retreating, he launches himself upward through the center of the assault. He cuts through the attack's core, still pressing forward with full intent to finish the exchange on his terms. The clash ends with him tumbling inside his dark sphere and coughing, showing that even while dominating the fight, he has paid a price. The red-haired fighter reels in the crimson wasteland, still caught in a brutal clash. His opponent, a wounded archduke, forces himself up and swears he will never forgive him. The red-haired man realizes the archduke intends to erase him completely, leaving nothing behind. He identifies the threat as a banishing sword that traps what it cuts inside itself, and understands the enemy plans to use it to absorb the king's power. He judges that even if he is struck, he can recover with time, but admits he has grown careless while using Kim Taehyun's body. As the archduke charges again, he hesitates over how to respond. Instead of panicking, he reaches inward and calls to his original self, wondering if that sleeping consciousness is finally awake. Believing the enemy has been weakened enough, he decides the moment has come to end him. He orders the original to finish the archduke immediately, startling the demon noble. The body answers at once and thrusts out a hand to act. A command to devour is unleashed, and violent red power tears through the battlefield. The space itself fractures under the surge as the attack detonates outward. When the blast settles, the human host is left standing and breathing hard amid the shattered crimson field. The archduke, also battered, is forced to admit the humiliation of being pushed this far by what he sees as only a fragment of the king. The young man answers with quiet confidence, no longer looking cornered. Before the fight can continue, Rosaria dives into the scene and calls for her contractor. She shields him with her wings, confirms he survived, and demands to know if he is truly alright. Seeing the archduke, Rosaria immediately recognizes him as Igman. Igman is shaken that even Rosaria has appeared to stand against him. Realizing the tide has turned, Igman abandons the fight and withdraws for the moment. Even while retreating, he vows that the king's key will soon be in his hands. The young man rejects that claim outright, and Igman leaves promising he will win next time. With the enemy gone, Rosaria remains close beside the exhausted contractor. He reassures her that he is fine and says he would have come himself if he had known Igman was there, while she insists she owes no apology for stepping in. Trying to lighten the aftermath, he asks whether this battle counts as a proper opening move in the territorial war they discussed. Rosaria falls silent, caught off guard by his casual boldness. As other demons gather around them, she admits with a smile that her contractor has become quite impressive. Elsewhere, a truck speeds through the night carrying fleeing targets. Pursuers close in and complain that the malignant guild's people are everywhere, confirming the guild's deep involvement. The chase intensifies as they warn that the leaders may escape if they are not stopped immediately. A report comes in that Guildmaster Yu Ah-hyung is already pursuing the fugitives, but the convoy keeps moving fast enough that she may need support. Inside another vehicle, allies decide to wrap up their side and go reinforce her. Before the guild members can get away, enforcers from the new South Korea Player Association smash in and order them not to move. The trapped criminals realize they are surrounded and identify the force closing in on them. Their confidence falters when an unseen authority answers with calm amusement. A man steps from the shadows and turns the threat back on them, saying they are the ones who do not understand who is cornered. He is revealed as Shadow, Vice Guild Master of the Malignant Guild and the last of the 3 warlords. His presence confirms that the chase after the supposed prey has led straight to a far more dangerous figure. The enforcers realize that if Shadow is here, then the one Yu Ah-hyung is chasing may be someone else entirely. Meanwhile, a black car races away from the pursuit. By daylight, the escape leads to an industrial site where another meeting is already waiting. A woman in a suit greets the arrivals as an unexpected bonus, surprised to find them there. She addresses President Lee Young-soo and notes that he had been the one chasing Guild Master Yu Ah-hyung. From the exchange, it becomes clear that Taesan Group has been aiding the Malignant Guild, and that their trail was followed longer than expected. The investigator explains they had long suspected the gray disease spread was too large to be the work of ordinary villains alone. They traced the scheme to someone with the means to sustain it, and noticed that the company producing the rapid cure ingredients was Taesan Pharmaceuticals. There had not been enough proof to move before, but the raid on the Malignant Guild's headquarters removed any need for further hesitation. Lee Yoon-soo admits his motive plainly. As a businessman, using the Malignant Guild served his company's interests. The investigator ties that greed to his ambition to dominate the new player association, and when he dismisses the accusation, she warns that the rest can be argued after his arrest. The cornered man refuses to accept that the agents have already won and challenges their assumption that he can be taken in so easily. He openly declares that he will resist arrest and releases a violent aura, making clear that this confrontation is about to escalate. One of the agents is baffled that someone who was only considered S-rank would provoke this much fear and force. He corrects them by revealing that S-rank is his past, not his limit, as his body swells with transformed power. He boasts that his monsterification has pushed him beyond what he once was, turning the standoff into a test of whether they can still stop him. As shadowy monsters gather around him, the agents realize his mutation is not just personal strength but the ability to summon additional threats. The team connects the scene to Chang Lung's monster experiments, and understands that the virus released here was part of something much larger. Confident that his strength now rivals a national-level hunter, he pressures them to respond to the new balance of power. Before he can dominate the exchange, Park Ah-hyung launches the first strike and forces the battle to begin on the agent's terms. 2 enhanced allies rush in together, combining their powers in a coordinated assault meant to overwhelm him with speed and pressure. Their attack streaks across the chamber toward him, aiming to end the fight before his transformation can fully control the field. As they close in, one fighter notes, with frustration, that this opponent still feels impossible to pin down no matter how many times they engage him. The target remains untouched, and the team realizes their attacks are failing to connect at all. Recognizing brute force is useless, the agents shift to a pincer strategy and try to trap him from multiple directions. They strike together, attempting to seal off every escape route with a synchronized hit. For a moment they hope the combined attack worked, but even as they ask, doubt sets in. Their target dismisses the attempt as futile, signaling that they still have not understood his ability. Dark tendrils erupt in response and violently throw the attackers back, turning their coordinated push into a sudden collapse. The older veteran immediately reads the danger and moves to re-engage while the others are still recovering. Without hesitating, he drives forward alone, choosing direct pressure over confusion. His punch tears through the black mass around the enemy, proving that the defense can at least be disrupted by force. The transformed man taunts them, explaining that no one has caught him because catching him is the wrong premise. He spells it out himself. His power makes him fundamentally uncatchable, and he uses that certainty to undermine their confidence. The team is irritated by how unfair the ability sounds, but the veteran warns them not to let the taunt control their thinking. He notices that the enemy keeps carefully defining his own power, and that repetition makes him suspect there is a hidden limitation. Acting on that insight, the veteran asks the others to support him while he tests the theory. The team attacks again in concert, forcing the enemy to respond while the veteran watches for the exact mechanics of his defense. The enemy confidently repeats that the outcome never changes, convinced their efforts are still trapped inside his rules. But as he binds one attacker, He overextends his control and reveals strain in the middle of his boast that they are the ones trapped. His tendril sees two agents at once, and their discomfort confirms that his power can divide attention but not without consequence. The veteran charges straight into that opening, ignoring the warning that he is walking into danger because this is the moment he wanted. He presses the attack again, certain the same trick will not save the enemy twice. In that instant he confirms the weakness. The enemy blocked his strike by releasing control over two others, meaning he cannot attack and defend at full capacity simultaneously. The veteran decides the fight now depends entirely on timing and prepares to bait out one more defensive response. While he draws the enemy's attention, Ah-hyung rises behind him with her weapon charged, ready to exploit the opening he creates. She unleashes a freezing technique with full force, flooding the chamber with ice before the enemy can properly react. Caught inside the sudden freeze, the transformed man realizes too late that he has been outmaneuvered. Ah-hyung follows through with a formal martial technique, revealing this was a deliberate finishing move rather than a desperate blast. Her mountain domain expands into a massive ice prison that slams shut around the target and locks down the battlefield. Towering walls of ice rise and seal the space, turning his mobility advantage into confinement. The frozen structure settles and cracks with pressure, suggesting the trap has fully taken hold. The others cautiously hope this time the capture is real and urge the result to hold. From within the ice, the enemy speaks calmly and acknowledges that they deciphered his power far faster than expected. He specifically credits the veteran Jean Y, identifying him as the teacher of the man they are really concerned about. That revelation shifts the focus at once, and the agents demand to know where Min Ji-hong is and whether he has returned from the abyss. The captive refuses to answer directly, admitting he only stayed behind to delay them while his allies completed their transfer of information, and warns that although they may abandon this facility, nothing here remains for the agents to save. Realizing he is about to escape or destroy the trap, the veteran urgently calls for Ah-hyung to act again. As the ice ruptures and the enemy's dark form slips away, a final warning is left behind that the world's villains will soon come. One ally wants to pursue immediately, but the veteran stops him and orders the team to abandon the chase. The others are stunned by that decision as the veteran turns their attention away from the fleeing shadow and toward a more urgent priority. A blue-haired fighter wonders if her current trouble is tied to her sister. An older man reassures her that her sister is far from fragile, trying to ease that fear. He admits she already knows that, but his confidence does not settle the deeper concern. Before the thought can go further, violence erupts and blood sprays into the night. The wounded man realizes in shock that the outcome makes no sense to him. The blue-haired woman coldly rejects his disbelief, convinced she has already risen to the level of nationally ranked players. She unleashes her power and declares that someone of his rank should never have expected to beat her. Now openly revealing herself as a ranker, she makes clear that while others were leveling up, she was doing the same in secret. Her thoughts shift to the past, when she was called in unexpectedly for a private talk. A trainer explains that because her injury keeps her from joining the new South Korea squad, she will have to keep pace through separate training. She resists at first, claiming she is too busy to waste time on this. He pressures her by saying he intends to raise everyone on the squad to national ranker level, including her sister Ah-hyung. That strikes home, and she admits she cannot bear the idea of losing to her sister. He seizes on that weakness and orders her to follow his program, warning that their guild cannot afford to fall behind its rivals. From that point on, she endured brutal nightly training with Taehyun. That effort eventually made her a nationally ranked player, though she now sees that keeping it hidden may have been a mistake. Back in the present, she leaves her opponent impaled and demands to know if he has anything else left. She orders him to hurry, wanting more proof of his dealings with villains before finishing this. Desperate and badly injured, he calls for his hidden ally to stop watching and come out. A newcomer finally steps into the scene from the shadows. The arrival mocks the man for begging after being told to stay out, and sarcastically thanks him for being such a useful partner. The blue-haired woman realizes this stranger is the only reason the man is still alive. The newcomer greets Ah-hyung like an old acquaintance and notes that she seems to be doing well. The scene shifts away from the rooftop confrontation to another place and time. A crackling portal of blue energy opens with violent force. Someone steps through the portal, casually noting that it is already nighttime in South Korea. He reflects that much time has passed and hopes things back home are still alright. The story rewinds to the aftermath of Taehyun and Igman's battle in Rosaria's dry desert territory. Taehyun slowly regains consciousness in an unfamiliar, glowing chamber. Rosaria is there waiting, pleased to see him finally awake. As he tries to place his surroundings, she tells him this is her domicile and reminds him he has been here before. Rosaria explains that his clash with Igman pushed both his mana and body to their limits, so she replenished him and let him sleep for 2 days. Stunned by how long he was out, Taehyun immediately asks what happened while he was unconscious. Rosaria tells him his declaration of war spread quickly and that the territorial war has now officially begun. The archdukes, long inactive in their own lands, have started moving, and some are already raising armies. The first target of that movement is Igman, which catches Taehyun off guard. Rosaria says that choice is obvious because Igman has been left powerless for the moment thanks to Taehyun, and the same logic applies to the other archdukes. When Taehyun asks about her own position, she says she lost nothing in his fight and that with everyone focused on the weakened key players, no one is coming after her. But Rosaria then reveals she searched through his memories while he slept because something about the battle still bothered her. She identifies the real issue as interference from another being that stepped into the fight midway through. Taehyun confirms that he did receive outside help during the battle. He explains that even after subduing Igman on the island, the enemy did not fully disappear, and he asks Rosaria if she knows who or what that helper was. Rosaria believes it was likely the king placed inside him for protection, though she warns that such a force is dangerous. Taehyun decides he cannot depend on that power and resolves to become strong enough that he never needs to call on it. Rosaria offers a solution by inviting him to train with her in the depths, saying she can help. The idea of training under an archduke immediately appeals to him. Even so, he says he must return to Earth first. Rosaria stops him to ask whether he left something important behind there. He answers that he left more than one thing behind, because Earth is still his home. As he prepares to depart through the portal, he admits he still had work left in the abyss, but a promise he made takes priority. Kim Taehyun returns from the abyss still carrying his promise to help deal with the malignant guild. As he steps into the quiet facility, something immediately feels wrong. He realizes that although time in the abyss passes differently, the player association should still be active at this hour, which makes the silence ominous. Outside, the scene already suggests that some kind of disaster has taken place. A crowd has gathered around a sealed-off warehouse while association personnel try to control the area. Inside, the aftermath is grim, with bodies and blood confirming a violent attack. The surviving members stand over the scene in shock and grief, barely able to process what happened. When Taehyun forces his way in, the guards try to stop him, but the urgency of the situation overrides protocol. The others recognize Taehyun at once, stunned that he has appeared here now of all times. He crosses the barrier and rushes straight into the crime scene. One look is enough for him to understand that he arrived too late to prevent the attack. The association leader tells him the worst part: Yoo Ah-hyung is missing. They explain that during the assault on the enemy base, she chased after the fugitives who escaped. The others followed as quickly as they could, hoping to support her. But by the time they arrived, the blood trail had already gone cold, and she was gone. The leader blames himself for sending her alone into an unknown danger, and for failing the responsibility of his position. The others try to stop him from collapsing under guilt, but they also admit that everyone trusted Ah-hyung too much, making this a shared failure. Taehyun rejects their excuses and takes the blame onto himself for neglecting this while pursuing his own matters. He admits that if he cannot protect people from being hurt in the abyss or on Earth, then all his power means nothing. A painful memory of losing someone before hardens his resolve not to endure that kind of loss again. When told that others cannot rely on him for everything, Taehyun turns that around and accepts that burden willingly. He declares that protecting everyone and reaching a happier outcome is exactly why he keeps becoming stronger. The group reminds him that Ah-hyung was likely taken because she is useful, which means she is probably still alive and can still be saved. Taehyun immediately asks about the search, and they tell him the association and even the police are already doing everything possible. The leader tells Taehyun he has already carried too much alone and promises he will not let him shoulder this crisis by himself. Taehyun quietly accepts the support, grateful despite his frustration. The group regathers around him, trying to steady themselves and decide their next move. Their tense pause is broken when the leader's phone suddenly vibrates. The incoming call is from an unknown number, immediately raising suspicion. He realizes only a very small number of people should have access to that phone, making the call deeply unsettling. With everyone watching, he answers on speaker while Taehyun waits in silence. The caller casually confirms the number still belongs to the same man, revealing a familiarity that chills the room. The leader recognizes the voice at once and is shaken to hear Min Ji-hong again. The others react with alarm as they understand who has contacted them. Elsewhere, Min Ji-hong sits calmly amid the aftermath, amused that fate has brought him back into contact with them. He mocks the association's new strength and notes with interest that Taehyun still has enough conviction to support them. The leader cuts off the taunting and demands to know where Yoo Ah-hyung is. Ji-hong only smiles, enjoying the panic and control he now has over them. He reveals that Ah-hyung is still alive, but badly injured and in no condition to endure much more. He explains that he nearly killed her, then spared her only after realizing she could be used to draw Taehyun in. Ji-hong orders them to tell Taehyun that if he wants Ah-hyung back, he must come alone to the deepest part of the abyss, Tartarus. Taehyun listens closely, taking in every word of the threat. He finally speaks up and makes it clear that he himself is on the line. Taehyun agrees to the demand, but only on the condition that Ah-hyung's safety is guaranteed. At the same time, he vows that once this is over, he will make Ji-hong pay completely. Ji-hong treats the threat like entertainment and urges Taehyun to come quickly if he intends to act on it. After the call, Ji-hong laughs and remarks that the contractor of the succubus queen is every bit as spirited as expected. A cloaked subordinate nearby agrees, regarding Taehyun as worthy prey. The subordinate is revealed to be Qasim Amatov, a notorious international terrorist known as the most terrible villain. As Taehyun moves to act, Ji-hong coldly reminds Qasim that Taehyun belongs to him and is not to be claimed by anyone else. A wounded observer reflects that he wanted to understand the man who killed Opid Hero and also needed to properly report back to his master. As enemies gather nearby, he realizes they are discussing the king of demons and fears someone has already handed that power over. Badly injured, he senses the situation is dangerous and desperately thinks of Kim Taehyun, warning that he must not come here. Elsewhere, Taehyun decides he has to proceed alone into the enemy's stronghold. He asks his companions to endure the wait and trust him while he handles the rescue himself. Taehyun steels himself with a promise that he will bring her back no matter what. The scene shifts toward the abyss where the coming confrontation awaits. Deep within the abyss lies the maze of Tartarus, a vast and ominous dungeon. Taehyun forces his way in with a violent entrance that tears through the place. He lands directly on one of the dungeon's creatures, announcing his arrival through brute force. Emerging from the smoke, Taehyun stands calm and ready inside enemy territory. His enemies immediately realize he has already reached them. One of them is delighted to see that the intruder is indeed Kim Taehyun. They explain that the maze of Tartarus is considered the most dangerous dungeon in the abyss. Its structure descends endlessly, and even the weakest monsters there rival high-rank threats. No one knows how deep it truly goes, and only the strongest are meant to enter its lowest reaches. Qasim reveals that despite its fearsome reputation, he himself conquered Tartarus long ago. Because a dungeon does not break while its owner lives, their organization has continued exploiting Tartarus ever since. They unveil the dungeon's owner, Tartarus, a rank SS being they have kept bound and under control. Taehyun sizes up the captive owner, and Qasim boasts that restraining such a monster was difficult but possible. Taehyun identifies another enemy as a servant of the King of Giants, tied to the ruler who lost the Archduke's seat to Orgal. The servant dismisses Taehyun's taunt, and accuses him of coming only to flaunt himself. Qasim cuts in to say Taehyun still does not understand this place, which is filled with traps, monsters, and villains already arranged against him. Confident in the maze itself, Qasim predicts Taehyun should have arrived weakened enough for them to finish him off. Taehyun calls that plan dull, and Qasim counters that a true predator uses every available advantage to hunt stronger prey. A surge of power fills the chamber, and the enemies realize their target has begun acting. Qasim prepares to respond, expecting a direct clash. The masked ally steps forward as the pressure in the room intensifies around all three sides. The enemy camp greets Taehyun with excitement, eager for the confrontation they have prepared. Taehyun answers their enthusiasm with dry sarcasm, showing he is unfazed. Instead of attacking them head-on, he releases a spreading force through the entire area. The enemy quickly realizes Taehyun is casting a skill across the whole maze rather than focusing on the room alone. Seeing their preparations being bypassed, Taehyun notes that everything they arranged may already be useless. His power overwhelms ordinary people, extending through the dungeon on a scale they cannot simply endure. Qasim recognizes that Taehyun is burning through his own mana before the real fight even starts and assumes that recklessness will ruin him. Even so, strange energy begins gathering around Qasim as the effect reaches him. The spreading skill latches onto him, wrapping his body in draining currents. Qasim suddenly senses something is wrong. He realizes Taehyun is siphoning away his mana. Taehyun reveals that he is using a high-level monster heart that controls mana flow to imitate Ricky's mana-absorbing technique, energy drain. He clarifies that the stolen ability is the basis of the attack now affecting them. By combining that drain with Apocalypse, he has created what is effectively an unlimited area of effect assault. He explains that he conceived this method during his earlier battle with Igman. Taehyun openly pressures Qasim, asking whether he will just stand by and let the drain continue. Qasim's confidence falters as he realizes the threat is more serious than expected. He responds by planting his sword and activating a countermeasure from the center of the chamber. A large purple field blooms outward around him and his ally, disrupting Taehyun's wide-area technique. At the same time, the masked subordinate forms a concentrated golden sphere of power to support the counterattack. Taehyun braces as the enemy's combined response crashes into him and interrupts his momentum. The masked man, battered but satisfied, confirms they have at least temporarily shut down Taehyun's troublesome skill. In the cathedral-like hall, an old man and his attendant sense their target drawing near through the heavy atmosphere. The old man confirms that the intruder is coming straight toward them. Their expected guest arrives violently, tearing into the chamber with enough force to shatter the surroundings. The newcomer notes that tracking down the one who nullified his skill was impressive, but makes clear he has come prepared. He advances through the smoke and warns that they chose the wrong person to use as leverage. He confronts Min Ji-hong directly and demands Yoo Ah-hyung's release, making it clear he did not come to negotiate. Min Ji-hong answers with amused confidence, treating the threat like the start of a game. Before the exchange can continue, a surge of purple power erupts and catches the intruder off guard. The old man takes offense at being ignored and accuses the young man of dismissing the gifts and attention he had prepared for him. He apologizes to Min Ji-hong for the interruption and claims he only needs a moment to restore his pride. When Min Ji-hong objects that this was not their arrangement, the old man brushes him off and insists he will still get the body he wants. The old man's power explodes outward, forcing everyone else to give him space as he seizes control of the room. The intruder regains his footing and recognizes that the old man is far more dangerous than he first appeared. The old man reveals his identity as Qasim Amitov and tests whether the young man understands who he is facing. The answer comes with immediate recognition, because Qasim's notoriety is impossible to miss. Qasim is remembered as a mass murderer who unleashed monsters and demons in indiscriminate terror attacks that caused enormous casualties. Even without an official rank, the scale of his power had marked him as someone operating at the highest level. By past standards, he would have been considered at least an SS rank threat. He was infamous as one of the worst villains alive, and now that monster is standing beside Min Ji-hong. Qasim is pleased to be recognized and shows that he already knows the young man through the servant who troubled him at East Point. The young man realizes that the servant called Opi Duro belonged to Qasim and wonders if this alliance with Min Ji-hong is revenge. Qasim denies acting out of petty vengeance and says he has long been curious about the young man's true power. After observing him, Qasim concludes that the young man's ability is a composite of many effects and boasts that he understands area of effect skills well enough to counter them. He activates a magic circle beneath his opponent and invites him to experience one of his own techniques. A debuff called Dystopia takes hold, partially resisted but still effective enough to begin continuously suppressing all of the young man's abilities. Qasim explains that Dystopia relentlessly drags a chosen target's stats downward until they are reduced to nothing. The curse immediately starts stripping away strength, speed, health, and mana all at once. Seeing the young man still able to move, Qasim realizes he must have restored himself with the same recovery skill he used earlier. The young man refuses to be drawn into Qasim's theatrics and insists this fight is not what he came for. Qasim answers that if saving the girl matters so much, then the young man has no choice but to face him, because Qasim alone knows where she is. He reveals that he experimented on Yahello out of boredom while waiting, using the mana of Beelzebub on an ordinary human just to see the result. The result was exactly what he expected, unbearable agony, which he describes with cold satisfaction while she lies broken. Qasim goes further, savoring her screams and comparing them to a treat that even his master would have appreciated. That cruelty finally strips away the young man's restraint, and he asks if Qasim still thinks there is no reason to indulge him. He gives a flat acceptance that signals the end of patience. In the next instant he crosses the distance and smashes Qasim across the face with overwhelming speed. Qasim is left stunned, unable to process being hit so suddenly despite his debuff. The blow drives him violently through the purple barrier, cracking it apart under the impact. As Qasim crashes down bleeding, the young man reminds him that threatening Ahyun's safety would bring consequences beyond death. He promises to make Qasim regret those actions even in the afterlife. Then he drops the pretense entirely and tells the old villain to stop acting helpless, declaring that he will now play along on his own terms. Min Ji-hoon watches from behind as the atmosphere shifts and the young man's killing intent fills the hall. The young man lunges again, pressing the attack before Qasim can properly recover. Qasim hunches low in the swirling smoke, momentarily silent as he absorbs the pressure. Instead of fear, he answers with delighted laughter at the ferocity turned against him. He praises the young man for going straight for the kill over a mere taunt, clearly thrilled by the response. Qasim is especially impressed that such speed remains even while Dystopia is actively weakening him. He openly marvels at the young man's performance. Bleeding and exhilarated, Qasim concludes that his opponent is a genuine monster. The young man rejects the label and turns the accusation back on Qasim, questioning what kind of body allows him to endure this. A demon dismisses the current clash as childish and challenges his opponent to prove himself through true potential instead. He proposes that, as chosen beings, they should settle superiority through the power behind their contracts rather than simple technique. As dark energy gathers, Qasim Amatov formally identifies himself as a contractor and worshipper. He reveals that the being bound to him is the Archduke Beelzebub. The young man is startled, because he had believed Zhang Lung was the one tied to Beelzebub. Qasim explains that Zhang Lung only carried a fragment of Beelzebub's power, enough to turn him into venom, but not the true contract. He clarifies that Zhang Lung was merely a spare vessel, an expendable extra who failed to meet the Archduke's standards without even realizing it. Claiming the real bond for himself, Qasim declares that he alone is the true contractor of the King of Demons. He begins recounting that from childhood he was fascinated by watching living things struggle to survive. That fascination deepened into a love of destruction, especially the sight of fire consuming everything. He cherished ruined cities, fading screams, and bloodshed, seeing beauty and devastation rather than horror. In his own judgment, evil was not something he became but something he was born with. Drawn to that nature, he eventually joined a terrorist organization and spent decades inside it. While others in that world began dressing their violence in religious language, he remained detached from their faith. Even amid torture and fear, he felt no reverence, convinced that no God existed to judge him. What changed him was not religion but the realization that demons were undeniably real. The force that shattered his growing organization came from the World Player Association, whose power cut through his side. Their restraints and attacks overwhelmed his group and left him on the verge of defeat. He understood that it was not divine punishment, but the World Player Association that had come to crush them. As he collapsed, his enemies treated him as a finished criminal and ordered him to surrender. For a moment he believed his life was over, but in that near-death instant, he felt that something had answered him after all, not a god but a demon. With his last strength, he recognized the presence he had reached as demonic. A monstrous being manifested before him, confirming that his desperation had opened a path to the abyss. Lying wounded, he realized his fate had changed in that instant. That first awakening brought forth a demonic beast and marked the birth of his new power. He names that skill Devil's Gate, the ability to summon demons from the deepest reaches of the abyss. Using that power, he escaped the World Player Association and rose into notoriety, yet he never stopped wondering what had truly answered his wish. The question that haunted him was the identity of the being behind Devil's Gate. After decades of searching, he finally traced that answer to the Devil's Gate itself. Standing before it at last, he realizes he has reached the truth he spent his life pursuing. A vast spider-like demon notices the human intruding so deeply into its domain and studies him with interest. Its many eyes focus on him, and the creature finds his presence intriguing rather than offensive. Kasim humbles himself completely, dropping to his knees before the entity. He begs for the honor of learning the demon's name, declaring that he has searched his entire life for this meeting. The demon pauses, weighing the request in silence. It finally names itself as Beelzebub, the king of demons. Kasim immediately swears eternal loyalty and promises to spread evil across the earth in Beelzebub's name. Beelzebub rejects the wording of that vow, saying he does not share Kasim's idea of evil even if they possess a similar scent. Even so, the demon accepts him and chooses Kasim as his contractor. Back in the present, Kasim frames that moment as proof that the king of demons acknowledged him alone and even shared his power with him. Driven by resentment, Beelzebub lashes out that he has always served his king and cannot accept being denied. The young man braces himself as the demon's rage turns into a direct attack. Beelzebub's strike crashes into a barrier around him, blasting him backward but failing to finish him. The force tears through the space around them as the attack disperses. Beelzebub lands in a crouch, amused that his target endured the blow. The young man calmly concludes that Kasim's earlier claims were false. Beelzebub answers with cynical honesty, warning that a demon's words were never meant to be trusted. The young man turns his attention back to Kasim, addressing him by name as he pieces the truth together. Before the exchange can settle, a massive red pillar of power erupts nearby, abruptly escalating the situation again. The young man unleashes a red power called Predation and sends it surging outward in the form of a ravenous beast. The Crimson Construct charges straight at the demon before him with overwhelming force. The demon dismisses the unfamiliar skill as ineffective before it can even understand what it is facing. That confidence breaks when the red beast crashes into it and starts tearing into its body. The creature realizes in shock that the attack is not just harming it but manifesting its own demonic form against it. The attacker declares that he does not care who this servant is or whom it serves, because he intends to treat every archduke the same. He presses forward coldly and challenges the enemy to show whether that was truly all it had. A second opponent lunges in to stop the attack and catches the red force head-on. That rescuer calls him a fool and rushes in personally to intervene. He warns that meddling without understanding Kim Taehyun's power is exactly how people get destroyed. Driven by obsession, the newcomer insists that he alone will be the one to bring Kim Taehyun down. Kim rejects that claim at once and judges him to be no different from the enemy he hates. Before the punch can land, Kim's blue aura erupts and halts the assault. The attacker strains against the pressure, suddenly overwhelmed by the force surrounding Kim. The released energy blasts through the hall and makes clear that Kim has completely seized control of the battlefield. Even the masked demon servant nearby is forced down under the weight of that presence. The servant realizes with dread that Kim's aura is unlike anything he has felt before and that he cannot even move. Kim stands over him like an executioner, his power towering above the kneeling subordinate. The servant bows lower, crushed by fear and pressure. Unable to resist, he coughs and collapses at Kim's feet while the blue energy coils around them. Kim says this display is only a glimpse of what he plans to achieve, something beyond what the archdukes can even imagine. He orders the servant to carry that message back to his masters. Then he adds a direct challenge. If they truly want to stop him, they should stop sending underlings to kidnap people. He demands that the archdukes come for him themselves. From the servant's shaken perspective, Kim stands untouched while the subordinate remains on the ground before him. The demon side recoils at Kim's ambition, unable to accept that a human would claim to surpass the duke's imagination. Its outrage turns into a sneer, condemning him as a foolish and arrogant human. Kim answers with contempt, pointing out that the one serving a master so blindly has no standing to talk down to him. As the larger demon moves, Kim cuts in to make one thing clear. He bursts forward in a blur before the creature can react. Kim declares that he and the demon are fundamentally different. The demon is stunned that it still cannot track him, even after exceeding normal human limits through Lord Beelzebub's power. Its disbelief deepens as Kim's speed and force send it reeling through the air. Kim stays on it relentlessly, appearing above the creature before it can recover. He drives it down with a crushing strike that smashes its body into the floor. The demon screams in pain as the impact tears through it. Kim raises his hand again and gathers the red predation power for a finishing move. Predation engulfs the demon once more, chewing into it as it chokes and weakens. The hall fills with the creature's screams while red tendrils coil around the scene and tighten Kim's control. The demon's face twists in agony as the attack overwhelms both body and mind. Using that domination, Kim coldly interrogates it and demands to know where Yahello is. The broken servant can barely breathe and, in terror, tries to invoke Lord Beelzebub. Before Kim can press further, the earlier challenger suddenly rushes back into the fight. Kim catches the incoming strike by the wrist without even turning the moment into a struggle. Annoyed at the interruption, he tells the attacker not to interfere while he is questioning the demon. The challenger answers by channeling bright power into his free hand and preparing another attack. With a manic grin, he admits he could not resist joining a battle this entertaining. He lunges straight at Kim, and the two finally collide head-on amid the wreckage. The newcomer seizes Kim by the throat, trying to overpower him at close range. Kim immediately counters with a brutal kick, breaking the grapple and driving the fight into a new clash. Kim Taehyun drives into the fight without hesitation, meeting his opponent head-on with brutal force. One of the contractors lunges down at him, trying to overwhelm him from above, but Taehyun stays composed under the pressure. He reads the incoming blow calmly, refusing to be shaken by the attack. Taehyun intercepts the strike directly and answers with enough power to stop the assault cold. Their clash detonates through the chamber. tearing up the surroundings and proving the battle has escalated beyond control. The shockwave keeps spreading upward, turning the entire dungeon unstable as debris rains around them. Watching from above, another contractor realizes the fight is becoming too dangerous to contain. He judges the gap in strength to be overwhelming and concludes that even all three contractors together may not be able to bring Taehyun down. Although Min Ji-hong appears to be holding his own, the observer sees that Ji-hong is actually the one being pushed closer to defeat. He warns that if this continues, Taehyun will be the one to crush all three of them instead. Accepting that ordinary tactics have failed, they decide to use their final option. Taehyun surges forward again through the swirling destruction, forcing his enemy back before that plan can settle. The two reposition amid the collapsing floor, each bracing for the next exchange. In the middle of the chaos, Taehyun welcomes the resistance, treating this as the first truly worthy fight. He revels in the fact that he is still standing after heavy blows, taking it as proof of his own strength. His opponent rejects that confidence and charges in, intent on showing Taehyun he has not yet suffered a real defeat. Taehyun taunts Kim Taehyun by name, and demands to know why he still cannot beat him. Before the exchange can continue, a shadowy force suddenly appears behind them, interrupting the duel and catching them off guard. The masked contractor immediately orders Min Ji-hong to retreat. When Ji-hong protests, the masked man reminds him that this was never about enjoying the fight but about capturing Kim Taehyun or killing him. He adds that Kasim has already fled, and admits that the two of them alone are not enough to finish the job. At the heart of the dungeon, its master reveals the true plan: destroy Kim Taehyun together with the entire dungeon. The contractors steel themselves as the decision becomes irreversible. Ji-hong lashes out in frustration, furious that their efforts have amounted to so little. Taehyun senses the shift in the battle and prepares himself as the atmosphere changes around him. Dark energy begins to spread through the space, signaling that the dungeon itself is being sacrificed. A voice explains that a collapsing dungeon does not simply vanish but is severed from this dimension. Taehyun is warned that no matter how strong he is, he cannot defy the laws of the abyss itself. As the dimensional collapse closes in, he is condemned to disappear forever into Tartarus along with Yuahyung. That name hits Taehyun immediately, and he realizes this hidden dungeon existed to conceal Yuahyung. Looking up, he identifies the being controlling everything as the master of this dungeon. He sees that the master is badly wounded and near death, which means there is almost no time left before the collapse is complete. Taehyun focuses on the only goal that matters now: find Yuahyung and escape before the dungeon is lost. He forces aside any doubt about whether it can be done and commits himself to doing it anyway. Remembering a past failure he swore never to repeat, he hardens his resolve not to lose someone again. With that resolve, he bursts into motion through the crumbling dungeon, refusing to believe he is already too late. A remembered challenge from the contractor of Rosaria pushes him forward even harder. Taehyun keeps running through the falling debris, fully locked onto his rescue. Far away, the scene shifts to a tall headquarters building at sunset. Inside, several people wait in tense silence, gathered around a meeting area for news from the abyss. One man bitterly regrets not going along, saying that waiting helplessly is worse than fighting and that he would only have slowed them down in his current state. A silver-haired woman sits quietly, unable to hide her worry. The silence breaks when a messenger rushes in and urgently calls for everyone's attention. He reports catastrophic news from the abyss. The Tartarus dungeon, a core dungeon at its heart, has begun to break apart. The dungeon then vanishes completely, confirming that it has collapsed out of this dimension. The room immediately asks the question everyone fears: if the dungeon was cleared, where are Kim Taehyun and Yuahyung? The messenger delivers the worst possibility, saying that apparently no one made it out. The news lands like a physical blow, leaving the room stunned. One of the men can only deny it, unable to accept what he has heard. As the names Kim Taehyun and Yuahyung are spoken aloud, the group is left facing the possibility that both of them have been lost. At a grand castle, the aftermath of a crisis settles into uneasy calm. Rosaria arrives demanding to know what happened. She finds the man awake beside the woman he helped save, confirming both survived. He greets Rosaria with relief, grateful to see her again. The scene widens to show they are safely back within the castle rather than trapped in the dungeon. Rosaria declares that the immediate danger has passed. His first concern is Yuahyung, showing where his priorities still lie. Rosaria explains that Beelzebub's mana had attached itself to Ahyung and was draining her life. She makes clear the curse was lethal and far beyond what an ordinary human should have been able to endure. Even so, she admits Ahyung was unusually strong. Rosaria credits Ahyung with holding out until he arrived to help her. With the crisis resolved, she assures him Ahyung's life is no longer in danger. Rosaria adds, with some amusement, that there may still be a minor side effect. Once they sit to talk, Rosaria asks him to recount everything that happened to her contractor. She summarizes the known parts first. Ahyung was seized to bait him, and he still escaped a collapsing dungeon. He downplays his success, saying he only managed it because he had Ricky's skill. That borrowed power let him change the outcome and carry Ahyung out alive. Remembering the moment, he focuses on the strange event that occurred before the dungeon fell. He explains that an unknown voice spoke to him and offered help. The memory still hits him with sudden intensity. The voice identified him as Rosaria's contractor and addressed him directly. It claimed to know where the captured woman had been taken. He realized the speaker was something far more significant than he first assumed. A bound giant named Tartarus revealed himself as the son and rightful heir of the giant king Typhon. Tartarus admitted he was trapped there and close to death. When the man guessed this help would come at a price, he also admitted he had no way to heal a demon. Tartarus said he no longer wanted saving and instead asked for something else before he died. What he wanted was for his final message to be carried onward. He explained that Typhon had vanished, that Rosaria's special tie to his father might reveal his location, and that her contractor should seek her out. His request was simple and solemn: find Typhon and deliver his words. Tartarus wanted his father to know that his son fought loyally to the end and regretted only that they could not fight together one last time. The memory leaves the man quietly affected by the dying giant's sincerity. He accepted the request without hesitation. With that promise secured, Tartarus had nothing more to ask. Back in the present, Rosaria says that information led her to Ah Hyung's location and identifies Tartarus as Typhon's son. The man immediately asks her to explain the giant king's history. Rosaria says Typhon once served under the Archduke Orkul through Typhon's predecessor. She explains that Orkul eventually consolidated power, rebelled, and drove Typhon away. According to rumor, Typhon is now imprisoned somewhere inside Orkul's territory. When he says he has an idea where, Rosaria tests whether he truly intends to keep his promise to Tartarus. He answers that a promise must be honored. Rosaria is impressed that a human would take such a vow seriously, and he tells her he means to keep his word to her as well. He admits he detoured to save Ah Hyung, but the larger abyssal war is still escalating. Rosaria reports that other major players are recovering and moving again, while Orkul has even allied with another archduke, making the conflict more dangerous. He concludes that neither side can handle what is coming alone, especially when enemies are beginning to unite. So he proposes that they do the same and become allies in both the territorial war and the search for the king. He commits himself to freeing Typhon and standing with him afterward. Rosaria says Typhon would likely appreciate that if restored to power, though his pride as an archduke could complicate things. The man recalls that Tartarus said Rosaria was special to Typhon and starts probing what that meant. Rosaria teasingly confirms there was some closeness, leaving him awkwardly wondering if their bond had been romantic. He reveals that he turned down the proposal made to him. The man is briefly thrown off as he starts to grasp what that refusal implies. Realizing the person in question must be someone unusually important to her, he understands the meeting ahead will be awkward. Even so, he decides he still has to face him in order to keep his promise. He leaves through a portal with the injured woman in his arms, deciding to return because others are waiting. Back at the association headquarters, the story shifts to the aftermath of the failed operation. Taehyun's family is left stunned, unable to process what they are being told. An association representative takes full responsibility and admits there is no excuse for what happened. He offers support from both himself and the association, even for Taehyun's funeral arrangements. That suggestion is immediately rejected in outrage. Jaeyoung refuses to accept Taehyun's death, insisting he has always come back before and will do so again. The others can only watch his grief break through as his name is called. The representative shares their wish but can offer only comfort as the family collapses into mourning. At that lowest moment, Taehyun suddenly returns through a portal with Ah Hyung beside him and wonders why everyone looks so miserable. His dark joke about whether someone died makes the room freeze before the truth of his survival sinks in. Shock gives way to relief as everyone rushes toward him in disbelief and joy. The family and association members break down emotionally, some stumbling as the tension finally releases. The gathering turns chaotic with relief as people converge around the pair who were thought lost. Once order is restored, the chairman says he is glad both missing players are back, but the real problem remains unresolved. He explains that the raid failed completely, the malignant guild escaped, President Lee Young-soo concealed the evidence, and they gained nothing decisive. Worse, the Grey Plague is still spreading, and the hope for clue to a cure was lost with the failed capture. The others refuse to give in, arguing they can simply start over and hunt the guild down again. The chairman welcomes that determination and says he is relieved to have such allies on his side. He urges them to hold on to that momentum. Taehyun interrupts to say they are not back at the beginning because he already knows where the malignant guild is hiding. He confirms it with confidence and declares that now it is their turn to strike. Elsewhere, Shadow loses control and lashes out in fury. Min Ji-hong knocks him down and rebukes him for acting on impulse instead of following orders. Shadow admits he only wanted revenge, and Min Ji-hong warns that recklessness would have gotten him killed. Another ally coldly tells him that if he wanted Taehyun dead so badly, he should have finished it himself. Shadow is reminded that as their leader he cannot afford to fall apart and drag down everything they built. Unmoved, Min Ji-hong says that is not his concern and turns to leave. He heads for Orgel to report that the key has been lost. Left behind, Shadow suspects Taehyun's recent change may come from the Archduke's contract or from meeting someone who altered him. He decides that killing Taehyun was worth any excess and reaches for the fallen mask tied to his power. As he tries to use that power again, something answers him unexpectedly. He realizes in shock that the skill responding to him is not his own. Taehyun bursts in, shattering the entrance and revealing that the dimensional collapse skill now belongs to him. Shadow can only stare in disbelief at the impossible reversal. Taehyun advances with allies behind him and mocks Shadow's failure, noting that even his prized skill could not kill him. He declares that this time neither Shadow nor the malignant guild will escape. By daylight, the battle's aftermath gives way to formal interrogation. The chairman calls the outcome bittersweet because Min Ji-hong escaped even though Shadow was captured. Still, he stresses that Shadow is a guild master, a dangerous villain, and the last of the three warlords, making his capture a major victory. With their leader gone, the villains in the region should panic, and the association expects to extract more information about the disease they spread. The chairman then asks Taehyun how he managed to locate the guild in the first place. Taehyun answers that the lead came from player Yuahyung. Her name triggers an urgent memory of her being called to wake up. In that memory, a badly wounded Yuahyung leans on Taehyun and asks why he came into such danger for her. Taehyun brushes past her guilt and tells her the only response he wants is simple gratitude. A badly injured blue-haired captive stares up at the man beside him, realizing he still has one last chance to act. Weakly thanking his rescuer, he offers a final gift and tries to turn his own capture into a lead. He reveals a location tracker he hid on his captors, hoping it can be used to hunt them down if they survive. The other man takes the tracker and assures him that the rest will be handled. Relieved to have passed on something useful, the wounded captive lets himself rest against that promise. Elsewhere, officials discuss the unconscious woman they recovered, recognizing that a guild master of her caliber is too valuable to lose. Their attention shifts when the restrained prisoner in the interrogation room stirs awake. He lifts his head in silence, gathering himself before the questioning begins. The investigators move in and formally begin pressing him for answers. His thoughts jump back to the crisis that started it all, the disappearance of the king's key. He recalls apologizing for losing it, already bracing for the consequences of that failure. Before he can say more, a violent force announces the arrival of something far more dangerous. A massive impact tears through the area, making clear that his superior has come in person. Even after he argues that Tartarus vanished with the key and should no longer matter, his excuse is dismissed as worthless. The demonic superior makes clear the real offense was allowing the key's bearer to survive long enough to escape. That accusation makes him realize Kim Taehyun may not have died after all. His master confirms that the king's key could not be erased so easily. Because no shockwave spread through the abyss, the archdukes never felt the death of such a being. From that absence alone, he concludes Kim Taehyun actually survived. The demon eagerly confirms it, almost delighted by the renewed hunt. He orders his contractor to return and warns him not to come back empty-handed again. The memory ends as the prisoner summons power around himself, opening a portal-like surge of energy. He steps out into a damaged corridor, no longer cornered but newly focused. A low laugh escapes him as he pieces together what the situation really means. Shaking with grim amusement, he admits he finally understands. Nearby personnel notice the disturbance and turn toward the intruder in alarm. They recognize him as Min Ji-hong and immediately try to alert the association. One of them barely has time to react before he moves. Min Ji-hong crashes into them with overwhelming force, cutting off any report. As the men choke and panic in his grip, he mocks the idea that his death would have satisfied anyone. He declares himself still alive for Kim Taehyun's sake and promises to make the game more interesting. Back in the interrogation room, the lead investigator repeats his demands for the Great Plague cure and the guild's plan. The prisoner refuses again, insisting that no amount of questioning will change his answer. He justifies everything by claiming it was all done to change the world. From behind the glass, the observers watch as even official methods fail to break his resolve. They conclude that not even a special truth serum can force the answer out of him. Min Ji-hong volunteers to take over personally and asks to be left alone with the prisoner. When warned not to get violent, he brushes it off with a smile and implies he has another method. Confident and calm, he promises the matter will be settled quickly. The prisoner mocks the attempt, convinced that even Min Ji-hong cannot force him to speak. Min Ji-hong reminds him that he should know better than anyone what a contractor can do. He activates a sinister power and commands the man to meet the gaze of his shadow. The prisoner is caught off guard when Min Ji-hong's eyes reveal an abnormal, hypnotic force. Under that influence, Min Ji-hong's buried past begins to surface in his own mind. He remembers himself as an unwanted child born from two villains, a life that began as a mistake no one wanted. He grew up hidden away in fear of abandonment, learning early to live unseen and alone. Without any real upbringing, he was pushed into crime simply to survive. His criminal earnings finally bought his parents' attention, proving money mattered more to them than he did. Even that hollow acceptance proved temporary. It ended with both parents dead on the floor, leaving the child alone with the aftermath. The narrator recalls awakening to his own power and lashing out at a world he blamed for denying him an ordinary life. But that rage eventually led to a turning point amid ruin, where he faced someone who would redirect his future. Min Ji-hong acknowledged Shadow's strength and framed it as a burden that demanded action rather than isolation. He went further and invited Shadow to join him in starting a revolution. A chance encounter with Ji-hong in the abyss became the moment that changed everything for the narrator. From then on, his life veered completely onto a new path shaped by that meeting. Back in the present, Shadow realizes this was the origin of the narrator's connection to Min Ji-hong, though that answer is not enough for him. He presses harder, demanding the full scope of the conspiracy despite the pain and resistance of the man he is interrogating. The captive reveals that they obtained something valuable through the new president of the Chinese Player Association. What they acquired was material tied to the unexplored dungeon, including a virus and monsterification research, both useful to their scheme. Their first move is to turn their followers into monsters and unleash a virus that throws the world into panic and chaos. Shadow learns that this planned catastrophe is only the opening stage of something larger. When he demands the next step, the conspirator confirms there is a second phase waiting beyond the initial disaster. That phase begins after the world has suffered, when those altered by monsterification become immune to viruses made from the same source. The speaker relishes the implication that this immunity will let them exploit the crisis for a greater objective. Shadow processes the revelation in grim silence as the scale of the plan becomes clear. Ji-Hong's follower tries to entice him, arguing that the revolution is already close and that Shadow should want to see it through. The narrator reflects that Ji-Hong awakened ambition in him when he had once felt empty toward everything. Even so, Shadow moves in to finish the interrogation before the captive can slip away again. He realizes too late that the man has mutilated himself to break free from the hypnosis controlling him. The captive emerges bloodied but mentally liberated, having paid for that freedom with brutal self-harm. Now, acting on sheer fanatic resolve, he throws himself into the fight and vows to sacrifice everything for their cause. He calls out to Kim Taehyun and declares that he will not let their plans be stopped. The others are stunned by the sudden shift as Taehyun braces for whatever this desperate turn will become. Their fear is justified when the man transforms into a monstrous creature, proving the experiment has consumed him. The new monster fixes on Taehyun and swears to kill him even at the cost of its own life. Taehyun recognizes the twisted loyalty behind that threat and coldly notes how far these criminals will go for each other. He answers by drawing his blade and deciding to stop the creature here himself. As the monster's massive body shifts and looms over the room, the bystanders can only watch in alarm. They struggle to reconcile the creature before them with the man they knew as Shadow's target. The truth settles in that the transformed fanatic is no longer really human at all, but a monster in every practical sense. The creature attacks first, diving straight at Taehyun with overwhelming speed. Its impact tears into the floor and sends destructive force through the room, forcing Taehyun to evade. The others call out to him helplessly as the battle escalates beyond their control. Drunk on its new strength, the monster mocks humanity and claims this power is the reward for abandoning it. Taehyun counters with a precise strike aimed at one of its eyes, targeting a weakness instead of matching force with force. The blow lands and blood sprays, proving the creature can still be hurt despite its monstrous body. Taehyun warns that raw power alone will not let it erase the life it once lived, but the wound immediately begins to close, showing that ordinary damage will not be enough. The monster surges back into the fight, and Taehyun realizes with shock that its recovery makes the battle far more dangerous. Enraged, the creature refuses to be looked down on by Taehyun and attacks with even greater fury. Taehyun recognizes that the long-running monsterification experiments have produced extreme regeneration in this subject. He also sees that this one is far closer to a true monster than any previous experiment. That insight leads him to a darker conclusion. Their real goal is not simple empowerment, but some larger result born from combining monsterification with the plague. He intercepts the monster's assault directly, using technique and timing to halt its momentum. Choosing capture over execution, Taehyun resolves to subdue it alive so he can uncover the final purpose behind the plan. He commits fully to that decision, preparing to restrain the creature rather than kill it outright. The monster anticipates him and lunges with a sudden grab, turning the exchange in an instant. Its elongated arm snatches Taehyun and hurls him upward, seizing the advantage before he can recover. As he flies back, Taehyun's eyes lock onto a narrow opening, and he sharpens his focus for the next move. The young fighter drives his blade down with lethal force, opening the clash by overpowering the monster at close range. The creature reels as the strike tears into it, coughing and screaming under the sudden damage. Without easing up, the fighter makes it clear the battle is still an interrogation and that he expects the monster to keep talking. Watching from nearby, the officials conclude the creature must only be around S rank and assume Taehyun is strong enough that they no longer need to worry. That complacency immediately provokes the monster, which takes their contempt personally. It lashes out in fury, warning them not to look down on it as its attack surges forward. Taehyun braces and protects himself, absorbing the sudden counterattack instead of being caught cleanly. The shock of the exchange blasts through the area, forcing the onlookers to realize the fight is far from settled. Taehyun revises his judgment and admits the monster is far more capable than he first thought. The creature steadies itself despite its injuries, enduring the pain and preparing to continue. As it creates distance, it recognizes that fighting Taehyun is difficult because his monsterization still leaves a gap between him and the Archduke contractor state. Even so, it decides that limitation changes nothing and resolves to use every method available to bring him down. Taehyun rushes back in before it can fully dictate the pace, trying to keep pressure on it. The monster notices something strange in his approach and starts questioning why he is not fighting the way he used to. It realizes Taehyun is deliberately avoiding the Archduke's abilities he once relied on. That realization shifts the monster's focus from the duel itself to the weakness behind Taehyun's restraint. Once it understands the reason, it sees a way to turn the entire situation against him. The nearby men sense danger and urgently try to pull back, but they are already part of the monster's plan. Taehyun instantly understands what the creature is about to do. He throws himself into motion, trying to intercept before the monster can exploit the civilians and witnesses around them. The fight erupts upward and outward, smashing through the surroundings as the monster forces Taehyun into a more public and dangerous position. While they tumble through the chaos, the monster mocks his speed and tells him he should have let the bystanders die. It explains that if he had abandoned them, he could have fought freely with the Archduke's full power. The monster exposes Taehyun's secret. He is limiting himself because he does not want others to know he is the contractor, and that hesitation has become a tactical mistake. Suspended high above the street, the creature deliberately draws everyone's attention to Taehyun. The crowd below panics as they finally see the monster clearly and realize how monstrous the threat is. As people call out to Taehyun, the creature points out that all eyes are now on him. It corners him with a cruel choice: survive the fall without regeneration and Archduke skills, or reveal his identity to the entire world by using them. The monster presses the psychological attack further, wondering how the public will react when Taehyun's betrayal is exposed and demanding to see his answer. For a brief moment, Taehyun hesitates, caught between protecting himself and protecting the secret. He chooses action over indecision and hurls himself into a desperate response as the crisis peaks. A body crashes down hard enough to crater the street, sending dust and debris exploding through the area. Dark energy whips across the shattered ground, marking the violent aftermath of the impact. The monster assumes Taehyun has chosen death over disgrace and treats that outcome as an unexpected but useful victory. It justifies its cruelty with its ideology, insisting the world is rotten because the powerful are not free to use their power openly. Confident it has won, the creature surges forward to continue its campaign. Its momentum is abruptly broken by a brutal strike that tears into it mid-advance. The monster is slammed across the ruined street, its apparent victory instantly overturned. Stunned, it can barely comprehend that Taehyun is still standing. Taehyun corrects its assumption and reveals he was not holding back because he needed the Archduke, but because he simply did not need that power to beat it. He proves the point by displaying his own overwhelming stats and declaring that his strength is already his alone. The monster is shaken by the revelation that an ordinary human could reach this level of power. Though badly rattled, it forces itself back up and refuses to remain frozen in awe. Unable to win fairly, it decides to use the surrounding people as shields and leverage. As it turns toward the civilians, Taehyun closes in from behind before the threat can become real. He cuts off the tactic immediately, striking the monster down and telling it that trick will not work on him. Broken and leaking dark energy, the creature finally admits that no matter what it tries, it cannot defeat Taehyun. With bitter regret, it confesses that it should have eliminated him the moment it first recognized the danger he posed. Even in defeat, it tries to pass responsibility to Min Ji-hong and cling to its larger cause, but Taehyun dismisses the speech and promises that Man will be captured too. The monster can only choke out one last protest as its plans collapse completely. A man suddenly convulses in Kim Taehyun's arms, and the people around them panic as something goes terribly wrong. Kim realizes the man is suffering from mana flow reversal, a fatal backlash he recognizes too late. As dark veins spread across the victim, the dying man reveals that he protected their secrets to the grave and accepts that his part is over. Someone calls out to Kim, but he is already crushed by the belief that he failed to prevent this. Standing over the body, Kim bitterly understands what it truly means to put his life on the line. News reports quickly turn the incident into a public spectacle, describing a monster falling from a building and reviving to attack civilians. The broadcast credits SS rank player Kim Taehyun was subduing the threat at the scene. The media further reveals that the monster had once been a human test subject, a French man named Lucas Kai, better known as Shadow. As the city absorbs the report, it is also announced that Lucas Kai died during interrogation before any proper questioning could be completed. Watching the report alone at night, Kim is pulled back into the weight of what happened. He remembers a man once kneeling before him and pledging himself to Kim's cause because he wanted to witness the future Kim would create. Another memory follows of a masked subordinate swearing absolute loyalty, promising to follow Kim even into hell. Back in the present, the city moves on around him, but Kim remains trapped in those memories. He returns to the damaged building where the incident took place, still carrying the guilt. Amid the wreckage, Kim apologizes to the dead man, wishing he had been able to stop him. A superior reassures him that the manager's behavior was impossible to predict and insists Kim actually prevented a far greater disaster. Kim is reminded that the malignant guild had been preparing plans involving monster replication and the plague, and stopping them before they could act is already a major victory. Even so, Kim cannot let it go, because the case has exposed how little he still understands about the plague and the forces behind it. Their discussion is interrupted when attention turns to Kim's companion receiving a call. The call is for Kim, which immediately catches him off guard. He is told the caller is a player from the Nigerian Player Association who specifically wants to speak with him. Kim is puzzled about why someone from Nigeria would be reaching out to him at all. He takes the phone and answers cautiously. The caller greets him with open admiration, thrilled to be speaking directly with the famous Kim Taehyun. Kim accepts the praise awkwardly and asks who exactly is contacting him. The woman introduces herself as Asisa Debbie from Nigeria and says she had been hoping to speak with him. Rather than explain over the phone, she insists the matter is private and asks him to come meet her in Nigeria, even requesting his autograph when they do. Kim pushes back, saying he has no reason to trust a sudden invitation from a stranger, and no time for random meetings. She calmly presses harder, asking whether he would still refuse if the subject concerned an extremely private matter. When she mentions the Archduke's contractors, Kim is immediately shaken because she has touched on something hidden and dangerous. Sensing she has his attention, she tells him she will send an address and a date for them to meet. She identifies him outright as Rosaria's contractor, proving she knows far more about him than she should. After the call ends, Kim realizes this cannot be the work of the contacts he already suspects, because the approach is too strange and direct. Concluding that the lead is too important to ignore, he decides he has to go to Nigeria. Elsewhere, Asisa reflects that her deal with an archduke has already benefited her greatly. She stretches in satisfaction, Pleased that it has now also brought a hero directly to her, Kim arrives in Nigeria, following the lead she gave him. During the drive, his local escort remarks on how rare visitors from New South Korea have become, and asks what brought him so far. Kim answers carefully that he came to speak with someone he knows only indirectly, and still does not fully understand. Privately, he admits he has no clear idea who is waiting for him, only that the meeting should reveal their intentions. The driver then asks whether Kim's contact is safe, bringing up the Grey Plague as the obvious concern. He explains that the plague has become a severe crisis in the country. As they pass suffering civilians, he describes a nation stalled by the outbreak, with even city residents lacking proper treatment. Kim reflects that if even New South Korea is struggling, then countries with fewer resources must be enduring far worse. Seeing the damage firsthand, he understands more clearly that countless ordinary people are paying the price for the malignant guild schemes. When he reaches the destination, Kim recognizes the setup as a deliberately dramatic summons. The isolated, rundown factory confirms that whoever called him wanted to control the mood of the meeting from the start. Inside, a woman with long braided white hair sees him enter and immediately recognizes that he has come. She greets him with amused approval, pleased that the famous player looks even better in person. Assistant Abby finally reveals herself and welcomes Kim Taehyun, making it clear she has been expecting him all along. Kim Taehyun realizes the woman before him is the caller who summoned him here. She introduces herself as Asura Abby and explains that her circumstances make it impossible for her to enter South Korea openly, which is why she had to arrange this meeting in person. She adds that the matter is too sensitive to discuss over the phone, but Taehyun pushes her to stop circling around it. Asurat chides his impatience and tries to slow the exchange, treating this as a first meeting that deserves more care. Taehyun makes it clear he will force the conversation forward if she keeps stalling. Dropping the pretense, Asurat states her purpose plainly and proposes an alliance. She reveals that she too is a contractor and wants the two of them to join forces as people burdened by the same fate. Taehyun pauses as he realizes she is another contractor like him. Asurat argues that since either of them chose this life, they should help each other instead of becoming like the villains who chase power for its own sake. She says she wants to use her power to save lives rather than destroy them, and that she hopes to become a hero like Taehyun. Taehyun remains unconvinced, judging that accepting her offer would expose him to unnecessary danger despite her confidence in her own strength. He flatly refuses and turns to leave, cutting off the discussion before she can recover. Even as she protests, Taehyun decides the offer is too risky and not worth trusting at face value. He concludes that she does not seem openly hostile, but before he can leave she urgently tries to stop him. The space suddenly distorts around them as an unseen effect activates. A warning announces that the area has been sealed into a separate world, and Taehyun immediately assumes Asurat has shown her true intentions. Asurat reaches out toward him as if trying to halt or control the situation. She panics and insists this is not what she intended to happen. Trying to salvage the meeting, she admits the situation is unfortunate and asks him to test her instead of dismissing her outright. Taehyun senses that she does not truly want this alliance but feels compelled to seek it anyway. His insight unsettles her, and she weakly denies it without conviction. Taehyun accepts the challenge and decides to judge her by force. He unleashes his authority and commands her to kneel. The pressure crashes down, and Asurat recognizes that this is the feared power called Apocalypse. Rather than collapsing, she remarks that the ability is not quite as overwhelming as rumor claims. Taehyun is caught off guard when his attack fails to dominate her. Asurat turns the exchange around, saying she has long wanted to test herself against this power and that it is now her move. She answers his command with one of her own, forcing Taehyun downward and shocking him. Taehyun realizes his aura attack does not affect her properly, and that her own aura is strong enough to suppress him instead. Asurat reveals the source of that strength by manifesting a dragon spirit behind her. With calm confidence, she shows that she has been holding back all along. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to a massive fortress-like stronghold. A man enters through towering doors into the cold interior of the citadel. From within, a monstrous ruler rebukes him for returning without what he was sent to obtain. The man answers with open contempt, implying that bringing back Kim Taehyun's severed head would have been the only result this master truly valued. He demands greater backing and authority if he is expected to succeed, addressing the ruler as Orgel. Seated on his throne, Orgel receives the insolence with amusement rather than anger. He bursts into laughter at the contractor's boldness. Orgel explains that those who seek power beyond ordinary limits naturally crave more freedom than they should. Still, he admits the man has a point, and says he cannot entrust the key to someone who has not proven himself. He rises to test the contractor personally and declares that only someone worthy can receive that power. The contractor braces himself as the pressure of the coming trial closes in. A violent clash of power erupts between them. The narration explains that Apocalypse has many abilities, but its true core is the spirit of the Night King. That spirit's greatest effect is overwhelming intimidation that crushes the target's will. When strengthened, this spirit can even shut down other spirit-based skills, preventing techniques like chains of bondage and soundless world from being used. Taehyun believes no spirit skill should surpass Apocalypse, yet Asurat's resistance proves there is an exception. She not only endures his power but releases a spirit of her own. Taehyun realizes her resistance is being reinforced by a dragon's spirit, one powerful enough to push her body and mind beyond normal limits. He finally understands that Asurat is a contractor of the Dragon Lord. A confident smile spreads across the woman's face as she realizes her plan has succeeded. Kim Taehyun understands that his first use of World's Helpless on Rosaria worked, and he starts believing he may actually be able to defeat her. Rosaria experiences the same crushing helplessness she once inflicted on others and realizes even taking a step has become difficult. Though her legs are unfamiliar to her, she forces herself to move anyway rather than yield to the effect. Taehyun rushes in to capitalize on her weakness, expecting her to stay impaired. Mid-attack, he warns her not to assume the fight is over just because his spirit overpowered hers. Rosaria proves she can still fight by catching his strike with her reinforced body. She counters hard enough to blast him away, showing that her physical power remains overwhelming. Taehyun regains his footing and reassesses her from a distance instead of panicking. Rosaria confirms this was only the beginning, and Taehyun realizes her dragon-scale authority strengthens her body as well as her mind. He acknowledges that her authority reinforces her body and notes that she can absorb punishment far better than expected. Rosaria reminds him that he wanted to be tested, so she has no intention of holding back. As they close in again, Taehyun tells her to commit fully if she wants to prove herself. Their clash detonates through the building with enough force to tear up the floor and ceiling. They trade another violent exchange at close range, either willing to give ground. Rosaria feels each of his blows like a collision and is shaken that he can throw such heavy attacks while moving so fast. Taehyun keeps pressing with speed and power together, forcing her to defend under constant pressure. He changes angles and drives the assault downward, trying to break through her guard. Rosaria endures the barrage by covering herself with dragon scales and continuing to block. She convinces herself that as long as she keeps blocking, she can avoid serious injury. Taehyun immediately exposes the flaw in that thinking by judging her close-quarters combat to be mediocre. He shifts tactics and floods the area with psychic blades, asking whether her dodging is any better. The sudden storm of attacks overwhelms Rosaria and leaves her scrambling in confusion. With the blades closing off every direction, she realizes there is nowhere left to run. Cornered, she decides to trust her defense and block everything head-on. She unleashes her reinforced scales in all directions and successfully intercepts the incoming psychic blades. Taehyun watches her complete defense with mild surprise, recognizing she managed to stop them all. Breathing hard, Rosaria proudly realizes she survived the barrage by blocking every strike. Taehyun warns her that the test is not over and prepares something far more dangerous. He manifests a massive red psychic construct above her, and Rosaria is stunned by the scale of it. The pressure of the attack crushes down on her before it even lands, forcing a scream out of her. The giant psychic strike slams into the ground with devastating force and tears apart the area around her. Still conscious afterward, Rosaria can barely believe she is alive. Her relief vanishes when she senses a new problem and realizes the attack left more than blunt damage behind. Agony spreads across her body as her skin starts burning from an elemental effect layered into the attack. Taehyun explains that her dodging and poison resistance are both lacking, making clear he can exploit multiple weaknesses at once. Standing over her, he challenges the logic of her earlier offer to join forces against the other archdukes. Rosaria protests that the power he has shown belongs to the archdukes themselves, and she cannot understand how a single contractor could rival that. Taehyun implies her Dragon Lord kept important truths from her, then announces that one final test remains. He turns the last test into a psychic assault, asking how well she can withstand attacks aimed directly at the mind. Under the mental pressure, Rosaria immediately breaks and desperately surrenders. Even in surrender, she learns that only Taehyun gets to decide when this trial ends. Her scream echoes as the psychic torment continues long enough to make the lesson unmistakable. When he finally stops, Rosaria drops to the ground and admits she was wrong to treat him like an equal just because he was a contractor. She wonders aloud whether Kim Taehyun is simply an exceptional existence unlike anyone she expected. Taehyun listens in silence, letting her reassessment settle. He crouches before her and calmly asks why she wanted an alliance in the first place. Rosaria insists that her earlier proposal was sincere, not a trick. She reveals that she used to be an A-rank player but was considered ordinary, and only ever trailed behind stronger players. Thinking back on a room filled with images of Taehyun, she explains that he spent 19 years dismissed as a non-awakened nobody before becoming the strongest player in the world, and that is why she has always admired him. He admits he once wanted to grow as strong as the man he admired and become a hero the world could not do without. But when that wish was finally granted, it came in a way he never expected. During a trip to the White Tower with his player association, he had his real power sealed, and when their party was stranded underground, everyone around him was left unconscious. That crisis led him to confront an archduke in the depths. The creature judged his mana compatible with its own and forcibly made him its contractor. He remembers being terrified, realizing that his sudden growth came from a bond with an unknown monster. Still, once he learned the Dragon Lord had also chosen her, he steadied himself and began to believe this power might be used for good. Driven by that hope, she tells him she wanted to stand at his side and fight with him like a hero's partner. She then admits his ambitions seem far beyond her understanding, and she doubts she can truly help him. He cuts off her hesitation by immediately accepting her as an ally. What matters to him is not raw strength but her determination. Her resolve to turn an archduke's power toward good earns his full respect. He formally welcomes Assistant Ebi into his cause. Privately, he reflects that he only glimpsed her past through psychic contact. But with a future clash against the Dragon Lord ahead, having her as a contractor is too valuable to pass up. He decides he needed an ally anyway, especially one chosen by Kim Taehyun. Her solemn pledge instantly gives way to giddy excitement as she realizes joining him means she might get to fight villains from now on. Her first request as his new ally is an autograph, catching him off guard. As he stares at the pen in confusion, he wonders whether accepting her was really the right call. Before he can dwell on it, his phone starts vibrating. The chairman calls to ask whether his business in Nigeria is finished, and he says he is wrapping up and preparing to return. Instead of routine matters, the chairman asks if he has seen the news. The tone turns grave as the chairman warns him that something has gone badly wrong. Pharmaceutical companies trying to develop a Grey Plague vaccine in the United States have been destroyed by terrorism linked to Recap MANHUA. The attack has reset vaccine development to the beginning, making it nearly impossible to fight the disease by ordinary means. He promises to return at once, already concluding that if the enemy will stop every public effort, they will have to create a cure themselves. He realizes the only way to shorten development is to secure a key sample. Since the Grey Plague came from Grey Venom, one of Demon King Beelzebub's creations, the sample he needs must come from the source of that power. That leads him to a single conclusion. He decides it is time to seek out a new Archduke. His next move brings him to a grand demonic stronghold. There he meets Hazard, who notes that even the mighty Dragon Lord could not remain dormant forever and recognizes him as a contractor. He is relieved that, unlike Orgel or Beelzebub's servants, this Archduke appears willing to reason with him. Hazard remains cautious and reminds him that Grand Dukes do not make contracts lightly. He presses further, realizing he has never actually heard why Grand Dukes create contractors at all. Hazard explains that beings as powerful as Grand Dukes cannot cross beyond the abyss on their own because of a spell left behind by the king. There is, however, one loophole to that restriction. A contractor can serve as a Grand Duke's scout in another dimension and as a channel for direct intervention when necessary. When he asks why they care so much about Earth, Hazard reveals that the Grand Dukes covet the king who rules the abyss, and Earth's connection to the missing king makes it too important to ignore. To them, Earth is a place of unknown but enormous potential. Hazard warns that even if his own contractor sides with humanity, there is no guarantee Hazard will stay uninvolved, and another Grand Duke may already have sent a contractor after him. He accepts the warning and shifts the conversation to Earth's current crisis. He says he intends to meet Beelzebub and wants either the demon's cooperation or at least a piece of his real body. Hazard compares that plan to trying to tag something impossibly elusive, because he is effectively asking for part of a Grand Duke's true form. Even so, Hazard says there is a method and offers to help him bring Beelzebub down if necessary. He immediately asks for the method. Hazard reminds him of their first meeting and says that encounter awakened a buried memory in the reckless contractor who challenged her. What surfaced was trauma. Hazard explains that trauma can be used to create an opening, and that exploiting such a wound is how Beelzebub can be defeated. When he questions whether even a Grand Duke can have a weakness that deep, Hazard confirms it, and teasingly refuses to answer whether she has one too. He concludes that his hypnosis would probably fail against the Grand Duke's mind, which is why Hazard once insisted he train under her, but she reassures him that he is at least talented in mind control. He realizes the demon's charisma is not mere showmanship but a form of mental domination. She decides to continue by taking him somewhere better suited for training. As he follows, he notes that he has never entered this place before. She brings him into the mirror room and introduces it as their training ground. She explains that the surrounding mirrors disperse magic power and greatly strengthen her authority there. Before he can settle in, a violent force erupts from the mirrors and strikes at him. He recognizes the attack pattern at once and realizes a familiar terror has appeared. A monstrous figure manifests from the mirrors, and he identifies it as Asmodeus. The sight shocks him because this is Asmodeus, a rank SSS demon that should not be here. The demon's presence alone bears down on him with the same overwhelming menace, he remembers. Asmodeus attacks immediately and blasts him off his feet. He crashes hard, stunned by the sudden assault. Even though he has grown strong enough to face lesser calamities, this enemy still awakens the fear of a past life where it killed him. That old trauma seizes his body again, wrapping him in instinctive dread. While he struggles to recover, he is unsettled that Rosaria is leaving him alone with the intruder. Rosaria cuts through his panic and warns him not to lose focus. He tests the situation and begins to suspect the threat is not entirely real. His strike collides with the attack and confirms something is off about the demon before him. He regains his footing and steadies himself to think instead of panic. He concludes that the Asmodeus in front of him is a fabrication. Rosaria is pleased that he noticed the truth. She reveals that this Asmodeus is an illusion created inside her personal domain by summoning his trauma into form. She warns him that this fight is not about raw power but about whether his will can withstand what his mind fears. The real purpose of the exercise, she says, is to strengthen his mind against enemies who prey on it. She makes clear that anyone without a strong sense of self has no right to try controlling another mind. Taking that lesson to heart, he charges the illusion head-on. The room erupts with force as he breaks through the pressure bearing down on him. Rosaria approves as he commits himself fully to the confrontation. He admits that part of him always wanted another chance to face this nightmare. The illusion answers with another brutal attack, forcing him to meet it directly. He refuses to see himself as helpless anymore and pushes back with everything he has. Driven by that resolve, he battles Asmodeus in earnest and declares that he will defeat the memory ruling him. He fights not just to win, but to cast off the weight of his past life. With a roar, he commits himself to moving forward instead of remaining trapped by old fear. His power surges as he vows that overcoming this trial is the path to reaching the king. He gathers blazing force into his hand and calls for Asmodeus to disappear. He unleashes the attack in a decisive attempt to erase the illusion. The effort leaves him straining, but he follows through without hesitation. When the clash ends, he is left on the floor while the illusion still looms over him. Before the pressure can build again, Rosaria intervenes and wipes the false Asmodeus away. She praises him for handling the trial correctly and says he now understands the principle behind it. Without giving him much rest, she announces the next stage of training and asks if they should continue. He accepts immediately and tells her to bring in the next challenge whenever it wants. Rosaria is amused and pleased that he is finally acting like a proper contractor of hers. The training intensifies into direct physical combat as she sends him flying with a kick while explaining that the body follows the shape of the mind. She tells him that once this training is over, his body will become stronger as well, and urges him to endure. Because they are using the contractor's mental image as the basis of training, she had expected another demon to appear too. She turns to the red-haired Grand Duke and asks whether he truly intends to stay out of the contractor's growth. He answers that with greater wars coming, growth does not need to come only from its original source, and pointedly addresses her as the weakest Grand Duke. Rosaria responds with open confidence, insisting she is already strong and challenging him to prove otherwise. A winged demon reassures someone that the plan should still be possible. The scene shifts to a corporate tower, grounding the conspiracy in the human world. Inside, a subordinate checks whether negotiations with the Chinese Player Association president succeeded. The answer is encouraging. They will use the Taisen crisis to help establish Taisen Group in China and exploit the situation far more aggressively than Korea's association ever would. When the subordinate suggests thanking them, his superior refuses and orders everyone to keep moving, noting that Qasim has already been set in motion to keep the United States occupied. The discussion turns to a more urgent objective, producing a vaccine for the Great Plague before anything else. The superior takes responsibility for that task himself, brushing aside concern. As the hooded figure leaves, someone questions whether he is truly in any condition to continue. He reveals he is nearly finished adapting, implying his transformation is close to completion. That adaptation erupts violently as a horned monster roars into existence. The creature immediately dives at a man below, trying to crush him in a sudden assault. A red surge of power answers the attack before it can land cleanly. The charging monster is blasted off course and hurled away by the counter-strike. The man follows through with a controlled strike, turning defense into offense. With purple light gathering in his eyes, he focuses and commits fully to the attack. The monster realizes too late that it has lost the initiative. A massive red weapon manifests in front of it, sealing its fate. The blow lands hard, smashing through the creature's body. The attacker drives the assault forward in one relentless motion. Red blades multiply around the target, pinning it within a lethal storm. The barrage tears the monster apart from every direction until it bursts under the pressure. When the attack ends, the giant red sword remains lodged through the ruined body, confirming a complete victory. Catching his breath, the man reflects that he once had no chance against enemies like Oracle, and although this place is only a simulation, the combat experience he gains here is still real enough to matter. He concludes that this training was worthwhile and silently credits Rosaria for proposing it. Resolved by the result, he vows to become stronger and calls out for Rosa. Receiving no answer, he tries another name, wondering if Ria is there instead. When no one appears, confusion sets in and he realizes she has vanished from the room. A voice answers from above, identifying him as her contractor. Pink energy fractures the space around him as she descends back into view. The demon woman reappears and calmly praises him, satisfied that everything went well. He asks what she had been doing, but she dismisses the question and steers the moment toward unfinished business. She explains that defeating 2 archdukes after absorbing Asmodeus means his mental fortitude has grown enough for her to finally reward him. He repeats the word reward, wary and unsure what she means. Instead of explaining immediately, she closes the distance and takes hold of him. She presses herself against him as pink power swirls around them, turning the reward into an intimate transfer. As their faces draw close, a system notice reveals that his skill-complete hypnosis has evolved into ataraxia. Embarrassed by the method, he asks whether she always grants power this way, and she reminds him that her nature makes this kind of exchange natural. He examines the new ability and learns that ataraxia can dominate a target's mind at a significant mana cost. She clarifies that the skill is more than simple strengthening, since it now lets him show Beelzebub a lifelike illusion. The scene shifts to her domain, where attendants wait as the transfer ends. She says her brother sent the contractor off alone, but since he is there as well, she assumes things will be fine, while her maid urges her to rest. Agreeing to withdraw, she privately admits she created a separate world for the fight so she would not distract her contractor. Elsewhere, another demon woman concedes with wounded pride that she and the contractor had been evenly matched. She revises that judgment and realizes he is at least as strong as an archduke, perhaps even stronger. Thinking of the former king, she bitterly concludes he left behind a truly monstrous successor. Meanwhile, the contractor enters a crimson forest and recognizes that he has crossed into Beelzebub's territory. Surrounded by lurking demons, he starts thinking through the problem of how to reach Beelzebub at all. As creatures gather in the trees above him, he admits he has no clear route to his target. Then a confident smile spreads across his face as a simple answer occurs to him. He decides subtlety is unnecessary and plans to draw Beelzebub out by beating the local demons hard enough to force a response. A violent burst of power tears through the demonic landscape, announcing a dangerous arrival. In the smoky aftermath, a lone man stands his ground amid the ruined Crimson Realm. Two winged demons confront him and immediately question why a human carries the scent of their lord, Beelzebub. One of them, Yahello, notes that the man is unusually strong for a human and senses a demon within him. The other, Yahello, identifies that presence as a sleep demon and is baffled that a human could bear such a smell. Before the mystery can be resolved, Yahello gives in to his appetite and lunges, eager to devour both human and demon flesh. He dives at the intruder with killing intent, trying to end the encounter by force. The man slips under the attack and counters with sudden precision, turning the ambush against its attacker. Yahello cries out to Yahello as the strike lands too fast to stop. In that instant, Yahello realizes the human is far more dangerous than he first appeared. With Yahello subdued, the man calmly returns to the subject of Beelzebub and demands to be taken to him. Holding his blade over the fallen demon, he makes clear that cooperation is the only way forward. The surviving demons comply and carry him deeper into the realm instead of continuing the fight. They bring him to a grotesque heart-like structure rooted through the canyon, the seat of a greater power. As the presence within is addressed as Lord Beelzebub, the man prepares himself for the meeting. The escorts present him as an exceptional human who wandered into their domain, hoping to earn favor. The man directly confirms that the being before him is Beelzebub. Beelzebub, an archduke and demon king, immediately recognizes that the visitor carries the king's key. He says the key's presence is faint, recalls hearing that its contractor failed the hunt, and is intrigued that the human came here on his own. Beelzebub compares him to Ignan and suggests it would have been better if the human had simply died in the lower realm. The man explains he came because venom left behind by Beelzebub's subordinate is making people on Earth suffer, and he hoped Beelzebub would help clean it up. Beelzebub repeats the phrase people of Earth as if the very concern is beneath comprehension. He breaks into mocking laughter, amused that a human would bring such a plea before him. Beelzebub ridicules the request, warning that war among the races is coming and that the man should worry about surviving the future instead. He fully reveals himself as Archduke of the Abyss and dismisses the human as weak. Beelzebub boasts that the king's weakness let him rise to the throne and credits that failing for his own ascent. Realizing persuasion has failed, the man asks one last time whether Beelzebub truly refuses to cooperate. Beelzebub answers with contempt, saying he wants humanity to sink deeper into plague, despair, and mutual destruction. He declares himself the demon king and frames his cruelty as rightful rule. The man accepts that words are useless and resolves to use force. As he draws on the king's power, red energy coils around him and even Beelzebub is startled by how much he can wield. Beelzebub abruptly tries to halt the clash, shocked by what he is sensing. A radiant white figure manifests within the storm of power, revealing a presence Beelzebub recognizes with dread. That apparition condemns Beelzebub as a wretched traitor who has strayed from the righteous path. The man recalls that Beelzebub once rebelled alongside other archdukes, but unlike them he later begged for mercy and kept his rank. He understands the truth at once. Beelzebub has always feared the king. Using that weakness, the man invokes his authority, and Beelzebub panics as he senses his king's presence standing before him again. Half-shrouded by the king's apparition, the man reveals the name Ataraxia and claims that power as his own. Beelzebub is shaken to the core, unable to understand how the king who vanished before his eyes could now be here. The apparition's power tightens around him, leaving him stunned and off balance. The king's presence gives Beelzebub a choice: submit and fight the upper realm, or face death where he stands. Beelzebub rejects the ultimatum in outrage, furious that a human would dare threaten him. He charges in a rage, trying to crush the smaller figure by force and pride alone. But the attack is swallowed by the king's power as the human meets him head-on without yielding. The apparition coldly repeats Beelzebub's insult, turning his scorn back on him. It declares dominion over him and makes clear that Beelzebub's kingship is over. A sharp, unseen strike or command lands, cutting through Beelzebub's resistance. Beelzebub erupts in agony as the power overtakes him from within. His attendants recoil in horror, realizing something has gone terribly wrong with their lord. As red power coils around the kneeling archduke, the man stands before him in control, while the onlookers can only wonder what was done to Beelzebub. He realizes his plan is finally taking effect and prepares to act before the opening closes. Seizing the moment, he lashes out with blood-red power in a sudden attack. The strike draws blood, showing he has managed to wound his target. He reveals he is carrying a special alchemical bottle meant to contain the source of the Great Plague so a cure can be developed. Before he can leave, monstrous guards block his path and declare that he will not escape until they have torn him apart. He answers their threat with contempt, refusing to hand over the key and mocking them as servants unworthy of demanding anything from him. A strange pressure begins to build around him as his power shifts. The demons are shaken by the oppressive force suddenly pouring off him. A higher demon recognizes the sensation and realizes the sleeping king's bloodline is awakening inside him. He confirms they cannot stop him and explains that the priority now is finishing the vaccine and ending the guild's scheme. At the same time, he knows a larger war is coming and that he will have to face Beelzebub again. He resolves that when that battle comes, he must fight with power that is truly his own rather than borrowed authority from the king. To stand on the same path as the king, he commits himself to gaining that strength personally. That resolve is cut short when he senses danger too late. An unseen attack tears into him, leaving him suddenly bleeding and stunned. He reels in shock as the hit lands harder than expected. A system-like warning reveals he has been afflicted by the original poison, and his body's attempt to resist it is failing. Even while dropping to one knee, he admits his enemy was right that this was something he would have to understand for himself. The insect demon makes clear that this trap was prepared long ago. He realizes Beelzebub had already broken through ataraxia, exactly as Rosaria predicted. As the poison spreads and locks up his body, he understands that this is Beelzebub's true authority, and that he can barely move. Beelzebub mocks him, praising his endurance while sneering that even Ian's worst poison was less troublesome. The demon refuses to remain confined to old memories and boasts that he has grown far stronger during the king's absence. He savors the chance to strike at the king's line at last, regretting only that the Real King is not here to suffer it himself. Instead, he decides the boy's death will serve as a substitute, even as blood pours from the wound in the boy's chest. Beelzebub bears down on him, expecting the fight to end with a final brutal kill. The poison continues to ravage him, but some unknown force inside him still struggles against it. When he tries to escape through a portal, the poison shuts that option down completely. Beelzebub lifts him up and mocks his helplessness, asking whether the king's key has already run out of tricks. Hanging battered and half-conscious, he refuses to accept defeat. He forces out a grim smile and decides he will not give up just because a mere insect managed to wound him. Beelzebub fixates on the king's eyes within him and vows to rip them out if nothing else remains worth taking. The boy realizes ataraxia no longer affects the demon, likely because the poison has altered his own body too much. Even so, he reaches toward the monster again, still intent on making one more move. Beelzebub pauses in confusion, wondering what desperate tactic he is trying to repeat. The answer is not an attack but a summoning. His blood falls to the floor and becomes the medium for the spell. A prepared card activates through the blood, unleashing a swirling summoning ritual he had saved for exactly this crisis. Beelzebub recognizes the spell and assumes the boy is merely trying to call Rosaria for help. Confident, the demon declares he will tear apart whoever answers along with the summoner. Something powerful begins to emerge through the blood-red vortex. The lesser demons recognize the presence first and panic at the name Beelzebub. The arriving figure dismisses the insect's threats before they can amount to anything. A red-haired blood lord materializes beside the wounded boy and takes hold of the situation at once. He introduces himself with cold disdain as the blood lord Igman, making clear Beelzebub has mistaken him for someone weak. Beelzebub is stunned that a contractor of Rosaria could summon Igman at all. The implication hits immediately. The boy may have aligned himself with the key strongly enough to call on such a being. Igman himself questions how the boy managed to summon him without even being his contractor. The boy explains that after fighting Igman, the summoning formulas he once relied on through Bloodia became rebalanced. Because Igman's summoning cost dropped enough to be usable in battle, he was able to call the Blood Lord in this desperate moment. The human realizes there is no advantage in summoning Igman instead of Rosaria and hesitates at the choice before him. Beelzebub dismisses his doubts and reminds him that he came back only after promising to seize the key for himself next time. Without further patience, Beelzebub unleashes his power to force the issue. He brutally puts the human in his place, making clear that defiance will not be tolerated. A monstrous archduke intervenes, accusing Beelzebub of retaining the same treacherous nature that once led him to betray Lilith for the king, and suspects he has sided with the key again. Beelzebub angrily rejects the accusation and demands to know who has been spreading that claim, while insisting he still has unfinished business with the key. Their mutual suspicion hardens into an open split between allies. The human is struck down in the middle of their rupture, as the conflict suddenly serves two purposes at once. The archduke refuses to believe Beelzebub, judging him a traitor whose word can never be trusted. Beelzebub answers that whatever delusion the other is under does not matter, because anyone who blocks him will be killed. The two archdukes launch straight into battle, red and violet power colliding across the chamber. Their attacks sweep through the space in widening arcs as the fight escalates instantly. They crash into each other at close range, trading heavy blows with overwhelming force. Nearby demonic watchers are caught up in the shock of the clash as fragments scatter through the room. While lying wounded, the human reflects that demons never shared the precious key, even after centuries of war over it. He understands that the demons are now being driven to tear each other apart over the key, and identifies the combatants as Igman and Beelzebub. Igman gathers power from within, preparing a fresh assault. Beelzebub answers by summoning multiple blood-forged blades into the air. The conjured swords converge on Igman as the exchange turns into a ranged barrage. Beelzebub calmly controls the storm of blades, pressing the attack with practiced ease. A direct collision follows, and the impact detonates between them in a burst of blood-red and blue force. The shockwave tears outward, showing how destructive even a single exchange between them is. Their weapons and powers grind against each other in a violent deadlock while the human watches from below. Even injured, the human recognizes that a fight between archdukes is on another level, and that merely crossing weapons releases enormous power. He concludes the battle cannot stay balanced for long as Beelzebub keeps driving Igman back. The human realizes Igman is only a clone created from Beelzebub's mana, much like Orgel once used Rosaria. That means the clone has no real chance of defeating the true Beelzebub in a straight fight. He had intended to flee, but Beelzebub's earlier attack shattered the bottle containing the blood he needed, Now he sees his trip may have been wasted, until the demons turn their attention back to him. The lesser demons order him to stay put while their lord deals with Igman, making clear they are watching him. Cornered and battered, the human quickly reassesses his options. He decides he first needs to restore his lost mana before attempting anything else. As the demons loom over him, he prepares to replenish himself immediately. He activates Predation, drawing in power amid a surge of red energy. With mana returning and fragments of energy circling him, he steadies himself for what comes next. At the same time, Beelzebub continues meeting Igman's attacks head-on without losing composure. Igman gathers Violet Force into his hand, trying to break through with raw power. Beelzebub cuts through the attempt, and slams him back again. Even Beelzebub admits the fight is troublesome, though not truly beyond him. He reveals that, despite the key's mana bringing him to roughly a third of his true strength, this contractor is still better than his previous one. With that confidence, he sends a formation of blood blades surging toward Igman. Igman dodges through the barrage, still trying to stay in the fight. Beelzebub mocks him for thinking he is winning when he is only a clone. Igman flatly rejects that taunt, then suddenly notices something alarming. Enraged, he lashes out and denounces Beelzebub as a mere bag of blood. Beelzebub answers with equal fury, bearing his own pride as the clash turns personal. He declares that he has been an Archduke since long before Igman ever served Mephisto, and insists the result would be the same even if the real Igman were present. Driving the point home, Beelzebub says the difference in strength between them is absolute, and knocks Igman down. Igman gathers a concentrated sphere of violet energy for one last counterattack. He fires the blast while ordering Beelzebub to understand the gap between them and disappear. The red-haired demon clicks his tongue in irritation as the fight shifts against expectations. A burst of blue energy condenses between the young man's hands, signaling that he is preparing a precise counter. He unleashes an energy construct that erupts upward and catches the winged demon off guard. The blast throws the demon back through the smoke and debris, forcing him to retreat midair. The insect-like lord is stunned that his opponent recovered so quickly. The young man steadies himself, and realizes the enemy is already reassessing him. The red-haired demon cuts in, annoyed that the bug is interfering with his own agenda. The young man claims he actually saved Igman, framing his intervention as useful rather than obstructive. Igman rejects the help, but the red-haired demon urges him to drop his pride because they both want the Bug King hurt. He presses the point by reminding the young man that their shared enemy is vulnerable right now. The Bug King lashes out at Igman for siding with the key's servant, while the red-haired demon proposes a temporary alliance. The red-haired demon admits he still remembers the disgrace of their last defeat, and Igman agrees the score can wait. Instead, the young man redirects that resentment toward the Bug King and pushes for immediate revenge. He mocks the enemy's boast about becoming an Archduke, and challenges him to see what supposed rookies can do. The red-haired demon is amused by being called a rookie after living for ages. Still, he accepts that the partnership is good enough for the present crisis. The young man charges first, and orders the demon to back him up. Rather than obey, the red-haired demon casually asserts dominance, and begins shaping a massive blood-red spell of his own. The Bug King scoffs at the two weaklings joining forces while gathering power to answer them. A towering red vortex forms around the battlefield, hemming the Bug King in. The red-haired demon expands the storm into a full prison of mana under his control. The Bug King recognizes that meeting such overwhelming mana head-on would be suicidal, and the red-haired demon notes that he understands the danger. Confident in his own strength, the Bug King insists he can still break free from the trap. Before he can act, the young man slips in close and drives a blazing strike into him. The Bug King is shaken that he never sensed the approach at all. Red power lashes around the young man's body as he moves through the field with stolen demonic ability. The Bug King realizes the young man is using Igman's powers through the king's own authority and has synchronized with them. The young man keeps carving through the trapped enemy so unpredictably that the Bug King cannot track him. Each new hit lands from a blind angle, leaving the Bug King unable to tell where the next attack will come from. The young man taunts him, making clear that even to a creature who once saw him as an insect, he is no longer beneath notice. The Bug King threatens that his confidence will vanish the moment he escapes the field. In response, the red-haired demon brings down a colossal finishing strike through the vortex. Standing back-to-back with the young man, he declares this the Bug King's end. A giant crimson spear-like force manifests directly before the trapped enemy. The Bug King finally understands the danger and erupts in furious panic. The attack detonates into him with crushing force. When the blast clears, one of his limbs crashes down amid the rubble as he coughs and struggles to endure it. The Bug King remains alive but badly mangled, his body torn apart and smoking. His subordinates rush in, horrified to see Lord Beelzebub reduced to this state. The red-haired demon calmly savors the result, deeply pleased by the suffering he caused. He admits he feels used by the young man, but decides the Bug King's scream made it worthwhile. Meanwhile, the young man quietly takes out a red potion, preparing to withdraw. He leaves with a promise to meet the demon again, calling him by name as he goes. Beelzebub drops heavily to the ground, still barely conscious and seething. His followers rush closer, calling out to him in alarm. One of them notices in shock that his body is failing in a far worse way than expected. Beelzebub begins devouring his own damaged flesh in a desperate attempt to sustain himself. Even while collapsing into a liquefied state, he orders his servants to capture the key. Still chewing through his ruined body, he commands them to gather every force in their territory. His servants obey at once, But the crisis deepens when an urgent new message arrives for Lord Beelzebub. A demon settlement is suddenly thrown into panic when word spreads that their territory is under attack. The alarm sharpens as they identify the invader as Rosaria and her night hags. The defenders rush out and see Rosaria's forces descending on them from the sky. Rosaria mocks how exposed they are and credits the chaos to the destructive rampage of her contractor. Realizing the enemy is distracted, her side moves to exploit the opening. Rosaria unleashes her daughters into battle, and they obey her without hesitation. Her daughters dive straight into the defenders and begin cutting through them. The assault becomes a swift massacre as the hags carve open the demon ranks. Rosaria tells her distant contractor that she will match his destruction in her own way. The only aid she can offer from afar is to create a spectacle large enough to draw every eye. She gathers immense power and fires it upward in a blinding display. The blast tears through the battlefield and sends demons screaming in every direction. Satisfied with the distraction, Rosaria warns her contractor that the territorial war is escalating and he needs to finish his business and return. She makes clear that her side now needs his strength back home. The story shifts to Earth, where the strange potion Taehyun requested is finally revealed to have been meant for a larger purpose. At the Alchemist Guild, Sang-xeo studies the bottle and admits he has never encountered an aura like this despite handling many abyssal materials. The guild master is introduced as Sang-xeo, an S-rank player and the head of alchemists. He identifies the substance as the source of the Grey Disease devastating the world, and Taehyun reveals he obtained it from an archduke in the heart of the abyss. The guild master is stunned that Taehyun survived contact with a being stronger than even top-ranked monsters, while Taehyun dismisses it as luck. When asked what he plans to do with such a dangerous sample, Taehyun explains that the malevolents have been systematically attacking medical groups. He concludes they are sabotaging vaccine research because those altered by monster-human experiments are immune, and they want the disease to keep spreading unchecked. Seeing how much ordinary people have already suffered, Taehyun decides the cycle has to end. He resolves that the disease must be stopped for good. His answer is direct. They must create a vaccine from the very material that caused the plague. The guild master asks the crucial question of whether such a thing is even possible. He points out that Taehyun is asking them to analyze an extremely dangerous substance and somehow turn it into a cure. Although he would normally call the task impossible, Sang-ik is moved by Taehyun's determination to save people. Because Taehyun risked everything to bring back the key ingredient, the guild master swears he will see the vaccine through. Taehyun accepts that promise with quiet trust. With the research underway, the focus shifts to the political effort needed to make any cure matter. Taehyun informs President Ji that New Korea may soon produce the world's first vaccine for the Grey Disease. President Ji immediately sees the next problem: manufacturing, distribution, and convincing skeptical nations to accept an unproven cure. Taehyun asks for his help in overcoming that global resistance. He argues that President Ji's long-standing moral influence gives him the credibility to persuade the world. Taehyun proposes gathering the heads of player associations worldwide and unveiling the vaccine at an official conference. President Ji agrees at once and promises to have the association prepare everything. Taehyun is relieved to hear it. President Ji is equally relieved that he still has a way to support Taehyun's mission. Their exchange turns warm, with Taehyun acknowledging how much help the older man has always been. President Ji answers that Taehyun surpassed him on his own and opened a new path for their country. Speaking not just as an official but as a fellow player of New Korea, he sincerely thanks Taehyun. The vaccine effort is framed as Taehyun's initiative from the beginning. With full cooperation from Sang-ik-seo and President Ji, the development moves forward quickly. Before long, the work begins to show real results. Part of that progress includes testing and treatment on afflicted patients. Taehyun watches the process closely, carrying the weight of what success or failure will mean. After several months, the once mysterious material has been transformed into a promising new substance. President Ji asks if this is truly the long-awaited vaccine for the Grey Disease. Sang-ik confirms it is a prototype and says they are close to completing the final version. With the cure nearly ready, Taehyun decides it is time to gather the world before the announcement. Just days before that announcement, the scene shifts to Japan. There, someone notices a massive disturbance forming over the city. A catastrophic dungeon break erupts, pouring monsters into the streets and throwing civilians into chaos. Japan declares a level 1 emergency and urgently summons Saint Surara Yoshikawa and Phantom Sword Shinji Nakata. The emergency call is repeated as the crisis worsens. They report to Jun Nietsu, the new president of Japan's Player Association. He explains that analysis places the southern dungeon break at SS plus rank, comparable to the storm of Centigenas. Jun asks whether Japan can stop something of that scale with its own forces. Shinji insists they have grown stronger since their last humiliation and can handle even a disaster like Centigenas now. Jun is unconvinced and senses that this situation is more dangerous than it appears. Surara warns that a dungeon break large enough to swallow a city cannot be treated lightly just because it resembles SS Plus on paper. She argues they should request help from other countries before it is too late. Shinji resists, saying Japan's reputation has only just begun to recover and they must solve their own problems. Jun cuts through that pride by revealing that Taehyun is currently in New Korea for the vaccine announcement. He decides they should call for backup immediately while Taehyun is still close enough to respond. To Jun, Taehyun is exactly the kind of hero this crisis demands. As the monsters continue flooding out, the scale of the disaster proves his caution justified. A horned figure watches the chaos from above as the gate keeps disgorging creatures. He openly threatens that unless someone stops him, the destruction will only spread, and he specifically hopes the key will come. Back in New Korea, the report reaches Taehyun that Japan is facing an SS Plus rank dungeon break. He also learns Japan is offering cooperation on vaccine development in exchange for his support. President Ji weighs the request carefully and asks what Taehyun thinks. Taehyun immediately recognizes that the timing is suspicious. He realizes a major dungeon break appearing just before the vaccine's completion is far too convenient. He admits he stayed in New Korea partly to watch for villain interference, fearing another attack like the one in the United States. Even so, he knows a disaster of this scale could overwhelm Japan and eventually threaten Korea as well. He is torn between protecting the vaccine effort and going to save lives abroad. President Ji makes the decision for him and tells him to go. He reminds Taehyun that if the vaccine exists to save people, then helping Japan serves the same purpose. He repeats Taehyun's own ideal of protecting everyone and their happiness. Taehyun accepts that this has always been the reason he sought power in the first place. He remembers the despair he wanted to prevent for himself and everyone around him. President Ji broadens that mission, telling him that people near and far need him now, and only he can answer that call. He reassures Taehyun that he no longer has to choose between saving one thing and abandoning another, because others can hold the line at home. Taewook and the players trained under President Ji vow to protect the vaccine project until Taehyun returns. With that promise in place, Taehyun resolves to end the crisis quickly. He leaves after asking them to hold out until he comes back. When he arrives in Japan, Jun Nietsu formally welcomes him as the country's new association chairman. Taehyun brushes aside ceremony and demands they get straight to the situation. Jun turns the briefing over to Tsurara and Shinji. Tsurara greets Taehyun with a familiarity that shows they have crossed paths before. Taehyun notes, with dry amusement, that he has ended up dealing with the same pair again. They explain that the dungeon break began in the southwest, keeps expanding, and that Japan's forces can only slow it down. They still cannot even enter properly, but they are certain the monster responsible is somewhere inside. Tsurara states that identifying and killing that source monster is the role Taehyun must take on. As they move into the disaster zone, Japanese players struggle to hold back the horde with dwindling mana. The front line is close to collapse, with fighters already running out of resources. They realize that if nothing changes immediately, they will be wiped out. At the last moment, a new force intervenes. Taehyun's arrival halts the monster's charge before it can break the defenders. The exhausted players are stunned to see Taehyun standing there with Tsurara and Shinji beside him. Hope surges through the battlefield as everyone recognizes that Japan's strongest pair came with him. The defenders believe they can finally close the gate now that Taehyun has arrived. Taehyun immediately rejects that optimism and concludes this is not merely an SS plus break but something far stronger, possibly SSS rank. He warns that they may be facing a type of dungeon never seen before. Knowing the danger, he orders Tsurara and Shinji to stay back at a safe distance. They refuse to leave him to shoulder everything alone and insist it is their duty to protect Japan themselves. Tsurara especially refuses to let a foreigner bear the entire burden for her country. She admits that Japan and its association committed serious wrongs in the past, but she believes the trust they have been given now is a chance to atone. She begs for the chance to live up to that trust, even if only a little. Taehyun realizes how much she has changed and sees that she is finally acting like the saint people expected her to be. Her sincerity leaves Shinji speechless for a moment before his protectiveness flares again. Taehyun relents and tells them not to hold him back. The three of them surge deeper into the flooded ruin together. Taehyun senses the true enemy approaching and prepares himself. A towering tentacled monster emerges, and Taehyun immediately assigns himself the largest threat. He orders Tsurara and Shinji to handle the remaining enemies while he breaks through. Tsurara answers by shaping nature itself into weapons around her. Her power twists the battlefield into a living maze that traps and redirects the monsters. Shinji moves in to support her, trusting her judgment as they fight side by side. He unleashes Soulbringer, calling spectral force into his swordplay. With that power, he cuts through the monsters crowding their position. Even so, Shinji realizes they are already facing SS rank enemies before reaching the gate itself. Taehyun concludes that the monsters around them are only advanced guards and that something even greater is waiting deeper inside. Shinji admits Tsurara's caution was right and that Japan could never have handled this alone. Taehyun draws on a darker power of his own as the battle escalates. His overwhelming strike tears through the battlefield and reminds everyone why they placed their hopes in him. The sea-like mana around them suddenly convulses instead of settling after the kill. A colossal kraken-like entity rises from the flood and dwarfs everything around it. Shinji and Tsurara are horrified as they realize Taehyun once fought monsters on this level before. They identified the creature as the High Kraken, an SSS rank monster, and can barely believe such a thing has appeared here. After bringing it down, they expect the gate to close, but Taehyun senses immediately that something is still wrong. He notices that the mana and water saturating the area are not diminishing at all, meaning the true source remains. As he starts to question when the flood itself began, a realization strikes him. Tsurara moves to heal him, unaware of the danger he has just understood. Taehyun urgently orders both her and Shinji to get away at once. A massive column of water erupts beneath them before they can react. The sudden surge hurls all three of them apart and sweeps the Japanese pair away. The entire ruined district is swallowed by violent currents. From within the flood, a red strike flashes downward toward the source. Taehyun regains himself in midair, worries for Tsurara and Shinji, and realizes something far worse has been hiding here all along. Because the enemy controls water itself, he concludes it is likely tied to the Beast King Jormungand. A voice corrects him and reveals that this is no mere subordinate, but someone who came personally to see the key. Taehyun is jolted by the implication. The horned figure introduces himself as Jormungand. He further reveals that he is the Beast King, an Archduke of the Abyss. Taehyun bitterly realizes the Archdukes have now begun crossing directly onto Earth. The revelation hits him hard as he understands the scale of the threat. With the gates still open even after the High Kraken's fall, Taehyun confirms that Jormungand himself is the true cause of this dungeon break. Berserk realizes Rosaria's spell should have kept Archdukes from crossing dimensions, so the enemy's presence on Earth should have been impossible. The Horned Archduke confirms the impossible happened anyway and forces Berserk to confront that he truly crossed the gate to Earth. They face each other above a city drowned under surging water, turning the confrontation into a direct test between two monsters of the abyss. The flooded battlefield churns violently, underscoring that the Archduke's power is already reshaping the area. Berserk judges through his heightened senses that the intruder is no bluff and that this is a genuine Archduke-level threat. He quickly understands the real danger. Unlike the Archduke he met before through a proxy, this one is physically present in person. That realization unsettles him, and he feels the pressure of facing the true body of an Archduke on Earth. The Archduke taunts him with that shock and makes clear he deliberately came in person after finding a way past the dimensional barrier. He reveals that the king's spell can be bypassed, exposing a loophole Berserk was never told about. He explains that every Archduke possesses a unique authority, implying that his own power is what allowed this breach. He lists examples of Archduke authorities, including mind control and absorption, to show how fundamental and varied those powers are. The examples continue with reinforcement and poison, emphasizing that these abilities define the Archduke's dominance. He adds aura and regeneration, broadening Berserk's understanding of what an authority can be. The Archduke frames these inherited powers as the source of the Archduke's ancient rule and legitimacy. He finally names his own authority as Berserk and hints that this should tell Berserk something important about the king as well. Having explained enough, he reveals his purpose. He came to personally test the one causing chaos across the abyss. He identifies Berserk as a candidate for the next king and turns the encounter into a trial of worth. To begin that trial, he unleashes a colossal serpent of water and demands that Berserk prove himself. The water beast crashes down with overwhelming force, trying to crush Berserk before he can respond. Berserk evades the initial strike, but the attack tears through the flooded city behind him. The serpent immediately surges after him, refusing to give him room to recover. More waves and coils of water close in from multiple directions, turning escape itself into a struggle. Berserk is driven back and realizes the assault is more oppressive than a simple elemental attack. The mention of Berserk as an authority begins to click for him, and he suspects the Archduke's hint concerns the nature of the king's power. The Archduke mocks his evasiveness and presses him to show what else he can do besides run. A towering column of water rises behind Berserk, trapping him in the center of the Archduke's control. Berserk suddenly notices something hidden within the attack and realizes the danger is not over. A red force pierces through the water from below, signaling that another power has entered the clash. Caught in the turbulence, Berserk is battered inside the water as the new force tears through the Archduke's attack. Watching the exchange, the Archduke concludes that if the king's ki were still strong, he would not have been able to come here at all. From that, he infers the monsters are losing the larger race war, and that their side may no longer be winning. The water mass ruptures violently as something stronger forces its way out. A red dragon erupts through the flood, revealing a power that overwhelms the Archduke's serpent from within. Berserk immediately understands the earlier attack was only bait, and seizes the opening by riding the king's power into the fight. The red dragon lunges straight at the Archduke, turning the test back on its creator. The Archduke recognizes the attack at once as one of the king's powers. The dragon tears across the battlefield, and the Archduke realizes he is facing a force he has not seen in a long time. Even so, he remains composed as the king's power bears down on him. He lands lightly on the water and treats the attack as impressive rather than decisive. The Archduke acknowledges that Berserk inherited the king's powers and admits they are formidable. Berserk dives back in and makes clear that inheritance alone is not the full extent of what he can do. He declares his intent to finish what the king began, turning the battle into a continuation of the king's unfinished struggle. That vow finally makes the Archduke take him more seriously. Berserk follows with a red energy strike that crashes down and forces the Archduke to defend instead of lecture. The Archduke weathers the blow, but the impact drives him into a guarded crouch. Berserk reads that reaction correctly and concludes that breaking the dimensional spell must have cost the Archduke more than he admitted. He presses the point, asking if the Archduke is no longer at full strength as fresh damage opens across his chest. Berserk explains his reasoning. Unlike the other Archdukes, this one was never vulnerable to predation and only weakened after accumulating damage. He concludes that the Archduke was already compromised from the start and still has not recovered from the injury he took. Standing amid drifting red feathers, Berserk confirms that the Archduke's authority, Berserk, must have been the key that let him cross dimensions at the cost of leaving him weakened. The blue-haired demon admits he only understood his opponent's trick after taking several hits, and he grudgingly praises that level of cunning. He explains that Berserk evasion always leaves a backlash, and because his water-based recovery is incomplete, he is currently reduced to roughly human Archduke level. Realizing that weakness is how the human broke through the spell, the winged man decides he still has enough strength to keep him occupied. The blue-haired demon is thrown by that word and senses there is a deeper reason the enemy appeared at this exact moment. He reveals the fight was never just a test, and that explanation was only half true. The real motive is a deal with Beelzebub. Since he can cross dimensions, he was asked to steal a piece of Kim Tae-hyun's flesh for a contractor who wanted revenge. He adds that the contractor's ritual is likely advancing right now, making the threat immediate. To make sure the blue-haired demon cannot interfere, the winged man summons water serpent power and declares he must be delayed a little longer. Elsewhere, cries of pain signal that another battle is already underway. A demonic leader takes credit for setting this operation in motion on the Demon King's behalf and is pleased that Kim Tae-hyun has been dragged into it. Confident that New South Korea is helpless without Kim Tae-hyun, he orders his forces to destroy both the alchemists and the vaccine. An older man cuts in and flatly refuses to let that happen. He arrives with a small team, declaring they owe Kim Tae-hyun and will protect the vaccine in his place. The enemy dismisses them as mere unmodified humans and mocks the idea that they could stop his monsters and demon army. The old man answers that ordinary humans should not be underestimated when their resolve is tested. Rather than being shaken, the demon welcomes the challenge with amusement. The defenders immediately press him for Min Ji-hong's whereabouts, and he casually reveals that Min was sent to handle another part of the operation. He clarifies the real danger. While they are stalled here, Min Ji-hong has probably already reached the alchemists. On a rooftop, Min Ji-hong finds the assignment dull because nothing important can be done here without Kim Tae-hyun. He decides to finish the job quickly and leave. Before he can proceed, a woman with long white braids stops him and declares that he has gone far enough. Her sudden arrival cuts across the rooftop with overwhelming speed. Min Ji-hong turns toward her, intrigued rather than alarmed. She identifies him as Malignant's guild master and warns that she will not let him touch the vaccine. He demands to know who she is. With theatrical confidence, she introduces herself as the sidekick of Justice. Even as she receives an urgent call to return because the main battle is still dangerous, she is thrilled by the chance to prove herself. She treats the encounter as perfect timing for a flashy debut. Min Ji-hong repeats the title skeptically, unsure whether to take her seriously. He mocks the idea that someone like her exists in New South Korea, and she explains she is not local but was privately assigned by Kim Tae-hyun. She reveals Kim sent her as insurance in case the villains made a move, confirming he had anticipated this possibility. That only excites Min Ji-hong, who had regretted missing a chance to fight Kim's side directly. He lunges at her at once, deciding she will serve as a suitable substitute for Kim Tae-hyun. She calmly accepts the challenge and raises a hand to meet him. Calling on the Dragon Lord Hazard, she unleashes a crushing draconic aura and commands him to kneel. The force slams into him and drives him down before he can close the distance. Min Ji-hong realizes he is facing pressure so immense it feels like a mountain on his shoulders, rivaling Kim Tae-hyun's presence. She notes with interest that he can still lower himself further under that weight, recognizing both his mana and his endurance. The pressure intensifies until he is forced fully to the ground. As she steps closer, he reasons that if Kim can command multiple contracts, there is no reason others could not do the same. She confirms his suspicion and introduces herself as a contractor of the Dragon Lord Hazard. She explains that some Archduke contractors naturally counter others, and warns that his preference for close combat will not work well against her. When she asks whether he surrenders, he refuses. Instead, he releases a darker power and decides this is the perfect chance to test his newly gained strength. He breaks through her guard with a sudden strike that catches even her off balance. The impact tears through the rooftop and blasts debris outward, shaking the building. Though hurt, she stays standing and bitterly jokes that being a hero is harder than it looks. Min Ji-hong rises with red eyes and coldly tells her that heroism will only earn her death. The two square off again amid the wreckage, preparing for the next exchange. Back at the other battlefield, the winged man summoned water dragons close in as he continues pinning the blue-haired demon in place. While racing through the flooded battlefield, he realizes a huge battle could already be breaking out in Korea based on what Jormungand reported. Even though he sent Asif ahead, he knows Kasim and Min Ji-hong together will be hard to stop, so he feels pressured to return as fast as possible. His retreat is cut off when the water serpent suddenly strikes and forces his attention back to the fight. The enemy drives a sharp current across the field, keeping him from escaping cleanly. He curses the serpent user for locking him down again just as he was trying to leave. Having identified his opponent's weakness, he notices the man has shifted fully into defense. The Archduke meets that realization with quiet confidence, certain his guard will hold. He decides his large-scale predation skill is useless against such a tight defense, and would only waste mana. Instead, he concludes he needs to get in so close that the enemy cannot evade at all. The Archduke questions why he is so desperate to leave, mocking his urgency over what is happening on Earth. He argues that someone with a king's power should have accepted that fate already and moved on to greater concerns. To the Archduke, lingering over worldly ties instead of preparing for war is a foolish distraction. He rejects that completely, insisting these matters are not trivial because this is the place where he grew up. He remembers the life he lived there, and the experiences that shaped him. He understands that the people, changes, and lessons he found in that world are part of who he became. That is why he believes things can still turn out differently from the fate others expect. The Archduke dismisses that conviction as human weakness unworthy of a king. He answers that this is the path he chose, and he vows he will come back after defeating him. Amused, the Archduke boasts that his defense has no blind spots and cannot be broken. He falls silent and studies that claim instead of arguing further. Fixating on the idea of there being no blind spots, he searches for another way through. A plan clicks into place, and he lunges forward to prove it. The Archduke sees him charging straight in again and assumes he is repeating the same mistake. Confident in his barrier, the Archduke prepares to crush him head-on. Their powers collide in a violent burst that briefly hides what he is attempting. The Archduke starts to declare that nothing will change no matter how many times he tries. He abruptly stops when he senses something is wrong. Looking around, he realizes the crucial key sustaining his defense is no longer where it should be. For the first time, confusion breaks his composure as he understands the key has vanished. He reaches out too late, trying to recover what was taken from him. By slipping into his blind spot during the clash, his opponent appears above him and reveals he has finally gotten close enough. The Archduke urgently calls for Jormungand, trying to recover control of the battle. Before that can save him, his opponent unleashes a red, overwhelming strike at point-blank range. The blow tears through the Archduke's water defense and leaves him exposed. Staring at his own hand afterward, he is stunned that he may have just defeated an Archduke. But the battlefield shifts again before he can accept victory. A new voice erupts in laughter and praise, making it clear the fight is not over at all. The newcomer marvels that a beast of his own was used against him and confirms the rumor that this man can wield the powers of multiple Archdukes. He then reveals the beast still answered to his mana, and warns that losing sight of him does not mean he has been beaten. Entertained, he grants one final test before allowing his opponent to move on. A massive whirlpool opens beneath the winged fighter, turning the entire battlefield into a trap he must escape. The fighter is shocked that the enemy still has enough mana left to create something this large. Elsewhere, defenders struggle to hold back a relentless demonic assault, with Kim Tae-hyun fighting at the front and refusing to yield. His allies know they cannot let the monsters break through, even though the horde seems endless. In the middle of that chaos, a blue-haired woman suddenly notices something alarming nearby. She finds Guild Master Kan Hyuk collapsed after being taken down in a single blow. As people rush to check on him, the shock deepens because even Kasim had been unable to stop the attacker. The enemy, wreathed in sinister power, delights in showing strength far beyond what they expected. The defenders realize they are facing something neither fully monster nor villain, and they cannot even identify what kind of being it is. Even without Kim Tae-hyun beside them, they force themselves to stand firm, deciding that fear and doubt can no longer be allowed to stop them. A battered older fighter refuses to give in, insisting that determination matters even when hope is nearly gone. As he braces himself again, the blue-haired woman silently begs for a little more time because Min Jeong is still missing and no miracle has appeared. Elsewhere, a sealed chamber hums ominously as something dormant begins to stir. Inside, the blue-haired player's eye snaps open, signaling an abrupt awakening. He bursts into a violent blue current with red wings flaring, only to realize he is trapped inside a force he cannot simply fly out of. The harder he tries to escape, the more the current drags him back, and he understands he is running out of options. Even his blood-fueled power starts breaking apart, confirming that his last resort will not last. In that desperate moment, he suddenly understands something important. He stops fighting the current, and lets himself sink deeper into the vast blue pool. As the pressure closes in, he realizes resistance itself was the trap. He concludes that struggling only strengthens the force imprisoning him. Unable to breathe, he begins to suffocate as the current overwhelms him. With consciousness fading, he forces himself to stay focused because he cannot afford to die here. Even on the verge of blacking out, he clings to the thought that new South Korea still needs him. Back in the city, the battle escalates as explosions tear through the street. The eye-patched chairman charges back into the fight despite his injuries, trying to hold the monster off. The creature swats him aside with contemptuous ease, showing the gap in power. It mocks him as weak and old, ridiculing the human spirit others praised so highly. The chairman refuses to yield and throws himself forward again, rejecting the monster's dismissal. Watching from the rubble, the blue-haired woman realizes she only needs to stall until Guild Master Kwan Kang-hyuk wakes up. She desperately tries to rouse the unconscious Guild Master, but he remains barely responsive. Before she can do more, the monster gathers a concentrated surge of purple power. It declares that even if Kwan wakes, nothing will change, and that the vaccine will still be destroyed. The creature reveals its belief that the coming world will belong not to ordinary people, but to chosen beings like itself. It raises a crushing attack and coldly claims their deaths will become the foundation of that new order. The woman cries out to the chairman as the threat closes in. The chairman is hurled away again, leaving the pair exposed. The monster lands before the woman and the unconscious man, openly asking if she will be next. Though terrified and hurt, she forces herself up and takes hold of a weapon to stand between it and the fallen guild master. The chairman crashes down nearby, badly battered but not finished.